Fan. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Haskinen, they are isolated through the center. Wyatt Johnston shoots and scores! The 20-year-old has his second of the night. A shorty and a power play goal. And it's 2-0 Dallas.
Stars victory 5-1. Let's start with some good news. 5-1.
Are you insinuating there was bad news last night?
In a couple of ways.
Oh.
In a couple of different sports, there was bad news. Good morning, everybody. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We will get into plenty of the collapse of the Dallas Mavericks, but let's start on a positive note. And the Stars are on the cusp of moving on. As I said, winner of that Vegas series is representing the West in the Cup Finals. In the middle of that series. I thought that was going to happen. The middle of that series, tied at 2. I said the winner of this thing is going. Stars are 1 win away from going to the West Finals as they put it on the Avalanche 5-1.
West Finals third. It would be the third time in 5 years, too. They've had a fantastic run here and back-to-back seasons, obviously. And this season feels like a real opportunity in front of them. More so than last year going into that Vegas series. So, again, you hear there, you got the shorthanded goal and the power play goal from Wyatt Johnston, something that they've been really good on. I mean, how many shorthanded goals? Is that like the third or fourth one that they've had recently?
At least 2 this series, I think.
Yeah, it's 2 this series, but I think that's like the third or the fourth one. But it's funny, I was listening to I don't even remember what I was listening to, but there's some commentary on the game last night that I was listening to. And they said, you watched that game last night and it looked like game 3 never ended. Like game 3 didn't end. It just
kept going.
Kept on going.
They've dominated this series from the start, with the exception of like the third period in game 2.
I mean, you're a real collapse, like a genuine game 1 collapse away from this just being a sweep.
Yeah.
An easy sweep.
They've won every series. Like every game. I mean, they really have. I mean, they absolutely game 1. You blow the 3-0 lead. Game 2, you almost blow a 4-0 lead. They've been when the game is neutral, right? 0-0 from the start. They've been the dominant team. Flat out dominant team. Wyatt Johnston last night, tremendous. And then you get production elsewhere. Miro, you get production from him. Otter again. Nice night. It's a fantastic day.
They scored 3 more goals than the Rangers scored runs in their 3-game series in Denver. The Stars in their little short 2-game trip to Denver
9
scored 3 more goals than the Rangers scored runs in their 3-game series.
Wow.
But, man, Chop, would you like to know what moneypuck.com has to say?
Hey, let's hear it.
All right, moneypuck.com.
Is that what it said?
The deserve to win-o-meter, 64% to the Dallas Stars, and this was by far the biggest gap that the Stars have had in expected goals in a game during the playoffs this series, or during this run so far. Expected goals, 5 for the Stars to 2.4 for the Avalanche. They just absolutely dominated them in quality shot opportunities.
They did. They were the better team. They were the more aggressive team. They were the team that played like they were skating with purpose.
It was fast. It was hard.
It was fast and hard. Yes, it was. And man, before the game, just the deflating nature of Val Nichushkin going away for 6 months, which on the player assistance program, man, that guy's had. I mean, last year he is screwed over McKinnon too. Last year he gets he get caught with a hooker in his room?
Do we have the specifics of what happened yet?
With this?
Yes.
So I was reading up on the player assistance program, and it appears it was voluntary.
Is it?
Like a failed test, maybe? It gets voluntary to go in it?
It was not revealed by the League or Players Association what led to Nichushkin being admitted to the program. So I guess because this is one of the things I was reading last night that was really vague, had said that it sounds like this is like a step in a program where you wouldn't know of the previous faults, right? So like, you know how we used to say if back in the day with the marijuana suspensions in the NFL, when you got to suspension level, that was your 4th failed test. And you're like, oh, we didn't even hear about the previous 3. Yeah, so that makes me wonder, is this like a series of failed drug tests, or is there something else going on behind the scenes? But man, that's significant. I mean, you were talking about Nichushkin as one of the key guys coming into this.
He has been. I mean, and this is last year. This is May of last year. Seattle police find a severely intoxicated woman had to be taken to the hospital. She was found in the hotel room of his hotel room of Val Nichushkin, and he disappeared from the team without any explanation. Just disappeared. They're already without Landeskog, who's got injuries, who's have that cartilage transplant, which just sounds painful. So they lose him, and then they lose Val. They lose him 30 minutes before the game, an hour before the game.
It was within an hour of the game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they didn't show up. And the Stars took advantage. The Stars did what the Mavericks should have done.
Absolutely.
Which was bury a team.
Gosh.
They buried them. This is what championship teams do.
Yes, it is. And the Mavericks, I don't know.
No one's dying.
That last night there's a lot concerning about what happened at the end of that game. The fact that you can't make free throws, the fact that the Mavericks still continue to shoot themselves in the foot with stupid turnovers, the Luka Dončić, Chop, we got to start having the discussion of, when do you say Luka's got to sit?
Well, last night would have been the night. You're up 2-1, you're at home. That would have been the night to sit. Can't do it now. Now you're going to do it.
If he's going to play like that, continuously throughout the rest of the series, though, can you afford to just let him keep going? If he is clearly hobbled. He's not right.
Right. But, so let's say they sit him.
There's a lot of people not wanting to hear that this morning, by the way. People don't want to hear that he's hurt. He is.
Well, he is.
But and look, I mean, part of his responsibility in that is if he's that hobbled and he's playing that poorly, he needs to sit. He needs to do it. It can't be one of these Jason Witten situations where they're like, well, you tell him to come off the field. He's got to be the one to do it. And my gosh, another run last night, 6 of 20. And then, of course, everybody this morning talking about just that missing that free throw. He misses that free throw that if he makes that pair of free throws there, game's tied with 10 seconds left. And ultimately just falling short there. It's emblematic of the entire night where they shoot 12 of 23 from the free throw line.
Free throw, the third quarter as a whole was that was really the quarter that if they lose this series, that's what I'm gonna look back at that one.
You have no business losing that game yesterday.
None. No business. You were in complete control. You were in control of that game for 46 minutes.
If the Thunder shoot 38%, 26% from 3, and you're at home, you need to win that game by 10. You can't minimum. You can't lose that by 4. It's just there's serious concern now for me. This is 3 games in a row that have been brawls in terms of the physicality of these games. Ugly basketball games. And I think we're looking at this at this point is a stamina series. Who's going to get worn out less by the physicality of this? Whoa. And yesterday it looked like Oklahoma City was the team that was worn out less by it. Dallas.
There you go.
Dallas had a lot. Dallas had a lot of. There's a lot of things on Dallas's plate that needs to be just flat out owned, like missing their free throws and some of the silly turnovers and other issues that were occurring throughout that game. But this is not an excuse. This is just one of the factors to me. They look exhausted. It's not just Luka. That whole team looks just exhausted. That they were not prepared for that type of physicality.
Dude, I don't. Luka never gets destroyed in town ever.
He can't move.
He gets,
or he's not. He's refusing to.
Nobody ever calls him out in town. They just love his game, right? They love his ability, and I get it. I have not seen. I saw the town turn on him last night on social media.
Yep. When it's one of the moment I said he needs to sit was let me see on the exact moment on the play-by-play when this was. It was fourth quarter, and it's right after Shea goes on that mini run on his own to tie it up at 86. And then it's that Chet Holmgren 3 with 3 minutes left that put him up 89-86. And Luka just puts a hand up and then stops and turns around to look at the like he's just like, I can't even close out on him. And I was like, okay, you've got to come off the floor.
We got a text this morning from a mutual friend.
Did we?
Well, we did.
A mutual friend.
And it said, I won't say the person's name, but it said, you guys need to light up Luka. He's a spoiled brat and a crybaby.
Woo.
He makes it hard to root for the Mavs.
Sean, go back to bed.
Constantly complaining and quitting on plays. If you want to know why he got third in the MVP vote with those numbers, look no further than his attitude. I'd rather listen to Kyrie tell me about a flat earth than watch Luka complain. Now go have a good show.
Oh, did you hear the joke they were making at the end of the game too when they were trying to foul with 3 seconds left and they don't blow the whistle for like 2 full seconds?
I don't know if I picked up on the joke.
Okay, so there was like
maybe I did. I just forgot about it.
3.4 seconds left. They're inbounding the ball, and Oklahoma City grabs it, and Dallas is trying to foul. Luka's trying to foul, and they don't call it for 2 seconds. Clock gets stopped at like 1.7 seconds. Didn't matter. Shea made both the free throws, but the announcer was like, well, that's the only time you're ever going to see Luka Dončić complain that they're. That's the only time you're going to see Luka complain that they didn't that he didn't get called for a foul.
Boy, Iron Eagle's great, man.
It was good. He's good. He's enjoyable.
He blows away.
I love when he says, "Cha-ching, a Thunder Money Ball."
Iron Eagle, man. Give me him over Breen and Harlan.
Just dissing the 2 guys that we've interviewed recently. Great.
I think they're great. I think the Iron Eagle's better.
I don't like that he says that his name, which is Ian, is Ian.
You know, that's a very
I don't care for it.
I think it's pretty like that's pretty New York. I think it's a New York thing. Ian Ziering, the actor from 90210.
IAN is Ian.
I know, I agree. We didn't say
Ian Kinsler.
No, we didn't. I think it's Ian. I don't get the Ian aspect
so
of it.
I don't like it. I find it to be a little I find it douchey. I'll just say it. I'll say it.
It's great, man. It's greatness. But no, I think he's great doing games. I love listening. Really I love listening to him doing games.
He is good. I do like him.
But that was bad yesterday. That was a tough watch, that Mavs game. Speaking of tough watch,
so Mavs looking for some revenge tomorrow night.
The Rangers offense, Bassick called it. He called it. He goes, this team they're tired, and today ain't gonna be better, and it wasn't. We'll get into the Ranger game coming up next year on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tuesday. We'll have the Rangers player show at 3:20. Nation 2 to 6:30. Then.
tremendous start from a Ranger starter. Michael Lorenzen goes 7 innings, allows 1 hit. 1 hit. You're telling me that you're getting 7 innings, 1 hit, no runs from your starter, and you lose 7-0.
That's the way baseball goes.
No, it's not. That offense is not helping anyone right now. It's not helping a starting pitcher. It's not helping Bruce Bochy. It's not helping themselves. It's doing absolutely nothing. And this is now 6 runs in 4 games that they've scored total in their last 4. And in a related story,
how many
they've
extra
lost
base
them
hits?
all.
How many extra base hits on those 4?
1, 2,
4 extra
4?
base hits in 4 games. They're averaging an extra base hit a game.
Hey, it's good. That's better than none.
As Sandler pointed out on Twitter yesterday, and he had kind of mentioned with us, like, if you look at their batting average, they're near the top of the AL.
Yeah.
They're near the top of the AL in hits. But he also pointed out
Not last night.
It's the slugging. Like the slugging and the OPS. They have a complete power outage right now. They're not getting extra base hits. They're not smashing the ball. And that, Chop, is why maybe in the long run I'm going to be proven right about my 15 singles take.
Hey, maybe you are. Simeon with a double.
Probably not.
Simeon with a double. They grounded into let's see. Yeah, Simeon with a double. They left 6 guys on base. They were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position by 5 different players, by the way. But they do lose 7-0. They have lost 4 in a row. And in the American League West, that puts them a cool game and a half back of Seattle, who won last night as well.
Would you like some good news at least?
I mean, I'd love it.
Evan Carter, who was scratched prior to Saturday's game against the Rockies. He had lower back stiffness. He underwent an MRI before the game against Cleveland on Monday and said after the loss last night that he was told it was merely inflammation in his sacroiliac joints and could return to play this week. Inflammation in the SI joint is pretty painful, though. That can feel like, you know what the SI joint is? It's that one
I think so.
It's that one that it's like at the base of, like at the bottom of your spine. It's like the one that connects into like your pelvis. And so that can, like, if that hurts, like if that's inflamed, that can feel like tightness all the way around your
back
waist.
injuries are no joke, man.
But
I woke up yesterday with a back problem and I was fine as the day wore on, but man, it's just like sometimes those things hit you and you got to just wait it out. I had a chiropractor tell me when you get like a back that locks up on you like that, he goes, just give yourself 10 days. It's like a 10-day injury.
He's had some issues with back injuries in the past, but Evan Carter, ultimately, they described this as a best case scenario, the MRI results they got yesterday. So Rangers will be back out there against the Guardians this evening. They're giving away Corey Seager replica World Series rings tonight out at the ballpark. And it will be Jack Leiter's first start in front of the Arlington crowd. Jack Leiter's going to take the hill tonight. So
good. I want to see him.
Hopefully Livy Dunn's there to cheer him on.
I don't think they're dating.
I mean, she may want to keep her options.
I wonder if Al will be there. Dude, if my kid played Major League Baseball, I'd be at every damn game. And I would just tell him to buy me the tickets.
Like because you'd want to go to the games, or you just like you want to go to baseball that often, or because you'd want to see him? Like you'd be that obsessed with like I got to see it, even if he's not playing.
Oh no! Like if he was not playing, then no.
Because doesn't he want to pitch?
He catches too. So like I don't know what he wants to do, but like if he's pitching, absolutely. Like yeah, I don't care. I mean I don't want to say this like out loud on the radio. I don't care if his team wins.
That's okay. I think that's fine. You cheer for the success of your child.
Yeah, and I like all the kids on the team, and I like the parents on the team, so I'm rooting for them, obviously. But like,
there's no way you like all the parents on the team.
I do, I really do. All the ones because I don't know all of them.
You don't have to identify them.
Yeah.
There's got to be one that maybe you don't know him very well. You just watch him from afar, and you're like, I don't like his dumb face or something. There's got to be somebody.
I did have that with one of them, and then like he started making like sarcastic remarks in the middle of the baseball game. I was like, ooh, I kind of dig this guy.
By the way, I saw in the YouTube yesterday, after we were talking at 7:45 or whatever, somebody had said, so what was RJ's ruling about, was Bobby allowed to talk about what got him in trouble with Kristen over the weekend?
Oh.
Am I allowed to talk about that on the air?
I mean, I don't make rules. I ain't anybody's boss.
Mm-hmm.
I have.
You're not allowed to say it.
I have.
So if Peyton says I'm not allowed to say it on the air,
I have made it so I will My goal in life is to never be somebody's boss. I want no responsibility whatsoever.
If Peyton says you're not allowed to say that on the air, then I think that's probably a pretty good indicator.
Well, see, I'm covered now. I've said it publicly. Yeah, I'm covered. If you say it, and they go, well, why didn't you tell them not to say it? I did. I told them.
You're allowed to say anything you want on the air, whether or not Peyton dumps it or not. He's in charge of that.
Yeah.
I'm not in charge of that one.
Well, I mean, we can't be.
Oh, yeah, we can
That
be.
little red button lights it up. Tell us about the internet and how it's actually good for your brain. It's not turning us into mush.
It's not turning us into mush, but that's good news. So if anyone tells you that the internet or watching TV is bad for your brain,
they're liars.
They are lying. According to studies, using the internet boosts your well-being, enhances life satisfaction, and despite concerns to the contrary, researchers at the University of Oxford, Peyton.
Oh,
Oxford.
G'day, mate.
Where the Rhodes scholars come from. They say going on
Oxford, sir.
They say going online has a positive impact. This is from analyzing data of 2 million people from the ages of 15 to 99 in 168 countries. I have no idea how many 99-year-olds are going online, but good for them.
Well, here's my question. It may not specify it. They're talking about that this is long-term happiness, or because I know definitely getting on the internet, getting on your phone or whatever, we talk about how that is like a quick dopamine hit.
It is a dopamine hit.
Like, oh, okay. So like, I believe it gives you instant satisfaction. I just don't know that in the long run, it's totally good for you. Because I thought we've seen, is this specific to, is it just the internet broadly, or is it saying social media specifically? Because we've seen a lot of research that says social media is not healthy.
It's not social media. It's just the internet.
Okay.
So they're saying that life satisfaction across all nations was 8.5% higher for those who had access to the internet, and their positive experiences were 8.5% higher. And they used a bunch of different statistical models and subsets of data. They found
DVOA.
that 85% of associations between internet connectivity and well-being were positive. So go online. Go online. Stay away from Twitter or X. Now, if you're in the middle of a sporting event, it's great. If you're not,
What was the, really quickly, I mean, we don't have a ton of time here, I guess, but despite what this research says, how recently was it that you started to think, like, maybe this internet thing's not great? Because I think everybody thinks that at times, like, was this totally worth it? We probably, we probably have exposed ourselves to too much that's negative unnecessarily into our mental headspace. There's also the fact that it's probably given platform and voice to a bunch of idiots unnecessarily. So at what point did you, was it just like in the last couple of years where you're like, oh, this has started to turn for the worse? This is a resource that we have. Or do you just believe it's all good?
Well, I mean, you can obviously, this is the problem, right? Everything that you want to change or everything that's good, like there's going to be people who use it in a negative way.
Mm-hmm.
And you just got to be accepting that that's part of the deal.
Okay, so you're saying that it's not inherently bad. It's bad if you use it for bad purpose.
Right.
So if you use it for good purpose, like let's say you use a rock for a paperweight, like that's okay.
Right.
And a rock, if you throw it at somebody,
is bad.
That's bad. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, right?
Good talk,
I think it's anything. You know, with
just like anything.
You can use things in good ways. You can use things in bad ways. There's going to be people that are going to use things in bad ways. You just got to be accepted that that's going to happen. And is it, worth the greater good that it does happen?
Very
and
insightful.
If the answer is no, then you get rid of it.
Good stuff, Chop.
Yeah. All right. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 to the Fan.
Let's talk about some bad stuff now.
Yeah, let's talk about some bad stuff. Did the Mavs lose the series last night? That's next on the Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Kicks corner right, Holmgren up with a three, unguarded. Cha-ching! It's under money ball. Thunder by 3, 89-86. 3:20 left.
Oh God, that was way better than I thought it was going to be. I thought that was going to be. We're trying to laugh. We're trying to laugh.
No, I'm not trying to laugh. I'm just trying to mock and push my.
I'm trying to laugh.
Cha-ching! It's under money ball.
I'm trying to laugh. I saw Seinfeld's commencement speech at Duke. That clip where he talked about just laugh, just have humor in your life. That's what I'm trying to do today. Just laughing.
Be nice.
Trying to laugh. Finding humor in anything.
Boy, this was brutal.
Bad. That was bad. I don't know where to start. Do you start with the fact that
let's start with this. Where did the game turn? Where do you say that's where it happened? That's where they lost.
A singular play?
Not even a play. Maybe like
third quarter.
Okay, so third quarter obviously was not great for the Mavericks. In fact, the ESPN just threw up the stat up there. The Mavericks with a double-digit lead at halftime this year were 17-0.
Oh,
and they lost last night.
Look, that third quarter, they let them off the hook.
They are who we thought they were.
Was it Luka? Was it Kyrie? Was it free throw shooting? You can't go basically 50% from the line in an NBA playoff game and expect to win.
No.
You can't have your second best player, basically Kyrie, take 11 shots?
And Kyrie has been very passive.
9 points? And and your best player Luka is missing free throws. I mean, he's just obviously not.
Didn't you feel like when he stepped up to the line though, he was missing one of those?
Of course.
Like to me, I'm watching him up there and I'm just like, man, with everything short on his shot tonight and just the legs looking heavy, I'm like, he's totally front rimming one of these. And he did. He bounced the first one off, makes the second, and ultimately that kind of lost the game for them. This is from Opta Stats yesterday, Chop. The Thunder Mavericks game last night was the first playoff game in NBA history where each team attempted at least 20 free throw attempts and one team shot 95% or higher and the other shot 55% or lower. So in other words, minimum 20 free throw attempts for both teams. It is like the largest discrepancy between two teams in terms of their free throw percentage in the history of the NBA. I'll tell you where I thought this one changed. It was 5:59 left in the fourth quarter.
Oh, that late?
5:59 left in the fourth quarter. So obviously, it was kind of on the brink a little bit.
That felt like it was much more than a 7-point lead, like in the third quarter as you go to the fourth.
Yeah. So, they definitely started having some problems. But if you want to tell them, if you want to know, when did you feel like, they're in real trouble in this game? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 5:59 left in the fourth quarter. 6-foot driving floating jump shot. Makes it 84-80. Gafford dunks. Shai comes back down. Knocks down a 17-foot jump shot. Comes back down the floor again. 15-foot pull up. Comes back down the floor. Gets a block on Derek Lively. Comes back down the floor. Makes a 10-foot jumper. Ties the game up. Scores 8 in a row in the span of 90 seconds. And it was when he hit that basket to make it 86-86. I tweeted at the time. I was like, that's the one where Shai was kind of jumping out of bounds and shooting it off the side. When that happened, I was like, you might be in trouble. Even though it's a tie game right now, they look alive right now, and you look completely dead. And then he comes back down the floor, and Shai dishes that ball out to Chet Holmgren for the three that put him up 89-86. And just, I was talking about this with Reggie yesterday.
Well,
you know how we've talked about how they can score so fast, Oklahoma City. And when it happens, it's like, whoa, your 10-point lead is gone in 90 seconds. It happens really quick with them. The thing that's so fascinating specifically about Oklahoma City and the way that they would go on those runs is that their defense feeds off of what they're doing on the offensive end of the floor in those moments. So it's really fast because it's not just Oklahoma City's making their shots. It's Oklahoma City's making their shots, and then on the other end, they're blocking Luka, and then they come down and they make another shot, and then they steal the ball and they make another shot. It's not just you're missing shots or they're defending well. It becomes You start feeling this groundswell on both ends of the court where you're just like, oh, okay, they're feeding off some energy that you don't have right now. And when they tapped into that last night with Shea during that run, I was like, Dallas is too exhausted to match one of these runs right now.
Look, it's a physical team. The series is physical, right? It's fun. So it's a physical series, and they're letting them play at times.
Yeah.
I just look. This is you had a chance in this series again. You can't lose a game when the other team's shooting 38%. You can't lose that game. You did everything right on the defensive side of the ball for a large part of this game, and then Shea just took over.
Oh,
like your best player, and that's 3 straight games from 35-5, 35-5, not 35, 30, 5-5. It's 3 straight games for him. He's playing well. They're frustrating. They're frustrated because they do that same. I love it and I hate it. I have a love-hate with it, where they all get around the guy doing the post-game interview.
I hate it.
I have a love-hate with it. If it was my team, I would love it. I'd be like, hell yeah, unity, all the things. When it's not your team. Yeah, when it's not your team, I'm like, lame, collegiate, whatever. But, dude, you blew it. They blew it last night. I think they blew this thing. They may end up on the series.
They clearly blew the game.
They clearly blew the game.
And, look at that headline coming up. Luka and Kyrie flop as Thunder even series in Dallas.
Oh, man.
That's a tough headline. Yeah, I think it is. Franklin injury attorneys text line. This is specifically what I think we want feedback from you on right now. The Tolos. What are your thoughts on Luka Dončić right now in this playoff run? He's obviously hurt, but how much of this right now do you feel like is on Luka? How much of last night is on Luka? 940 says Kyrie looks gassed, hasn't played this many games in the season near a decade. That's an interesting point. We talked about that earlier this year, that Kyrie had played in 17 straight games or something. And that was the first time he had done that in 9 years. And like he went past even that. But his longest streak of games played consecutively in 9 years was like 16. And he played in a ton of games this year relative to what he had been doing recently. Are we seeing Kyrie's gassed? Luka's clearly hurt. He's banged up. Luka's definitely gassed. But, I mean, look, I know there's a lot of it here. 817, there's going to be a lot of people with that thought. Luka needs to man the F up. And I get it, but I mean, there's also some limitations there. To me, manning the F up for Luka might just be saying to them, I got to sit. Like, I got to sit for a game.
Man, I think it's too late. I don't think you can do that.
Can you afford to have him go out there and do that again? In a tough,
I don't think you have a choice.
It's getting worse. Each game he looks more beat up.
Yeah, but I think that last night was the night to do that. I don't think you can do it now. You sit him now. I mean, you're gonna say, okay, we're willing to go down 3-2 without our best player on the floor. Whether he's your best player right now because he's healthy or not. This is you're not sitting guys in the playoffs to get them healthy.
I mean, Donovan Mitchell
moment was
play
past
last night.
Yeah, they lost.
No, but they were competitive. It was close late. And I'm saying, like, Dallas definitely has the capacity to beat Oklahoma City without Luka. I'm wondering,
risk that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying because
no, I mean, you're right. You're right. Last night would have been the night to do it when you have some margin for error. But man, this is a bad spot to be in right now because you feel like, yeah, you can't sit Luka. You need him. You need all hands on deck. And then at the same time, you're like, how can you put Luka back out there right now with the way that he's moving? He can't defend. He is having trouble getting, enough lift on his shot. Everything's front rimming for him. He's like moving slower than normal. It's just he cannot escape a double team right now to save his life. Like I mean, it's he can't split a double team. There's nothing he can do right now. It's just he is completely drained. And to me, I don't know. There should have been. This was something that we talked about at the end of the Clippers series a little bit. The idea of, hey, you might need to sit him at some point if it gets bad enough. And we're at a point now where you got to ask, is it bad enough? Right now during this series, let me look this up. During the series, Chop, Luka Dončić is shooting 39% from the field, 31% from three, 67% from the free throw line. He has 17 turnovers. That's awful.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. It's a tough watch. It's a tough watch. He's not playing his normal game. Kyrie is not playing his normal. He's doing whatever. I don't know what the hell he's doing out there. They're neither one of them are playing their regular game.
So I think Kyrie's gassed, and I think Kyrie is doing kind of what we were talking about the other day. I think Kyrie is getting into the headspace the last few games of like, I'm running the offense. I'm running the point because Luka can't. And I think it's just, I think the mentality is different there for him.
I'll tell you this. If Kyrie's gassed, then I want everyone to take the same energy they had for Tank Lawrence at the end of the Cowboys season when he said we were just burnt out.
Yeah.
Take the same energy, but they won't. Because people in this town treat the Cowboys one way, ourselves included. We do this too. Treat the Cowboys one way, and the Mavericks and Rangers and Stars are completely different. And we give those other teams a little bit of a pass, and we are hard on the Cowboys.
Man, this is just
use the same energy.
This has been. I think you're at a point right now, and it sounds so funny because we were just talking yesterday about how we all thought like, yeah, Dallas has got this series now, and I still think Dallas wins this series ultimately. That's still my pick. But man, it's the way it went down, and the fact that it's 3 games where Oklahoma City has established like, nope, this is gonna be a slugfest. Like this is gonna be ugly and 15 rounds of blow after blow. That's what this series is gonna be, and that's really tough for Luka the way that he's banged up right now. Luka having to play potentially 3 more of those games. I'll tell you what I don't feel confident in right now at all is that even if they get to the West Finals, I don't feel confident about going up against Minnesota or Denver right now. I mean,
now, like what you need what they gave Denver, which is a week off.
Yeah, that's why you really needed to win last night.
Between game two, and game 3 in the Denver series, they played Monday. They didn't play again until Friday. They needed exactly that. And now I think the schedule does set up well for that, right?
They do get 2 days off, 2 full days off.
Because they don't play until Game 7's Monday, right? It's not.
Well, yeah, Game 6 is Saturday, though. So they'll play Wednesday, and then they get Thursday, Friday off, and then they'll play Saturday for Game 6.
Yeah. So they play the 15th.
So they get 1 extra day off.
Tomorrow, and then the 18th there, the extra day, and then the 20th. Yeah.
This is... I gotta see this right now. So,
by the way, that's probably a miss by the NBA. They should have. They either should have given them more time, or Game 7 should be on a Sunday. They should have done, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, but whatever.
Luka Dončić has 38 career playoff games now.
Okay. Where are we going with this?
4 of his 6 worst career shooting performances have come in the last 8 games.
Yeah, he's absolutely hobbled and he's compromised.
So, like,
which
at what
even
point?
more of a reason why. And listen, if Kyrie's gassed, it's even people are bringing this up on the Fantastic. If Kyrie's gassed, you can't sit Luka.
Man, you're gonna have to. Didn't we have the same talk already though about during the Utah series a couple years ago? You remember when that was the discussion where it's like, hey, I understand Luka's got a strained calf or whatever, but you got to have him out there against Utah. You can't beat Utah without him. And they went ahead and said, like, no, this is important that he's got to heal up here. To me, it feels like Luka's costing you more than he's helping you right now.
He is. He's not helping. Kyrie's not helping either. I mean, he helped in certain parts of this game series, but not last night. Last night he was a non-factor, just a non-factor. But maybe he's tired. I don't know. And I know people are saying Tank said it out loud versus Kyrie not saying anything. I don't want to hear it. Like there's no
Tank. Look, let's be honest.
There's no time for fans have no time for players being tired. It's the playoffs, man. Everyone's tired.
Let's be 100% honest here and real quick about the Tank Lawrence thing, about him saying that out loud. Tank was grasping for something to say in an interview, a reason, because he didn't want to address the reasons that they really had problems in that game, which they weren't prepared. They were, I think, had some chemistry issues and other things that existed. Tank was looking for something and just blurted out, tired, worn down, and that has been,
I know,
pinned to him. But the reality is, they were not tired
No,
in that
they
game
got
against
beat.
Green Bay.
They got beat.
They got their ass beat, and they had a lot of problems off the field.
They did. They got beat. They got beat down. Speaking of the Cowboys, we will get Mavs. Mavs are going to take so much of the show because that is what happened last night was a disaster. We're going to take your phone calls today, too. We are going to go to the people. But we do have a Cowboys season opening opponent. That was announced yesterday. Schedule release is tomorrow in the National Football League. I absolutely love the season opening opponent. I'll tell you why next.
Miss any part of the
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Haskins, another shot. Full traffic. They score! 4-1 Dallas. Donna makes the goal. He's been terrific.
Steve Levy, ESPN with the call. Or as Peyton called him, Steve Levy the other day. Show that age.
Daddy.
Yeah, Donoff, Stars victory, 5-1, dominant fashion over the Avs. That is a commanding 3-1 lead coming back home for a Game 5 tomorrow night.
Over? Because I know we said yesterday, we're like, are we totally comfortable if it's over if they go up 3-1? But I mean, they've kind of run them off the ice the last couple games.
They have shown, I could eat these words very easily, but without Val Nichushkin, who has been their best goal scorer in the playoffs, they have been completely overwhelmed by the Stars in this series.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that the Stars can lose. I mean, they might lose a game or two. I don't see the Stars, knock on whatever this Corrigan, I don't see the Stars losing 3 in a row. So, yeah, West Finals, baby. Give me Edmonton. Give me Vancouver. The Canucks. We like the Canucks. We like calling them Canucks.
Yeah, it's fun.
Give me that one. And then in the East, I kind of don't want to see Carolina. Even though they're getting beat by the Rangers, down 3-2. They had a nice win last night. I kind of don't want to see Carolina.
I think that ultimately this is going to be good for the Stars because they had that tough series against the Golden Knights, and then if they're able to just polish off Colorado, get this done, look ahead a little bit, not have to, stretch this to a game 7, which I think we all felt like this was probably a 7-game series, right? Like it was going to be one of these kind of coin flip series, but they've been incredibly impressive. They're playing really, really well. And I mean, if it's just not for a collapse there in game 1, then you're talking about a 4-0 sweep of Colorado there. In fact, this is the first game, Chop, out of 11 that the Stars have played, that the difference in the final score, not including empty netters, was more than a goal. Every game the Stars have played,
except for this one.
This is the first one. The first 10 games the Stars have played in the playoffs this year, won or lost, they were all within a goal if you don't include the empty netters.
Complete destruction. And this is a game. This is what like a championship team does. They just bury you when they have a chance.
Yep.
They smelled the blood. The moment Nichushkin was in the player assistance program that came out about an hour before the game, half hour before, and he was not going to be available. And he's not going to be available for about 6 months. The moment that happened, the Stars smelled the blood. And they went and they took it, man. What a performance.
Yeah. Dallas Stars, more like the Dallas Sharks. They're from San Jose because they smell blood in the water. I
see what you did there.
They went and attacked.
I see what you did there.
I tried.
I like it. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. What happened with the Dallas Cowboys yesterday? The schedule releases tomorrow. We're going to get leaks all throughout the day.
Oh, and we got a leak.
We got
a big leak. Tom Brady leaked. Tom Brady leaked all over us. Peyton, let's play clip 20. This is Tom Brady along with Michael Strahan yesterday. I was not clear. Do you know where this was?
Where the leak was?
Like where this announcement was made, where Michael Strahan was telling Tom Brady.
Studios?
I don't know. They looked like they were
at a crowd there, though.
Yeah,
right?
They looked like they were at some show, and I couldn't figure it out. But anyway, this is yesterday. Michael Strahan letting Tom Brady know the Dallas Cowboys will be his first call of his NFL play-by-play or NFL color commentating career.
I know you've been waiting to call your first game. Yeah. And I got a little something for you, man. I got some big news. It's huge news because I have a little something that you don't even know. The NFL schedule isn't out yet, but I know a little something about your first game.
Are you going to tell me?
Maybe I will. You want to know?
I want to know.
You want to know?
Damn right I want to know.
All right, drum roll, please. For the first time in 5 years, the NFL on Fox opens with the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be your first game. And also another thing, week 1 is back to being an exclusive doubleheader window for Fox. So how do you like that news? You get to the Cowboys first week.
Amazing. Obviously, having the Cowboys on is a huge draw. As America's team, that's going to get a little hard for me to say that all the time. I understand they were the competition for a long time. But in this new role, I know the Cowboys, how important they are to this network. They got great storylines. Come on, Dak Prescott, let's see if he can finally come through. One of the great defensive players, Micah Parsons, what a great player he is, and Coach McCarthy. So I love covering them. I've been obviously going against them for a long time, and now I get to tell everyone how great they are.
So the Dallas Cowboys will open the season on the road against the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, listen, I love this.
You love the Browns?
Very boring.
I think it's incredibly boring. But look, I'm also the one who said what I said about 15 singles and scoring 30 runs the other day.
No, dude, this is, you guys are not thinking fourth dimensionally like I am. This is such a win.
Yeah, Myles Garrett being able to give Tyler Guyton his very first start in the NFL. That's wonderful, Chop.
Who cares? No. Dak Prescott has proven the cold weather is a kryptonite. So are the playoffs.
He does play worse. He's had some good games in cold weather, but it's worse in cold weather.
Especially with the thumb, since the post-thumb injury.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to get the Cleveland road game in September, this is the best weather you're going to find in Cleveland for the entire season. They easily could have put this game in December. We saw that last year in Buffalo. Mm-hmm. How'd that turn out? Right?
Yeah.
We've seen this team go to Chicago in December. How does that turn out? You want to get Cleveland on the road in September. There is no way to look at this as anything but a massive victory. Yeah, I get it. Tyler Guyton's going up against Myles Garrett. Cool.
Baptism by fire, baby.
If he could play, he could play. All right? If he could play, he could play. I will take that any day of the week over Cleveland in December.
Well, and to that end, I just had to look it up here, Chop. The average high temperature in Cleveland, Ohio on September 8th, which is when the Cowboys will be playing this game,
is 81 degrees.
78.
Perfect.
78 degrees, which if you were to go forward to December 8th, if that's when they had to play the game, wouldn't have been December 8th exactly, but just move forward a couple months. The average high on December 8th in Cleveland is 43 degrees.
Yeah.
Which means you're maybe playing that game in 38 or something like that. So
28.
That's fine.
Or foot of snow.
That's fine. I think it was once we talked through it yesterday, Chop, and we're looking at the idea of which game might be the opener for them. I had really liked the idea of the Texans game.
Well, that was a good idea, and I would not have been upset with that at all.
But you're also a big fan of this because it's the least consequential to playoff odds.
I do not. I didn't want them to open up with Detroit or San Francisco or Philadelphia. Obviously, Philadelphia was already out of the cards because they're playing Green Bay in the opener. But I did not want them because I do believe the Cowboys, for all the offseason problems we've had, I do believe the Cowboys are going to be a 10, 11, 12 win team this year, as they customarily always are if everybody's healthy. So I figured that was going to be the case anyway. So I wanted to get an opener because they don't play in the preseason anymore. Like Dak ain't playing. His first game actually is going to be that week 1. I don't want them to play a big game, a meaningful game against a conference opponent that week. This is best case scenario.
I'm right there with you. I had settled on the idea of I thought Houston would be a more intriguing matchup for them. Cleveland is just such a I have the Joe Kim Noah feeling about it. Like it's all factories, Chop. Do I want to mess with that? I'd like to open at home. I would like to open the season at AT&T Stadium. I don't want to open on the road, but ultimately they go on the road against Cleveland. That'll be a real challenge for Tyler Guyton, going up against that pass rush that the Browns have, specifically, obviously with Myles Garrett. But you're going to be tested pretty early on going in that game against Cleveland. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You don't want to open against the 49ers or you don't want to open against the Lions or one of those teams. But like I said, just throw me somebody with a little more sex appeal than the Browns.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're going to have to play the Browns.
A playoff team, but
they're a playoff team. They're it's an NFL game. NFL games generally are like they're 10 baseball games. all wrapped into one. You know, like they're inherently they're not boring. Yeah, there are levels to the like intrigue of the games. Week 1's going to be intriguing anyway. I'll tell you this: is it not better than the Giants Week 1? I have nothing for the Giants and the Commanders. I wish they could just get those teams off the schedule.
Even with Quinn, you wouldn't have thought it would have. You would have had no intrigue with Quinn and Jaden Daniels and.
All right, Jaden Daniels. I don't care about the coach. I don't care about Dan Quinn. I could not
I'd be a
care
little
less.
interested to see the chess match of what did Dan Quinn learn about Mike McCarthy the last 3 years, and who was the? Because I mean, that's the comparison right there, right? Like, I know everybody said Belichick, but the reality was a lot of people had felt like, okay, if McCarthy's going to get let go, they wanted Quinn as that coach. So, I mean, that's a good opportunity to see your comparison.
Yeah, I get it. I just, I'm not going to like the intrigue for that. The Giants are a boring franchise. The Commanders are a boring franchise.
They are.
So, like, I didn't want to see. Now, the Browns are not exactly, the St. Louis Rams of greatest show on turf here.
Yeah.
But they're still a playoff team, quality team. Good roster, and I'm looking at it from the standpoint of I am getting potentially the worst weather game of the year
out of the way,
and that's in September.
It's a good way to look at it. It's a silver lining, and so I can't blame you there.
Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Of course, you can't blame me. It is I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Mavs lose, Stars win, Rangers lose, and is this megastar guilty of committing a major fan foul? We get into that next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
0-1. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and a smash off the mound through the middle. It's a base hit. One run is home. Here comes Freeman. Leote's throw is way offline. It actually hits a batting helmet between third and the plate. 2 runs are home. Jimenez winds up at third. Ramirez at second. And Cleveland has a 3-run lead.
Eric Nadell with the call in a game you heard right here. Rangers lose 7-0 despite 7 shutout innings from Michael Lorenzen. Almost called him Jared there. Another great pitching performance for the Rangers that does absolutely nothing because the offense is completely inept right now. It is the Dead Bat Society, not poets. I don't think many people
Carpe diem.
Is that the? It's Carpe Omnia.
No, they say Carpe diem in Dead Poets Society though. Seize the day. They also go, my captain, my captain.
Yeah,
it's an awful movie. It's so stupid.
I never really saw it. Too intellectual for me.
I don't know. That's intellectual. It's just a little soft.
They what's that?
It's just a little.
It's just soft. It's just soft. Yeah, it is. It probably is soft. So they lose 7-0 to Cleveland. They are back at it today. 7:05 first pitch, 6:30 pregame. Jack Leiter will take the hill.
Oh baby!
And the Rangers are actually favored in this game.
Boy, how bad is Cleveland's pitcher?
It's 2.60 ERA.
Well, then
Ben
I don't
Lively.
understand that.
Ben Lively. I guess, I don't know. Rangers are minus 115, and both teams are in the minus. Cleveland's minus 105. So Rangers very, very, very slight favorites. You get tickets as low as $16. Head on out to the ballpark tonight. But Jack Leiter on the hill.
Yeah, Jack Leiter will be out there. His first start in Arlington. You can get a Corey Seager World Series replica ring tonight. And
That's
also,
cool.
of course, check out the you can check out the game right here on 105 through the fan. You want some good news, Chop? You want some good Rangers news?
Do it.
Okay, let's give you some good Rangers news. First off, Evan Carter, who was scratched Saturday with a back issue. He had an MRI on Monday and told reporters after the game last night it was best case scenario with the MRI. Turns out it's just some inflammation in his SI joint. Imagine he'll probably be out for a couple days, but this is ultimately as good of a result as they could have hoped for somebody who's had some back issues. And then, despite all of the issues recently with the Rangers on offense, Marcus Semien was named the AL Player of the Week yesterday for the previous week. He hit .419, had an OPS over 1,100, or almost 1,100, 2 home runs, 7 RBIs. Was interesting. And maybe go back and look. First, this is the second Player of the Week that Marcus Semien's won in his entire career. How many Player of the Week awards do you think the Rangers won last year?
4.
2. Seager won 1 in June, and Adolis won 1 in April. Huh. But that's it. Like, at first I thought they've got their list wrong. They accidentally put Corey Seager on the NL side. So when I was first scanning down the AL side, I was like, oh my gosh, the Rangers had 1 Player of the Week last year. But they've already met the goal halfway, so maybe things aren't as bad as we think on the offensive side of the ball.
It's amazing for a team that scored 6 runs in their last 4 games. Semien scored 8 runs over the 7 games. Last week, he scored 8.
He's just outscoring the entire Rangers team.
Outscoring the team.
But there's some good news. There's some positive news. Evan Carter, Jack Leiter gets to start in front of the Arlington crowd. Marcus Semien winning Player of the Week. These are all good things, Chop. We don't have to be sad about them.
We don't have to be sad about it. The pitcher's been fantastic. Just need the offense to start scoring, because that offense is in a funk right now. And, of course, they've got some injuries with, obviously with Langford and Josh Young, and just a little bit beaten up. Let's do a little bit of let's laugh. There's some non-sports stuff here.
Okay.
Although it does have a sports angle to it.
It does.
Morgan Wallen, whose music I find just tremendous, and him as a person just awful.
Didn't you call him like the greatest country artist of his generation?
He will be the greatest country. Him and George will be the 2 greatest of all time. He's gonna surpass
George Jones. Yep.
George Strait.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He's going to surpass Garth. So it's going to be him and George fighting for the full autonomy stick when it comes to country music, in my opinion. But awful guy. Awful. Just terrible human. He's usually in trouble with the law.
Yep.
Now he's in trouble with sports fans, Bobby.
The 98 Braves.
Yes, the team that nobody remembers because they lost in the NLCS or whatever.
I have a soft spot in my heart for this song, actually.
It is a good song.
Well, not only because I like the idea of you're comparing a heartbreak to a heartbreak that you experienced as a young sports fan.
Yeah, as a 5-year-old, because I went and looked, like he was 5.
I can resonate with that though, because I will be honest with you. Okay, I was about to make a really terrible joke about my own life, and I'm not going to do it. But the 06 Mavs title loss, I still can't get over.
And how old were you then? 17?
17.
Yeah, it was tough. It was a tough loss.
And that was one of the that's one of those ones that I couldn't listen. I used to listen to you all the time, RJ Choppy. I had to turn off the radio for several months because I was like, I know that's all anybody's going to be talking about. Is they're going to be talking about what the Mavericks just did and how they collapsed and choked, and I can't hear it.
I can't
hear it discussed.
I don't blame the Mavs at all. I blame Bennett Salvatore.
Morgan Wallen is somebody who, big Braves fan, has claimed the Braves consistently, and is someone who, like I said, just writes a song there talking about, relationship heartbreak is the same as this heartbreak of the 98 Braves losing to the San Diego Padres, Bruce Bochy and the San Diego Padres. Well, Morgan Wallen is getting crushed for his performance in Philadelphia last week. So Morgan Wallen goes out on stage and he puts on a Phillies City Connect jersey. And that's one thing in and of itself, to put on a Phillies City Connect jersey. Okay, artists will go into town and put on the jersey of the city that they're in. Okay, whatever. Just do that. In fact, I wouldn't do it, but if you're going to do it, just do it, Sean. Instead, Morgan Wallen puts it on and then goes out of his way to just praise Philly. And he's telling them, I got to be honest, I almost didn't even perform 98 Braves tonight because y'all have kicked our ass so bad the last 2 years. And it started after he played 98 Braves, there was an entire stadium going, let's go Phillies.
Yeah.
And then he still slides on that jersey. Could you imagine if Post Malone was performing in Philadelphia and after the 2022 season when Philly won the division, if Post Malone had thrown on an Eagles jersey and said, I almost didn't perform the song where I say, I don't remember what the name of the song is, where he's like, last call, touchdown, fourth quarter, Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
He's like, I almost didn't perform that song because you Eagles, you guys were the division champs this year. I cede to you.
Or if he changed the lyric to Hurts.
Yeah. We would kill him here.
Destroy him.
And he would never do it. Because he is a legit Texan, Post Malone. Post Malone going on Kill Tony a couple weeks ago wearing a Texas Rangers hat. He's a legit, and his new song with Morgan Wallen, he's wearing the Danucci, the True Brand hat.
That's my hat.
He was getting.
I found that hat.
He was getting killed, Morgan Wallen, by Braves fans on social media. And there's this Philadelphia sports blog called Crossing Broad.
Crossing Broad, that's a good one.
It's very good, and they roasted him. They were just kind of like, yeah, that's right. You're our son. That's what you are.
They sunned him.
This is what they write here. Kyle Pagan, or Pagan, I don't know how you pronounce it. He goes, I want to make a promise to the people who read this site. If I ever become the most famous country singer in the world and go on a massive tour performing in stops like Dallas, New York, and Boston, I will never be the guy who wears the colors of a rival team so I can sell a couple more t-shirts. That's a guarantee to you from me. I'm not some fraud Braves fan like Morgan Wallen, who wore the Philly City Connect jersey proudly after we kicked their ass 2 years straight in the playoffs. He did this after he talked about wearing the City Connect, after he acknowledged the ass kicking the Phillies gave them. He even admitted to almost not playing his song 98 Braves because of said ass kicking. For anyone who isn't a fan of Morgan Wallen, the song talks about the 106-win 98 Braves team that lost there. After he played the song, the best fans in baseball came through with a Let's Go Phillies chant. People were juiced up for the concert. They had to wait an entire year after it was postponed in 2023. Dallas Goedert was there. And this is something that we've had an issue with.
Garth Brooks does this a lot. Like, he'll wear a jersey. Tim McGraw does this. Like, they'll wear the jersey of where they're going.
People do, like, it's not just
artists.
A lot of artists do it, and that's okay.
It's okay. It's your chief rival. It's a little bit different.
I think it's a little much to basically say, I got to be honest, guys. You're so much our daddy. I almost didn't sing my song.
Yeah. I will admit this. My fandom's for sale.
Yes.
In anything's for me. If I go play, if I was the biggest country star, and I did a concert at Bryant Denny Stadium in Alabama, and I knew it was going to make me an extra $1 million, I'll wear a Bama jersey.
You would?
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't care.
That
sickens me.
I should sicken you. I am a human of ill repute. I should sicken you. Everything about me should sicken you.
But I hate this. I hate that this is specifically that city, Philly.
They've become Philadelphia.
People are terrified of them.
They have
Bryce Harper went, I'm going to abandon my lifelong Cowboys fandom because I live here now and I don't want to die.
The city of Philadelphia has become like the Chicago Cubs, like the lovable losers, where everybody's like, I'm kind of rooting for them. It's weird. Like, this was like one of the most hated cities in the world, and somehow all of a sudden they've become, especially the Phillies, like the Phillies particularly, the baseball team, they've become like the lovable losers, even though they're not really losers. Like, they win a lot.
They're
always in the playoffs.
You want to hear some of the Braves fan feedback that was on Reddit? Here's some of the takeaways that were on Braves Reddit. No real Braves fan would put a Phillies jersey on. Somebody said, I wouldn't be caught dead in one. And if someone puts one on my dead body, I'll haunt their sorry ass. Somebody says, dude has a hit song called 98 Braves. He was 5 that year. He's as fake as they come. This effing clown is simping to win over fans that booed their own team in their home opener. They can keep him. Guy is just a walking disaster on and off the stage. Morgan Wallen continues to prove how trash he is. Braves fans lighten him up, but sports fans were lighting him up. The Crossing Broad was lighting him up. They were saying, like, hey, you were giving us props, and I don't care. You're soft. I would never do that.
Frankel, injury attorney's fan text. Bad Bunny wore a Rangers hat here. There's no way he remembers the 98 Braves, born in 93. Billy Joel wore a Cowboys hat here. He's pandering. John Cena spent years wearing jerseys. It's pandering. Morgan wore a DeMarcus Ware jersey on stage last time he came around. That was an odd choice.
I think it was a Randy Gregory jersey.
You think so?
Yeah, I just saw 94 and it was Randy Gregory.
Morgan Wallen just trying to get on fans' good side of the after the chair incident.
Boy, this is just. But is this a fan code violation? Now, Peyton, talk us through this thought process a little bit, I guess, because I know you
did. Posty wear a Chiefs jersey at the Super Bowl?
They had him put one, like Brittany Mahomes had him put one on in the club, and then he was like, oh, okay, fine. Or he put on a hat or something like that. Peyton Russell, you are somebody who is not a real fan and will wear other teams' gear like you did with Texas Tech.
Wow.
Explain to us Morgan Wallen's thought process a little bit.
Well, so I wore the Texas Tech shirt because I was going to my girlfriend Mackenzie. She went to Texas Tech, and so we went to a bowl game, and I wasn't just not going to wear any gear, and she bought it for me. She spent her own money on a polo for me to wear, so I wore it. And now, yes, I'm a Texas fan, but I don't think of Texas Tech as like a big time rivalry. Like if it was A&M or OU, like no, I wouldn't have touched it. I wouldn't have touched an Eagles jersey or an Astros jersey, but it was just Texas Tech. I was just doing it to be nice.
Is this a parallel here, you think, for a Braves fan to wear a Phillies jersey, or do you think that's worse than what you did?
Maybe a little bit, but I don't know. The rivalry is big. Like it doesn't seem like a big time. I know they're division rivals, but it's not like Boston, New York, or something like that. Like I thought you could let it slide, but
they're big.
Braves fans are not.
They're big. You know, Mets and Phillies are the big rivals for the Braves. I'm surprised that you don't think Texas Tech's a big rival for Texas.
Clippers. Would you throw on a Clippers jersey? A team that beat you twice in the playoffs.
I mean, we beat them last time. So.
But before that, would you have thrown on a Clippers jersey at a concert because somebody wanted you to?
If they bought it for me, yeah.
Oh, you're the worst. Yeah. You are the worst type of sports fan. You pick the Avalanche. You're like, yeah, I'll throw on a Clippers jersey.
Have four.
What do you like? Dallas County. Don't ever let this man on the jury because the defense can buy him. Coward.
Yeah, they absolutely could. I'm for sale too. What the heck happened to the Dallas Mavericks last night? It is Sean and RJ 6 a.m. Club. Shout out to you. 7 o'clock next on the Fan.
You can either go to Bobby's place after the show to hear more, or it's probably easier to hear everything you missed this morning on our Odyssey app, presented by
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Washington gets it into Dončić at three-quarter court. Takes one dribble, fires a 70-footer. It doesn't matter. It misses, and the Thunder come to Dallas and even the series at 2 victories apiece, getting the Game 4 victory, 196.
Oh, man. That was ugly.
I don't like the Matt Pinto energy there either.
I don't either. That was very condescending.
Yeah, he's like, takes a 70-footer, doesn't matter.
Yep, I know. Very condescending at the end. Mavericks fall to the Oklahoma City Thunder 196 in Game 4 in a crushing fashion. It's Sean and RJ 105 to the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton and Ryan alongside here. Bobby, I don't even know where to start with what happened here, and I guess we'll just start with what is going on with Luka and Kyrie last night.
Man, okay, so Luka, we obviously know he's hurt and he's exhausted. I saw some people suggesting, is he pressing a little bit? I don't think this is pressing.
I think he's hurt.
I think he doesn't have anything. Look at this here. You've got ESPN up there. Combined 27 points, fewest in a game as teammates, regular season and playoffs in the history of Luka and Kyrie together. That is just brutal right there. So that's the biggest problem with Luka. And then Kyrie, I don't know. We've been talking about this as a theme all series, even when they've won games. It's like he's so passive right now.
That was disappointing. Kendrick Perkins on Twitter, Luka has been horrible this entire postseason. That might be a bit much.
I mean, he's not been Luka.
He's not been Luka,
but he's had a couple. He's had two really good games.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he's still getting triple doubles all over the place. Kyrie is the one I'm most disappointed in last night. I know, like, there are stuff there's things that he does that doesn't show up in the box score. You need your number two when your number one is clearly hobbled. You need your number two to step up at more than 9 points.
Yeah.
You need him to step up with more than 11 field goal attempts. You can't be sitting there, and I'm not saying Kyrie was doing this, but you can't sit there and wait for P.J. Washington to bail you out anymore. All right, you got your 2 games out of him.
P.J. Washington played well last night. He was not as good, but I mean,
he played well.
Led him in points, knocked down another 5 threes.
Yeah, he played well, but he didn't play like P.J. played in the previous 2 games, which was, let's be fair, the only reason why the Mavs were up 2-1 was because of P.J. Washington.
Mm-hmm.
In those, if he has last night's performance in the previous 2 games, the series probably ended last night. So, like, they've been the better team, quotes, but how much of that has been because of PJ? Like, Luka's just off. He's not healthy, but he needs to be. He's not doing things that he normally does to help the team. He's dribbling balls off his foot, losing turnovers, things that he just doesn't do. And then he does the typical Luka stuff where he kind of, I don't want to say quits on plays, but you know what happened there with Chet at the end?
Man, when Chet was bad. Yeah, that was he. And again, was it just he physically felt he couldn't get there? Maybe. Or is it just like, I don't have the energy for this. I'm not doing this. But I mean, he just refused to close out. Chet got a good look. He kind of throws an arm up, puts it up. But man, if you hold the Oklahoma City Thunder to 38% shooting and they shoot 25%, 26% from 3, you have to win that game.
Yeah, you do. But when you go and basically are 50% from the free throw line, that ain't going to happen. You cannot, as a professional organization, shoot 52.5% for the charity.
You can't be Bruce Bowen as a team. It's not going to work.
No, it's not going to work. You know, and those games are going to happen, right? You're going to have those. You're going to have nights where you just collectively can't shoot. And this is a low-scoring game until like that flurry. Like there was a point in this game where it was like, I think it was like mid-4th quarter. They were like 75 points for the Thunder.
Yeah. I mean, there was 5 minutes left. It was what, 8 or no, less than that. 4 minutes left. It was like 86.
Yeah, and that's low for today's game. But you know, the Mavericks shot themselves in the foot. If they just make a handful of those free throws, they win this game. They win it going away. The Thunder only had a chance to come back because the Mavs kept letting them stay in it. Part of that's for the free throw line. Part of it was turnovers. Part of it was missed shots. It's a bad game. This was there's no other way to put it. This was the demoralizing game. And if they go lose this series, you point to the third quarter and you point to the free throws.
Yeah. No, and that's the biggest thing coming out of this game is you felt like they didn't necessarily beat you last night. You just collapsed. Luka missing that free throw. I understand you're tired and have that, but whatever energy you conserved not closing out on Chet Holmgren, I was hoping you would save to have a little bounce in your legs for that free throw, but you can't shoot, like you said, you can't shoot 52% from the free throw line in a playoff game and expect to win. I mean, the difference there, they both took last night like right around the same number of free throws. 23 for Dallas, 24 for Oklahoma City. You lost a game by 4 where they scored 11 more points at the free throw line than you, even though they took 1 more than you. That can't happen.
No, it can't. It can't. And yes, was the team tired? Yeah, they were absolutely gassed at the end. Listen, that's part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Playing every other night is part of playing basketball. I don't want to hear that Kyrie is gassed. Oh, wow, he played 17 games in a row. I mean, do we have to go back and look at games played in years past where guys were playing 82 games a night or a year and still playing every game in the playoffs? And, I mean, were they tired? Of course. You're all tired. It's the playoffs, man. Everyone's tired. And everyone's a little bit hurt. They're all tired.
This was, we lost a number of reliable statistics last night, Chop. Mavericks were 17-0 this year when they had a double-digit lead at halftime. That turned out to be a loss. We had been saying that when P.J. Washington hits 5 threes, Mavericks were undefeated. He hit 5. They lost. And our Matt Pinto over-under of 10.5 cha-ching of Thunder Money Balls. It hit 7, and they still won.
Oh, man. The Bobby Belt theory failing us.
A number of ways.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Number of ways across the board. Celtics 109-102 over Cleveland.
That was a flat game from the Celtics.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there was no spider, and you still barely. I mean, they hung around. Cleveland hung around in this one, and maybe you had thought the Mavs should sit Luka just to give him a rest.
I just think it's at least something you gotta consider right now. The way that he's playing and the problems that they have.
My only take on that is, man, if you were going to do that last night was the time to do that.
Probably. You may have missed your window to do it. But they may have felt comfortable, like where they were at. And I mean, Jason Kidd, this is Cut 7. Jason Kidd seems pretty comfortable with where they're at heading into Game 5 still.
Oh, this is a great group. This is a tight-knit group, and we've always bounced back. And so we just got to focus on Wednesday. We'll come in tomorrow. We'll watch film. We'll talk about what we have to do to get better. But we've been in this situation before, so we can learn from the past. This is the number 1 team in the Western Conference. It's 2-2, so we get to keep playing, and we get to play on Wednesday.
Boy, he sounded as sincere with his tone there in the, we're confident heading into game 5, as my wife does when I say, "What's wrong?" She goes, "Nothing."
Boy, there's nothing.
I believe her nothing as much as I believe Jason Kidd. Like, we're good. Game 5. What's the big deal?
Is it I'm fine or the letter K?
Oh, K I think is just universally known. Like, that's not even passive aggressive anymore. That's just they're telling you to jump in a lake. That's what they're doing. But fine.
The ones with Eagle Mountain where they got haters.
Yeah. Or White Rock. She's saying she's going to throw you in White Rock.
The poop?
No.
I'm sorry.
Give
me the Gators over the poop any day of the week.
You got fine and nothing.
Fine.
How are you?
Fine. Or it's nothing.
Yeah,
okay.
It's fine.
They're all bad. They're all bad. None of them are any good.
Yep.
Stars get a big victory in Game 4 over the Avs.
Heiskanen, they are isolated through the seam. Johnson shoots and scores. The 20-year-old has his second of the night. A shorty and a power play goal. And it's 2-0 Dallas.
ESPN for the call. This team is a wagon. They cannot be stopped. Absolute destruction. They've dominated every game of the series. 5-1 over the Colorado Avalanche, who before the game lost their best goal scorer of the playoffs and Vander Chuskin for 6 months.
Yep. He's and we don't know exactly what he's gotten in trouble for or what he's getting help for or whatever. It's very vague, but that was a bomb that got dropped yesterday before the game. And I mean, maybe that's I don't know, did Colorado have an idea that this was coming?
Maybe.
So were they that surprised by it, or did this catch them off guard? But yeah, the fact that they're going to be missing Val Nichushkin now is big time for the rest of the series. And this is a series I think we all feel like is over now. At 3-1, I wasn't anticipating coming in here feeling that way if they were to win last night, but that's also because I expected something a little tighter. Dallas really put it to them. And man, they are putting on display, Chop, that best road record in hockey this year. They're now, between Vegas and this series against Colorado, 4-1 on the road and just looking completely confident whether they're at the AAC or away from it.
Well, in the first two games, despite the fact that they split them, again, I've said before, when you're up 3-0 and 4-0, I don't need the final score. I know who the better team is. They were the better team. Colorado just had this amazing rush at the end of both games to win one and to scare you in another. But then in the last two games in Colorado, I mean, they just put it to them.
Yeah, it's been, those were dominant performances. Like I mean, as strong as we thought they played in Game 3, which defensively they were great. You didn't see offensively that they were, really getting a lot of great shot opportunities in Game 3. But last night they took it up another level. Like that was best game of the series for them. Was that game last night?
Oh, for sure. It was the best game of the playoffs.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, it was a tremendous effort. And now, they come back and it'll be tomorrow night, and they'll be able to wrap things up.
Same time as the Mavs game.
Perfect. Love it. Love not being able to watch.
No, it won't be.
Is it not?
Stars are at 7. Mavs are at 8:30.
Good. Oh, yeah, because they got moved.
Because the Stars are the only game on.
Yeah, that's why. Because they got moved. Yep. Because the fact that there was an opportunity, an opening for them to play that. But
so wait a second. There was there's no other game?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Just the Stars. That's right. I'd forgotten. They'd thrown that out there last week.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, because tonight's Bruins, Panthers, Vancouver, and Edmonton.
They're giving Carolina and New York another day, I think.
Do they finish it off, Chop?
They finish it off? Yes.
Thursday night.
Yes, they do.
Thursday night, it's done in 5. Peyton, I know you picked Avs in 2, but do you think
that's
the
out
Stars
the window. Yeah, I mean, if you're the Stars, you have to. I mean, you have all the momentum going your way. Avs are down right now. You just took two straight from Colorado. In Colorado, you have to win in Game 5. Just get out of the way. Take the rest, for the West Finals, but you got to get out of the way. You're at home, too.
Yeah. Because that Vancouver series, I mean, that could go long. That could go a long way. So you want to get this thing over with, get some rest. Maybe not too much rest. Right? You don't want 9 days off.
You don't know. Well, no, especially, I mean, we were talking about that, especially if you're a goalie.
Yeah, they want to see it.
That rust, they want to go ahead and play it. We'll ask Craig Ludwig at 8 o'clock about all this.
Yes, we will. Rangers lose 7-0 to Cleveland. The offense not helping out Michael Lorenzen, who had 7 innings, 1 hit, no runs, and they lose 7-0. That's right. Cleveland scored 7 runs in the last 2 innings.
Yeah, it kind of sucked, Chop, to be honest. But I mean, this is what the Rangers offense is right now. They have absolutely no power. It's all, even when they're hitting the ball and they're having decent at bats, the power is just not there right now. And last night that wasn't the case either.
No.
It was just they were not getting on base. They were not threatening really all night. And for Cleveland, just basically go into that 8th inning of a 0-0 ball game and you come out of this, you lose 7-0. That feels really emblematic of a lot of what the Rangers have going on right now.
Leclerc comes in the top of the 8th, throws a third of an inning, allows 3 runs. Only threw 16 pitches to give up those 3 runs. Latz gives up a run in 2/3 of an inning. White, 3 runs on 3 hits, and a walk in his inning of work. And the Rangers lose 7-0. Back at it today, 6:30 pregame right here, 105.3. The Fan. Jack Leiter will be on the hill.
He is. So hopefully he can save the bullpen a little bit.
Let's see. All right, Sean and RJ, 105.3. The Fan. Ask Reddit. And we hear from the Cowboys' new/old defensive coordinator. It's all coming up next year on 105 through the Fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
G-Bag Nation is giving away one-of-a-kind fan T-shirts while supplies last. Wednesday, it's tomorrow, in Flower Mound, Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, 1175 Justin Road. Get there a little bit before 2 o'clock so you can get in line and get those fan T-shirts, one-of-a-kind fan shirts, Southern Leisure Spa and Patio, 1175 Justin Road in Flower Mound tomorrow for the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah, that stuff goes really fast when we have station promo items like that. And because, I mean, we did, you remember, we were at the Colony for the Firehouse tour and we got those beanies and they showed up like at 7 or whatever. And they were gone.
They were gone at 5:45.
No, I mean, they were gone within 30 seconds of us opening the box. Like people were standing there waiting to collect them. And so, yeah, if you want to get one of these T-shirts, while supplies last is the important part. So you got to get out there to Southern Leisure and Spas in Flower Mound right there at 2 o'clock. Say what's up to the G-Bag boys. And I don't know, check out a hot tub, something like that. Say what's up to our promo team.
Great deals on hot tubs.
It's a great spot. I don't know, maybe we can go, we'll all go hang out afterwards. Maybe I'll just go hang out with the listeners because that's right in my hood.
Yeah,
so
it is. You should go do that.
We call it the Mound. That's what we call it.
No, I used to live there.
No, I know it's Flomo.
Oh, Flomo.
I know it's Flomo. I know.
With 2 capital letters. You got to capitalize the M.
F capital F, L-O, capital M-O. But it's all written together.
It's all together. Flomo. Hey, you don't know these things, do you?
No, I don't think I knew that.
You call it the wall or just the rock?
The rock. The wall.
There was,
maybe if you live there.
Is that what Trump's visiting this weekend?
In New Jersey, there's a township called the Wall. It's called the Wall Township. The Wall. It's like, and we used to play them in basketball, and they would full court press from the opening tip. We're gonna make a wall. We're gonna build the wall, and you're not gonna get by this wall. I hated them.
Roger Waters lives there, I think. The Wall.
I was like, wait, the Pink Floyd?
Yeah.
I was like,
Peyton definitely doesn't get that job.
No, he has no idea. Okay, my Cowboys rookie minicamp was over the weekend. Mike Zimmer speaking.
Yes, let's talk about some other things that Peyton probably has no awareness of due to his youth. After we played How Young is Peyton Russell last week. Peyton Russell, who is Mike Zimmer?
He is the Cowboys defensive coordinator.
Bring yourself up.
There we go.
Fantastic job by Peyton Russell there. Okay, so Mike Zimmer was on the Doomsday podcast.
Oh, mostly. Yeah, Doomsday. It's a podcast. Me and Warder. We're going to talk Cowboys. I was on the Hashmarks blog on ESPN back in the day. I started Archer's career. It's because of me. I gave them all the nations, ESPN Nation. I started it all.
I am such a fan of that impression.
I don't think anybody gets it.
I do, and I just want you to know it makes me happy. And I love Matt. Matt is such a. I eat Matt. I eat dinner with Matt. I eat dinner with Matt in the press box every couple games at AT&T Stadium, but he's awesome. So the Doomsday podcast with Ed Werder and Matt Mosley interviewed Mike Zimmer. I believe it was over the weekend, but they dropped it this week, just yesterday, and there's some really good stuff in here from Mike Zimmer. And I think that when you're asking questions about, can Mike Zimmer be a modern era football coach? Because a lot of people heard, he's 67, he's kind of old school. It's like, no, if you look at the concepts that Mike Zimmer pushes, he's very forward thinking. And he's really popularized the double A gap blitzes that we see in the NFL today, which for those of you that don't understand what that is, what the A gap is. So the A gap are the openings between the center and guard. So there's an A gap over the right shoulder of the center. There's an A gap over the left shoulder of the center. Mm-hmm. And those are the A gaps there. And you continue to go out on the offensive line. The next gap would be B gaps. The outside is C gaps. So Mike Zimmer is a big fan of bringing pressure right over both shoulders of the center with blitzes. It's called the double A gap blitz. And so he's got a big part of that. He uses really complex coverage schemes. So I think it's interesting to listen to some of his thoughts and some of his perspective and kind of get an idea of what he's planning to do with this personnel, how it might be different from Dan Quinn. So this is the first clip here. Just a general overview. He was asked, Mike, what are your impressions of this roster that you've inherited?
There's a lot of talent here. I do think we're thin in some areas, but hopefully we've accomplished some of the things in the draft with Nealon and Marist, trying to get those guys up to speed and adding a few bigger bodies. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been exciting. You look at the success they've had over especially the last 3 years. It's fun to work with these guys.
I think that's really interesting that
he would even just called him Marist. He didn't even bother trying to say his last name.
No, I mean that's what a lot of the people were doing with us on DallasCowboys.com. Like even when the scouts walked in, they're like, "Yeah, Marist is great," but like there was I'm not going to butcher the last name. But I liked in that clip that he acknowledges right away. He doesn't say, we've kind of rolled our eyes at times when we've heard Mike McCarthy and Stephen Jones since the season ended say, "Yeah, I think we're better than we were at the end of last season." It's like how. How is that possible? I'll say, well, we're getting Trayvon Diggs back, and we're getting this. Mike Zimmer saying right there, he said it. He's like, look, we got a lot of really good players. We're thin in some areas. Like he's acknowledging right now, like we are lacking for sure. And hopefully some of these draft picks are going to help us out. So I like the steady, reasoned evaluation there from Mike Zimmer in terms of what kind of players he has on the defensive side of the ball. So the question then is, he's talking about they're doing some good things, or they did some good things last year. All right, well then what are you going to do differently from Dan Quinn?
We're going to go about it trying to put the players in the best position and then go from there, trying to continue to do the good things they've done. You know, they've been a very pressure-based defense, which I love. You know, they've got some really good pressure players. We've lost some good players too, but you know, I think there might be a little bit of a mixture of, you know, pressure and coverage and disguise and things like that maybe can help us and maybe not get as many turnovers or all those. But, you know, I think if you go back and look at my history throughout the time, there's been a lot of sacks, you know, a lot of pressure, low scoring games, you know, so that's really what we want to try and do is keep the scores down. And if we, you know, get opportunities to get turnovers, interceptions, and sacks, and so be it.
And just before we react to that Mike Zimmer clip, breaking news on 105 through the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Monday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers, allegedly, and the New York Jets against the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, man. The Jets get the Bills and then San Fran back-to-back week ones. And you know, Aaron Rodgers fresh off that Achilles.
Was that was a Monday night game he got hurt in last year, wasn't it?
It was either Monday or Sunday night.
Yeah, it was Monday.
It was Monday night, so they're opening on Monday night again.
Them. So ESPN's like, we were going back to the well. We didn't get it last year. We're getting it this year.
So there you go. Jets and 49ers. Okay, so on that point of what Mike Zimmer had said, they're talking about how they're going to be different. I thought it was interesting what he mentioned there. He said disguising coverages a little bit more because Dan Quinn did sort of just show you what he wanted to do. That was part of his philosophy. I'm going to show you what I want you to do. We're going to press. We're going to make things uncomfortable for you, but you're going to schematically kind of see the way we're set up to start. Zimmer's not that way. Zimmer will disguise coverages at the snap. And I thought that was interesting. But the other part of that, Chop, was you've always said turnovers are not sustainable. Turnovers in terms of like on the defensive side, generating turnovers, you can't bank on that being the top team all across the board. Sounds like that's something that Mike Zimmer feels like because he said, look, we're going to probably lose something in the turnover battle a little bit. He's like, but we're not going to give up points. And that to him is the bigger thing. So he says negative yardage plays, playing stingy, not giving up points. That's going to be more of a priority to him rather than taking the ball back. And that's something that I would guess you would be in favor of.
Listen, there's a tug of war in football with the people who think that coverage is more important than pressure or coverage versus turnovers. It's a tug of war that goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather have a corner that takes a ton of risks and has a ton of picks but also gets beat a lot, or a corner that takes no risks and doesn't really give up a lot of yards?
Do you want
Byron Jones?
Want a Byron Jones defense or a Trayvon Diggs defense? And Mike Zimmer wants a Byron Jones defense.
I've always been, give me the Byron Jones type player. I get it. You're not going to get interceptions. You're not going to get, you'll get some pass deflections, but what you're mostly going to get is you're not going to get catches. I think Byron his last year he gave up 324 yards like all year.
Yeah, I mean he was,
but he doesn't intercept the ball. That you got to live with that.
Yeah, you're not going to get the ball back. You're not going to be you're not going to score touchdowns like Deron Bland if this defense
third and tens.
Yeah, exactly. And you're going to get the ball back. You're going to lose something because you're not going to have the 5 interception returns for touchdowns from Deron Bland.
Right. So you're going to lose the points that you get there, but hopefully you get the ball back with better field position.
Now this is a lengthy cut here, but I think it's the one that's going to be most relevant to you, Chop, because you have a particular interest in how are the Cowboys going to use Micah Parsons? Because you don't want him to be a linebacker. You want him rushing the passer.
I want him rushing the pass, but I don't mind if they use him from the A gap.
Sure. And he's got to be, look, if you're going to stand him up to rush as a linebacker and have him use his blitzes, you can't just blitz him every time he's standing up as a linebacker because that kind of defeats the purpose of disguising what he's doing. But this is a longer clip here. Mike Zimmer, is Micah Parsons going to be part of those double A gap blitzes, or what exactly is the plan?
He's such an outstanding pass rusher, right? And getting to the quarterback and making negative plays that if he's standing here in that A gap, that center's going to him, right? And so this guy right here is going to be in charge of the back. So there's going to be some times where, he'll be rushing from there. There'll be times when he's rushing there and, we're getting the protection turned the way that we want it turned, and we can bring and get 2 on the back. So there'll be a lot of different ways that we'll be doing some of that. And sometimes he'll be lined up outside. Sometimes he'll be lined up somewhere back there. But we're going to move him around, yeah. I hired Greg Ellis, or Mike hired Greg Ellis, to help with the defense and the pass rush, and Greg was the best I've ever been around using his hands and setting guys up with rushes and things like that. So, our job is to try to get, in a lot of the games last year where they didn't play quite as good defensively, the offensive schemed Parsons a lot. The back was checking, and coming over here, or they got the 2 tight ends over there and they're both staying and all the protections turned that way. So our job is, if teams are going to do that, number one, figure out a way how we can still use him where we want him, and number 2, how can we use other people to affect those kind of protections.
So he was asked, how are you going to be different from Dan Quinn? He said, we're going to disguise some things a little bit differently, do this or that. I think the most telling answer he gave about how he's going to be different from Dan Quinn was right there, where he wasn't even asked about it, where he was asked about Micah Parsons, and he flat out called out in a kind way, but he called out that there were times last year when you look at tape that teams were doing things to neutralize Micah Parsons and there were no adjustments to it. They did not adjust. They didn't change the game plan. And he's like, we have to be on top of that because teams aren't wondering who Micah Parsons is. They know who he is. They know what he can do. They're trying to take him out of the game. It's our responsibility to counter that with different looks, different blitz packages. Like he said just there, him talking about the way that they're going to try and move him around and the sort of responsibilities and shift things in terms of responsibilities for what the offense is supposed to do in terms of their blocking schemes. He's got a plan for Micah Parsons, but I think it's really important to know this, Job. Just last thing. This is something that I know just from talking to people in that building. He has been very deliberate since he got in the building about figuring out how he wants to use Micah. Like, that has been a big priority.
You have to.
That's been a big priority for him. And it's one of those where, when he sat down and at his press conference, they said, what's your plan for Mike? And he's like, I haven't talked to Mike yet. I think I need to talk to him before I start talking about that. I think he genuinely did not know yet what he wanted to do because he knew there were so many options and he felt like there's so many different things that we have to counter with the attention that Micah gets from the opposing offense that it sounds like the first couple weeks he was here in the building, Mike Zimmer was spending a lot of time just trying to formulate, how do I free him up more consistently so we don't have these stretches of games or consecutive games where Micah disappears?
Look, I think you have to. That has to be your first priority if you're the defensive coordinator here is figuring out the best way to use the best player. Arguably the best player on the field, period, in any game he plays. You have to figure out how to use him.
The most naturally gifted, for sure.
Yeah, look, the quarterback of the team is going to be more impactful, but he is probably the most talented player on the field in any game he plays, for the most part.
Yeah, I agree with that. And look, he talked about all these different skill sets that he has, but teams still have ways of neutralizing that, and he has to come around and counteract that. And it sounds like he said in games where they didn't play so well defensively last year, you saw people doing things to take Mike out of the game, and there weren't adjustments to it. And so I thought that was very telling. Let's do one more clip. We got some other audio. We may play some more of this at 8:40. But one more clip here. We always talk about the importance of run defense, right? Stopping the pass should probably be your priority. But if you completely neglect the run or you don't have the personnel to stop the run, that's going to be just as damaging as giving up the passing game. So the importance of run defense, Mike Zimmer.
My first game as a coordinator, we played the Eagles opening day, and it was the pickle juice game.
I remember that.
The onside kick the first game. And that year, I was coming to the secondary coach and say, hey, turn these guys loose, let them rush. And we gave up 220 yards rushing that day. So from that day on, there's always been an emphasis on stopping the run. And, I think you can go back through the time when I was from here all the way through Minnesota that we've put a major emphasis on the run game and it being a priority to do that in order to rush the passer.
So that's become a big focus for him throughout his career. Obviously, a defensive backs coach. We joke sometimes, for instance, like, Mike McCarthy's a quarterback guy. He's going to be standing over by the quarterbacks during practice. Or Cliff Kingsbury, he's not even bothering with the defense over there.
Yeah.
Mike Zimmer kind of acknowledged there that coming into the defensive coordinator position from a secondary coach, he maybe hadn't given enough weight to his ideas on how to stop the run. He's got a rude awakening that very first game, the pickle juice game of how important it can be.
Pickle juice game.
You cannot have tissue paper for your run defense.
No.
You've got to have some sort of level of resistance, and that's clearly still a big priority for him. So we'll play some more of this Mike Zimmer stuff because there's some interesting cuts in here about the corners that they have. He starts talking a little bit about what he learned from Parcells, and in addition to that, what they have in the linebacker room. So we'll get to the rest of that Mike Zimmer audio at 8:40. But now it's time for Mike Zimmer's favorite segment of the week. I don't know that. I just assume.
I assume it is.
Brian brought us his favorite. They're both old crusties. Mike Zimmer's favorite segment of the week. Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. We want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube, on the fan text, and we're going to kick around some of these topics here in our studio as well. This is Ask Reddit. We do it every Tuesday where we collect some of the most viral, most hotly contested and debated discussions over on Ask Reddit from the past week. So here we go. Let's jump into it. Peyton Russell, you demanded the questions in advance. They were given to you.
He did.
Did not.
You did.
Oh.
So they were given to you.
Okay.
So since you should have one prepped and ready to go, we're going to lead off with you. Peyton, what is the one skill you can't afford to lack if you want to survive in adulthood?
The first thing that came to my mind was money management. I think the bills just stack on immediately. I mean, they continue. They're all over the place.
Good one.
As soon as you get to adulthood, because you don't think about the car insurance, insurance in general. Any subscriptions you have, rent, mortgage, all that comes at you all at once, and it's all stuff that's got to be paid. And like if you're willing to just spend whatever you have, and just if you are on a shopping spree and just can't control your money, maybe you have a gambling addiction, kind of like me. But I can control my money because I win when I go there.
Sure, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That's why I'm going to Vegas in a couple weeks to win all my losings back. But yeah, money management for me.
And over on the Twitch, good answer here. Swaggy Booties, driving. Over on the Twitch, Steve from Tyler says a good work ethic. I think similar, money management's definitely a big part of it, but I know plenty of people who have survived in adulthood while being kind of bad with money. To me,
have you survived?
The bigger thing is, the one that came to my mind was these kids who have trouble turning in assignments on time and just stuff like that. Like, you need to recognize, you better get out of this habit of not making deadlines when you become an adult, because pretty quickly, jobs, bills, lots of other things are going to require. That's a deadline, and you better meet it.
It's a broad answer, but I guess I would say common sense. There's a lot of stupid people out there with no common sense, and I don't know how they do it. But like, there are just certain things that I just feel like everybody should know and be able to do, and just use your brain.
That's good.
Like you mentioned this the other day when you board an airplane, all right, and you're sitting in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you just put your bag up anywhere you want it? Like, have some common sense to put your bag
and decency.
And decency, and put your bag on top of your seat. Simple.
It's not that hard.
And if everybody did this, if everybody had common sense, we wouldn't have this problem. There's a lot of things that could just common sense. There's 2 lanes at a stoplight. Well, 3 lanes. One going left, one going straight, and one going right or straight. If you're going straight and there's not somebody at the front, don't get in the right lane. Stay in the left lane, because that right lane is also for people who are turning right.
But what if I need to get in front of the guy in the middle lane? Like that middle lane's really long, and I'm trying to get in front of him once the light turns green.
I mean, if it's more than like 5 cars and it's a short light, I can let it slide a little bit here, okay? But there's nothing more frustrating than you pulling up to the right to the light on the right lane, looking to turn right. There's an idiot in a Sentra blocking your way.
Yeah. Why's it got to be a Sentra?
I just threw that one out.
I used to drive a Sentra.
I did too. I liked the car. It was the first thing that came to mind.
There are so many good answers here on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Let's see here. 817, you have to be able to read between the lines.
I can't do that. I cannot read between the lines. I need everything spelled out for me. That's why I hated the ending of Sopranos.
817, adulthood is all about problem solving from simple to challenging. Yeah. Ultimately, that is what it is. Critical thinking we have here on the fan text. 817, be able to handle confrontation. 682, better learn how to keep a woman happy. 903, how to look out for vehicles when you're jogging. Hell yeah, 903. 214, respect authority. 940, patience. 817, BSing with superiors. And 972, get rid of debit cards. Only use credit cards and pay them off at the end of the week.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, and
you better be disciplined.
You better be disciplined. You better be disciplined. And you better have enough money on you better have money in your bank account to be able to pay it off.
All right, RJ Choppy, as we do Ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan, ahead of Craig Ludwig joining us at 8 o'clock. Choppy, what's your one habit that even you don't like? Come on, it's got to be your showering.
My showering?
Yeah, the fact that you won't shower after sexy time until the next morning.
Because
the next afternoon.
I'm not grossed out by my lady.
Well, you should be grossed out by your stuff though. 24 hours after the fact.
Habit I don't like. I do fart too much.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I do fart too much.
I do.
Now they don't smell, but nevertheless.
Will you ever fart like with Sarah like right next to you, like you try to? Like you?
I don't try to. I refuse to hold it in.
Oh. Did she say anything?
All the time. I refuse to hold it in.
Okay.
I can't. But that granted, there's no odor, but I do pass gas too much. That's my bad habit.
Yeah, the habit that I have that even I don't like is probably the inability to, regulate when I go out. In any respect.
With your inability to say no to an alcoholic beverage?
Can't put a governor on it. I'm there's a Chris Young song from years back called Aw Nah. And it's talking about like I was just about to walk out the door, then somebody pours another shot of Patron and says, "Hey," and you go, "Oh no, I guess I'm turning right back around. I'm taking another shot. We're hanging out for a little bit." That's me. That's my bad habit that I don't like. Peyton Russell, what do you got?
This one was easy for me. Procrastination. Ever since I was a little kid, it was with the grade school. If it was studying for tests or turning in assignments, it was always wait till the last minute. I mean, I'll always get something done. If you give me a deadline, like I'm gonna get to that deadline, but it's procrastination. Like I will always wait until the last minute to do just about anything.
Yeah, for me, I am always. And people say this, with my right turn lane thing, like just leave earlier. That's a problem I have. I never leave early. I leave.
Oh, me either.
I leave to get there on time. I want my goal in life is to pull up at exactly the time I'm supposed to be there. Which is my son tells me on time is late.
Yeah.
My 14-year-old tells me this.
Yeah, what do they
on
say?
Time is
To be on time is to be early.
To be on time
is
to be
early
late.
is to be on time, whatever they say.
Yeah, he goes, on time is late. And I'm like, thanks, coach. I tell my 14-year-old that, but it's a problem that I have.
Yeah, I get shit. Now, do you do what I do, Chop, since we have that same habit of leave it? Do you, when you turn on the GPS, do you go, my goal is to shave 3 minutes off of this? Like, it's almost like you're just racing science.
We went to Waxahachie, and I was like, I can get 10 minutes off this thing by the time we get there.
I mean, you know what? Genuinely, my goal is, especially if we're on a long road trip, you know what my goal is?
An hour.
10 minutes an hour.
10 minutes an hour. You can absolutely do that.
I want to get a minute. I basically, for every 6 minutes it says I need to travel, I want to get there in 5.
Yep.
So there we go. Some of the answers on the fan text here. 214, bite my nails. 817, hate that I'm a picky eater. 214 with Peyton Russell, procrastination. Okay, Peyton Russell. What is a mistake you made that ended up benefiting you?
A lot of mistakes taking this job. No, just kidding.
Whoa!
Just kidding. Kidding. Come on.
Any chance he says that was Sean sitting in this chair?
I don't think so. I mean, look, but hey, we got break times today, so I'm not complaining.
We did.
Yeah, it took a week and a half.
That Peyton actually did his job.
I think those are accurate. A mistake I made that ended up benefiting me. It's got to be something younger. Yeah, when I was younger, I was grounded for talking back to my parents. I was a big talk backer. didn't age well.
I was
for me.
2. Does that surprise you that I would talk back and
Can't
sass?
imagine. Can't imagine.
Yeah, I never
that
learned
one.
my lesson. So my parents would ground me, for a couple of weeks, and this kept me from going to friends' house, hanging out with the homies and spend the night at their houses. But this one friend, the night that I was supposed to go over and spend the night at his place, their house was broken into. But I was grounded, so like I wasn't over there. Now nothing happened to the family or anything. It was just alarming and all that. But yeah, the house was broken into, and I just was glad I wasn't in that situation.
A mistake that ended up benefiting you, 817 says marriage.
I see a lot of that.
Yeah, we have several. Having my first kid, 817. Yeah, you didn't mean to. Doesn't mean the child is a mistake, but it was not on purpose and ended up benefiting you. Twolo Vader on the Twitch says divorce. Chop, I'm gonna go with a different perspective on this. And it's gonna sound. It might sound douchey, but it's just it's genuinely become my life philosophy in a big way. I feel like every mistake I made, there was something beneficial out of it.
Yeah.
Because ultimately it's, you learn from it, or there are you can turn it around to basically say, ultimately it contributed to the person that I am today. Most mistakes that I made have contributed to who I am as a person and how I've developed and how I see the world and everything else. And so to me, to have like a lot of disdain for mistakes that you make and be unable to forgive yourself for those, to me it becomes really self-loathing. Like you're indirectly saying you dislike the person that you are today. And so to me, I think that you can't have the perspective of feeling like you didn't get some sort of benefit out of a mistake, whether it's just either a lesson or something inconsequential. But Chop, what's your answer?
I don't know, man. This is a tough one because I don't really like, because people say the marriage, like I don't think getting married was a mistake. Because I got 2 kids out of it, and I love them, right? So I'm not going to say that was a mistake.
Okay, but let's. I'll pause it one for you. The divorce, a mistake. You'd never intended to get divorced. It happened.
Didn't intend to.
But now you're with Sarah.
But now I'm with Sarah.
So that's one that.
So I'll say this. I'll tell you this. The guy who introduced us, Wesley, the mistake was giving him my phone number initially because he didn't shut up. He didn't stop talking. Like he just constantly beat me down. I love him to death. But without him, I'm still hanging out by myself and just doing my thing. So
exactly.
There it is.
There you go. All right, last one here as we wrap up. RJ Choppy and Franklin Injury Attorneys text line, Twitch and YouTube. What's something you keep in your car just in case? Now you have the just in case bag over there.
Oh, there's everything in that bag.
In fact, would you go over there and just grab it real quick? Yeah. And I would like for you to just pull out some of the random items that exist within your backpack, because the just in case question,
that's a heavy bag.
This is probably a bad question for Chop because he keeps everything just in case, and I will default to asking Choppy if I need anything.
All right.
So Chop, what are some of the random things that are in this backpack?
Let's see. This is some kind of
medicine.
It's a medicine. It's a cough medicine.
Okay.
This is heart medicine. I got some Blue Chews in here. Promo code RJ. This is cyclobenzaprine. I think this is a muscle relaxer.
So he's a pharmacist.
He's Walter
I've got
White.
pharmacist. I got amoxicillin. I got doxycycline in here.
Where were you?
Might have some herpes medicine in here. I don't even have them though. But
Dude
you never know. You never know. I got dude wipes in here.
I think you've had pens in there before when I've needed them.
Yeah, I have. Rymed. This is a prescription strength allergy meds. I got everything in here.
Yeah.
But in my car.
Where were you the weekend of the AFC Championship game, Chop? Did you happen to be in a backyard in Kansas City with all that stuff in your bag there?
Oh, the scientist reference. Good one. I got a switchblade in the car.
Oh, was it from the back porch knives?
I've got the back porch. I've got the back porch knives. I also have the one I stole from my son, because one of my son's friend's parents he went to a birthday party, camping trip, and the dad gave him switchblades. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm taking this thing.
Story."
I'm like, "You don't need a switchblade here. This thing's like a 6-inch blade too." I'm like, "We don't need you to have this." Now it does have on the end like a glass break thing.
That's beneficial.
Yeah. So in case I'm ever locked, if I get in the car and it's water's piling in on me, I can get out.
It's worth it. I've said mine all the time. You guys have mocked me for it. It's a lighter. Like I don't smoke, but I keep a lighter
one of those
on it because
in here too.
they're useful. Peyton Russell, something you keep on you in your car just in case.
A towel, man. A towel. You spill something.
Of course, he keeps a towel.
A towel.
A towel.
Not paper towels.
No, just a towel.
He keeps a
It's
towel.
like a beach towel, man. You never know when you need it.
I love that it's
that's weird. I think I have
not napkins. It's, that tells me. I mean, good for you, Peyton.
Napkins don't do the job though. If you spill something big,
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah. Do you have like a rope? I got like 30 feet of rope in the car. You got a rope?
You need 30 feet of rope?
You never know. I mean, what happens if you need a rope? I don't know. Like it was Black Friday and it was $4.
Chop's like
$4 for 30 feet.
It was $4 and I was like, yeah, I'll take it.
Chop's like, yeah, I have rope. I've got a shovel. There's some duct tape back there.
You never know.
And then he's got this bag full of drugs that who knows what concoctions
muscle
he makes with
relaxers
it.
knock you out, man.
All right. Well, Chop, I don't know that you're going to be able to do TSA pre-check anymore because you might be on the no-fly list after this segment. That's Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good stuff, Robert Belt. Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. The best team in town, the Dallas Stars, a win away from the Western Conference Finals. A win away from the West Finals, and Craig Ludwig will join the show next on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want on our Odyssey app. Check it out. with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
He's got another shot. First round, first post, they score! 4-1 Dallas. Downoff makes the goal. He's been terrific.
What a game. What a win for the Stars. 5-1. They beat the Colorado Avalanche in Game 4. They take a commanding 3-1 series lead. They will come back here tomorrow night, American Airlines Center, for the potential clincher in the Game 5. As Bobby Belt, they have really taken a stranglehold in this series.
They have, and man, that victory last night specifically was so impressive that I know we talked about, even if you go up 3-1, do you feel like the series is over? And I had said, no, I don't think that I'd feel comfortable with that just because of how quickly Colorado has shown they can score. But man, after that kind of a performance, and then you get the news last night about the suspension of Val Nichushkin, then to me it is much easier to look at it now and feel like, yeah, this one's pretty much finished at this point. You still got to go out there and take care of business, but it's something where you feel better about it than I was expecting I would this morning.
All right, joining us now, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, 2-time national champion, 17 years in the NHL, star of the movie Bog Lake, Secret of Bog Lake, is the great Craig Ludwig. Good morning, Luds.
Oh, God, you guys are taking that stuff from that little Gavin Spittle, aren't you?
I mean, that part, yes. That part, yes. Was that the most complete performance of the postseason last night?
You'd have to think so. I think they've been pretty close to having complete games, throughout this series. But, what a good time. And you look at the contributions from all of them. And again, it's right through the lineup. Obviously we're going to talk about Wyatt Johnston. So, but yeah, I think from, what's nice is I think that it's how calm Otter looks. I mean, everything else being said, it seems like Otter has settled in. And when I looked at this series from the start, Dallas has more depth from the scoring standpoint. Before the suspension to Nichushkin, they had Val and obviously Nathan McKinnon, and Rantanen hasn't really been on his game. But after that, their depth kind of falls off. And then when it came to goaltending, their guy isn't the true number one guy, I think, in the league, and Otter is. And so you have the advantage there. And so, what Dallas is doing is they're just taking care of their business. I like the way that, whether they tweak their game or not in the defensive zone, they seem to be really, really sound in the defensive zone. Guys are where they're supposed to be. And there's a belief in that room. I'll tell you the biggest thing for me that's coming out of this, and hopefully they can finish this, up in the next game. Very rarely for teams that go on to win a Stanley Cup do they not get one round where they get a little bit of rest. And it would be nice, especially from the defensive stand-core, because, they're pretty much playing with 5 defensemen. And, they're banged up, and everybody's banged up a little bit here and there, but it'd be nice to be able to have some of these guys, Miro and Harley and Tanev, to get a little rest, because you're getting 4 to 6 minutes out of Lundqvist. And so that's what they've decided to do. And so, but things are all rolled in the right way right now for them.
Is Otter the only one who wouldn't want some time off?
Well, yeah, he's not getting any time off.
No. I mean, like he wouldn't want the series, like he wouldn't want 7 or 8 days between series. Like, is he the only one that wouldn't want that? Or
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think, and again, you've heard it before, rest is best. And I think any time that you can get he got some rest in the first period, for God's sakes, last night. I mean, those are the kind of games you worry about, I think, from a goaltender standpoint. You're down there, you're watching most of the game going on, and all of a sudden there's a good quality scoring chance, and you have to be ready. So I think, again, I think all players have some little bumps and bruises at this time of the year, and goalies are included in that. But I think when you look at goalies and their rest and what's best for them, they lean on the goalie coaches. And I think, it's their personal assistant. And the goalie coach there will know what kind of work to put them through. Hopefully they do get a few days off, and they do as much as they can in days off to make it look and feel like it's another opponent, which you really don't do. And so for the most part, it's about trying to just charge your batteries up and focus on what's happening next.
Former Stars defenseman Craig Ludwig joining us. He is also frequently on Spits and Suds, which there's a new episode out this morning. Craig, I know when we talk about championship teams and playoffs and everything else, a big factor in every professional sports is culture and chemistry and those sort of things. How big of an issue do you think it was for Colorado last night, outside of just what they were missing on the ice? How much do you think it was a psychological factor that they get the Val Nichushkin who's right before the game?
Well, if you're going to listen to the interview with Jared Bednar, their coach, he's going to play it the way you're supposed to play it, and it's next man up. But that's a key piece. I mean, just the way that Val has been playing this year. I'm a big distraction guy, and I think that when there's distractions, middle of the road, major, minor, it takes your focus away. I go back to Vegas a few years ago, and Marc-Andre Fleury, the goaltender, when he was there, he was having a little contract thing and playing time and stuff like that. And his agent put out a tweet, and it actually involved, the current Dallas Stars coach and Pete DeBoer. But there was something he put out on social media, and it had that spear, that sword going right through Fleury as a goaltender. And I think they had a picture of DeBoer holding it, their head coach at the time.
Oh.
And just saying he wasn't getting playing time and they were playing the other guy. And that's kind of the agent's job at times, but that was going too far. But anyway, my point is that you don't think that all the players were talking to Fleury about that. And those are the kind of little distractions. Yeah, it was meant to be a bit of a jab and, more of a joke, but it just takes away from focus. And I think when you lose a guy that's been so instrumental in what they've been doing, especially in the playoffs, and Val's a monster. And, we know he was here and, he's evolved into a player, but you just can't help to not think about it. And the other thing is, if they would have known the day before, maybe it's a little bit easier, but there's still going to be talk. But they found out after the pregame meal. So you get to the rink and you're like, what? So guys aren't listening to the radio and, checking their phones on the afternoon. So you probably walk into the room at 5 o'clock and everybody's like, did you hear? Did you hear? Oh, what happened? And so that just takes the focus away from that. And it showed. It showed from the start of the game with that team. Dallas had a lot to do with that, but it's going to bother them. And it's a piece that they can't replace right now. And so, but all the better for Dallas. And that's why they've got to, they get some rest here. They get ready for this next game, and you pour everything into not going back to Colorado. And let's stay here, and we'll get ready and we'll do our rest, and we'll get a little bit of rehab and things like that, and we'll hope that the other series goes at least 6 or 7 games and let them have to jump on a plane right away and travel.
Let's, I know there was an interview recently that Tyler Seguin gave where he talked about the arrogance of superior athleticism earlier in your career, and that as you go along and injuries catch up and age catch up, and you have to become a more savvy hockey player and in a way a more complete hockey player, and Seguin feels like he's gotten to that point now in his career. Just talk about like the evolution of Seguin and how well he's played in these playoffs so far.
The first word that comes to mind for me is maturity. And I think all players mature. You come into the league as, young, and, you think, you run the world, especially when you're a caliber player like Tyler was when he came into the league. And then Tyler wins the Stanley Cup early, and, and you got that swagger about you. Tyler has been so good this year, and yeah, it's maturity and it's settling down off the ice and all those other kind of things. But in my opinion, I just think Tyler's finally healthy. Everybody knows about the rehab that he had to go through and the injury that he had, or I should say injuries. And to Tyler's, credit, he tried to play through a lot of that stuff. All players do. But then when you see and hear what exactly he had to go through. I kind of noticed it around game 30 or 40 this year. And I know I was talking to some guys in the locker room, and I just said, he just looks healthy, and that jump is back. And with all that comes confidence. And I think that when that line with him and Duchesne and Marchment gets on there, they just clicked. And there's a chemistry. I think they're real good friends off the ice with your centerman, Duchesne, and there's a history with those two guys, and that really helps Tyler. And and a lot of that has to do with guys like Jim Nill. They do their research and they do their homework, and it's a guy that has kind of flown under the radar, at least in the playoffs, but Duchesne is kind of a wizard with the puck. I wish he'd shoot a little bit more once in a while, but he's always been a pass first kind of guy. But you can just see how those three mesh. I mean, all three lines, the top line, all four. But I mean, the top lines for Dallas came along, and what a blessing for a coach, to just be able to manage your minutes and roll, especially your top three, and then you get your fourth line in there a little bit to do their job, and you're not wearing guys out, and it pays off over the course of the season where you're not having to lean on a top line and get them into the 20s and 23 and 24 minutes on a steady diet all year long. And you look at the minutes, and I don't besides Wyatt, there wasn't anybody over 20 minutes last night. I think Wyatt was right around 21, and everybody else is 16, 17 minutes. And your fourth line gets in there, and they get 10, 12 minutes, what it is. And then and then what Pete will do and other coaches will do, you'll find other minutes, whether it's on special teams, penalty kill, and things like that. So they've been able to balance their season. But as far as Tyler goes, I think he's happy. First and foremost, I think he's happy on and off the ice. And I think he's happy with especially the way that he came out the other side of the injuries. And it really shows right now. And I'm telling you, like him and I were in the similar spot. Tyler, it was 13 years in between when I won my first cup and we won the one here. And when you win that first one and then you get a little further down the road, you kind of wonder, am I going to get another one? Well, he's looking at these last couple of years, and especially this year, and saying, this is my chance to get the next one.
Lud, you mentioned Wyatt there. You mentioned him earlier. A couple of goals last night. You run out of words for him. I mean, he may never be like Connor McDavid, but we are talking about just a tremendous hockey player for the next 15 years, aren't we?
Well, in some respects, I mean, I'm never going to say anybody's better than Connor, but he may be as valuable. I mean, when you look at Wyatt at being 20, well, I guess today he's 21. He's legal now. So,
look at that.
Yeah, that's a big day in everybody's life. In Wisconsin, I think it's 15. But but I think when you look at Wyatt, power play, penalty kill, go up against the top line, don't worry about a matchup. And there's so many things you can sum up and kind of put words to Wyatt. But what for me sums up him is what he did last night when he gave that puck to Sam Steele. And he had the opportunity to score an empty net goal, a hat trick in a playoff game at 20 years old, after already scoring a power play goal, a shorthanded goal, another monster game, and he decided to dish it off to a guy that, doesn't score goals routinely. Mm-hmm. I just think that makes a huge statement. And but even when he has those kind of games, you don't see this big, happy young kid jumping all over the place. It's like business as usual. Okay, next shift. I got to get ready for my next shift. So, yeah, they've got a gem there in him for sure.
Lud, we appreciate it, man. Enjoy the Stars wrapping this thing up, hopefully tomorrow night.
Always a pleasure, guys.
Appreciate it. Craig Ludwig joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. A fresh Spits and Suds podcast is out.
I love it's like Bassick talking baseball, Lud talking about hockey, whatever. Like these people who have lived it and gone through these sort of things, when you can just hear them describe the game within the game and those other things. I absolutely love hearing that perspective.
All right, we want to hear from you. Unleash on the Dallas Mavericks. Say your piece. Get it out. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We talk to you, the people, next on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you some hair put on top of your head, Dr. Mark.
Here brought to you by Window Nation, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Kicks corner right, Holmgren up with a three, unguarded. Cha-ching! A Thunder money ball. Thunder by 3, 89-86. 3:20 left.
That's Thunder Radio with the call on a crushing Mavericks defeat last night at the hands of the Oklahoma City Thunder, a game which the Mavs led by 11 at the half and 14 at one point, and they wind up just chipping away, and the Mavs keep missing free throw after free throw after free throw, and they lose. Kyrie, not his best game. Luka, not his best game. The two combined for 27 points on 10 of 31 from the field.
That's
the lowest combined points between those two since they started playing together.
You want to talk about it? 877-881-1053. Let's hear from the people. Let them sound off. Jimmy in Sunnyvale. Good morning, Jimmy. What's up, man?
Good morning, guys. Obviously, I'm going to be Mr. Obvious here. You know, if you're an MVP candidate, I know everybody missed free throws. It wasn't just Luka. But if you're an MVP candidate, you step up and hit that free throw and tie the game and play defense for 10 seconds. And I know he's great, but I'm just getting so tired of his body language. It's negative. He's always looking to the refs for a foul. And is it just me? Does Dante Exum look like he's scared to death to be on the court? I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're only going to use Dante Exum in pockets, right? So when he played 5 minutes last night, it happens. I think it's interesting that Jimmy says, is it him or does he look like he's scared to be on the court? Because we read that that article from Yahoo a month ago that was talking about the return of Dante Exum and his trajectory and how he'd done. And he had talked about how he used to be, when he'd miss a shot, he was scared to death to take the next one, and it would be in his head nonstop. And so that was something that he brought that up to draw it as like something he was over and something that he had moved past. But I mean, I didn't notice he looked terrified to be on the court, but if he was, that would be something that has been a problem that he's dealt with to his own admission in the past.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand, but I understand the Luka part, what he's talking about. Like, you know, if you're the MVP candidate, you got to step up in those situations. You got to make those free throws. Now, look, you're not going to be perfect.
Yeah,
you're going to miss, and that happens. That's sports. You know, that just is. And I don't want to, you know, yeah, he's more banged up than most. Everyone's tired this time of year. I don't want to use the tired excuse. If you're hurt, you're hurt. I get it. You know, if you're banged up, and he's clearly banged up. Like, he doesn't. You can just watch his 3-point shooting. He doesn't have, and we saw this at the end of the year. He was tired.
He was burned out, man.
He had nothing. He's got nothing in his legs.
Yeah, and look, the banged up, being hurt, totally understand it. But even Kobe Bryant stepped up to the free throw line and sunk 2 free throws after tearing his Achilles. Tore his Achilles, walked over there and made the shots.
I still don't know how he did that.
Michael Jordan went, hey, Mutombo, and closed his eyes and made free throws with his eyes. I understand he's hurt. So all of that, I'm going to give Luka more of a pass than probably some other people are willing to this morning for the game overall. But to me, it's like, you need to sink the free throws. You just have to make those. Those two shots have to go down. And they didn't, and they end up costing themselves, and PJ Washington tries to intentionally miss the second free throw to get a rebound, and he accidentally makes it. And so it's funny that all the free throws they missed last night, they accidentally made the one they were trying to miss. So
877-881-1053, D&M Leasing Hotline. Andreas and Richardson, what's up, man? How are you?
Good. Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
I just want to chime in with, I know everybody's didn't play well last night, but I would love to see Tim Hardaway not play as much because he's been a negative the last 2 games, and give those minutes to like Jaden Hardy or someone else to step up.
You know, I mean, I don't know about you, Chop, but I'm always in favor of, and thanks for the call, Andres. I'm in favor of giving Jaden Hardy more work and more room to grow and use his really unique ability to create in certain situations. But I mean, Jason Kidd has shown at times that he doesn't have a lot of trust in him. And for whatever reason, see, just like your shirt, 2-0 curveballs are why I have trust issues.
That's what my shirt says. It's really
Jason Kidd, it's rookies are why he has trust issues.
And people who are not in their 11th year in the NBA are why
he has a ton of trust in Tim Hardaway Jr. for whatever reason.
He does.
Which, thanks to Tim Hardaway Jr., that's a big reason why they won game 2. He was a big part of that, but he also caused some problems. Last night, he threw a ball away, trying to get the ball to Luka. Turnover.
Yeah, he did.
Late in the game. Yep. So, it's been a problem.
It was a problem. Look, I mean, you can nitpick on rotations, and those are, I wouldn't even call it, it's not even nitpicking. You can complain about rotations. I don't believe they lost this game because of rotations.
No.
They
lost this because of just fundamental
free throw shooting and a third quarter where they couldn't put the ball in the hoop.
9:03. Kyrie needs to have the ball in his hands at the end of the game. He will make the free throws or score if he's not fouled more times than not. Does Kyrie, right now, given where Luka's at, Kyrie has to be the primary guy at the end of games, doesn't he?
I think so.
But
he's not taking. He's not taking charge.
Willing.
No, he's not taking charge.
Bizarre.
Ricky and Forney. Ricky, what's up? How are you?
Hey guys, man, thank y'all for taking my call, and I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Y'all start our days off perfect, man.
Thank you.
And as far as the Mavs, I did owe the last guy talking about Hardaway. He doesn't touch the ball unless he shoots. Once it touches his hands, he's going to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
It drives me absolutely nuts. And 5 words for the rest of this series: hit your damn free throws.
Yes.
Have a good day, fellas.
Appreciate it, Ricky.
Too.
That's what it is.
It's
the
free
basics.
Throws. Yep.
It is the basics. That's what you need. It is a team that is beat up right now, though. They're physically exhausted. That's not an excuse for missing as many free throws as they did. But I'm just saying the reason why those free throws also came to be so critical in a close game is also because they just were clearly worn out and fatigued and could not sustain that lead.
Yeah, they were. But I'll go back to this, and I said this earlier. We can't have a double standard with how we treat the Cowboys after a loss versus other teams in town.
Sure.
And we're harder on the Cowboys.
But I do think that it was more of a legitimate excuse for the Mavericks last night than it was for the Cowboys. The exhaustion and the fatigue.
The exhaustion and the fatigue?
Yeah, this is a physical series. This has been a very physical 3 games in a row, and now is that they still got to play better. You've got to rise above it. I mean, Oklahoma City's, they're getting just as beat up, and they're able to sustain, and so that's what this series is about to me. I said it last night. I said it this morning. This is a stamina series to me at this point.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, everybody's tired. Everybody's tired at this point. So that's just kind of the issue. I mean,
817, are other teams not fatigued? Yes, they are. That's not what I'm talking about, though. We're talking about specifically in this series, the physicality of this series is wearing them down. I'm not talking about the long haul of playing 95 games to this point. I'm talking about the physicality of this series specifically every other day.
Zach and Grapevine, you're up next here on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, guys. Love the show. I know Kyrie and Luka could have played better, but what really was sad to me was the crowd. No energy. Couldn't get anything going. It was just really sad. That's all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
You know, I had a buddy at the game, the great Jason Newman. And he was saying that it was energetic.
I saw split opinion on this. So I've seen a lot of people saying not enough energy in the building, and I saw other people saying who went to the game and said crowd showed up tonight. At least, you guys did your job at least. Blah blah blah. And so I know there's been some split opinion on it. I did see on Twitter that stupid Oklahoma City Thunder dog bark that they do. Apparently, there was a smattering of that in the crowds that were leaving the arena last night. So there was some Oklahoma City Thunder fans making themselves heard.
I'll read you 2 texts here from Jason.
One for the plug and one for the load.
Yeah, first one, 8:42. Crowd's been drinking. They've got some electricity to them. 10 minutes later, it's quiet as church here. 10 minutes. That was in the second quarter. 10 minutes later, that was the issue with the crowd. That was a low scoring game anyway. It wasn't like, now the first half was not necessarily low scoring. The Mavs had 54. at half. That's not low scoring. It's not a high scoring game. It's not low. It's a normal.
I think overall we all agree. The crowd, the fans have a responsibility to help try and be there and give a home field, home court advantage, whatever it is, right? But also there is a responsibility on the team to lift the crowd up as well and to make plays. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last night, if that's in Oklahoma City, him making those 4 buckets in a row, nuts. No matter how tired he is bringing that crowd out, even if they've been dead before that. So
absolutely.
There's a responsibility on the Mavericks. It's a shared responsibility, but ultimately, if the crowd is dead, even if that's the case, that's only half on the crowd to me. That's also half on the team.
Alex and Terrell, you're up next on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
What's up, Peyton? What's up, RJ? Bobby?
Alex?
Hey, guys,
yes!
I just wanted to say there was very, very clearly one superstar on the floor last night, and that's pretty disappointing considering, the great season that Luka and Kyrie have had. I just really wish we could take Dak's heart and put it in Luka. Thanks.
I mean, look, you are supposed to have pretty consistently, there's supposed to be several nights where you have the 2 best players on the floor.
Yeah.
And last night, I mean, you didn't have, you probably had maybe one of the 4 best in this game last night, depending on how well you thought PJ Washington played or Derek Jones Jr. at different points. But man, Luka's got to step up. And if he's hurt, he needs to rest. And I know that's a tough thing for people to swallow and say that, well, you can't afford to rest him. You might have to, because you can't afford to have him playing like that. And I don't know if Kyrie Irving is worn down or Kyrie Irving's hurt or whatever else, but Kyrie's got to be more aggressive with his shot selection. We can't keep... You can't have... I mean, what is the series at right now? PJ Washington has shot like a dozen more shots during this series than Kyrie Irving. There's as well as he's played, as well as PJ Washington has played, you can't have 17 more shot attempts for PJ Washington over Kyrie Irving through 4 games. You can't.
Wow. Now, I mean, PJ has been... without PJ, they're not in. They're already home.
Totally understand. And like I said, he's played well. He's played well, but he's also had to step up because Kyrie's not.
Yeah,
being
he has.
aggressive.
Right, and then Luka's been banged up, so he's had to step up. They're not using PJ Washington because they want to. It's necessity.
I mean, I have a ton of respect for what he's done.
Yeah,
and
he's
endearing himself to Mavericks fans more and more every day, and I love him.
I don't think, unless I'm missing somebody, I don't think there's a single trade deadline acquisition this year that's had more impact on a playoff series than PJ Washington has. And I don't even think it's close.
In NBA, right?
Right.
Because I was going to say Jordan Montgomery, baby.
Yeah, I'm talking about the NBA. But, right? I mean, has there been one this year in the NBA that was...
not off the top of my head.
I can't think of any. It's PJ. You got to give him credit for that, man. Great calls. Thank you so much. Sean and RJ here on 105 to the Fan. What is up next in Below the Belt?
The New York Jets don't believe their offensive coordinator can hack it. That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Get that carpet.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Sean Payton was absolutely right. More on that in just a second.
The Belt.
Here in Below, the Belt on 105 through the Fan. First, I promised you guys we played during the Expressway at 720 a number of cuts from Mike Zimmer's interview that he did on the what is it, Chop? What podcast? With Matt Mosley?
Doomsday podcast.
Because he started the Hash Marks.
Started a Hash Marks blog.
He also, that's the original. I'll be honest. I used to read. I've told you this before.
It's great.
I read that Hash Marks blog like crazy when I was younger. Mosley's such a good writer. I really do like Matt. All right, so Matt Mosley.
It's amazing how he could write, because if you ever looked at his computer screen, he didn't have half of his keys.
Why? Because he's just angrily like pounding away.
They were all gone. Like the A was gone, the T. I mean, everything was gone. They're all gone.
Tell me he's hitting TNA a lot.
Yeah,
and
right.
Just over and over again until he wears them down. All right. So over on the Doomsday podcast this week, Matt Mosley, Ed Werder, they got a chance to talk with Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer, did you ever think you were going to coach in the NFL again?
Yeah, I didn't know. I figured I'd have some opportunities.
Hang on. You ever notice that somebody, when you ask somebody a question and their voice really raises to a very, very high pitch?
Yeah.
I oftentimes wonder if they're not telling the truth.
He was saying, he said, I didn't know. Like, I think that's the thing. I think
I didn't know.
I think I think that's what he's saying. He was uncertain, so he didn't know how to answer it.
Okay.
But here's what I think is interesting. What I noticed, you noticed the high pitch. When we play this back, listen to the beginning of this clip, and Peyton, you can play it all the way through when we start it. Chop, listen to the beginning of this clip and tell me you don't hear Goose Goslin.
Yeah, I didn't know. I figured I'd have some opportunities. Honestly, I thought, I had a 56 winning percentage or something, and been to 3 playoffs and conference championship game. So I figured somebody would be calling right away to be a head coach, but they didn't call. So, I just going about my business, and I did stay on top of things. Marvin Lewis and I are good friends, and we did it wasn't a podcast. We'd watch film, we'd talk about players, and then we'd sit down afterwards and we'd communicated a lot because he was out at the time too. So, I didn't. You never really know, when you're out and you get to be a certain age, and those kind of things.
So Mike Zimmer did what a lot of these coaches have done, kind of just trying to stay sharp. Went into the study room with other coaches, tried to keep up on trends. But one of the other things that has been important to Mike Zimmer is they were talking to him about, this is your second stop here in Dallas, and it is the 5th head coach that Mike Zimmer has worked for in Dallas now.
Gosh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because he got there like mid-90s.
And so he was describing like all the different types of people he's worked for during his career, and he was like, Dave Campo, one of my great friends, somebody that I'm really close with. Barry Switzer, he said, taught him a lot.
So he was here. So Barry was his first coach.
Barry was his first coach.
Barry Chan, Campo.
Yeah,
Parcells.
he said that. He said Barry Switzer taught him how to have a bit of a gentler approach. We've heard the prickly personality of Mike Zimmer. He said that Barry taught him in a lot of ways where he needed to just kind of soften and connect with people. And so that was kind of interesting. But he talked about the influence specifically. If you're a Bill Parcells fan, I think you're going to like hearing this. This is Mike Zimmer talking about the influence Bill Parcells had on him.
He was a guy always poking a stick, but honestly, I learned more football from him than I did anybody. And he'd walk into my office. We'd have the team meeting. We'd walk back from the team meeting because they go to special teams, and my office was next door. And he'd come and sit down, and he'd say, "Write this down when you're a head coach, and write this down." So I still have a binder of things that he told me, but when I was an assistant, I was just concentrating on being the best assistant I can, getting the players to play the best. I wasn't, my whole deal wasn't to be a head coach. And then when he started planting that seed all the time, it's like, yeah, maybe I should try to do this and see what happens.
Mike Zimmer they went through the discussion about how he's got a really unique opportunity with these 2 corners that he has, Diggs and Bland, and guys who we both talked about earlier are a little bit of gamblers, right? Like they both have a little bit of gambling tendency to them, and not in the Malik Neighbors, Jaden Daniels sort of way, but they like to take some risks. And he sort of, in the clip we played at 720, talked about his scheme is going to maybe rely less on that sort of gambling, that they're going to worry more about creating negative plays and preventing points, not necessarily trying to take the ball away. And he has very complex coverage schemes, some different things, but he says that if you look at his track record throughout his career, when he has a couple really high-level corners, his defenses perform.
I think they've done a great job in the coverage part. It's been a lot of man-to-man stuff. I think Al's done a nice job. Al Harris has done a nice job with the technique of things, and him and I have talked about a lot of specific things. We're very similar on a lot of ideas as far as how we like to teach things, and he's been receptive of understanding my ideas, and I've been understanding of his ideas, and I think both of those things will lead to continually getting these guys better. And that's the only thing we want to do is continue getting better. It's a luxury when you have 2 good corners. I think when you go back and again you look at the history, when I've had 2 good corners, we've played pretty good defense.
It's funny, there's been a couple of these clips that we've played, Chop. Who was the coach from the Kegger Open? I win. Google.
Oh, it was the new Indiana coach, Kurt Signetti.
How come you didn't remember his name right off the top of his head? He wins. You shouldn't have to Google him. You should just know who he is, Chop.
He was at James Madison.
Exactly. I do like it. There's a little bit of that that energy from Zimmer here. Like he's referencing back, like, all right, if you look at my track record, like you can tell he's feeling a bit like, hey, I'm not just some slap coming in here to take over for Dan Quinn.
All right, fish.
No, I mean, that's a football term. It's not a fish term. But I can understand how you would think that fish maybe co-opted something. So the final clip here from Mike Zimmer, we've talked a lot about linebackers. And there's been you're having to play Marquise Bell, a hybrid at linebacker. And, you're having to play these guys up from safety and play guys pretty much out of position, guys who are undersized linebackers. And the idea is, well, look, you coached a defense with Dexter Coakley and Dat Wynn, two smaller linebackers. So surely you're not as concerned about size at linebacker, right?
First off, we're going to try to have at least 2 linebackers in there all the time, and sometimes 3. So, a lot of things the offense is doing now with some of the jet motions and that, they're trying to get nickelbacks into run fits. And so, now you got DB in a run fit and you got another DB in a run fit. You're just not as physical as you need to be. And so, we'll have deals where most of the time we're going to have at least 2 linebackers in the ball game. And as far as getting bigger, Kendricks isn't the most biggest guy in the world, but he's instinctive and he makes plays and, he flies around to the ball. So, but yeah, I mean, football's a big man's game. So the more that you can get that, but in today's game, they still have to cover in space. And so you have to find linebackers that can cover in space, or they have to be able to add things in the pressure package.
So Mike Zimmer, not opposed to, he doesn't have these hardline rules like we've heard in the past about corner arm length or something like that. I mean, he does have those sort of things. But when we've heard about hardline rules, he doesn't necessarily apply that to linebacker, but you do need to have specific skill sets if you're going to be a bit of an undersized guy. So that's some of the audio from the Doomsday podcast. Great job by Edwarder and Matt Mosley in that interview with Mike Zimmer. Chop, last year, there was a lot of drama when Sean Payton took some pretty big shots at Nathaniel Hackett and was like, this dude was an idiot. And you look at what he did here in Denver, it's the most negligent S I've ever seen. Aaron Rodgers goes on Total Access or wherever he was. He's like, keep my coach's name out your mouth.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like Aaron Rodgers may need to turn around and direct some of that energy to Robert Saleh and the rest of the New York Jets.
Yes. According to Connor Hughes, a Jets reporter, the Jets made, quote, legitimate attempts this offseason to hire someone who would essentially replace Hackett, be a mole, a spy, undermine him. They would have a title above him to basically run the show. Listen, folks.
It's wild that they have so many issues consistently over the years in the Jets organization.
When you think your team is dumb and does stupid things, always remember the New York Jets exist.
If you don't like him, fire him.
Fire him.
Why do you have to play this game?
You were going to hire someone to actively undermine your offensive coordinator, the guy that is the hand-picked OC of your quarterback? You are a special kind of stupid.
Now here we go. Is that why did he said that? Is that the reason why they felt they couldn't just fire him and they had to undermine him? Like, crap, Aaron's not going to let us let him go.
Well, why would you? I mean, what do you think he would think that if you hire somebody in here to be on top of him or just a mole? Like, you really think that he's not going to figure this one out?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
this team. What a
it is a dumpster fire of an organization, and we got the news earlier today. They will be the opening game on Monday Night Football. Robert Saleh returning to San Francisco.
Yes.
To take
that's going to be a 30-point beating.
Let's assume Aaron Rodgers does go back out there and start game one.
Mm-hmm. Which I think he will.
Aaron Rodgers' reintroduction to the NFL with
that team
banged up and old Tyron Smith will be the 49ers defense.
Yep.
And that speed and that size and God be with you, New York Jets. Only not really because you guys are idiots. So
that's crazy.
It is
crazy.
And that is also below
the belt on the fan. Draymond Green says the Mavs are the most championship-ready team in the playoffs.
Huh?
Does he still believe that? Next to the fan.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast for your brain.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan, fist pumping. Not much to be happy about today with the Mavericks are concerned. Stars plenty to be happy about. They dominated. They're up 3-1 on the Colorado Avalanche. Who I was, you could call it a gutless performance if you're Colorado, but I mean, they just, an hour before the game, they lose their best goal scorer this postseason. So I can't even call it gutless. The Stars are just better. And the Stars did what championship teams do. They took it to them. They found a team that was down on their luck after they lose one of their best players to suspension or player assistance program, whatever you want to call it. And they sunned them.
They did.
They sunned them in the game. And that's what championship teams do. The Mavericks, meanwhile, let them off the hook. They let Oklahoma City off the hook, and they lose, 196 to the Thunder in a game the Mavs led the entire time. I mean, they led the entire game.
Zero excuse.
None.
There's no excuse for that. Like, I understand there are factors, but
of course, there's factors in every game, right? Yeah.
I always say this. There's a difference between an excuse and an explanation. You can explain some of the things that occurred with the Mavericks last night. It does not make them excusable. You can give the context and say, hey, this is just what the reality is with it. And I mean, yeah, obviously, it's been a physical series that's beating them up, taking a toll. Luka Dončić is hurt. they're struggling to make free throws. All of those are realities that you have to navigate, and you didn't. And all of those realities were still in place, Chop, when they went up 14 and were dominating the game early. And it wasn't holding you back then. So I don't totally want to hear it in that sense. To me, we've talked about it today. I think they missed an opportunity to actually rest Luka and just say, hey, we need to take our chances. We're already up 2-1. Luka needs to get this as close to healed up as he can. And his body can't take this every other day beating that the Thunder are dishing out to him right now. But, a lot of people would say, Chop, that through this playoff run and some of these highs and lows that the Mavericks have shown, a lot of people might say that's the stuff that gives you championship DNA. I know one person who might say that. Last night on the NBA on TNT, which is soon to be RIP, as it sounds like.
Man, there you go. That's it. So now it's going to be it's going back to NBC. That's the reports.
Yep, it's going back to NBC. I mean, they're buying the song back. I mean, shoot.
We don't know about that.
Maybe
is that for sure?
I don't know. I think so. Maybe they get Greg Gumbel back to call games. That'd all be great. But the last night on the NBA on TNT, or on Inside the NBA, Draymond Green was with them. And Ernie Johnson had asked him, hey, you've been on a number of championship teams. When you take a look at the playoff landscape, what team do you look at and say, that's the one that has looked the most ready to be a champion?
The look of a champion, I think Dallas. Dallas, to me, is the team that looks most ready to go. They got Luka and Kyrie. When Luka can't get it going, Kyrie seems to always be able to get it going. They know what it takes to win, especially Kyrie winning a championship. And they got all the pieces around to do it.
Now, this was obviously before last night.
Pregame, right?
Yes, this was before the game was actually played last night. This was in pregame. But, I mean, I don't know. Is he going to totally change his tune on that? Would that one game be enough to have him swing what his opinion had been on it? He might say, well, Luka's hurt.
If your opinion is swung by one game, it's not a well thought out opinion, in my opinion. I don't think it is. If you one game should not sway an opinion. You can have a moment of, like a spontaneous anger and overreaction, but your general opinion should not change for one game.
No, and I don't think it would for him. Now, it might change the context of if he looks and goes, Luka looks more hurt than I thought, and so that team's probably not going to win a championship. But still interesting that Draymond Green would say that. He's a fan of Kyrie. He is somebody who has talked glowingly about Luka. He's friends with Mark Cuban. A lot of people think Draymond would like to end up in Dallas at some point. So maybe he was just...
God, I hope not.
Maybe he was just giving them a little, brushing their hair, telling them they're pretty, that kind of thing. By the way, they just threw up this note up here on ESPN. This year, Oklahoma City, between the regular season and playoffs, has 63 victories. They've trailed by double digits in 18 of their wins. That's like almost a third of them. Like, that's insane. The Thunder, that's what they do, though. Like the ability to just, the ability they have to just get back into it in a hurry.
That stat, they just every time I see that stat, Luka had more turnovers than field goals.
That's upsetting.
That's just, and he looked. Some of those were, they weren't give up plays. They just felt like he just quit some. I don't want to say that because he obviously didn't quit, but it just felt like on some of these plays, like
at times it was like
they challenged him and he just like, well,
I think it's just like there were times he would go up or he was trying, because you saw a lot of those were hitting off the front rim last night. I just think his legs are not there right now.
Yeah, I don't think they are either.
I don't think he has any bounce in him. Last night also we were playing the audio there from Inside the NBA with Draymond Green. There was an interesting discussion. It went viral at first because of Charles Barkley's reasoning for why the only way you could legitimately compare Michael Jordan and Anthony Edwards, which you'll hear just in a sec. But the Inside the NBA crew had an interesting discussion last night after Charles Barkley took the entire country to task for these comparisons of Anthony Edwards to Michael Jordan.
America, please stop the Michael Jordan stuff. This guy's had one good playoff run. And he's a great. I think he's going to be a great player. He's a really nice kid. We root for him. We want him to be.
Is he close?
No, hell no. Close to who? Close to who? They both black.
You're not close to Mike?
He's not close to Michael Jordan.
At 23?
Michael Jordan was getting. Remember, he was scoring
I'm just asking. At 23,
Hey,
23
I
Mike
love
at 23.
Anthony Edwards.
I'm just
do
asking.
not do that.
You know
He's
what?
nice.
Honestly, and this is not disrespectful.
He's nice.
I'm not disrespectful.
He is very nice.
But his
He's
body
close.
type and the way he plays, to me, reminds me more of D. Wade, young D. Wade, when he was carrying that team when he had Lamar Odom and he was going through the playoffs for the first time. It reminds me of that.
All I
more
want
than
to
it
say is,
reminds me of
man,
Jordan.
why can't we just let people do their thing and watch them? Why do we have to say, well, he's like, I'm not on you, I'm talking about like,
you know
he's
why?
the next Michael Jordan.
No, because you know why? Because y'all paved the way for us. That's why.
And if you're watching on the fan cam, we had it up on we had the video up on the fan cam. Good job, Rai. Chop. Now, in general, just the perspective shared there, I thought it was an interesting discussion. First off, I think the Kenny Smith comparison to more like Dwayne Wade is pretty interesting because stylistically, I could see that Anthony Edwards is a better shooter than Dwayne Wade was. Like Dwayne Wade was athletic and would drive to the basket, but to me, Anthony Edwards better 3-point shooter. Anthony Edwards more.
The three ball is also way more prevalent now than it was when Dwayne came in.
But he's
the
more
league.
efficient at it than like Dwayne Wade could not shoot it very effectively early on in his career.
No, I think that's a lot of that is just the nature of like today's NBA. Like you have to come in the league as a great 3-point
Which
shooter.
Anthony Edwards is still coming along in that respect.
Yeah.
He's not a great 3-point shooter yet, but to me, you're getting more reliability. Because what was it? The first. Let's take a look at this, Chop. For his career, what do you think Dwayne Wade shot from three?
34%.
29.
Ooh.
Ugh. Anthony Edwards is shooting 35% for his career right now. So better 3-point shooter, better edge. I think the MJ comparisons come honestly just from it's the Kobe Michael mentality that we've sort of lost.
We did the same thing with Jimmy Butler when he was going through his playoff runs. We're comparing him to Mike, and people were bringing up the story. Oh, you know, is Michael actually Jimmy's father? You know, that was all those TikTok. They were trying to break
that up.
No, it was a TikTok thing. It was like,
a TikTok.
Here we go. This happened here. This happened here. The timing sets up. Yada yada yada.
It was a TikTok, but it also was in your prep email for about 2 weeks. You were pushing for it. You wanted to get it out there,
dude. Once I put something in my email,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Go
Relax.
back.
So, but no,
I will say this: when I leave the show on Thursday, and I go on my vacation, I will erase all that.
Good.
I will come with a new one. All those stories.
Well,
you can't use stories.
I'm with a new one. Good for you. I think what's interesting there. The other thing about that clip is it makes me a little sad because there's everything there that's funny, or everything there that's great about inside the NBA. You get the Charles Barkley quip in there about the only thing that's
black.
Yeah, they're both black. Is that what you're getting at, Shaq? But I mean, just in general, the sort of discussion you get there. Kenny bringing up the Dwayne Wade point. Charles Barkley bringing up what I think is a good point where he says, let these guys stand on their own. It's the same thing I talked about with Caitlin Clark. You don't have to compare Caitlin Clark to the NBA game. Just like let her accomplishments stand as her accomplishments. Let's have it that way. But then similarly, I think what Shaq said also has merit. Like, why do we do that? Because you paved the way.
Yeah.
We model our games after guys that come before us, and that matters.
But
that's reflected.
This show's over. As soon as they go to NBC, it's over.
Yeah.
Even if they bring them all to NBC.
Which Ernie Johnson has apparently Ernie Johnson, it's already been established he is not going to.
Ernie's not going. Even if they bring them all to NBC, it's not going to be the same. They can't do those things on NBC. Those network pregame shows are not meant for young people. They are meant for boomers.
Yeah. I mean,
the NFL on Fox and the NFL on CBS pregame shows and postgame shows, they are generic and vanilla. They are meant for old people. They are not meant for young people.
Chop, before we get to this really aggressive audio from the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul press conference yesterday, I know you had you wanted to share some thoughts on this Stephen A. Smith audio.
Stephen A. Smith went on First Take and talked about Kevin Durant and the future in Phoenix.
Kevin Durant in Phoenix is a problem. It is a problem. We don't see it because the stats are there. Him and Booker average 27 points per game and what have you. But they say Kevin Durant is never happy. They say that he went more than a month without even talking to the head coach. They say that he doesn't look happy there. And all he wants to do is play when the game starts and tip-off time arrives. But when it comes to ingratiating yourself with your teammates and getting along with everybody and stuff like that, he just lives in his own world. He's not hated. He's not despised. He's not doing anything negative. He's not being somebody that's two-faced and behind people back doing stuff. No, that's not who Kevin Durant is. But keeping to himself. Why does that matter? It's similar to what he was doing in Golden State before he ultimately departed, which is what was driving Draymond Green crazy, which is why they ultimately got into it on the court in that Clippers game and what have you.
Kevin Durant's obviously going to respond to this like he has everything else. Stephen A may be full of it. He may be just pulling things out of his you-know-what, because KD has said that before, that he doesn't talk to Stephen A. He didn't know anybody talked to Stephen A. He called out Chris Broussard for saying, dude, you don't have my number. We don't text. We've never texted for 2 hours. Stop lying. I have no idea if this is true, but if it is,
it sounds plausible.
It sounds plausible. If it is, KD is just the worst then. He's got, if he has no desire to get to know his teammates, his city, anything, then that's the worst. Like, that ain't a leader. That is not a teammate. How do you not know? How do you not, like, ingratiate yourself to the town? How do you not talk to your boss for a month?
Or
talk to become friends at all with your teammates? I mean, like, that's not even, you don't have to be friends. Like, how about friendly?
Can I play devil's advocate?
I mean, sure.
Just to throw out the alternate perspective, or I guess I should say, can I play Longhorn advocate? Because I'll advocate for KD here a little bit, or not advocate, but explain away. The dude has clearly become so skeptical and so pessimistic about outside opinion of him and everything else. I wonder if he's just reached a point where he says, I'm going to do my job and that's it. I'm coming here, I'm playing basketball, but I'm not going to allow myself to be this target for ridicule or anything else. I'm just closing off to people.
That's fine. I have no problem with that, but like not even like remotely building a bond with your teammates. I mean, how does that make you a better basketball player? Or a better team, I should say.
Yeah.
Like you would think having a bond, like having some kind of more than just, playing basketball with them. Like you would think that having a bond with them would help. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't.
I think
based on this
matters.
Yeah. Based on this, I mean, I wouldn't trade him for Tim Hardaway Jr. Based on what Stephen A just said.
Come on.
I'm joking.
Yeah. Tim Hardaway. I mean, let's be honest. I would trade John Koncak for Tim Hardaway Jr.
Currently?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. I'd take Bobby Hurley. I would. Mm-hmm.
What about Danny?
Sure. I'd take Danny Orlovsky. Over Tim Hardaway Jr.
Nice.
Those shots that he throws up. We're getting to the end of the segment, so we'll play the Paul Tyson audio next segment because it is gold. And so we'll work it in during next segment. Yeah.
And then the final takeaways of this Mavericks Stars Rangers night. What an awful night for 2/3 of DFW sports teams. The Stars thankfully giving us something to be happy about. We'll get all that next here on 105 through the fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk KC coming up at 9:40. G-Bag Nation tomorrow. G-Bag Nation tomorrow is giving away one-of-a-kind fan T-shirts while they last in Flower Mound, Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, 1175 Justin Road. Join the G-Bag Nation while supplies last. Get those T-shirts, Southern Leisure, Spas, and Patios, 1175 Justin Road in Flower Mound. I want to shout this out real quick, Bob, because you've given a lot of love to the Keller softball team. My son's baseball coach, the great Rusty Beam, is the head
it's Rusty
coach
Greer's brother.
at Southwest Christian, and they are in the state championship game today at 1:00.
Let's go
at UTA. So go Eagles.
Let's go Eagles. Those are Eagles I'm okay with.
Yeah,
not the Eaton Eagles.
Yes,
boy, that's what we did Saturday though. We were eating Eagles.
We were eating Eagles, huh?
We were eating Eagles out there at Keller.
There you go.
Look, congratulations to Eaton. Eaton had a great year, and I know there are people I'm sure who listen to us who go to Eaton, and I got nothing but love for all the Tolos. I've got at the South Lake Carroll game I went to, Chop. One of the listeners gave me a bunch of South Lake Carroll shirts. I was wearing it the other day. I'm rooting for South Lake Carroll this week. I need him to beat Geyer. I need Denton Geyer out of the picture so that we can get to the state title at Keller.
Got to.
That's what
Got to
we need.
get him out of the picture, man.
Got to. So,
all right. What is this Tyson Paul audio?
So Netflix was holding a press conference with Jake Paul and Mike Tyson yesterday, which, man, I'm a little more skeptical of this fight being on the up and up after yesterday, Chop. Mike Tyson said that 57 years young, getting back into the ring. His last fight was in 2005. He said his body is not really great right now, but he's back in fight mode and that he's ready to take care of business. The little, what's that little thing they do where at the end of it, they have him come up and just stand face to face, sort of that little face off.
It's just your face off.
So he was like, Tyson was like play jabbing Jake Paul in the ribs, and Jake Paul's like laughing with him and stuff. I'm like, okay, this isn't, I don't know that we got Iron Mike here. This isn't the, Iron Mike who steps up there and goes, I'll eat your children, or whatever he used to say. So
I want you hot. I want to eat his children.
So this was an opportunity, much like, you see with the UFC fights or some of the other UFC events, stuff like that. People get to come up from the crowd and ask questions at this microphone. And boy, howdy, there was a foul-mouthed little, I don't know, I'd say 12-year-old, roughly. A 12-year-old went up and was the viral moment from this press conference for his question to Jake Paul.
Who do you think's got a higher body count? What's your body count, Jake? What's your body count? You got a higher body.
Where's this kid's mother?
Jake, you think yours is higher? Type shit, we outside, gaga, boom.
What?
Ah!
Well done, little man.
I love you guys,
Okay,
brother. I love you guys.
Well done. Holy smokes.
My God, that sounds like my kid.
That's what I was watching this clip, and when I was sending it to you, I was like, this sounds like the way Chop describes Julian.
Yeah. That's exactly how
Julian would walk up and go, what's your body count, boy?
Yeah, he would. He
absolutely
would.
Oh my gosh. So this is the kid, he was one of those
all these kids are like 10, 11, 12, they're all like that, man. At least the ones that I know, like around like the kids, teammates, the 11-year-old teammates.
Is it the parents' fault? Is this all on the parents?
I mean, he said,
or is this just
where's mother?
TikTok, social media.
You're their parent until they're about 8, and then TikTok takes over. Like, or not even TikTok, it's their friends in school. You can't control what they're doing in school. And like my kid got sent to the principal's office the other day. He's never been sent to the principal's office, but like he got into a fight. 11 years old, got into a fight. I don't even know what it was over. I think it was over, like he said, somebody said something about his mama.
He said gaga boom or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. But like,
gaga boom.
There's so many kids are like this now. It's like, it's a pain. And I'm sure we were the same way. People were like, oh God, I can't believe kids are like this. It's bad. Like you're just praying that they don't become viral like that kid did.
Man,
that's your whole goal.
But see, that's the thing is like, if you watch up there on the video, you'll see it. Like there are a couple of people standing around like filming him and almost like leaning in. And I think he was getting fed lines.
Probably.
Now, he was the same one. You know those, gosh, I can't remember who produces them. Those videos we get of like when all those Knicks videos started coming out a couple weeks ago, fans just like screaming crazy crap to Joel Embiid or talking trash about the Lakers or the Sixers and stuff like that. He was in one of those videos and telling like Joel Embiid, come get these hands, B. So like this kid is kind of a character that has popped up in a few videos.
They
now.
all want to be like Lil Tay.
But they were, yes. Yeah. You ain't got stacks like Lil Tay. But this was, that was quite aggressive. So he went super viral for that yesterday. Jake Paul even, who is...
Jake was uncomfortable. They were uncomfortable.
Jake Paul looked like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like almost like he did not anticipate it going off the rails like that.
Look, I don't know what Jake Paul's like in real life. Like I know this. I know his character. I have no idea what he's like. I know it's like the act that he puts out.
Some of the stuff he wrote in a book, quote unquote, in a quote unquote book, an autobiography is he's kind of he at least positions himself publicly as a sleazebag in his personal life too.
Yeah, but how you position, like you can say anything you want in a book, right? But how you position yourself publicly and how you actually are could be two different things.
Yeah.
He could be a totally normal functioning individual.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. He could be just leaning into some character or else. But I mean, even Tyson, that again, right there. We're not getting a real fight if Mike Tyson is sitting up at the press conference going, "Where's your mother? Where's this little boy's mother?"
So?
No, where's this little boy's mother? Like, please take this little child away. What is he doing talking about body count?
He's a 10-year-old kid.
I don't like.
Mike comes from a different era, man. Like that's,
Mike would have been talking like that when he was 12.
Mother?
Mike would have been talking like that.
12 years old was probably. I think he had already been in like trouble with the law at 12 years old.
Yeah, and so I mean, to me, it's I just don't know that we might be getting a softer side of Mike. If they were uncomfortable with that, I don't know that we're getting the right edge from these two boxers for this fight.
I think I'm excited. I think we are. I think we're getting something good.
Well, I hope so. I hope we're getting something good, just like the Stars winning.
Just like the Stars winning 5-1. Game 4, take a commanding 3-1 lead. I think this was without question the most complete victory and complete game of their season, postseason at least. This was tremendous. It was the most dominant win of the postseason, that's for sure, from a goal differential standpoint, where, I mean, every other game was basically a one-score game.
Outside of empty netters, every game for their first 10 was a one-goal game.
Was a one-goal game.
Every
this
single
one had some cushion. So that was very, very good. What was not good were the other two teams in town. The Rangers have looked completely inept offensively over the last week.
I mean, completely inept.
Completely inept last 4 days.
Yeah.
Inept generally.
Like, like power outage a month? More, maybe? Like, they're not hitting with much power at all. They're not. Like, I mean, their batting average is way up there, but they are not slugging really high at all.
No, they're not. They're not. So they lose 7-0 to Cleveland. A Cleveland team that had one hit through 7 innings.
Which is obviously the gravity of the playoff game is more important. So that's not what I'm saying. But which is a more embarrassing thing to say? That you lost a game that was 0-0 going into the 8th inning. You lost it 7-0. Or that you blow that lead and miss 11 free throws from the Mavericks. The Mavericks is obviously more important.
Yeah, the Mavericks
which
more
is
important.
like take away the playoff nature of it away, which is a more just like, wow, how can you be that? Is it more embarrassing to miss 12 free throws in a 4-point loss? Or is it more embarrassing to lose by 7 when it was 0-0 in the 8th inning?
Yeah, that's pretty embarrassing. Mavericks, they blew it. They missed 11 free throws?
11 or 12. It was
they're 12 to 23.
Yeah, 12 to 23.
So it's 11 free throws. That's embarrassing in its own right. I mean, you're a professional NBA. You're an NBA basketball player. You should be able to make free throws. I get it. It's tough. It's difficult. Guys miss. It happens. But that's just, you can't do that. You can't do that. I think the Rangers loss, allowing 7 runs over the last 2 innings in a scoreless game where you've allowed 1 hit. That's a tough way to lose. And the Mavericks, are they banged up? Are they tired? Are they? Was it a bad day? Was it a bad 24 minutes of basketball? I mean, yeah, all the above. All the above. Kyrie did not take a ton of shots. Did Kyrie open up the lane for Gafford and yeah, of course he did. He did a lot of good in that game.
Orchestrated the offense. Has played well defensively at times.
He did a lot of good that has not shown up in the box score. I get it. But when your number one guy is clearly hobbled, you gotta take charge, man.
Yeah.
If you're the number 2, if you're Kyrie, you're a champion. You're a guy who had one of the biggest shots in NBA Finals history. I don't think that's hyperbole, is it?
No, it's pretty big. It is a massive crunch time clutch shot.
You got to take charge of that. He didn't.
It's such a deviation from what we've seen from him historically. I mean, just even in his time here in Dallas, in terms of the early on in the playoffs, we were seeing consistently throughout the playoffs, he has not taken his shots in the first half. He's let the game kind of come to him. But second half, like I know that he had a big second quarter in one game against the Clippers, but second half has generally been when he's turned it on. At least that was the case in the Clippers series. This one here in the Oklahoma City series, he's not looking for his shot the same way. And I can't figure it out. Choppy, in this season, he averaged 19 shot attempts per game, 19 and a half. In this series, he's averaging 12 and a half. Like, all of those things can be true about he's orchestrating the offense, he's doing those things. If you're averaging 5 more minutes per game in this series than you averaged in the regular season, and your shot selection has gone down to, like, you've lost 7 shots off your average with 5 more minutes of play.
Very strange.
And I don't need, like, I'm going to have to look really quickly because Luka averaged, 24 shots during the year? 23.6 is what Luka averaged during the regular season this year. In the Clippers series so far, when Kyrie has not been taking many shots, Luka's averaging 19.3. Luka is 5 shots off his pace. So there should, in theory, be more. Now, obviously, pace can affect it.
Absolutely.
Obviously, if you're playing some of these slower tempo, physical basketball games.
Yeah, but I don't find their pace to be that slow right now.
No, I'm just saying at times, like, the games are slowing down at times when you get into the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
and and so that can throw off some of the numbers. But here's the thing to me is that when we talk about tired or fatigued or whatever else, it's not like the DeMarcus Lawrence quote. DeMarcus Lawrence's quote, which again, I think he was just coming up for an answer. The problem with DeMarcus Lawrence's quote to people was, you walked into that game tired, like 18 weeks of football with a bye week was too much for you to be able to play another week. Whereas with this one, I don't think the Mavericks are tired from the volume of games they played. Like if they were playing the Clippers again, or somebody like that, if they were playing the Knicks or whoever else in this series right now, I don't think they'd look as worn down. It's that Oklahoma City has made it a point in all 4 games. So we're going to beat you up, and you're going to be physically exhausted and beaten down by the end of each of these games. And we talk about 1 day of rest in between. Your superstar is already hurt.
They need a good 4-day rest. They do. Luka does. His knee does. Kyrie does.
Oklahoma City is managing the physicality of it and rebounding from the physicality of it better than Dallas.
Well, they're all 22.
Yeah,
it's easy, dude. You get over 30 years old, and things just don't heal the same way.
I mean, yeah, but again, a lot of the guys getting a lot of the minutes here for Dallas in the series. Luka's 24. He's obviously hurt though. PJ Washington 25.
Luka's 24. I know
he's like 70 in dog years.
Yeah, he's like 70.
PJ Washington's 25. Josh Green's 23. Derek Jones is 26. Derek Lively's 19.
Kyrie's the one though that I feel looks gassed.
Yes, Kyrie looks gassed at times. Timid too. At times it's timid.
Luka's not. I don't think Luka's gassed. I think
Luka's hurt.
He is gassed, but he's also hurt.
Luka's hurt and exhausted.
Yeah. Kyrie is like, all right, I'm just worn out. Now that may be an age factor. He's played a lot of minutes in this league. Crosstalk, the KNC Masterpiece, coming up next here at 105 through the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tuesday. We'll have the
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Finland Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
I'm a little surprised walking in here seeing how, not cheerful everybody is, but not down and depressed.
It's not my fault they can't shoot free throws.
I thought Bassick would be just throwing things. Maybe he's trying to take his mind off it by talking about other stuff.
Maybe Tolos, answer me this, because I didn't want to get my heart too involved. That's why I've quit the Cowboys. I already know what's going to happen with them the rest of my life.
Okay.
So that's why I'm done with them.
Every year?
Fine.
Kind of like with Luka.
He didn't have to ask, why can't I?
I'm into the Mavs tremendously. The Stars don't affect me as much because I'm kind of a newer fan to it. So if they would have lost last night, I would have been disappointed, but gone to sleep easily. I didn't go to sleep till 1 o'clock because I couldn't get over the horse ass that I saw in the fourth quarter. And I don't know. I guess that's why they call them throws for the Mavs. I guess they're free points for other teams. They're throws. I think they've defined them well for this Maverick team. They are throws.
Except when PJ Washington is supposed to throw it off the back rim and miss it, and then ironically enough, they make that free throw. They did do that.
Maybe try missing.
We've been talking about this.
Ooh, couldn't get worse.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. It's like with beer pong. How the more my vision kind of gets messed up playing the game, I get better at it.
Never played.
Mike, one of the things we've been kicking around today is the idea of have the Mavericks missed their window to potentially rest Luka, or B, is that something that they have to grab?
They should have done that last. They should have done that last night.
I mean, right now he's not a good basketball player. And it's because he's so physically limited. Like the play.
If he tries to jump pass again, I said let's just machete his feet off.
Let's not do that. That's not an actual.
Because he only jumps like 4 inches anyways. But it's like it's a 90% turnover rate when he jumps in the air, not knowing what to do, and just throws it out of bounds or throws it to the other team for 2 points. Dude, I know Charles Barkley isn't the best analyst, but he said this months ago. He said, there's no such thing as a jump pass. There's no such thing as that. It's a bad decision.
It's a bailout.
And so he loves, and he does go slow. He stops and he's able to gather himself. Just don't jump. What's the point in jumping 4 inches off the ground?
You know what's also is that he's so clearly physically limited right now that when Oklahoma City's throwing those double teams at him, he can't get through them at all. It's a turnover every time they double him. And when I saw it last night, we were watching the game last night, when with 4 minutes left or whatever it was, Shea kicks the ball out to Chet Holmgren for that corner three, and Luka just goes, I don't have.
He can't go. His knee won't help.
He was going to try and close out on the shot, and he was just like, can't, and stopped. That was the moment I was like, you might have to sit him.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Should he, at the very least, be playing fewer minutes? I realize it's Luka. I'm not saying he's no good, but in this moment, he's clearly compromised. He played 42 minutes last night, and there was at least 2 of those minutes where I really wish Jason Kidd would have called a timeout, because I was like, Luka's telling you he's extra hurt right now, and they didn't do that. So should you be scaling back his minutes?
Choppy and I were talking about this. That might have been your opportunity last night. Was to sit him in that game. You're up 2-1.
I wouldn't say the opportunity. The opportunity was you finish off that game and you're up 3-1.
Sure.
And now you go to Oklahoma City. The odds are you're going to lose that game. I'm not saying you forfeit, but that's the game that you go, I don't think you either, if you do it now, you're kind of forfeiting the series.
Yes. Yeah, you are. Because then you got to sweep him.
I knew it was. I mean, he might be, but there are times he's a detriment out there.
And I don't mind this.
There absolutely are times.
It's one of those things where it's like, can you afford to have him off the court? It's like, well, there are times, can you afford to have him on the court?
He had to be the most inefficient.
That's the worst triple-double I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
4.5 points is the
most
spread.
Inefficient offensive player in the playoffs last night in all the games. In 2024 playoffs, there couldn't have been a more inefficient player with turnovers and misses and missed free throws.
He had more turnovers than field goals. They're a 4.5 point dog on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I think that they nailed the number.
Yeah, because that's up about 1.5 points from usual OKC spread at home.
Dallas was up 6 or whatever in the last 8 minutes, and that's when Shea went on that run where he made 8 baskets in a row, or 8 points in a row, had those 4 baskets.
I didn't see the other angle too, but that shot where it looked like it was from behind the back,
and he was going.
And Tim Hardaway just threw his arms up like the hell.
That was the one where he did the Haley Van Lith. With Caitlin Clark like that. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to do. I can't guard that. It's the when he made those shots. That was like I was like, this is done. I was like, it doesn't matter if there's 4 minutes left. They're not going to win because to me, I went. This is going to be a whole battle of stamina in this series. And when I saw, Shea's found juice in the fourth. Like, he's found life in his legs. They found an extra step. I was like, well, the Mavericks don't have it right now. And so they aren't going to be able to come back. I have never felt more defeated or like it was an unattainable goal for
even when they still had the lead
with a minute left. I was like, well, this is over. Trailing 4 with a minute left with their energy compared to Oklahoma City's felt like you were down 10 with a minute
My
left.
son got mad at me, I think at 89, 86, and I said, this game's over. And he's like, Dad, there's, I don't know, 3 minutes to go. Or I'm like, dude, it's over. We can't get a good possession. Luka stinks, and Shea's on fire. There's nothing. We can't stop him, and we can't score.
Dude, you and your kids, like me and my dad, he would be so negative, and I did not want to hear it. When I was a kid, I did not want any of that. I didn't want the ref. I didn't want umpire ref talk. I wanted no negativity in my life. And now I think as you get older, you get a little bit, you see more, you're just a little bit more jaded.
Yeah, you have a little more experience of understanding it doesn't as much hope
when
as
your
you have of a comeback.
Yeah,
hope isn't a great
your team
finalizer.
What's coming up on the show other than this?
Guys, at 11 o'clock, Eric Nadell joins the show.
Ooh,
he does not want to talk any Rangers, I think.
What band is he into right now?
We'll find out. That's a good one. That's a good question. But he will be having his shindig on Thursday at the Kessler, and Mike's gonna
birthday
be there.
bash.
Mike will be there as well, and then we have Billy Corgan at 1:20 today. Smashing Pumpkins lead singer,
Billy Corgan.
I'm so stoked right now. I'm
owner
so
of the
excited.
NWA,
Yes,
the wrestling organization. Not
he owns the NWA.
Yes, he does.
That's funny too because that's Mike McCarthy's whole philosophy of coaching too. Or no, it's watermelon. Smashing watermelon.
Okay.
Is McCarthy's thing.
Gallagher.
Carrot Top.
Yeah.
Are you just naming comedians right now?
Yeah.
you think before the Packers
Gallagher and then Carrot Top, those are like your go-to?
Yeah, before the Packers playoff game, you think
hair?
McCarthy's whole pregame speech was like, "Take my wife, please." Like that was his whole like bit of trying to motivate the team.
I get no respect from Bobby Bell.
I think he's going back to all those old. He watched the Tom Brady roast. He's like, no, we need to watch the Don Rickles roast.
Is it? Yes. Is it tomorrow? The schedule comes out.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Man, Mike
it's
Florio,
tomorrow. There's a show.
But did you track the mental breakdown of Mike Florio talking about this?
I did not.
All right, so last week he had a new front page article every day that he made sure to put as his lead story, and it was schedule likely to come out next week. And then the next day, nobody knows when the NFL schedule. I was like, you just said it was, and then the next day, scheduled to come out next Wednesday. And I was like, man, what a wild overreaction that was.
You a big Florio fan?
No.
Oh.
Not at all?
No,
Not
in
at
fact,
all?
when I do remember when I walked off the set of the Dan Orlovsky interview, Haig was like, it's okay. I would have done it if it was Florio.
Did you really?
I would have stayed.
Did you really say that?
He was trying to just make me feel better because everyone was angry at me in that
you
moment.
can't pull a Bobby.
Kevin also really loves
in a number of
conflict.
ways.
He enjoys that moment of like, I don't know what's about to happen, so let's just see how this goes.
Think about it. In your life, 90 to 95% of the time, you like know what the other person's going to say to you or what they're probably going to do or whatever. But in that moment, you have no idea what's going to happen.
They have none.
It's very interesting.
I get it. I mean, there's a awkwardness to it. Awkward humor's great. Big fan of that. Big fan of awkward humor. I don't know.
And Mike's heard 100% of everything he's ever said. And that's
for everything I've ever said.
And he thinks the Mavericks are going to miss 100% of the free throws they
does.
take.
He does. Wait, what am I missing on the 100% of everything you've ever said? Of course you hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
right.
Yeah.
That's the bit.
Okay. I said an inside joke here.
No, I said it on the air because I'm like, I don't like hearing myself on commercials or whatever. I've heard everything I've said.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear it again.
Oh, it's great. That's a great point because you don't want to hear air check tales of the world.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I do hate that.
We did that bit one time where we grabbed the old audio tapes, obviously. So we found your TCU basketball play-by-play and everything else. I did intend to do that for everybody else at one point, and I only got as deep as Corey.
For what? For
Let's go ahead and mark that.
Yeah, I found masterpiece of the day.
Yeah.
I did find I did find some like news broadcasts.
I
from
have
UNT that were,
I have a tape.
No, it was not like that. It was like they just come off of some sort of presentation, some sort of like 2-minute story, and it's on Corey, and it starts just slowly zooming out, and there's an anchor to his right, and Corey has this very canned like, Kayla, you're a big fan of music, right? Like it was clearly like it was meant to be natural.
I'm a big fan of music. We're having the person who does all the Halloween songs.
It's not.
We have a tape of our very first show, Bobby.
I don't want to hear
the
it.
one that Kevin and I did. My grandma. I don't know how.
do?
Yeah, I don't know how much of it my grandmother recorded. I haven't listened to it all, but I have the tape.
Like she recorded it like on a tape?
On a cassette tape. Yeah.
Awesome.
And I don't know how to transfer it from cassette to the world.
Oh, there's gotta be a
Hey, do you still have my DVDs? I need those.
Yeah,
back.
I'll bring it back.
DVDs.
I got no. I've also. It's because I've got one of them. One of them's ripped and done.
Oh,
the
no.
other one I got to get like it's ripped onto the.
Oh,
internet.
really?
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's in Google
The whole
Drive.
game?
Yeah, the whole game is. It's the basketball one. The baseball one I haven't been able to convert yet.
Okay, thank you.
So the but the first tape thing that is, I've got a DAT machine like somewhere where I can actually.
Okay.
Dak had a machine too. Signed all his autographs in 2016.
That is true. How excited were you to see Goff $60 million or $55 million a year? What that means for Dak?
It's great for everybody. It also means Detroit's done. Congratulations, your run's over.
They may get one more year out of it.
Yeah, that's right. He's at 30 this year or whatever.
Well, they got a young team too, so they'll get.
Yeah, the problem is now you have to get rid of all those guys when they come up. Not all of them. You have to choose about 2 or 3 and let 2 or 3 go.
They signed a bunch of them already though, because they signed Amon-Ra St. Brown this offseason. They signed.
You can't do that. You can only get talent in April. I've figured this out. I'm a fan of the Cowboys and the Cowboys only, and they have told me that only April, only for 3 days is the only time that you can get talent. And then
24/7, 365.
If there were free agents that nobody wanted, then after the draft is over on that Monday, you can start signing those guys.
Didn't you miss this?
I did.
This will be fun for 4 hours.
I did.
I can't wait.
He did the mash. He did the monster mash. It was a one-eyed, one-horn, flying purple people eater. That's who we're having on.
Ask him if he's ever sung that song before. I want to hear you ask him. Have you ever sung this song?
He wrote
before?
all the Halloween songs, right?
All the leaves were
He
brown.
started singing Blink-182 songs
All
yesterday. I was
the
like, good God.
small
Did?
things.
Yeah.
Isn't that-
Yeah, it's a good song. Not him.
Anybody else?
Not good
Not
song.
him.
Not him, but good
Not
song.
that one.
You
Very good
light
song.
up my world like nobody.
One Direction.
Great band.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Great song.
That is
him.
not Smashing
Not
Pumpkins.
Smashing Pumpkins. KC Masterpiece.
I
With
smash
some musicians next.
pumpkins.
No.
Hectic morning. Be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula. I did not get picked for a jury, so I am back and ready to roll.
Yeah, we just assumed that you went to a court building because you figured you'd be able to get a new plug there or something. So that was something that was going on, like a new hookup.
Oh,
For your situation.
I thought you meant like hair plugs. Oh, yeah, I think it's too.
That is Joe Buck.
People.
That was a story that Kevin brought to the table when we were Knights, is that Joe Buck, he said in an interview that he was addicted to hair plugs.
Yeah.
Which is a wild addiction.
That is a weird addiction.
What is the weirdest addiction? 877-881-1053. Y'all let us know. Back to you, Kevin.
Mavs aren't addicted to free throws.
They aren't.
Well, I mean, they're addicted to missing free throws, I guess.
They're like a 9th grade basketball team. They make them 50% of the time.
Oh, my gosh. So you know what? Because of that, what I really want to know, actually, real quick, 877-881-1053, frankelfirm.com text line. Also want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Have you ever had jury duty? What was your experience like? I didn't get picked yesterday, and so I really want to know because I really want to be on a jury. I think that would be super cool. But also, since the Mavericks lost, we're going to go with the team that won, and we're going to go with cut number 4. It's Dallas Stars time.
He's getting another shot through traffic. Look, they score! 4-1 Dallas. Donoff makes the goal. He's been terrific.
It was delightful. Especially, this was not that long after Donoff, I thought, had a good opportunity at a one-timer, and instead he tried to kind of finesse his way up a little bit closer. Maybe he just didn't like the angle. I don't know. But he scores there. The Stars dominate. Not only do they dominate the game in the win, they're now up 3-1 in the series and in complete control.
Was that about as perfect of a game as you could play? I mean, I know you gave up the goal, but other than that, you did everything the right way. Like everything throughout the evening.
That didn't look competitive. Like if you're a Colorado Avalanche fan, you'd say, we didn't even compete.
Yeah.
Think about it. You were better on the Colorado power play than they were. I'm not saying on your own power play. I'm saying when Colorado got a power play, the Stars had more shots and more goals than Colorado did on their own power play. They had more blocks. This game was run at their pace.
I looked up and I don't know, it was 2-0 at the time, or maybe almost 3-0, and it was 23-4 shots. And I was like, oh my God, this is insane. This is great.
16-2 in the first period, shots on goal. And by the way,
and that has a lot to do, and Mike, we were talking about this yesterday, a lot to do with the way that the Stars were fronting them defensively. They couldn't get through. They couldn't set up what they wanted to. If you don't let Colorado skate down into your zone that way, you're better off defensively. They're not going to be able to get off as many shots.
And I actually thought Georgiev did a really good job in the first period at keeping the game, I guess, manageable is what you want to say, because it was only 1-0, and it felt like it should have been. You know what? Honestly, the early parts of the Stars game kind of felt to me like the third quarter of the Mavs game in terms of, I was like, this game is closer than it feels like.
Okay.
Because there was a time when, and we'll get to the Mavs in just a minute, but there was a time when the Mavs were ahead by 6-8 points, and it felt like it should be 12, 14, something like that. And this was the same thing. Is the Stars, it felt like they were ahead by more than they actually were, but they played phenomenal, dominated the game. This series, it's not over, but man, they're in full control.
What did you think about your kid who turned 21 today, Kevin?
Unbelievable.
What?
Wyatt Johnston turned, not Kevin's kid, but I
was like, Noah grew up really fast.
Yeah, Wyatt Johnston.
There's the other one.
Is he's on his way to get a hat trick. And he says, you know what, Sam Still, get a goal. And the empty netter. And he had a wide open shot to get an empty net goal. And he said, hey, teammate, here you go, buddy. That's an unselfish play. And I think across the group, everybody sees that, recognizes it. DeBoer's got to love it. You know, that's an awesome moment for him.
I agree. And one of the things that the announcers were like, oh, they're having a discussion. He could have had a hat trick if he would have passed it back. I was like, I don't think so. I think he skated up to Steele and was like, you're welcome. I don't think he was like, why didn't you pass it back? Because if I was Steele, I was like, why didn't you just take the shot? I thought you were trying to help me out. And like, as we all predicted, goals from Steele and Dodonov were what you got in the third period. And that's something that we talk about all the time, because going into it, Wyatt Johnston scores 2 goals. Who is doing some of the assists? Jason Robertson had a couple of assists. He also assisted on the Miro goal. So, like, the people that you would expect to be heavily involved in the scoring, but Sam Steele had an assist earlier before the empty netter. You see the depth of this team. And maybe this is a different conversation for once they close the series or if they close the series, but it looks like you have top-notch goaltending. You have top-notch scoring options. Your defense is playing really well. They're doing the dirty work. It looks like the Stars check all the boxes of a team that can win the cup.
Craig Ludwig this morning, Kevin, they were talking about Tyler Seguin and how there was he said about 30 games into the season, he said Seguin just looked like he had his jump back. But then he also pointed out, whenever you have a guy like that and that second line doing what they're doing, it doesn't put the entire weight on line one to do all the scoring and all the heavy lifting. Kevin, this team is like, its depth.
It's unbelievable.
That Jim Nill has been able to build and put together and retain and keep and all these things while also having a 1A, 1B starter at goalie. Like all these things that you have, you're the deep, strongest team out there right now, man. This is great.
Which is crazy if you think about it because of how top-heavy the Avalanche are supposed to be. You could make an argument. Maybe you agree.
It puts a lot of stress on that one line,
and
especially when one of them's out.
Nathan McKinnon and then Makar are theoretically the 2 best players in this series.
Yes,
it sure doesn't look like that. And
because the Stars are frustrating them, they're forcing them to carry the entire load on themselves.
And you saw the stat, I think it was in the last game, talking about when Cale Makar gets 1 point, 2 points, no points. And as you could probably guess, when he gets no points, their team is in a world of struggle. And he has struggled in this series. Credit to the Stars for that. Nathan McKinnon, he's got some here and there, but he hasn't looked like the overwhelming wrecking machine that he usually is.
Yeah, and that's in large part the way the Stars have done it. I got to give Thomas Harley some love last night too. Like he played his butt off. Like that defensively, they are as good as I've ever seen this team.
He had a steal that I thought was going to lead directly to a goal. I know it didn't in that moment, but when you're talking about keeping the pressure on, that steal, I was like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, the one thing that I didn't love so much last night was, and maybe Spittle, Hockey Hawk will come in here and be like, no, that was the correct thing to do. I didn't love the penalty on Tanev, the 2 minutes whenever he took the net out, because like dude was going after puck. He was trying to get puck away. The puck's floating over Otter's back,
right?
And he's like skating in trying to get that thing out, and he ran into the net. And I was like, I didn't feel like that was necessary, but they were right there, man. They tried to do it. Colorado. This is very similar to what happened late in the Stars Knights series, Kevin, when you heard the announcer say, the Knights are trying, but there are too many Stars players in the way, and that's just, it feels overwhelming. It feels like you're just suffocating a fantastic Colorado Avalanche offense. Now, I do wonder because somebody asked if you were on the Val Nichushkin jury.
I mean, this probably would have been the outcome. I would have been a bad juror for the Val Nichushkin case.
That was presented to them, as Ludwig said, right after their dinner.
Shocking.
And so they're walking into the arena and everybody's going, hey, have you heard? Have you heard? Have you heard? That's floating around. Everybody's finding out at the same time. There's got to be some shock. And I wonder how much that became a problem for them in this game, because now coach is having to go out there and switch up everything on his lines and everything and having to come up with all these new ideas. And then on top of it, it's a deflator. It's a deflator for your room when you know one of your pieces is gone.
No, he's one of their best players. And you know, it's really weird. I had several people ask me, because this sounds really vague, when the NHL announced that Valeri Nichushkin would be placed in the player assistance program. And it was like, what does that mean? It didn't sound like he needed some money to buy like the rest of his uniform.
He's going
and
to
everything
assist
like
the
that.
commissioner. Like, that's what it sounds to me.
Well, it is actually to combat substance abuse, mental health, and other issues, which is a really wide spectrum of things. But he has been suspended. By the way, I want to give a shout out to Sean Shapiro. And Mike, I think you'll appreciate this. He gave by far the nicest answer I've seen somebody could possibly get on Twitter. In the release put out by the NHL, quote, under the terms of the joint program, Nichushkin will be suspended without pay for a minimum of 6 months and then will be eligible to apply for reinstatement. Somebody asked Sean Shapiro, if you're fancy, what does this mean for Val Nichushkin in the series? And he just responded, well, I mean, he's out for a minimum of 6 months, so
facts.
He will,
facts, man.
He will not play in this series.
Was it baseball last year that somebody got suspended at the end of the year? Like, doesn't count for playoffs. Go ahead and play in the playoffs. Who was that?
I guess that's why it came up. Man, who was that?
Do you remember? Wasn't it baseball playoffs? We're like, wait, so it doesn't matter in the playoffs?
And it only goes into.
It was when they hit Adolis Garcia.
Yeah.
So it was Abreu, right?
And
it's all coming to my. It was Abreu who hit Garcia. Like, you're suspended the first 2 games of 2024.
Yeah, and all the Rangers fans were outraged and like, wait, he's could have made an impact like right now.
So it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. And there's no suspension in the playoffs.
And if you remember last year, and a lot of people still have questions about this, but went through the process. Nichushkin missed 5 games of the Avs series against the Kraken for, quote, personal reasons, as the team described it, after a police report stated that an intoxicated woman was found in Nichushkin's hotel room the morning of Game 3. And so they're like, hey, we're going to just not have you play and say it's for personal reasons. And so I'm not sure the specifics of it. Maybe the specifics have come out this morning, but that looks like somebody, and I don't mean this in a mean way or a mocking way or anything. He looks like somebody who does need some help, whether it's from the league or from whoever. He needs some assistance.
Kevin, I'm looking at moneypuck.com.
Okay.
Good website.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I mean, it's not my website. The Avalanche at the moment have a less than 5% chance to win the cup.
Sounds like a free throw percentage.
A 5 point or an 11% chance to make the third round.
Okay.
All right.
Wow,
That's our good free throw.
They only have 11% to win this series. I like it.
The Bruins are at less than 5% to win the cup as well. The Oilers, 10%. The Hurricanes, 7%.
But the Panthers are pretty high.
The Panthers, 16.8%.
Okay.
The Canucks, 16.9%.
Oh.
The Rangers, the New York Rangers, that is, Mike.
Yeah.
21.
We got an issue with our Rangers.
21.7% chance to win the cup.
All right. That's about the chance of Luka completing a pass when he jumps in the air.
Your Dallas Stars.
It's going to be all day. Like,
All right.
by the way, if you're just curious,
21.9%. The highest percentage to win this cup right now. So here we are with the Stars leading the way for all DFW sports as the Mavericks can't make free throws.
Right now, do you view them as the favorites of the cup? We talked about it. I definitely
New
view
York
them as
and Dallas are equal.
Okay.
Florida's a really good team.
Florida is very good. And that's why I view the Stars as definitely the favorite to make it to the Stanley Cup final.
I don't know. I was in San Francisco. I watched New York Rangers play for 8,000 hours because they don't change it in a bar. So you're like, hey, the Stars are already now in the second period. Like, we don't care. We're keeping it on New York Rangers until somebody scores. Then those fart knockers finally scored. Then they blew their chance to close out a series yesterday.
Did you think about going across the bay to Oakland to watch the game instead?
No, there's more homeless people there than I think there are in San Francisco.
Oh, my God. From the 469 update on jury duty. I didn't even know that this could happen. I was summoned 3 times for jury duty, and all of them got canceled. One due to weather conditions. Fascinating. And then from the 469, not only was I picked for a jury, I was elected Madam Forewoman. That's awesome. And then somebody said,
isn't that like the person who runs a brothel?
That is just a regular Madam Forewoman.
Doesn't that sound like
Madam Four, a brothel at like a construction
she's
site?
the one who shuts it down, I guess.
That's dangerous on multiple
That was
levels.
the last
Hey, and this is my Madam Four woman.
You have any more nails? Oh, we got plenty of stuff for you. And you're like, stop it.
Did
Stop
you bring
it.
the hammer?
Yes. Look. Do
I've seen that commercial.
It
Do
is
I now
10:17 in the morning.
want to see an SNL
These
skit
screws
or
into
something like
the-
that?
yeah.
Yes, I do. Hey, by the way, and somebody said the weirdest addiction is really wanting to be on a jury.
That is a little weird.
I'm not addicted to it. I don't like come up with false identities to get more jury summons.
All right, fine. Coming up next, will Oklahoma City play Hack-A-Mavs the rest of the series?
Thanks to the fan.
Commercial-free K&C. Delicious. Spend your lunchtime commercial.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Gilgeous-Alexander, chance to tie or take the lead depending on shot selection. SGA takes it at Hardaway. Oh, that's ridiculous! Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in his bag!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. To be fair, Mike, that was ridiculous.
Iron Eagle, another good play-by-play.
Do you want to talk about any other parts of the game, or do you just want to dive?
How about this? There is no such thing as double dribble. I've seen in the NBA now, like my son's like,
was it Jalen Williams?
Like, oh, it's double dribble. I'm like, no, there's no such thing. As long as you pick the ball up and act like you never possessed it for the 3 dribbles you had, they're like, that wasn't dribbling, even though you bounced it 3 times on the ground. They're like, I don't think that was dribbling. You can now dribble again.
And that is one thing I did not love about the TV broadcast. I thought the TV broadcast did a really good job. But going to commercial break, they were like, really caught the Mavs defense sleeping. And I was like, did he? Or were they all like, he can't dribble the ball anymore? And then he just went right to the rim. Shout out to Grant Hill for being like, oh, I thought that was double dribble. And you saw all kinds of people doing the double dribble motion. I thought it was double dribble as well.
But there's no, I mean, literally, there really isn't. You can dribble, I think, only twice. As in, you can only, I don't know if you can pick it up 3 times.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've seen in the NBA, Joel Embiid earlier in the playoffs, he was posting up and he just changed hands. And he's like, I just want to dribble with this hand now. I'm like, usually you have to bounce it to cross it to your other hand. Like, no, you can just toss it to your other hand. And I've seen that 100 times this year. So that was the only thing. I'm not blaming the refs. The Mavs lost that game.
Yes.
Hell, I don't even want to say Oklahoma City won the game. The Mavs tried very hard. The Mavs gave great effort, but the Mavs peed a game away that they could have been up 3-1 in this series.
Yep.
But unfortunately they didn't. But the one thing that was weird late in the game, but it's not weird, is there literally is no such thing as double dribble in the NBA. Like, you can't do it.
I know he's tired. I know he's hurt. There's no defense at the free throw line. There's 10 seconds left, 96-94. Luka is at the free throw line, and he misses.
Yeah.
Now, he was by far, he was not the only one who was missing free throws for the Mavs. They were abysmal shooting free throws all night. And I don't know if you guys ran through this exercise. It's a waste of time, but I thought about it numerous times, and they would be like, oh, the Mavs are 11 for 20 tonight. I'm thinking you should be at least 15. Have those 4 points on. It's a different game. I realize you can't play that game, but everybody's chanting.
Yes, you can. 12 for 23, Kevin. How many of those do you need to make?
Yeah, but luckily,
5.
I think Oklahoma City didn't make their free throws.
Yes, they did. 23 of 24.
That's impossible.
They missed.
Is that good?
Only if it's Dirk or Curry going to the line every time.
Either.
And so the fans are chanting MVP, MVP. Steps up to the line. Very
For
first
Shai.
free throw for Luka, and he misses. That's, I know he's hurt, and that goes into some of it, but missing those free throws, it's unexcusable.
No,
Yes.
I'm with you. I mean, it's unexcusable for most of the Mavs. Kyrie going to the line 1 of 2 when you're 5 of 10 from the line as a team. Like, if that's when I cussed, I shouldn't have cussed. I'm sorry, God, but I cussed out loud. My son told me you shouldn't cuss, and I was like, you're right, I shouldn't. This shouldn't mean that much to me. But that was just in the middle of the game. That was like, I don't know, early third quarter, I'm thinking mid third quarter. And I'm like, if this MFer is going to miss because he's our best, we're just going to miss. And everybody went to the line, and literally, I don't know how many of those kids had to pick up the crap from the free throw line after they were done crapping their pants as they had to shoot a 15-footer with nobody on them.
It's free. Somebody did say Dirk would have made those free throws, and let's not forget, against the Heat, he missed a couple free throws, and that was the turning point in that series.
And the thing is, if you don't think free throws are important, you're making that a point.
Yeah.
If you go back and watch the Heat and Mavs in 11, the only reason the Mavs won that series was free throws.
Yep.
If you go back and watch, you're like, this is amazing when you go back and watch, because you think of all the big moments, whether it's a random Jan Mahimi shot or a big shot by Dirk or a defensive play. If you go back and look at how many free throws the Heat were missing on the losses they had, you're like, we won the series based on the Heat not being able to make free throws. And so last night, this isn't uncommon in the NBA. It's weird. You can look at different stats, but literally you can look at free throws. For the Mavs, only championship in their history is based off of the other team being bad at the free throw line.
Reggie, were you at the game last night?
I was at the game last night, yeah.
Can you kind of texted us like a piece of this. Can you walk us through the vibe once the game was over? Because, and I don't want to focus in, I do want to talk about the free throws, but that wasn't the only thing. You led this game by as many as 14 points. You had a comfy cushion even going into the fourth quarter, and outside of when they were ahead, I don't know, like 4-2, Oklahoma City was behind this entire game. Like, this felt like a game that you just choked away. What was the vibe around American Airlines Center after the game was over?
Oh, it was not very good. I mean, you saw people leaving once you got to like that 5 points with a minute left. Like there were some people leaving, and I think it was indicative of just how stunned a lot of folks are. And it was a rally towel night as opposed to a t-shirt night. Early in the game, you saw people involved with those rally towels. Once it got down to that late stage of the game, there weren't as many rally towels going. And I felt that was kind of indicative of just how much of a gut punch it was to the fans, seeing this team allow the Thunder to hang around and then ultimately just storm back and, claw their way back into a game that for the longest part of this night, last night, felt like it was done for.
That's the part that concerns me the most, is that they stole that from you right at the end. And now, like, they're walking out of there going, man, we played a tough game throughout the night with them. It was a physical battle just like it was on Saturday. We discussed that at length yesterday. Maybe the most physical game I'd ever seen the Mavericks play was Saturday. And then they match it last night because the referees were like, we'll figure out our whistles at some point. And they never really did. And so my concern there is they steal it, go back to their place thinking, man, did we really just kind of open up a small portion of what our plan was late in the game? Because the Mavericks came out on fire. Like, they opened that game on fire and looked like, okay, this is going to be an easy one. And then Oklahoma City's walking away thinking, we only showed a small thing here at the end of this game to steal it. Mavs might not have time to adjust and figure out what we accomplish here other than making their free throws. Like, that could be the big factor there.
And clearly the Oklahoma City Thunder, I know you saw flashes of it on Saturday. They finally realized, hey, Josh Giddey is not a super viable player for us in this series, and we should probably move to some other options.
They will still play that man. Mark Daigneault seems really steadfast in some of his beliefs, and it was one of the frustrations for me in this game because the one place where he was not steadfast, right? When it comes to the playoffs, one of the tough things is if you have a game plan that you believe in, sticking with it when you're losing. And the Thunder had made this game plan of they were not going to allow you to get your dunks, get your lobs, get your pick and roll down. And you had knocked them out of that because P.J. Washington had shot the three ball so incredibly well, particularly on the weak side, that they, starting this game, they were not peeling in that extra defender to have that help down low. And so early in this game, you were able to have a freeway to the lane with this pick and roll play that you've loved as the Mavs all season. And you did not capitalize on them moving away from their game plan. They came back to it later in the game, and they were able to come back and steal that game from you. That felt frustrating because that, in a series, is the chess game. And when you get them off balance, you need to capitalize, and they didn't.
From the 806, there were even fights in the Lexus parking garage, Mavs fans fighting each other. And what? Luka said the right thing after the game, and that's great. He said, we shot 52% from the free throw line. That's unacceptable. We have to work on our free throws. And I'll just focus in on Luka. He was really good from the line in the first series. But you look at 6 for 10, 7 for 10, 4 for 6. So all of the games where he shot more than 2 free throws in this series, he shot 70% or lower. And so he's part of the problem. The team's part of the problem. This is clearly the worst that they shot from the free throw line in the postseason. The next worst was 64%. They dropped all the way to 52%.
You'd have won if you shot 64%.
Yes.
That's a horrible percentage.
And you think about it.
Like Shaq might have, if you would have sent Shaq to the line for all of our free throws, we might have had a better chance to win.
And their best free throw shooting percentage of this series is 70%. That's not great either.
That's horrible.
And so it's not just this one game. Like, I don't want to just say, it's like whenever a team shoots really well from three, you're like, hey, what can you do? They're on fire tonight. I don't want to make it like, hey, the Mavericks just missed some free throws tonight. You're not going to see that again. You've seen it every game in this series where they have been at best average from the line.
You actually last week, maybe it was last Friday, you were the one that was harping on that already. And I was like, I'm not worried about it, because we're going to dunk the ball all the time.
And we did some.
And we did dunk the ball a little bit.
Missed some too.
Yeah, there were some missed dunks. I do have you don't mind me interjecting this.
I don't.
Guess what? Their 3-point shooters are going to make 3-pointers in Oklahoma City.
Probably so.
Just Maverick fans, just know all those misses that we saw all night long, they go in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, they're going to liven up. Your role players do that. I want to blame my father-in-law for last night's loss.
I'm here for that.
Thank you. We were at the house, and I had the laptop up and the TV, as one does, and they were there for the beginning. He and father-in-law said, I said, are you going to stick around and watch the game? He was like, I was hoping we can, because Carter has an orchestra thing tomorrow, so they came in town.
Okay.
And so we're watching the game, and mother-in-law says, we need to go. We don't want to keep you up. And I said, I'm up watching these two games.
Yeah.
And they said, y'all need to go to bed, and we should go.
Pause real quick. Pause. They wanted to leave, right? That's what we're taking.
Right. That's absolutely the trick. When you want to get off the phone, you're like, I'm going to let you go. It's always being courteous to you, even though I really want to leave. 100%.
Okay. Unpause.
And I said, y'all don't have to go anywhere, but feel free to. Like, it has nothing to do. And father-in-law gave the look to mother-in-law like, no, we need to stay here to finish these games. And then they all collectively did get up and they left last night. So I'm going to blame him for not sticking around. I don't feel like I needed to be any more like assertive with the, hey, y'all, no, I demand you stay.
Right.
Maybe I should have. But Kevin, we all know if something's been going good,
don't change it.
You don't change it at
Agreed.
all. You
Agreed.
stick with it. That being said, I did predict Game 6 as being the way the Mavs close this out. And Kevin, they can still close it out in 6. Where is that game?
Dallas.
And what color jersey have they already shot out there? They have the black jerseys already out there. So Mavs are saying we're sticking with what does this well. We won the first round in 6 games with the black jerseys. We're going to do the same in the second.
Maybe they should Cedric Sabalas themselves at the free throw line and see if they
blindfolded.
Just throw it up there and hope.
And you were essentially 1 quarter away from coming in today.
I know.
Correct me if I'm wrong. And we're both like, the Mavs are dominating. The Stars are dominating.
Finals.
Yes.
You just need to win one more game.
But what did you say yesterday, Mike? This is playoff mindset.
Because I'm thinking to myself, there's just how many I'm sure there's obviously the easy analytic to find. I don't care to find it. How many corner threes did they miss that they were wide open? 10?
Yeah.
Those are Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Like, I felt like in the first half, they got so many wide open 3 looks. They just missed. And luckily, the Mavs got the rebound, and the Mavs took advantage of it in the first half.
They didn't in the second.
But in the second half, now a few of those started going in, obviously, and then Shea took over the game. Shea's the best player in this series, and to me, it's not even close, which is
wow.
I wish Luka was healthier. I wish Luka was playing better, but it's not close. And I will say this. I think the Mavs are doing everything possible to make the game difficult on Shea. He's just a great offensive weapon that you're just trying to kind of make it difficult on him, but there's nothing you can do when he's on. The thing is they're making it difficult on Luka, and there's nothing he can do to make a basket.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Eric Nadell coming up at 11. Billy Corgan coming up at 1:20, but coming up next, it's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, you weren't here, Kevin, but I told you what was going to happen, and it continues
We
next.
lost.
Bummed about that.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Got Eric Nadel coming up in about 16 minutes. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
Well, I talked about it yesterday. I know the Rangers are tired. They're fatigued. They just came off of a long road trip with a doubleheader in there with 3 cities in 10 days. They had another one, 3 cities, 10 days. And the schedule didn't do them any favors this year. They are tired. They are very tired, and we're seeing it on the field. Now, they're also very hurt, and we're seeing it on the field. Not having Josh Young in this lineup, and I just saw yesterday, I think MLB.com ranked the top 10 third basemen this season, and I want to say they had Josh Smith 6th or 7th.
Wow. Yeah.
How good is that your guy is replacing Josh Young, who did not make the top 10 right now in third baseman, who's right now, if you look at the third baseman and what they're doing in 2024, Josh Smith is playing at a top 10 third baseman level, but it doesn't matter. Josh Smith is out. That is killing you. Corey Seager's having a very rough start to the season. His OPS, I think, now is below 650. Jeez. So he's supposed to be at 900. So if you just have that, if you just look at where his OPS is supposed to be as a player, 850 to 925 is kind of where he lives, and you're 200 points under that. Adolis Garcia is in just a month of slump now. So you just look at what he's doing in the month of May.
Is that just because he can be streaky, or?
I guess so. I don't think he's hurt, from what I understand. Okay. There's nothing that's bugging him. He just is in a slump of all slumps. It was weird that Marcus Semien got Player of the Week because it doesn't feel like it right now after getting swept in Colorado and scoring 6 runs. And I believe, I don't have this perfect, but I believe the last time a team went into Colorado and had a 3-game series and scored 6 runs or less was 2021. So just to give you an idea on how tough it is to go to Denver against these Rockies especially.
Golly,
so now we know this. After yesterday, it's not the Rockies pitchers.
Yeah.
It's Bibby's not even having that good of a year. I do like him as a pitcher for Cleveland, and he pitched the ball well. I'll give him credit, but this isn't about the two lefties for Colorado are about to take off. It's not about Tanner Bybee is a candidate to make the All-Star team. This is the Rangers can't hit right now. And once again, here's the deal. There's going to be a time in the season, this is the little bit scary point where I'm at, where Lorenzen and Heaney and Gray, and those are pretty much like your only ones right now that are healthy. And then Arena steps up and gives you 2 runs in almost
really
7 innings, and you lost all of them. You're losing. Lorenzen threw 7 innings and gave up 1 hit and no runs, and you didn't even compete in the end.
Yeah.
And I was watching the game. Dave Raymond talked about this, and about the 4th or 5th inning, he said, here's the deal. Both teams' starting pitchers are doing great through about 4 innings. It was in the 5th, I believe. And he said, but Cleveland's bullpen is pitching great of late, and the Rangers bullpen isn't.
Yeah.
So if this game stays the way it is, advantage Cleveland. And then we saw immediately the Rangers bullpen came in, and in 2 innings, they gave up 7 runs. And this is kind of happening. I mean, I don't want to say consistently, but over the last 6 days, this is kind of what is happening.
Can I ask you a question about that? Is it because the bullpen had been pitching really well? Is it because they've already leaned so much on the bullpen that was inevitable that you got people slotted higher?
No, guess what? They're relying on the bullpen. Guess who's throwing the 4th least amount of innings in all of baseball for their bullpen this year?
It's the Rangers?
The Rangers.
Really?
25 or 26 other teams have thrown more innings.
I would not have guessed
This is the most rested bullpen in all of baseball, you could say.
Man.
So it's not the starters leaving them out to dry.
Okay.
In fact, yesterday, Bybee went 5 1/3. Our guy went 7.
Yeah.
So we only had to get 6 outs.
Wow.
They had to end up getting, help my math out here, they had to get 13, 14 outs.
How long did you say? 5 2/3?
Yeah, 5 1/3.
5 1/3. So
3 1/3, 10, 11
outs.
11 outs. Yeah, 11 outs. You had to get 6.
Wow.
They had to get 11. They go 11 outs, no runs.
Okay.
They go 6 outs.
Then
7 runs.
my next bullpen question. Do we have people pitching above
for sure
where they should? Like,
We're hurt.
look, no shade against Latz, but it definitely feels like he's being used in higher leverage situations than they probably would like.
And I would say for him, he might be getting overused.
Yeah.
Because he's the only lefty in the pen.
Yeah.
And your other lefty specialist to start the year was going to be Yates, but you had to move him to closer. And he's been awesome. He has been super awesome. But he was a guy, when you looked at his splits, you said, well, we can use him. If there's 2 or 3 lefties coming up in an inning, we can use him in the 7th inning right here and really dominate these lefties. But you can't, because Leclerc, he is who he is. He's in a bad streak now. This is going to happen. So Leclerc most likely for the next week or so is going to struggle. Then he's going to come out of it and for about a 2-week period not give up any runs, or a 3-week period and not give up any runs. But this is who he is. We've seen it now since 2016. He's a streaky reliever who goes on hot stretches and cold stretches. And so Leclerc is in a cold stretch now. So now Leclerc's in a cold stretch. Robertson had 1 bad game. I'm not worried about him, but now you get to the point where Jack Leiter's starting his 3rd start today because you only have 3 starting pitchers. Now, I guess you can say 4 because Urena has made 2 starts and done great in both starts.
I have an odd amount of confidence in him at the moment.
But then you go back to, does it matter if you're only going to score 1 run a game? Because now you have to throw a complete game shutout. And I guess you shouldn't say from your starter, but today the Rangers are probably to have a chance to win because offensively they're just struggling. And maybe I'm going to be wrong. I hope the Rangers score 10 runs. I really do. But it feels like if you give up 3 runs today, you're going to lose.
Okay.
Because you're probably going to score 2 or 3 runs the way you're swinging the bat right now.
Let's go.
I don't love that.
And then if you get into a battle of the pens, to your point, who are we going with to get, like, let's just say Leiter goes 5 innings, gives up 2 runs. Would everybody take that right now? 5 innings, 2 runs, Jack Leiter.
Absolutely.
Everybody be pumped about that.
Awesome.
Yeah, so if you have Robertson pitching the 8th and then Yates pitching the 9th, let's just put those 2 guys.
Yeah.
They're pitching no matter what. I have to get outs. I have to get 6 outs. In the 6th and 7th inning, I open up the floor.
I don't know.
I think we can do it.
Who do you want to pitch those innings then?
Aroldis Chapman.
He's not on our team.
He's not even
anymore.
doing that great. in
Kirby
Pittsburgh.
Yates.
Well, who's going to close the game for you?
David Robertson.
Who is going to pitch?
You
your
could do
eighth inning?
this. They're down for a couple days, but you could go Robertson the 6th and 7th and Yates the 8th and 9th.
Yeah. Best of luck.
And
to
then
us.
you're like, for the next 2 days, they're not pitching.
Okay, fine. Am I sacrificing those 2 games for this one game?
And I guess you do have an off day on Thursday, so you could do that.
What's interesting, Mike, is you said that, like, oh, hey, you'd be ecstatic if Jack Leiter went out there and gave you 5 and 2 runs.
Yeah.
Like, that would be, because in our minds, that is, hey, that's Jack Leiter making progress. But you're in the middle of this season where everything's falling apart for you, and you don't have time for progress right now because you are trying to win games, not just progress players and develop. And maybe it could have been. Maybe that could have been an option at some point in the season to throw him out there for a few games to let him develop.
Sure.
If you were healthy and you were doing well and everything. But right now the stress is, we can't lose. We can't do these things. The further back we get, the worse it's going to be because, Mike, the schedule, the way it's set up, it's going to be a while before they can reboot themselves and be fresh.
Here's my hope, and I'll say it again like I said yesterday. I think this Cleveland series is going to be a rough one. If you win a game, I think you should be happy.
Okay.
And you just threw 7 innings, 1 hit, no runs, and you still lost, and lost by a lot. You have Jack Leiter today, and then you have, is it John Gray, I think, tomorrow. If I have my schedule right, I think it's John Gray. So after that, you have an off day. Here's what I'm hoping, because there's no travel, that Semien, Seager, Lowe, Garcia, Smith, Heim, Jankowski, Duran, and Tavares
Great tomorrow.
all somewhat get rest, and they feel better. And the offense takes off against a horrible Angels team. And you take 2 of 3 against the Angels, and you're right around 500. And at this point, I think you're just going to have to try to survive around 500 till the All-Star break. I don't know how it gets much better. I was listening to Bruce Bochy on the pregame show yesterday on 105.3 The Fan. Spores is out for a long time. They're not even putting a date on the time that he could maybe come back. Like, we have to get the shoulder right because he came back and he wasn't right. So they are going to take all the time in the world to get. So Spores isn't coming back to help probably until July.
Right.
And that's hopeful, to be honest. I think at this point, with Max Scherzer totally shutting down, you're now not looking at Max Scherzer helping out your rotation for a long time. You already know DeGrom isn't supposed to help out till August at best. Malley is right around the All-Star break. If everything goes right, and now your optimism is like, crap, wasn't everything going right with Max Scherzer, and now we're looking at like maybe July with him? And so you just start looking at these things, and you're like, hey, Evaldi could come back and Dunning could come back in the next, let's say, week to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But they're not hitters. And then you're still Josh Young. You're still a month away from Josh Young.
Like, that would have such a crippling impact on this line.
Yeah.
There were lots of fan texters, Kevin, that knew because they were pointing out what happened last year whenever he was out and then when he came back and the differences there. So I will credit the fan texters and some of the Twolos.
Okay.
Anyways, it hurt me yesterday to see how good Lorenzen was doing. And then you got to about the 6th inning, and I'm thinking to myself, how are the Rangers going to win this game?
Yeah.
Like, you're hoping for a solo home run. This was the hope in my head. Maybe somebody can run into one with nobody on, and then you have Robertson pitch 6 outs for you or 5 outs, and then Yates gets 4 or 3 outs for you, and you win the game? Because, just real quick, I know I'm out of time, but my options today to try to get 6 outs, Jonathan Hernandez.
Nope.
Yuri Rodriguez.
Nope.
Grant Anderson, who they refused to throw against a lefty. He was up against an 8-hole hitter batting 200, and they said on an 0-1 count, intentionally walk that guy. So there's not really a lot. It doesn't seem like a lot of confidence in Grant Anderson getting more than a couple outs until a lefty comes up. So you name me Owen White.
Nope.
Cole Winn. That's it. Those are my only options to get 6 outs today.
Yes, I'm going Cole Winn.
Sheer will and determination will win this game.
I'm looking at Leclerc. He's maybe down today, but he didn't pitch in a way that you're like, throw him back out there today.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Texas Rangers play-by-play man, hockey fan, and philanthropist. Philanthropist? There we go.
Oh my.
Eric Nadel. No, I didn't say philanderer. I said
Now you did.
No.
Yeah, you just did. I heard you just now.
He might have canceled. But if he didn't, Eric Nadel will be up next right here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you, I botched the intro the first time. I'll get it right this time. We bring to you Texas Rangers play-by-play man, hockey fan, and philanthropist. It is Eric Nadel. Good morning, sir.
How you guys doing?
We're doing, I guess we're doing okay. I want to say excellent because the Stars won, but the Rangers lost and the Mavs lost, so it's a bit of a mixed bag this morning. How are you doing?
We're doing okay. I had a chance to see the last period of the Stars going back and forth with the Mavericks. Very mixed emotions there. It was a tortuous last half hour, wasn't it?
It was, and I know a 3-1 series, you're going to be like, well, we feel in control. But, man, the Stars feel really in control of their series against the Avalanche, and it feels like they're imposing their will in this series, does it not?
Well, it certainly did last night. I thought the game was really different from the game on Saturday, where I thought, the Stars, for the most part, got outplayed, but managed to win the game. And last night, they're a completely different story. They were seemingly in control the whole night.
Eric, I know Jared is a huge Mavs and Stars fan as well, but I recently learned that you had a chance to be a hockey guy. Were you going to be a hockey guy at some point?
I actually was a hockey guy in my first 6 years of professional broadcasting. When I came out of college at Brown, I had a background broadcasting hockey and football. We didn't do the other sports except for soccer, and I didn't know anything about soccer. But I thought I was a pretty good hockey announcer. I got a job in Muskegon, Michigan, at the lowest level of minor league sport, and then after a few years moved up to AAA to Oklahoma City, and then here to do the Dallas Blackhawks. They were Chicago's AAA club. And then when the Stars moved here, I'd been doing the Rangers at that point for, I guess, about 12 or 13 years. And, a lot of people were lobbying Jim Lights, the president of the Stars at that time, to hire me as the first voice of the Stars. And I had a meeting with Jim, and he said, well, you've got to decide, one sport or the other. You can't do both. And if you want to do hockey, we'll strongly consider you for this job. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought that the travel in baseball is much easier because you stay in a city for more than just one day. You're traveling in the good weather. At that point, I was established as a baseball announcer, was enjoying it. And honestly, we weren't sure that the Dallas Stars were going to make it. Minor league hockey here was drawing 3,000 a game in Dallas and 3,000 a game in Fort Worth. And to think about drawing 18,000 seemed overwhelming. So I wasn't sure that was going to be long range, a wise career decision, and decided to stick with baseball.
And is it true that you beat out Doc Emmerich for the job?
That was for a job in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Where the guy making the decision was the general manager and the coach. And he interviewed me one night and Doc one night. And I think I stayed with him drink for drink better than Doc. Doc doesn't drink that much. And this guy was a heavy drinker. And I think my ability to be a better wingman probably got me the job rather than my ability to be a better hockey announcer.
Wow.
There you go, Kevin, our new Stars insider, Eric Nadel, also.
Man, that's I'm kind of blown away by that. That's kind of amazing.
Is it any wonder though? As long as we've known Eric,
that's true.
Fascinating man.
He is an enjoyable person to be around and to hike with and stuff. That's true. That's a good point. Now we should probably talk about the Rangers, but I'm actually going to pivot before we get to that. Is your birthday concert? I know that the birthday benefit. This is something that you do every single year. For people who are not familiar, will you tell everybody about the Grant Halliburton Foundation, what they do, and maybe why that speaks to you personally?
Yeah, sure. The Grant Halliburton Foundation has been the beneficiary of my birthday concert for 4 years now. And what they do is provide suicide prevention programs and mental health awareness programs in area schools. And they've been tremendously effective in reducing the rate of suicide in the schools that they're in and just generally fostering better mental health practices. So it's a tremendous organization. There's a similar organization, I should point out, in Tarrant County called the Jordan Elizabeth Harris Foundation. And those who are interested in this cause in Tarrant County, should look them up. But we do this concert. Rhett Miller and Leslie Mendelson are going to play it on Thursday at the Kessler Theater in Dallas. It's been sold out since the day the tickets went on sale. But we have an amazing auction that is silent and open to everybody now. You can see all the items by just texting my name, one word, Eric Nadel, to 243725. That's 243725. And we have a wide range of items, including 15 different meals with media personalities, including
like
one
who?
Mike Bassett.
Oh! Holy cow. In my backyard, too.
It's at Encina on Davis in Fort Worth, in Dallas, in Bishop Arts. And that's one of many dinners. You can bid on a dinner with Matt and Jared and me at Hurtado Barbecue, one with me and Jared at Chamberlain's. There's one with Brad Sham at Albernay's. The list goes on and on and on. I've got one at Town Hearth. Evan Grant has one at Pecan Lodge, I think. And there's a wide variety. And I think people will find a great list of autographed baseballs that aren't necessarily available everywhere. We got one from Ellie De La Cruz when the Reds were in town. There's a Corey Seager ball that's the hottest item on there right now. We have a painting of Adrian Beltre by the noted artist and musician Will Johnson from Centromatic, and a lot of other really cool stuff.
Now, Corey has been thinking about taking up painting and perhaps presenting Rangers players with paintings. Do you think this is a good idea?
I'm not a good artist.
Even if he's really bad at painting?
Well, I think it has to do with coming up with a unique style. I think that's the key. These Will Johnson paintings are almost like baseball cards, and he's come up with this kind of niche that's been really successful. He's not Pablo Picasso, he's not Monet, but he has this really interesting twist on things. So I think if Corey were to come up with some really creative way to present the baseball players that's a little bit different than, a little impressionistic maybe, that might be the ticket.
You said he's no Monet. Is he as good as Manet?
Oh, that's a good question.
Who's better, Manet or Monet?
I was a fan of Manet, like a lot of his stuff that he was doing with the what are you looking at me
But
like
to
that
be
for?
fair, they made the song for the other painter, Monet.
Eric,
Monet?
If you never want to come back on this show, it's perfectly okay with these jokes. I understand where he's going with that.
Monet can't buy me love. Yeah, I know.
See, he gets it. Now, we're going to circle back around to the concert in just 1 second. We've talked about it. We've chopped it up. I know there's injuries. I know Josh Young is important, but even with all of that, are you surprised at how much the Rangers offense has struggled, or is this just logical because of all the injuries across the board?
I don't know. I don't get the inconsistency. When you look at the total number of runs and you see the Rangers are averaging, something like 4.8 runs a game, which is up in the upper echelon of the league, it just doesn't make sense the way it's happening, where they score 12 runs one night, and then the next 4 games they score a total of 6 runs, which is what has happened here. And not necessarily against the greatest pitching you've ever seen. It's hard to explain. It's one of those Ron Washington baseball go things. That I don't know anybody can really put their finger on it. Right now, what's really hurting them is the inconsistency of Adolis. And there, too, you look at the RBIs, and, he's in the top 5 in the league. But the way he's done it has been somewhat inconsistent.
Is there something more to that? Do we think he is hurt, or, I don't know, something else?
I don't know. I think there's something going on right now. I have no idea what it is. But he doesn't look like himself out there. And, that can correct itself in one day. You never know what's going on, in a player's life, or specifically with the mechanics of his swing, or any of that stuff. But he's back to chasing a lot of pitches. And, that's something he's not doing when he's going well. He's much more under control when he's going well.
Mike's been talking about this, that schedule that they had. He said he thinks they're gassed. Do you see a team that looks gassed right now, or is there something else there?
Well, I think they look gassed, but that always seems to be the case when a team's not hitting.
Okay.
There always seems to be a lack of energy when there aren't people on base, there aren't rallies. So, honestly, they might be, But I really don't think that I can tell.
All right, so Eric, here's my question based off of the Grant Halliburton Foundation. I'm on your webpage. I'm just looking at item number 601, a weekend in Napa. Where is a place that you haven't visited? Because I do know you like traveling and you travel during the baseball season with the team, so you get to go to a lot of cool venues and stuff. Where's somewhere where you haven't gone that you need to go to?
Well, within the United States, I would say Montana. I haven't been to Idaho or Montana, and I love the mountains. You know, I spend a lot of time in Colorado. I love Washington State, largely due to the mountains. So I need to get to Yellowstone. You know, I need to get to some of those incredible mountain spots in Montana and Idaho. As far as internationally, I think probably my bucket list place is Southeast Asia. You know, I grew up during the era of the Vietnam War, and I'd like to see, you know, what we were fighting for there. I'd like to go to Vietnam. I'd like to see all the temples in Thailand and Cambodia. That's probably first on my international list.
When I was in Montana with my older son, we drove through, and at one point, we did not see one single car on either side of the road for 17 consecutive minutes, and it freaked me out. It felt like I was in like this post-apocalyptic movie or something.
Like you're on another planet.
Yes!
And, you know, I've been in the Canadian Rockies. You know, I've been in Alberta and British Columbia, and, you know, where every turn in the road is another postcard, and that's how I envisioned it up there.
Man.
It is lovely. Eventually, I can't remember if it was, maybe it was one of the Dakotas or Montana. We were listening to a playlist and American Pie by Don McLean was going. And then this group of motorcycle riders came across on the other side of the road, and we saw a farmhouse with an American flag painted on it.
Are you serious?
I was like, this is the most American moment, not only of my life, maybe of anybody's life.
Yeah, that, you know, it's a part of the country that's certainly different. There's a different type of individualism up there, and maybe it comes from so few people.
Do you what do you expect out of Jack Leiter? Phenomenal first inning, and then we'll see how things go from there?
I think we're going to see a lot better performance tonight. You know, I think now that he's been able to stay with the team for a few days, settle into something of a routine, you know, he'll be pitching here at home. You know, he's pitched off this mound in batting practice and live BPs and that sort of thing. I think the comfort level for Jack is going to be much greater tonight, and I really do expect we'll see a much better outing. He just wasn't sharp with his command at all the last time. It was very disappointing, but I think today is going to be very different.
And I know we've talked about the benefit, but for anybody who missed it, can you tell them again how to get in on the auction items or anything else we need to know about Thursday?
Yeah, text my name just as one word, no space, Eric Nadel, to 243725. And if you'd rather do it on your computer, you can go to the website of Grant Halliburton Foundation. It's granthaliburton.org. granthaliburton.org, 2 L's in Halliburton, and you can get on it on your computer. And the auction will run till just after 9 o'clock on Thursday night, which is right when Rhett Miller takes the stage. Rhett, you know, is the lead singer for the old 97s, born in Dallas, went to St. Mark's, and he will be performing the national anthem tomorrow before the Rangers game.
Nice.
So any of you going out to the Ranger game tomorrow, make sure you get there early enough to catch Rhett doing the national anthem. It'll be a fantastic rendition.
Texas State of Mind, Kevin.
There you go. Yeah. And I also wanted to thank you, as long as we're talking about charitable endeavors, you've been super helpful for us with NAMI North Texas, with My Possibilities, and so it's just very much appreciated.
Thanks. And, you know, every time we do one of these celebrity meals, and I had a great time with Derek Holland at Hurtado recently doing one of those.
That was ours, for My Possibilities, yeah.
I have a fabulous time. I've done dozens of those over the years, and I've never not had a great time.
Yeah.
You know, the people who buy those are always fun to be with. The restaurants are incredible. The food is always just sensational. So I highly recommend people get on the website and look at the 15 different options we have there.
Thank you very much, good sir. Looking forward to hearing you on these calls and at the benefit on Thursday.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Eric Nadel, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He's a good dude.
He is a good dude. And that dinner he was talking about, they went to Hurtado's, him and Derek Holland. That happened the day of Peace-a-thon. We were like, hey, let's put this together. Derek was like, I'm in. Texted Eric Nadel, and he was like, no problem.
Yeah.
We had Brandon Hurtado out here, and he was like, sure thing, have it at my place.
Mike, the players seem to have a lot of love for what Nadel's done throughout his career. And I just was kind of curious, did you kind of observe him floating around the clubhouse? And
Yeah, he talks to the guys.
Yeah.
The guys respect him a lot. He's cordial. He asks good questions. He asks fair questions if a guy's struggling to just get an idea. Obviously, he gets to have the manager interview every day, so he gets quite a bit from Boch, and Boch is he's just an awesome, honest Hall of Fame manager. But he's like a Hall of Fame person. I know that sounds cliche and whatever, but we get to talk to him tomorrow. I might bring up the conversation I had in the clubhouse with him on Sunday about a breakfast item that we had a little bit of a difference opinion on.
Oh, no! You argue with Boch about
He gave us a
breakfast?
good report on you last
Yeah,
week.
he did.
I know, but we had fun, and obviously the Denver part wasn't the most fun of the trip.
Okay.
Denver omelet. He doesn't like the Denver omelet.
We'll
is what he's saying.
talk about a breakfast item that I think is very popular, but also maybe very not popular.
Mike hates toast.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Isn't that your favorite Thanksgiving item?
Shut up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
we got toast.
NBA second round reset. Biggest questions, observations, and perhaps revamped predictions next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Piece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Washington gets it into Dončić at three-quarter court. Takes one dribble, fires a 70-footer. It doesn't matter. It misses, and the Thunder come to Dallas and even the series at 2 victories apiece, getting the Game 4 victory 196.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We can obviously talk more about the Mavericks here, but I also wanted to kind of go across the rest of the NBA at this point in the playoffs and ask you guys a few questions. I'm going to start with this. Which team that was up 2-0 has more reason for optimism, the Wolves or the Knicks?
Did you say Wolves?
Wolves.
Knicks.
Do you think the Wolves are done?
I do. I thought Denver was the best team in the West coming into the playoffs. Obviously, there was a lot of fear after losing the first 2 home games. I'm like, wow. Is Minnesota with Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns? Because I questioned them going into the playoffs. Here was my questions going into Minnesota's playoffs run. And I didn't know how far they'd make it. But I thought, Anthony Edwards has really never been there and done that. It doesn't mean he won't. It just means he hasn't because he's so young. Rudy Gobert has played horrible in the playoffs his whole career. Defensive Player of the Year 3 times now, 4. But it didn't matter in those other 3 times. Utah had to take him out of the playoffs. They're like, we can't play you anymore. I don't know what happened to you, but you're literally not playable in the playoffs. And then Karl Anthony Towns has always underachieved his whole career. And so I started going, this has looked great in 2023-24. But I can't put my faith into them yet. They're really going to have to show me. And then through 2 games in this series, I was like, oh my gosh, they are showing me that they might win it all. I can't believe that Corey was talking about Anthony Edwards before the playoffs. And I'm like, this son of a gun at 22, 23 years old might win the freaking championship.
Yeah.
But I do think Denver got the momentum back. Denver is the more obviously experienced team. They're the championship team. Now they have 2 of 3 at home. I know what they did at home these last 2 games. I think Denver comes away with the series here, probably in 7. I don't know if they're going to win 4 in a row. And then I do think the Knicks are better than the Pacers. But I do know they're dealing with injuries, and maybe that'll be
holy cow, did they get smoked in that last game?
Yeah, and maybe that'll be the Knicks and the Mavs will both be eliminated in the playoffs, and their fans could say, well, we just got hurt at the wrong time. Would you agree with that? If the Mavericks lose to Oklahoma City, will you? And I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm saying how much of the excuse will be, well, Luka wasn't healthy and there's nothing you could do. And if Jalen Brunson isn't healthy,
then that's how they're going to feel.
Then you say, well, the Knicks could have made it to the conference finals, but they weren't healthy.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
So out of the 3 teams, You said 3 teams, 2 teams, the Knicks and the Wolves. I'm gonna.
Wolves.
I've had this really difficult time rooting against Rick Carlisle, Kevin, and with Jalen Brunson.
Not who you're rooting for.
Yeah.
What do you think? Though?
So I feel like I'm going to stick with the Timberwolves on this one. They're going to shock the world tonight in Denver. And Anthony Edwards is going to put up like 55 this time.
Okay.
And he's going to be like, hey, I'm still doing it all, guys.
And I think that's the answer to this next question. Who has been your favorite player in the playoffs so far? Is it Anthony Edwards for you?
PJ Washington.
I could see that.
Good job, fellas.
Knuckleballs.
Man.
Yeah. No, PJ Washington's been a blast throughout the playoffs. The dude's personality when he does all the,
stand up,
everything that he does is fun to watch when he's doing well. Now, if he's doing poorly, like that free throw that he missed that you said grazed the front of the rim and maybe hit net.
That's correct.
That was miserable. And so that wasn't fun to watch. But PJ Washington has become that dude for me. Anthony Edwards I'm having a blast watching him. We talked about it yesterday too. The off
Is he your favorite non-Mavs player in the playoffs?
The off-court personality is something I really enjoy too. Like I really enjoy Anthony Edwards' off-court personality to go along with what he does on the court.
Okay, 2 questions, Mike. Who is your favorite non-Mavs player in this playoffs, and what has your laptop done to infuriate you?
It says it wants a login keychain for 7 million different things right now, and I just want the computer to totally shut down and restart so it goes away.
And what's a keychain?
I don't know.
You just hold the button. Can you just hold the button down until it reboots?
Live coverage of tech support from Mike Bassett.
I don't know how. I literally don't know.
I think Carter fixed this for you the other day. So
Carter, get in here.
No, you can't.
He's fine. He can get in here.
He gave you the middle finger just now.
Probably.
He said his Cash App is
probably watching Jokic. He's the best.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to say I hate this. I'm going to hate this next answer. The other one is the guy who finished second in MVP. I hate it. I hate watching it last night, but Shea's unstoppable. When he gets going, he's unstoppable. Look, I get the rules of the game. I don't want to sound like an old man, but because you can carry and double dribble, and I know he wasn't the double dribbler, but because you can, and Luka does it, Kyrie does it, it's not Shea just does it. But the way that you're allowed to dribble now, it makes these players unstoppable. And I think this is why you have to be so physical now, and we got to get the game back to 90s physicality because we're allowing guys to double dribble. Like literally every dribble they take is and it would really be called carrying.
Yeah.
But I mean, because you can carry the ball for 3 to 4 steps before dribbling each time, it does make it so difficult to guard people in the NBA. And when Shea is just in that mid-range area, he can kind of pull up and act like he's going to shoot, hold the ball for a second, and then put the ball back down and get by you. So you never know when he's picking up his dribble because you never have to establish you are losing your dribble.
Who's yours?
It is Jokic.
God, can you sweat that guy any more than this?
Hey,
dude?
You know what I like about him?
I bet you like him over anybody on the Mavs team. After everything PJ Washington's done, no. Nope, still love Jokic.
I want the Mavs players to excel more than I want Jokic to excel. But you know what I like about Jokic is if a play goes well, he doesn't still stop and pout and point at the refs. Or how much did you talk on Saturday about how Luka maybe should have gotten kicked out of the game or teed up for trying to kick somebody? You saw that, right? He 100% tried to kick somebody.
It was Lou Dort, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's the thing that bothers me. There's a specific play where I guess he thought he got fouled. They made a pass out, hit a 3-pointer. Instead of saying, hooray, better outcome, he immediately points at the ref and starts bitching. He's still
got growing to do emotionally. Like we thought, Mike, there was a stretch of time when Kevin was out doing God knows what.
What, yesterday?
No, this was another stretch of time when you were out.
Cruise?
Okay, yeah, cruise. And we were we were questioning are we watching a Kyrie effect on Luka and or something. We had this feeling of, I just saw some growth. There were multiple times, Kevin, while you were out in that stretch where Luka had chances to gripe, and he would just be like, nope, not going to. Not letting that affect me. And in these playoffs, as things have gotten heightened, he has let it affect him a lot more.
It feels like he's regressed from that point of view. And
he is. He's going to be this person, I think, the rest of his life.
Do you think it's made any worse because the physical part, he's having trouble controlling, and so mentally he lashes out a little bit?
When he missed a 5-footer uncontested, and then Shea came back and made like an and one, I think it was, you could see the depression, disappointment, disgust, anger, fear that probably his body isn't going to allow him to look good playing basketball the rest of the playoffs. All of his emotions are expressed through his body language in those moments. And I guess the thing that he'll never understand, and I get it, I get all of the feelings because I feel all those same things too. I'm mad today. I didn't play in the game. I can't make any more money or any less money by the Mavericks doing anything. He actually can make a lot more, and so can his teammates and everything. But he doesn't understand, as the leader of a team, that those emotional lows that he goes through affect the other players. Now, I don't think it affects Kyrie, but Kyrie's 32, 33 years old, right around that age. And he's been in the league for such a long time. He's played with so many different personalities. He can deal with it, and he's been a leader too, and a leader on this team. But the other guys, whether Luka wants it or not, they can kind of feed off of his energy. And I'm not saying Luka lost the game because of his energy last night. I thought the Mavs played very hard. I thought Luka played very hard for most of the game. He missed some easy shots. He missed free throws like everybody on the team. But I'm to the point, and I hope I'm wrong, because he's still only 25. He's actually 7 months younger than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, it's really weird because he's like the young and upcomer. We have the guy who's actually younger in this series than him. But I don't think he wants to change.
Assuming, since the series is just 2-2, assuming the Mavs win, who would you rather see in the Western Conference Finals?
What are you, Jake Bassick right now?
Yeah, the Mavericks. I want to see them there.
I said I'd rather see Minnesota. He asked me this last night as we were up by 10. Yeah. At halftime, he asked me this question. And now I'm like, well, we're not making it to the next round, so it doesn't matter.
It's 2-2, Mike.
It's over. I said probably Minnesota, but that's probably a stupid answer if they beat Denver now.
Yeah.
It's 2-2 there. They just lost both home games. If they figure out how to beat Denver 2 out of the next 3 or the next 2, then did I really want to play Minnesota at that point? If they just took out the world champs and won every game, most likely that they played in Denver? Now, I guess they could obviously lose tonight. Is it tonight? I don't even know. Okay, tonight. And then win in Minnesota and then win in Denver and go 3-1 on the road in Denver. But do I really want that at that point if they figure that out? So I say Minnesota because of Rudy Gobert, because of Karl Anthony Towns. But they have maybe the next superstar of the NBA. And there's a lot of them. The thing is we keep thinking of who's going to be the next LeBron or who's going to be the next Jordan, let's say.
Yeah.
Then I get Kobe's in there too, but let's just go with those two guys because those two guys are better than Kobe, but I'm not trying to take anything away from Kobe. There's probably not. Luka's probably not. Giannis probably isn't. Jokic is in another category. You almost have to put big guys in their own category based off of the way that guards play. Sure. But probably Anthony Edwards is going to be in a group. It looks like we're in the world of there's going to be more of this group of players that are great rather than the Jordan or the LeBron that stand out among the pack.
And the feedback what we're getting is really interesting. From the 817, Kevin, did you not see the very first possession of the game where Dort straight up slapped him in the face? How would you react? I get that. In a moment,
how would you react? You play basketball.
Yeah.
That's part of basketball. If you haven't played basketball, that wasn't a B slap across his face. He could have been thrown out of the game if that was it. He reached, he hit him in the face. That's part of basketball.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at one point, Derek Lively went for a rebound and elbowed the living crap out of Chet Holmgren's head.
Did.
That's basketball. How should have Chet reacted? Should he have kicked him in the nuts because he got hit in the head? No, that's part of basketball. Sometimes you get hit in the head by accident.
Contact sport.
And You see more of it on the other side, though, from the 6'2". Complaining takes a lot of energy out of you.
100%.
Maybe that's why he missed the free throws. Mike is spot on about it impacting the rest of his team. And then this is fascinating. I had never really thought about it like this before from the 6'2". Luka hates not getting calls more than he hates losing.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the problem. I hadn't.
I think they're.
I've never even considered that.
They're very close, and it's not good. It's very close because when he is really tired the last 2 minutes, yes, injury is playing a major part. He is wasting, and this is where you can't put a percentage on it, but every athlete will tell you that when you start fuming at the umpire or the referees, you are taking a percentage of your energy away from the game. Is it 5%? Is it 45%? It's somewhere in that category. I think 5's too low, and I think 45's too high. So I would guess about 10 to 20% of his energy is sapped in a game off of his anger at the referees.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Why wait till Wednesday when you can get some of the NFL schedule today? You know Florio's going to be tuned in. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
I don't even know who the Rangers play next week.
So let's start with Jared Goff getting all of the money.
Mistake.
He gets a 4-year, $212 million deal, $53 million per year. That includes $170 million guaranteed. Now, you said mistake, Mike, because he fits the category of he's a solid quarterback as long as you're not paying him all the money, right?
Yep. You just can't build a championship team around Jared Goff at that number. He's a really good quarterback, and at $30 million a year, it looks like Detroit has a chance to win it all this year.
Yeah.
Would I put my money on it? No, I wouldn't. But at that number, you can.
Because you have like a 20-ish million advantage over most teams.
Like over let's say the Cowboys.
The Cowboys, yeah.
But I think that once you do this, it doesn't mean you can't make the playoffs. It just means you can't win it all. When the 49ers, or if the 49ers go from $1 million to $55 million on Brock Purdy, their window is closed. I got it. I said it eventually.
Don't worry, Corey.
Yeah, I got it on the third try.
Here's the thing I think about this. They believe they can win right now.
Yeah.
And next year, I think they believe they have about a 3 to 5 year window. Probably more likely 3. Because they just gave Amon-Ra St. Brown a lot of money. They drafted a fantastic cornerback.
Didn't they give somebody else a lot of money too?
Believe so.
One other person got a lot of money.
Was it Penei Sewell?
Yes. So, yeah.
And so, like, they believe that their core they just invested in, and that core is what got them to the NFC Championship game last year. So they believe they'll be back in that situation again. That's where I think that the discrepancy, the difference is. Whereas the Cowboys are like, we're putting it all on your plate now, buddy. Detroit's built a better team, and they proved that they were a better team. And so that's where I think the difference is for that right now. But that is a ton of money for Jared Goff, who's been to a Super Bowl and been to an NFC Championship game. Now, if you can't see and understand that, that's a difference right there. He's been to both of those.
It's funny that you described it that way, because to go along with that, while we were talking about the Cowboys are going to open against the Browns in week 1. That'll be Tom Brady's broadcasting debut. And I know we have the audio of the whole thing. I don't want to really go through the whole thing, but one of the things that Tom Brady said was, there's a lot of great storylines. Come on, Dak Prescott. Let's see if he can finally come through. And then he said, did that just slip out? But that does seem to be the Cowboys' philosophy. While the Lions are like, hey, we just made it to the NFC Championship game for the first time since 1991. The Cowboys are like, so let's sign all these people. The Cowboys are like, hey, we haven't been there since 95, so let's stay the course.
Just stay the course.
Yeah.
And hopefully the quarterback can do everything to drag the team to the next place.
Dak
Prescott. They really didn't stay the course. They're like, let's give them less.
Yeah, let's give away a lot of people.
It would be better that we were down 27-0 with 1:30 to go at halftime of our playoff game. Let's take talent off the field, and we should do better.
Yeah, well, they had to go get new talent. They took Tyron Smith off the field, and they put Tyler Guyton out there.
Because he'll be better than Tyron Smith this year.
Well, Kevin, do you think he'll miss 3 games at least?
Let me ask you this. First of all, probably not, but in those 14 other games, he's not going to be as good as Tyron Smith was last year. And I wouldn't put my money on Tyron Smith playing more than 10 games in 2024. I just don't think I think the Jets are going to be like, oh crap, he really gets hurt, doesn't he? I think that Biotic, who I think a lot of Cowboy fans didn't like. What's the possibility that you're better there this year?
Yeah, I think you might be about even, unless Cooper Beebe like.
I mean, I'm not saying he's a
turns
bad
into the
pick.
guy.
Everybody's saying it's a good pick. We'll find out. Everybody thought Biotić was a great pick too. Let's not forget that. Like, I just think that he's probably going to be good. BB will probably be good, but it will take him probably a little bit of time. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll be like the Kansas City Chiefs dude.
Creed Humphrey?
Yeah.
Just right out of the gate, awesome.
Apollo Creed Humphrey. Apollo Creed Stan Humphrey.
Now, the old quarterback, it wasn't it Humphreys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, we would have won that Super Bowl against him. That would have been 4 in a row.
That's true.
Just saying.
Sorry about that.
500 coaches could have done it.
Now, some other notes about the schedule. So, Cowboys against the Browns in week 1. The Chiefs
Is Chubb going to be ready?
Good question.
Reggie, let's mark that too. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets will visit the 49ers on Monday Night Football week 1. The Chiefs are
I thought nobody knew when the schedule was coming out. How do you already have these games?
I know. The Chiefs are going to host the Bengals in week 2. The Bills are going to go on the road against Miami in week 2 for a Thursday game. So there's an early look at the schedule.
What day is the first week of the season? Or what day is that Sunday?
September.
You got it. What day? You're getting close.
11th? I don't
Oh, gosh.
I don't know. September 8th?
You think Derek Holland's going to go to that game?
Yeah, I do.
You want to go with him?
Yes.
I do too.
Oh.
No, I don't. I don't want to go to the Cowboy game. It's not fun for me.
Now, Amazon.
It's fun for everybody else.
Amazon has greenlit a true crime documentary about the Chiefsaholic bank robber. Remember we had talked about how a couple weeks ago there was a possibility they would shop this? Well, they did, and it's a go on Amazon.
Wow. Are they going to dramatize it like they did Baby Reindeer?
That was a different streaming service, though.
Oh, I thought you said Netflix. You said Amazon. They're all the same at this point in my mind. Is it going to be on Max then? Or Paramount?
It's on Amazon.
But you can get all those apps on
Derek Holland's
Prime, on
listening. He's
Amazon.
going.
Okay.
He's going?
I'll be rooting for you, Derek.
Yeah, actually, you probably will.
What's the best streaming service? Incorrect. It's Odyssey. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. By the way, speaking of that, I don't know if this will impact people's decisions or if they want to go back to cable. Comcast has said that they're going to offer Apple TV, Netflix, Peacock in a bundle at, quote, a vastly reduced price in hopes of luring people back to cable. I don't really know if that's like directly related to the NFL.
Like $45?
I don't know.
Dude,
I don't
just
know
set
the
it at
price, yeah.
45, everybody. We'll all be happy. Just give us all this stuff at $45. You'll be happy. We'll be happy. Economy will be fine.
What about all the people who want the profit?
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Capitalism cannot be completely done unless you absolutely stretch every possibility of what your consumer wants.
You know what? I hope I'm not breaking this news to
Do you think it's
Corey.
September 8th?
Until you completely take advantage of the consumer, like to the max, capitalism can't work.
Don't forget your employees, because companies that absolutely make money will lay off employees because they're like, oh, I know now you don't have any money, but we want more profit.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they're making money, they're like, it's not enough profit.
Yep.
So we got to fire some folks.
It'll all fall apart soon.
Oh my gosh. I hope.
Or it'll get better. Who knows?
Derek has invited me to that game, but it looks like I'm flying to Arizona.
Derek? It just feels like we can figure that out in a minute.
Okay.
The Bills have signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling to a 1-year deal worth up to $4.5 million. So obviously the Cowboys didn't sign him because he costs money. And then the Bucks re-signed Antoine Winfield Jr. 4 years, $84 million.
I'll tell you what, though. Cowboys might be interested in his dad. He's probably league minimum right now. And he was a solid draft pick in 2000 approximately. And he might have something left. What's Terrence Newman doing? Let's bring it back.
We know they're not good, Mike.
Yeah, but we're going to do that position by committee.
They're going to be fine. They're going to be close to
You weren't
first
here
place in
yesterday
their division.
when Mike McCarthy said that, Zeke, it's by committee, man. He's like, but he's the same as he was when he was in his prime.
What?
Wait,
He
so
did
he's
not,
the same?
He did not say that.
Corey, you did it.
I didn't.
What did he say?
He didn't say that.
What did he say?
You said that.
He said, like, oh, we're by committee, but he hasn't lost his stuff.
No, he did say he's still really good, but I'm not going to make him run 300 times a game. Yes, I do.
Yeah. Wait, so he's still awesome, but not awesome enough to be absent of the committee. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
A bunch of morons talking.
Oh my God, we're the KNC masterpiece.
Let's have another moron interview over there.
Right here. We will, Mike. Coming up next, let's go back to two teams who've shown they can win in the playoffs this year. Let's go back to the Mavs, back to the Stars. We'll combo it up next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little Stars and Mavs in this segment, but let's start with the team that actually won. If we can go to cut number 3, that was the Dallas Stars.
Heiskanen, they are isolated through the seam. Johnson shoots and scores! The 20-year-old has his second of the night. A shorty and a power play goal. And it's 2-0 Dallas.
Were they playing Smack My B Up when we scored?
It does kind of sound like that, doesn't it?
But that was in Colorado, right? That kind of sounded like a celebration.
Maybe it was just playing like right before he scored, and then they were like, oh, crap.
Yeah, the DJ doesn't always know exactly how to rock that thing, you know?
Okay.
So
I just noticed that. I was like, wait, were they playing that when we scored?
Because they were like to party.
Yes, that is true.
They were getting booed, though.
Well, look, they have fallen behind in every single game by at least a couple of them, pretty emphatic margins. Now, I hear what Eric Nadel was saying earlier about perhaps game 3, it didn't look like you were the better team. In all the other games, it looked like you were the better team. I realized the surge that Colorado put on in game 1 that you were like, ooh, that hurts. But it looks like Dallas is the better team in this series for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. They have star players. I'm not going to say superstar because the superstar player is Nate McKinnon a superstar?
Yes.
All right. Do we have
Makar
anybody?
is a superstar.
Do we have anybody on the same level as those guys, like nationally, where they're going to go? That's one of the guys.
No.
But all these like Wyatt Johnston, these guys are right there on the cusp of breaking out.
Onger.
Yeah, they're potential star players. So yeah, man, watching the way they're playing as a team, watching as how they're playing as a unit, they're playing the right way. Jason Robertson talked about that unselfish play. On top of being unselfish, they're doing the small things. Tanev, the way that he does dirty work, Kevin, on the defensive end. Yeah, they look like the team to beat in like they've been favorites all year.
Yes.
And now, like, I know the first 2 games against Vegas, you were kind of a little concerned. Everybody was. Like, we were all there. Then they've turned it around against Colorado, where it looked like they couldn't keep a lead against them. Now it looks like Colorado can't even score to catch up to them.
Because they're 7-2 since falling behind 0-2
Yeah, I
to
think
Vegas,
so.
I do
Yeah.
believe. And so they have been crushing Colorado in this series. And we'll go back to this maybe at another time, but you've continued to see how freaking well the Stars have played on the road. It has been absolutely incredible. No change over these last 2 games. And their defense. Colorado in the first round averaged 5.6 goals per game. And then look at what happened in the last 2 games on their home ice. What happened? You won, and you've also shut them down.
Okay.
So you shut them down in those 2 games for less than they've been averaging per game. And you did it in their house, on their ice. Amazing.
I did hear Ludwig say this morning, he was like, they're basically playing with five defensive players right now, and he's like, they do need to.
Yes.
He is a little concerned about that and their minutes and everything, but Miro is that dude. I guess that kind of makes you feel more comfortable with it. That you're just like, we're fine there because Miro he'll play 80 minutes if we need him to in every single game. And I know there aren't 80 minutes in a hockey game, Kevin.
Well, I mean, there could be.
Could be. Well, not always, but he'll play them all. But yeah, that is a little bit of a concern, which is why I'm like, hey, let's go ahead and end this thing on Wednesday night, get you guys some rest,
right,
and move on to the next one.
Obviously, I was flipping channels. Ottinger seemed to be awesome last night. Now, there weren't a lot of shots on goal. I get it. They were dominating shots on goal, the Stars, but it seems like he might be getting into a little bit of a zone right now.
You're on to something. I do want to correct just one part. You're right. In the first period, he could have probably just sat in the goal, and because they had 2 shots on goal. But in the third period, man, Colorado made a rush. I'm pretty sure Colorado got the first 7 shots on goal in the third period. And at that point, it's just 3-1. And as you've seen, well, throughout this series, it felt as though no lead was safe with the Stars against the Avalanche. So when you're up 3-1, when you see the Avalanche making like a consistent run at the goal, you're right about the first period for sure. You outshot them 16-2. But in the third period, man, oh man, Colorado was on the move. And Ottinger was shutting it down, which is what eventually led to the Dodonov goal. And then that was a wrap. You could see, like, once I got to 4-1, they were done. I know we still had to play out 10-ish minutes, but that thing was over. So I think you're right. In fact, and we might talk about this more tomorrow, Ottinger right now is the odds-on betting favorite to win the Conn Smythe Trophy for playoff MVP. And goaltenders, there's a couple of other, pretty close to him, but
Wyatt Johnston
is in that conversation for sure, but Ottinger is leading the way, and he has been phenomenal. He's been phenomenal, especially on the road.
Yeah, I do. It is. Everybody does kind of get a little concerned about a netminder who doesn't get a lot of action in a period because you're like, hey, you didn't really see anything. Are you awake still? But the rest of the guys having, like, Kevin, watching their heads. This sounds weird. But Mike, this is one of those. Just watch the way that their heads are on swivels constantly, and how quickly they react to where puck is and get to it, and then poke it back. I know, Kevin, you love the poke out. Like, you're a big fan of the hockey poke out.
Like at the end of Teen Wolf.
Yeah, and that's the.
It's true.
That's
watch
not what
Teen
I was
Wolf.
talking about. I was not
at the very end of Teen Wolf. This guy is standing up in the stands when they win the big game, and he's like, "Doo-doo-doo, here's my ding."
That is not the poke out I was talking about. But just the way that they're fronting these guys, they're not letting them get into any good kind of groove, to the point where, as Mike was saying, it didn't feel competitive. At one point, it looked like there was a 6-minute span where the Stars just controlled the puck, and Colorado didn't have any interest in trying to get it from them. They looked like they knew they were defeated, and then it just continued to pile on. This is where it gets really fun, when your team has this type of advantage and looks like the best team on the ice.
All right, let me ask you guys something as we switch to the Mavs. That noise that you just made, I'm serious. I'm seriously asking.
Yeah,
I understand that everybody in sports says, "Hey, 24 hours, or you won and you lost, you moved on." How difficult do you think it is, really, though, to think about it like that and not go, we should be up 3-1 in this series?
I think once you wake up, you can think about it a little bit as a player, but I mean, I guess it's a short flight. I'm assuming they're flying out right now.
Right.
Like, they got their rest in their bed, and then maybe going through walkthrough or kind of a film study and then just get on the 15-minute flight to Oak City, is I think by the time that they're eating dinner tonight, it's over. And now all the concentration is on to Game 5. We can be upset tonight, but I think as a player tonight, by the time you get to dinner time, you have now gone over the game. You've seen the adjustments that you feel like you can make to be more successful. You're getting your rest, and then you're eating your dinner with a few teammates tonight or whatever, and you're like, okay, tomorrow's a new day. And let's see if we can have a great day tomorrow. So
and that is encouraging to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, so I understand as a fan. As a fan, I'm going to be ticked tonight. I'm going to be worried that they're going to lose by 20 points in Game 5. To be honest, I think there's a chance that Oklahoma City blows them out. Doesn't mean the series is completely over, but I think there's a good chance Oklahoma City, with their young core and the energy they get in Oklahoma City after winning a game they shouldn't have won, I think they could blow out the Mavs in Game 5. And then it'd be very interesting to see the fight and resilience of this Mavericks team in Game 6. I hope I'm wrong.
That's an interesting word that you just used there, the fight and resilience of this team, because we got a lot of chances last year to watch the Rangers show that, right? Like throughout the season, that's a word that Bochy would use all the time, is they're just a resilient team. And it was always like, yeah, man, you do feel like if they're, been shut out for 7 innings, that they're going to be able to do something in the 8th and 9th.
Yeah.
And so, like, you always felt that way, and I'm still not quite certain. I've seen the Mavericks do some pretty special things, but this is another level of, like, if you were to say, you're playing a game of Mario and you have to go through each level, this level is more intense now. The pressure is more on the line. You're that much closer to it, but still that far away from it. And do we really know how resilient this team is? Have we seen that enough? We got a half a season, not even a half a season with this group. So there are some things that are they all kind of rolling their eyes when Luka does his thing? And they're like, we got to deal with that. Or are they all like, you know what? It doesn't matter. He's the best on the court and we're running with him. I don't know where they are yet.
So something that you just said is really interesting. They can be resilient, but can they be resilient when he's not the best on the court and it looks like he's not going to be?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like his knee's not just magically going to get better. He can stop complaining.
It's going to be bad the whole time.
Because then it falls on Kyrie to be the offensive guy, unless then that he can't do it. Then it falls on PJ. Because the best option was to pass it to PJ Washington because of what was happening on the defense against Kyrie Irving, the way that they were playing defense against him. And so that was a better option was, hey, let's make sure PJ gets his touches and let him shoot that 3 he's making, and we're happy with it. And so that is, whenever it's not one of your 2 superstars doing superstar things, can this team really overcome? That's where I am right now. I don't know.
Mike, you seem, and I know you just described it to us, you're going to be upset as a fan. Do you think the series is over? Because it is 2-2.
I think I give the Mavericks a 40% chance of winning this series.
Okay. You seem like you don't think it's that high, though. That's what it feels like.
I mean, I feel like a 60% chance, though, to me, I guess is a pretty decent swing from last night. Probably not to start the 4th, because once again, I did cuss when they made it 69-65.
Right.
Nice. But at halftime, I felt like a 75% chance the Mavs were going to win this series.
Okay.
Now, that's me as a fan on swings here. I thought that Oklahoma City was going to win this series in 7 by the time we got to beating the Clippers because of the Kleba injury, and I changed from Mavs in 6 to Oklahoma City in 7. So I'm still going to stick with that prediction, but I felt like at halftime last night, the Mavs were going to win this thing in 5 or 6 games.
Okay.
Now I think that major swing, and I hope I'm wrong, I hope the Mavs come out and play their best basketball tomorrow night. I hope Oklahoma City keeps missing wide open corner 3-pointers. But I think this game is going to go differently, and you're going to be put in the Phoenix Suns situation, except Chickenhead isn't the leader of the other team.
Yeah.
It's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
I do. Reggie and I were discussing something a moment ago, too, and we don't have that much length to talk about this here, but Kevin, one of the other things that concerns me is when they went big with Jalen Williams last night and also having Chet on the court, not having Maxey on the court was very evident. Reggie, did you feel like that was like not having that bigger body to body up on like a Jalen Williams or even on a Chet felt a little evident because now you're still just not as big?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that for me, the rebounding effort that you saw late in the third quarter into the fourth quarter for the Mavs was more about effort, but also you saw the Thunder try and play as big as I think that they've played when you put Jalen Williams and Chet on the floor at the same time. And Maxey, I mean, you can't deny having that other big body that is trusted by the Mavs and Maxey Kleber would have been helpful, especially when they're looking for shooting, and you know that he provides that while also still having that big body.
Yeah, and I thought that was a good defense. I do have to give Oklahoma a lot of credit for what they did defensively in the second. Well, yeah, all of Oklahoma, because we know that all of Oklahoma still not a good percentage of beer. So, did they change that? Do they have better beers up in Oklahoma now? Has that changed, Kevin?
You're the beer guy on the show.
What?
Oklahoma. It used to be.
Doesn't sound right at all.
What do you mean? I'm not the beer guy? Oh.
No, he's
I thought he was talking to me.
Guy.
I was talking to Corey. Why are you so self-absorbed, Kevin?
Because Corey looked at me and he goes, "Did they change that?" And I was like, "I have no freaking clue, dude."
I'm looking.
All right, we'll look into that.
Back to you, Kevin.
In the meantime, it might feel.
What are you guys feeling like? Do you guys think it's still Mavs in something, or
I got Mavs in 6 still. I'm sticking with it.
Oh, I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Mavs in 7. And you know what, Mike? I actually want to chop this up tomorrow.
All right.
Can you tell who the better team is? Like, I hear what you're saying right there.
The better player is.
That is very fair. So we'll chop that up tomorrow. Coming up next, though, let's try to have a little fun, even if it makes you sad. What's the toughest thing in DFW sports right now? Is it the Mavs making a free throw, Owen White getting an out, the Cowboys signing a free agent, or something else entirely? FranklinFirm.com text line. Also, the Twitch, the YouTube, 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some?
Bag, I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Kicks corner right, Holmgren up with a three, unguarded. Cha-ching! A Thunder money ball. Thunder by 3, 89-86. 3:20 left.
Hold on 1 second, Reggie. Will you play that one more time? Was this announcer already celebrating during the game?
Kicks corner right, Holmgren up with a three, unguarded. Cha-ching! A Thunder money ball. Thunder by 3, 89-86. 3:20 left.
He had some of them Oklahoma brews,
That's pretty much when I said F this game.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. That's when my son was like, we're not going to lose. I was like, we're going to lose.
Have all teams always referenced the three-pointer as the whatever team money ball? Because I've always heard that from the Mavs, but that was a long time ago.
They stole it from the Mavs, clearly.
The Mavs, yeah, Mavs had that first.
Source, trust me, bro.
Thank you. Reggie is.
I think you could also, if the Mavs won the game in the hustle board, I think you got to own a Pizza Hut if you went to the game at one point. So
I don't think you got to own the Pizza Hut.
Like it's never happening.
Okay.
Cha-ching! A Thunder money ball.
Like, you hear it, right? I don't know if he just slowed it down or he was slurring.
Y'all are going to feel real bad if that's how he talks.
I'm trying to do an impression.
It sounded interesting to me.
I'm trying to get it right.
What did we go with?
That was the point where Luka was like, my knee hurts.
From the 254, Oklahoma's got normal beer now. So there, I don't know if that totally answers your question.
Sales guy Cody Cole.
What up, Cody?
Texted me and said, y'all are going to have dreams of SGA mid-range pull-up for years to come, just like I have nightmares right now of PJ getting the ball in the corner. And I was like, you know what? He's kind of right about that. But that being said, man, this stinks.
I really thought there was going to be more to it.
Don't worry, we get to watch it 2 more times.
So let's try to have a little fun with this. What is the most...
Two more? You're saying only 2 more times?
Well, 2 more times we lose.
What is the most difficult thing to accomplish in Metroplex sports right now? Is it the Mavs making a free throw? Is it the Cowboys signing a relevant free agent? What do you think it is? Because I've already seen multiple people. It's like the Cowboys going all in. They're all in. They go all in every year. They told you that. Like, what's the problem?
Are we done? Are all the Rangers players done getting their rings? Is that the last one? Is there another one out there?
Probably more.
I feel like
we haven't played Aroldis Chapman yet. Right? Whenever Pittsburgh's in August, by the way.
We looked that up yesterday, and Skeens might be in rotation at that point for us. So, can you imagine facing Skeens and then facing Chapman?
I would rather face Chapman. And Skeens was awesome in AAA, but wasn't such a good overall. He did
Maybe
good.
He's not going to turn out.
Hey, I hope he does great. He's like the only pitcher on my fantasy team who's healthy.
And his mustache looks stupid.
Yeah, my wife was like, that's not a 21-year-old. I was like, the stash.
So without the stash, you think he would look...
I think so. What do you think? Do you think if he's on right now, he's on the Pat McAfee show, if you took the stash off, he'd probably look way more 21-ish than 32?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. All right, so Corey...
Mavs are going to make free throws again. That's not going to happen again.
They'll make at least half of them.
They're not going to miss. They're not going to miss.
I think they will.
75% of their free throws.
They're not, but I think they will be right around 60 to 65% in the next game.
Man, that's what the series has been.
Yes,
that's what they're going to be.
I definitely felt this way after game one. The most difficult thing in DFW sports was the Stars not almost choking a 3-goal lead, and then they almost did it again in the next game. Now I feel significantly more confident. The most difficult thing in Metroplex sports from the 817, the Rangers getting a multi-run inning.
Or
like
even
a week ago, they did it a few times.
They scored 10 or more runs in 3 of 4 games, I think. 3 of 5
They scored
games.
10 runs in 1 inning.
Yeah. And now they're like,
it hasn't really.
Hey, I know you're throwing a no-hitter, 1-hitter. We can't do jack.
Then I guess to add to that,
Colorado has a big outfield. It's tough there.
Colorado is well known as an offensive paradise.
I went there.
Since when?
Yeah.
Since always.
They were all low-scoring games except the 1 7th inning.
Not when it's cold, though.
They
It was
scored
cold.
5 runs.
It was cold this
The
weekend.
other team did.
Yeah, a little nippy.
Yeah, and it was wet.
I think the most difficult thing in sports right now is for the Rangers to go an entire week without announcing that there is an injury. It's going to be a big
I agree
time
with that.
problem.
That is literally impossible. I've never seen a team more hurt in my life.
It stinks.
And I exaggerate. I'm not exaggerating. Has there ever been a team more hurt in the history of baseball through 6 weeks or 7 weeks of baseball?
Like, Kevin, I know you're not a fan of Evan Carter. Like, you've made that abundantly clear.
What?
When has he ever been a fan of Evan Carter? When he said he shouldn't jump at the wall, whenever he said he argues with the umpire too much.
Evan Carter agreed with me about that.
But
you're probably
that being said,
you can't hit lefties.
This injury,
just wait.
Till when?
When he's ready.
Yeah, man.
He's obviously not ready.
Give the kid some time, bro.
Yeah, they're not going to play him anymore. We got Robbie Grossman.
Okay.
Like against
that's
lefties.
not what I meant by give him some time. But
I feel like you're making some really good points in favor.
This injury, this thing he's dealing with, this isn't something that hasn't been around before, right? Like,
no, 2021, he missed most of the season because of a back injury. But he's come back from New York, and they said everything was good. It's just inflammation, and it looks like he's probably going to miss today and tomorrow, and then they're hoping he can play Friday.
All right.
That's, I think, from what I read.
Next week, though, Kevin, don't you feel like there's going to be, or this weekend, we're going to, or maybe even after we get done with Bochy.
Look,
like last time. We got done with Bochy, and he was.
So we should be able to take that.
And I think after a day off. I know this sounds so weird, and I hope I'm right on after the day off. And then they get a day off on Monday. I think this team just needs a reset. And not that they're going to all of a sudden win 10 in a row. I don't mean that. And I just think right now they are in a funk, and I don't know if they're going to get out of it. I think they're mentally tired. I think they're a little physically tired. And I think right now they just need to get to that off day and play the Angels, because I can't name 3 players on the Angels right now.
From the 972, toughest thing in Metroplex sports right now, Dak Prescott winning a playoff game. Somebody expanded that from the 469 to the Cowboys winning a playoff game. The 903, the Rangers keeping a pitcher healthy. And then another one threw out there, it's Jerry Jones paying money to sign somebody worth an F in free agency. I'm really sad because another person texted in, the most difficult thing is selling the Cowboys fan base on the dumpster fire personnel moves they've made. I'm really sad I missed y'all's conversation yesterday about how Zeke hasn't lost a step, but he's still going to be part of a running back rotation. That is an amazing balancing act right
Kevin,
there.
we are trying to figure out, though, because they've let us know that it's running back by committee. Who's the committee chair?
Mm-hmm.
Are there bylaws? Like, we need to find these things out.
Yeah, 3 yards or less.
Mike.
That's their bylaw.
I don't want you to.
Damn it, Mike. You rubbed off on me.
What are you doing? You can't cross the big white lines on one run. Right, they just hit the little hashes.
Yes. No, I
you know what?
understood.
We could call this the running back hash browns. Like hash browns, the hash marks. We just run to the next hash marker.
And we start by playing the Browns.
That's true.
Dude, you just made it happen. I was only 50% there. You just brought it home.
Like,
I got one, Kevin. The most difficult thing in sports is or in DFW sports right now is keeping Wyatt Johnston from doing something special on the ice.
Man.
I know you were thinking negative here, but I wanted to throw
I'm glad that you said that, because I had another negative. I'm glad that you said that. No, it's about Luka.
Oh, gosh.
But
that tracks.
He had a triple-double. How many players have had a triple-double in the playoffs in Mavs history?
When's the last time you saw a worse triple-double in a basketball game?
I haven't watched all the games.
Yeah, you can't say that to me.
Yeah, you watch a lot of basketball, Mike. I definitely can.
Probably in a weird way, it might be his head coach that probably went like 2 of 14 from the field, but had 10 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. And I'm not knocking Kid. He's one of the greatest point guards of all time. But like, it was bad. I'm with you. It was bad. And I'm going to assume the only person who might have had a least efficient or in that realm of triple-double efficiency would be a Jason Kidd, because he wasn't a very good scorer.
Yeah. He had 7 turnovers.
Jeez, he almost had the quadruple.
Man,
But I really hope that he jumps 4 inches in the air again and makes a pass. That is working out so well, Luka. Keep doing it, buddy.
I was thinking last night, I was like, get Wyatt Johnston all of the birthday alcohol to celebrate, but then I was like, no.
You got to win a game.
Stay focused.
Yep.
Whatever he's doing, keep doing that because it's working out.
Look at
just
the
fine.
Rangers. They got booed last night. New York Rangers.
Do you think he's going to drink?
We don't got the guts.
You think he's going to drink tonight?
He said, "I'll drink out of the Stanley Cup."
Let me ask you this.
Hold on, Mike. I need you to acknowledge what he just said.
He said he'll drink out of the Stanley Cup?
That right there. That's commitment, dude.
Wyatt Johnston?
Yes. I love that.
Well, isn't everybody? Wyatt Johnston's drank before.
You don't know that.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. I don't.
That's all I wanted you to say was just that part.
You used that from the Corey School of Debate.
But you're probably right. By the way,
I don't know if you're not a raging cocaine addict, but we just throw it out there to have fun. But I don't know what you're doing in your free time.
This is very aggressive.
Goodness. I'm way too heavy for that. All right, so this is an actual discussion that I had with Corey when he talks about the Corey School of Debate. We were walking over to the spring training facility and speculating about, like, I don't know, was it City of Plano from Plano, Texas or Illinois? And I gave an opinion. He goes, but how do you know? Have you been to all the cities? That's an actual thing that he said. And I was like, you know what?
If you haven't been in all the cities, then you can't know it all.
I guess that's true.
So
I won't say the other thing that you said in an argument with me once.
Yeah. When you think about how little we know, it's pretty amazing.
Just us in particular, or just
to
humans?
know the things that we don't know.
Okay.
Who do you think knows less, us in particular or most humans?
As Gene Mock
for sure
told my dad when he was the manager of the Minnesota Twins, it's too bad he doesn't know what he doesn't know.
Facts.
Most difficult thing in sports is for Luka to get back on defense instead of bitching about a missed call. I'm here all day. I got about 5 more. And sometimes it's even when things go right. When he scores a basket, he wanted the and one, or a couple games back where he yelled and one defiantly at the ref, and they're like, no, not really.
I wish they'd just listen to him. He knows. Like, he's played the game for a long time. He knows when he's been fouled and not.
This is what I want. Next year in a preseason game, let's line this up, new owner of the team person. Let's have, I forget their names.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have Luka be a ref.
Ooh.
Let's let Luka ref a preseason basketball.
7 hours long.
I want to see how Luka refs a preseason basketball game. I want him, he doesn't suit up as a player. He's the referee of the game. And he has to, no, you're not laughing, Luka. You are seriously, I want to see all the foul calls that you would call in a game.
He's calling fouls. Only for the star players, though. He's calling fouls for all the star players.
That game's going to be 7 hours long.
Let's do this. Luka Dončić, Draymond Green, and who else is a big complainer of foul call? James Harden.
Yeah.
I want
he did
those.
not stop on
Devin
LeBron
Booker.
there. That's incredible.
Who's that?
I'm surprised you didn't bring up LeBron.
LeBron.
Yeah.
I want LeBron, Luka, and Draymond, team referees. I want those 3 to referee a game, and I want to see and I want each team to add another 10 players to their roster because we might need to use 25 players after 20 players on each team have fouled out.
That would be, oh man, that would be something.
I just want to see what would happen if Luka yelled at Luka the referee. What would happen?
Now, Mike, do you think this is fair? Most difficult thing in DFW sports is for Mike to go an entire segment without a drive-by shot at the Cowboys.
Oh, it happens.
It's
not during a whole show, but
Yeah.
I can go segment or two.
Especially when he's taking drive-by shots at the Mavericks free throws.
Yeah, right
You know what I mean?
now I'm way more drive-buying the Mavs losing. It hurts so bad.
Okay.
How doesn't it hurt so bad, Tolos? It just hurts bad to lose a playoff game that you were winning all night long.
But that team you're right. That team just tied it up with you, and you still have a chance to rebound. But our minds aren't thinking that way. Our minds are thinking right now, it's all over.
Yeah,
And
and the
it
Mavs-
could have been so much better.
They'll be ready to play. They'll be in a weird way. Jason Kidd, like I don't think he's the best coach in the NBA by far, but I think he'll have his guys ready to play. I don't think they're going to win, but they can. They have the ability to win. Obviously, Luka is struggling physically and, like you said, struggling mentally right now because when things don't go his way, he just because he did try very hard on defense. I will give him credit.
I agree.
There are times he doesn't get back still. I get it, but I am okay with this Luka defensive player. I think that you can live and be happy with this Luka defensive player. Unfortunately, he's just been so inefficient offensively. And I don't know how that changes because Lou Dort is his kryptonite, man. Lou Dort he is the biggest nightmare in the NBA, I think, for Luka Dončić. And he is hurt too. So you combine those two things. Lou Dort is probably the best defender in the NBA on Luka. And then I'll tell you who's not far away, the kid 2 years ago who was playing in high school.
Wallace.
Holy cow.
Man, do you know what I thought was going to end up?
He is awesome at his rookie age.
He's been playing great defense. The other rookie I thought
he's making threes.
Which you hate to see. I thought Derek Lively was going to make the most awesome play of the game when him and Chet hit the deck, and then Chet came back for the three, and then Derek Lively is just screaming in from behind. I thought he was going to reject the F out of that shot.
Which would have added to their franchise record in a postseason game, 13 blocks. Like, that's something that is not acknowledged enough, and I guess also points to the missed opportunity that you had last night.
Because the defense has been mostly broken.
Yeah, you didn't realize that, did you?
I mean, Derek Jones Jr. had 4. Gafford had 3. Lively had 4. I didn't even realize that was a franchise record, and that's great defense right there.
Wasn't that, though, if we go back in time, the perfect trade for both teams? There's no way in the world Oklahoma City is trading for Derek Lively. If we say, hey, we want Case and Wallace, they'd say, not in a million years would we do that trade. And the Mavs would say the same thing back to Oklahoma City. If Oklahoma City said, hey, you know what? We're going to trade you your hometown hero, your Texas high school player of the year. We're going to trade you Case and Wallace for Derek Lively. We'd say not in a million years because we need that center so bad. And I think that Oklahoma City would say, we have the best, youngest defensive guard in the NBA, and he's only getting better offensively. Like, I do think Case and Wallace has star qualities at his age because defensively, he's already probably one of the 10 best defensive guards in the NBA.
Yeah.
So that's not all NBA defense, but he is that good already. And you can see his offensive game getting better. And you're like, son of a... Because I compared him to Joe Dumars. I was like, I think he's like the next Joe Dumars. And that's probably way too old for a lot of people who never saw Joe Dumars play.
A great career
Joe Dumars was a Hall of Famer next to Isaiah Thomas. Because he's not going to be Isaiah Thomas. He already has his Isaiah Thomas on the team. And Shay's going to lead the offense. And Joe Dumars was a guy's like, hey, at times I'll play point. I will be the guy who guards all the best players in the NBA. I'll guard Michael Jordan. I'll guard Magic Johnson. I'll guard all the best guards for you and do great. Now he has Lou Dort with him too, but I think both guys have been such impactful rookies for both teams. And the Mavericks drafted Case and Wallace, if you don't know, and Oklahoma City drafted Derek Lively. It was a pre-draft kind of deal. Like, if these two guys get to where we're at, we want him, you want him, we'll make sure it happens.
Is another most difficult thing, I'm sorry if we've covered this one, getting Michael Lorenzen a dub?
Man, I think you would throw that to Andrew Heaney.
Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah. Andrew Heaney.
That's good.
He doesn't have a win.
So in the last 4 outings, the Rangers have not won Michael Lorenzen games. But Andrew Heaney, same thing there.
Andrew Heaney in his last 3 games. And I'm talking about even when they take him out of the game, I believe. They've scored 1 run in his last 3 starts.
Total?
Total.
That's brutal.
I need to go back and check that because going into his Colorado start, they'd scored 0 runs in his last 2 starts. And then we lost in Colorado when he pitched, and they had 0 runs on the board when he was taken out of the game. That might have been, was that the game they lost 8-3 though? So they might have scored, you get 3 runs in the last 3 games.
Yikes.
I can't remember, but it's that bad for Heaney. Like, I think Heaney was getting frustrated on the mound because he's like, I can't give up a run. Yeah, I know I can't give up a run. If I give up a run, we're going to lose.
Giving up 4 runs in 18 innings. Yeah, that's wild.
And you see so many texts that are like, our bigs were amazing yesterday. Wasted up opportunity. How the F did we lose? And on and on and on. Yet here we are. Coming up. Well, right now.
Yeah.
It's time for Mike Likes It.
You don't know when the expressway is? You jury duty us, and then you don't even know? I've been gone for 6 days, and I know when the expressway is happening.
Sometimes the company changes their mind.
Oh, we're not doing it anymore?
No, we are.
Oh, good. Okay.
This is the expressway, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Brought to you by, I don't know.
On Time Experts, baby.
On Time. We have a sponsor?
Yes.
Heck yeah.
Your face.
Give me that money. So... Let's talk about something that has become a little bit controversial around baseball.
I don't understand why this is controversial at all.
Neither do I. So, unbeknownst to Arizona Diamondback fans or Kansas City Royal fans, to start the year, I think it was the second game of the year, Corbin Carroll put 6 of his rookie cards in his back pocket and played the whole game with 6 baseball cards in his back pocket. Well, then, after the game was over, he uniquely autographed all the cards.
Yeah.
He numbered 1 to 6, 2 of 6, 3 of 6, like that.
And like he wrote his stat lines on some of them. Wrote all kinds of
things. He actually autographed one to Evan Longoria because Evan Longoria is a big baseball card collector too. So is Corbin Carroll. So PSA did this, and then after it was over, PSA officially graded the cards, and they were graded like 1 to 4 because they were jacked up after they were in a back pocket with butt sweat on it, and whatever. It just
I would have said bends.
The cards might have had creases in them a little bit, or rounded corners.
You want to tell me there's no butt sweat on there, Kevin? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm not telling you that.
Okay.
I would never.
But
little chaw.
So they are officially game-worn cards.
I love it.
So there are 6 of them. Now, Corbin Carroll did keep 5 of them for his personal collection, and PSA is getting 1 of these. It says to give away.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're giving it away. Well, what happened is the second game of the year, or the next day, I don't know if it's second game of the year, they went to Kansas City. And Bobby Witt Jr. is a big collector of cards and also a big PSA guy.
Yeah.
He put 7 rookie cards in his back pocket and played in that game, and he hit 2 doubles in that game. They lost. So he said he's never doing it again. But there's 7 game-worn Bobby Witt Jr. cards now. And now he kept 6. He uniquely signed all of them. He signed one to Evan Longoria, too. So I don't know if there's a part of me that I get. Evan Longoria is not in right now the Corbin Carroll, Bobby Witt Jr. realm because he's older and had a really good career. Back in his rookie days, in his first 5 years, he was a very collectible player, and everybody thought he was maybe going to be a future Hall of Famer. He's not. He's going to just be one of those very good players that doesn't go into the Hall of Fame. But I'm wondering if they do this with Evan Longoria, or they go, well, you're not a younger player. You're not a guy we're looking to do this with. But Bobby Witt Jr. signed one to Evan Longoria. He's keeping 6 of them for himself that he uniquely signed as game-worn cards. PSA has marked these on there as these are game-worn cards. And then one of these Bobby Witt Jr. rookie cards will be given away by PSA to they have not explained how they're giving them away. At least when I went to PSA's YouTube page, they didn't say how they're giving them away yet.
So what's the beef? Because I read about this the other day and I thought it sounded awesome.
Yeah, so yesterday is when PSA came out with this, that this was done. People didn't know about this, but these guys put cards in their back pocket and played with the cards, as in like they were in their back pocket. They weren't like fiddle farting with them in the dugout while they were playing the game. And so I think it's really cool. It's a unique way to take these cards that are mass printed and then turn them into something very unique and different. Now, the thing is 5 of them are with Corbin Carroll and 6 of them are with Bobby Witt Jr. So we're probably not going to really see these. And honestly, it seems like both of them are going to send one of these to Evan Longoria. But I think it's kind of a cool thing to do. Now, I don't know how you would put them in packs per se, because this is done by PSA. It's not done by Topps. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Topps is the producer of cards. PSA is a card grader. PSA came up with this idea so that they could authenticate these cards as game-worn cards. But this sounds like something unique that could be cool.
Yeah, no, I think it's really cool, but I do understand you guys want these things in pristine condition. So, but it's unique.
I like this way.
It's very similar to the Josh Young thing that blew us away when he signs a 1-of-1 and create because he doodled on it. It is too cool to have something this unique and this different. And that's, again, Kevin, this is where I've always said when it comes to the market, the capitalistic market, it's all about the story. Like, it's all about what the story's going to drive up the price, and this story makes this more unique and more interesting because, dude, the player had it in his pocket. How are other ways that they can start doing things like this? This card was underneath a base during the game, or this card was, it has a piece of gum stuck to it. I'm just fascinated at all the opportunities that they could, because y'all said the patches, like the patch cards, it's just some jersey that was cut up and thrown into the card.
They will say, just for legal purposes on the back for the jersey cards, they will say this isn't from any specific game or date or anything. And then sometimes, for Panini, I think I'm wearing a Panini shirt right now. Panini's like, they never even, we're not even putting that they wore this in a game because they obviously didn't. They're just like, this was us cutting up a jersey and saying it's a jersey card for the most part in nowadays. But anyways, I do think it's very cool. I don't think that we're ever going to be, I think that they could do more of this where it could be, the ability for maybe us to get one of these at some point, maybe not this Corbin Carroll or this Bobby Witt Jr., but I think over time, I think this could be something that other players do, and these become maybe there's 5 of these a year. Like, let's just say Wyatt Langford or Evan Carter do this. I think that they could be like, hey, is there any way that we could maybe have you guys put 5 in one pocket that's yours and 5 in another pocket that we can put into packs? Like Topps could maybe do something like this.
What about your hat? Can you put them in your hat?
I guess wherever it's just be game worn. It's wherever it would be kind of comfortable for you.
In your shoe?
Yeah. Okay, so now moving on.
Your jock strap?
Oh my God.
No, I don't want that card.
Right.
To be honest, I don't want to smell that.
You
don't have to smell the card.
It's in a graded case. Hold on.
Okay,
No. I don't know what you were going to say next. I call this bluff. I call your bluff. Bobby Witt Jr. has a card in his jock strap, and he autographs it. It's the only one. It's in a PSA holder. You don't want that card?
I guess if it's in a holder, it's covered by plastic. But I don't want, let me ask you this. Out of all the team-issued stuff, and they're like, hey, look, here's Michael Young's jock strap from the World Series. Like, do you want that? And then
you could try to clone him.
Okay, so next thing that I want to talk about. I want to talk about TNT, NBA, and Major League Baseball, and Roku. So
it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Right now, it looks like TNT basketball's going away. So if NBC looks like they're putting together a package where they're going to pay a little over $2 billion a year that they can get the TNT package. And so that means TNT won't get the games anymore, which means it looks like that there will not be any more Ernie Johnson hosting inside the NBA because he said he would not go to NBC.
Wow.
So,
because you just assumed they would be like, "Hey guys,
we just want
all."
And because Ernie Johnson's father worked for TNT when it started and TBS, he's like, I will be loyal to their brand. I'm not leaving. Now, here's what's interesting is that's great for the NBA in a way. Maybe not great for your inside the NBA, but that's great money for the NBA as local TV markets are going down in hockey. Maybe not hockey, but we do know in basketball and baseball, the money's not there anymore. At least the money that used to be there.
Yes.
Well, Major League Baseball announced yesterday that they are agreeing to an exclusive multi-year contract with Roku, which will air one game each Sunday this season from now until middle September. Terms were not disclosed. But I'm just wondering this. It will be the Sunday leadoff game because ESPN still has Sunday night baseball. But from what I hear...
Is this the Peacock game that's now going over to Roku? Is that what's happening?
Yes. Is that I'm not sure. I don't know this, but I'm not sure that ESPN wants to do Sunday night baseball anymore.
Interesting. Man, that's an institution.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, as basketball gets this $2.4 billion deal done for, all teams spread out throughout the NBA and their teams, baseball really needs something like this to step up too, if that makes sense.
Well, they do have Apple TV on Friday nights, and I wonder financially if that's.
But you also have the ABC, ESPN. There's not just NBC gets everything. You still have right now, ABC has your Sunday night, or ESPN has your Friday night NBA basketball, and I believe sometimes Wednesday night NBA
Although,
basketball.
I think in part of the reporting is that ESPN might move away from that Friday night basketball.
Yeah. So I was just looking at this and going, maybe I need to be moving away from DirecTV and moving to Roku?
Could be.
Because Roku gets Bally's now?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they do.
I don't have Roku, so.
Okay, I thought you did.
I have Fubo.
I didn't realize
Fubo has it.
Fubo
I
has
get
Yeah, I was going to
most
say
everything
Roku.
I need.
Yeah, not Roku.
Fubo does not have
operates
TNT or TBS, though.
Like, I didn't realize Roku had like streaming or that many options when it came to like actual streaming content, because I always viewed them as like a streaming platform, like similar
They've been
to like the Amazon
expanding
Fire
into that
Stick.
because I know they made the Weird Al movie with Harry Potter, and they've been.
They did what?
Yeah, they made a Weird Al movie starring Daniel Radcliffe. And they've been trying to expand.
So last thing, I'm out of time here, but it does say on June 9th, this is the only one scheduled for the Rangers, is they host the San Francisco Giants. That will be a 1:00 game that will be exclusively on Roku.
Okay.
That you can't get on Bally's. So you're only going to be able to watch it through Roku.
Interesting insight right there. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hot dog wieners and old men falling out of the sky. We do it next on The Fan.
Full KNC masterpiece. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I appreciate that, Kevin. Thank you very much for your time today. Would you like to start with, does this really cost $2 million?
Oh, man. I feel like yes.
Or is this really worth $2 million?
Ooh.
Old men falling from the sky or hot dog wieners falling from the sky?
Are you trying to say it's raining men?
It's a rain. Actually, before we start with any of those things, Kevin, I'll let you ponder that.
Okay.
What are we thinking about Jack Leiter's start today? Is everything on the line for this one, or are we just trying to survive?
Other options they have. So I'll say 5 innings, feeling good. Give up 3 runs.
Are you really judging him right now? Are you like every time he steps on the mound, you're like,
yes,
He's
absolutely.
not it. And so far he's in the negative. Like if he started out at 0,
yes,
he's at -2 right now.
Yes.
Okay, so he's under par or over par is what you're saying. So he will be a +2 in golf, but not in life. So I understand where that's going.
Do I need to get you some of the Bobby medicine?
The question regarding Jack Leiter, my father-in-law asked me this last night. He was like, what does he need to work on? And Mike, I feel like you've pretty much narrowed it down. Start number 1, he needed to work on not being over energetic, like calming down pre-game.
During the game, the energy level was too much.
Yeah. Start number 2, it seemed like, again, really good start to first inning.
Great start.
Both of his starts have had fantastic first innings. And then it just kind of, you have said that forcing a fastball by a guy is becoming a problem.
He tries to power. He goes, so this is great in football. Screw it. I'm just going to run through the guy. Okay. Well, sometimes that can work, but sometimes you go against professional football players like, good luck, because I'm as strong or stronger than you are. And so I think right now what I'm looking for from Jack Leiter tonight is, can he, when he gets into a situation, let's just say first and second, 1 out. It'll probably happen tonight. I mean, even if you have a good game, there's going to be runners on base. Mm-hmm. Can he execute a sequence of pitches that is, let's just say, first pitch slider for a strike, next pitch up and in, next pitch slider down and away, next pitch curveball.
The slider down and away, you're hoping you have 2 strikes and you're trying to get him chased
1 and 1.
Okay.
No, I need 3 strikes.
All right.
They don't chase. This is the major leagues. You know when they chase? They chase when they're really behind in the count.
Okay.
Every once in a while, you'll get a hitter like, I'll give you 2 very aggressive hitters for the Rangers.
Adolis.
Or Zeke Duran. Yep. I was thinking of those guys that, sometimes like, hey, you were ahead in the count. Like, what was going on there? But for the most part, you're going to have to throw quality strikes in the major leagues. Even Paul Skeens. I mean, Paul Skeens was striking out more than 2 guys per inning in the minor leagues this year. He was averaging over 2 strikeouts an inning. Like, that's how crazy it was. And then he got to the majors, and he did pretty good against the Cubs.
Yeah.
But they're a major league team, and they started figuring him out a little bit. And Paul Skeens is going to have to make adjustments in his second start because it's the major leagues. These are the best of the best. And so for Jack Leiter, he's having a good AAA year. Without a doubt, he has improved this year in the minor leagues. Now you're facing the best. And the Tigers and the Athletics are not the most offensive teams. Now,
that's true.
The Guardians got off to a good start this year offensively. They've slowed down offensively until the 8th and 9th inning yesterday.
Yeah, that's tough.
If you do look at the Guardians, they have not hit as well lately. So they are in a little bit of a slump. Now, maybe we got them out of that slump. But they went against Michael Lorenzen yesterday and got 1 hit and 4 walks. 5 guys reached base in 7 innings against our starter. That's great. Michael Lorenzen was great. You honestly can't ask for anything more than to give up no runs. I guess he could have pitched 9 innings and given up no runs, and we'd be in the 10th inning right now. But if you look at it, what Jack Leiter needs to start showing is he needs to show I can locate my fastball in big situations, and I can throw off speed behind in the count. I can throw off speed in a big situation with runners on base and execute that pitch, because they're kind of laying off his curveball below the zone in those situations. And they're going, guess what? You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for a fastball in the upper part of the zone. And I know you're going to do it. I know you're going to do it, Jack. And then when he does it, they're just, sometimes guys miss. Sometimes guys foul that ball off and you kind of get lucky, and then you get another strike and you go to something else. But it seems like, one, guys aren't missing, and then two, we make an error when a play needs to be made for him.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And that's not fair. That's, in a way, that's not fair to a young kid trying to survive in the major leagues, that you're going to make big errors behind him in situations and make him have to get 4 outs in the inning. Right now, watching Jack, it doesn't look like you want to make him get 4 outs in an inning.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. There you go. So keep an eye on everything Mike just said for tonight's game.
Okay.
Jack Leiter going to be on the bump here, right here in your own stadium.
No errors, no mistakes.
And you can
will help him out quite a bit. And also score some runs, please.
Yes, score runs.
I would agree. That would
no
help
runs.
Well.
And what's that going to do, Mike? That's going to mean you scored more runs than your opponent, and then you get a win.
Think about this, the pressure that the 4 guys have pitched with lately. They know if they give up a run, they're going to lose.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be at best like a tie. They're not going to get a win. Think about the pressure on that. If I make a mistake, if I give up for Urania, he didn't know this at the time. He gave up a 2-run homer to start the game off and then didn't give up another run in the next 6+ innings. Still lost. Now, we're going to go to yesterday. Every pitch Michael Lorenzen made, he knew. We know this a couple innings into the game. You don't maybe know it the first or second inning, but you know it in about inning 3, 4. You're like, I got to put up zeros tonight. We're not really going to score. I'm hoping we manufacture a run or two, but we are not swinging the bats well. Jack Leiter is not. He shouldn't be thinking about that. But Michael Lorenzen, Urania's 32 years old. He's not like 22. You go to Andrew Heaney's a veteran. These guys know right now that the offense is struggling, and they're hoping that, hey, a couple runs in the first inning changes my attitude.
Yep.
I'm pitching with a 2-0 lead, but that's not happening right now. So these pitchers know I can't really give up more than 2 runs max in my 6 innings to have an opportunity to win right now. I hope that changes. I hope that changes tonight. But right now, man, you got to put up zeros, and you feel that pressure when you get to the 4th inning and your team hasn't scored.
There you go. That's fantastic breakdown right there from Mike Bassick, who knows because he's played the game, Kevin. Ooh. Also, Mike Zimmer on defensive tackle Mozzie Smith. Quote, obviously he was a high draft pick, and I heard he kind of struggled a little bit last year.
Stating facts.
We're going to start with the basics, get him in a good stance, get him using his hands the right way, getting his footwork the right way, and then kind of go from there. We anticipate that he's going to be a good player like he was in college. So there you go. Just wait until the Play-Doh man is what I'm going to call him, because he creates things out of nothing with Play-Doh.
Will you give him a lot of credit if he makes Mozzie a quality player?
Absolutely. If this defense looks different and does some things, I'll definitely give Zimmer a lot of credit.
But wait.
Hold on.
Wasn't the defense good last year?
All right, guys, have y'all ever heard of Seattle Mariners?
Yes.
Well, it depends on what you think there was good. Okay, and that's
they were
really
good for most of the
that
year.
is really a conversation that I think, Mike, if you really want to have that discussion, we can definitely do that tomorrow.
Yeah,
Once
we
the
can do
Cowboys
it in
defense,
September.
okay, all right. Seattle Mariners fans had a
do it
moment.
on the week
Kevin,
I'm in Arizona and Seattle.
do you know what heaven on earth is, Kevin?
No such
The
thing.
song?
It's when hot dogs fall from the sky while heaven on earth is being played on loudspeakers. And in Seattle, they were having a big moment when they started throwing hot dogs from the sky, and well, not really the sky, but the rafters, and the fans in the stands looked up, and there were little hot dogs on parachutes floating down to them.
Oh, neat.
And this is where the wieners were falling out of the sky, and everybody, it was called Hot Dogs from Heaven inside the stadium in Seattle. And I just wonder, do you, when people are trying to get a foul ball, they will fight over a foul ball. And we've seen people fight over these T-shirts, right?
That's right.
And the guy in Seattle caught a foul ball on back-to-back pitches.
We're talking about food now, all right? Like, this is food. Do you think there were some fights breaking out between people trying to get these hot dogs out of the sky?
Yes.
Reggie?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I agree with you guys. Fantastic work. Next story.
Oh. Would you get in a fight over a hot dog from the sky?
Is it dollar hot dog night?
No.
So these are good
Yep.
hot dogs. Like these might be the good hot. They didn't say.
Well, if it's a hot dog, maybe not. If it's a brat, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been craving
what I mean?
brats lately too. I don't know why.
You see
There's
the
been-
vision.
Yeah,
I
there's
do.
something going on there. The Guinness Book of World Record for oldest skydiver, Kevin.
It's that guy from Up with the balloons.
He's not
Do
a
you think he had to
skydiver. He
dive out
wasn't
of
a
his house?
skydiver. His wife died.
He stayed. He just used balloons. He never dived.
Story is actually he was
didn't have a
dead too.
parachute.
Yeah, he passed away. And
Oh, it was like the Sixth Sense.
yeah. Well, no, not
Is the
what?
opposite, though. It was the kid seeing a dead people.
Alfred Blaschke is a 106-year-old American man.
He was a solid power forward in the league.
No,
he's a really good writer
who also has skydived. The world's oldest skydiver back in 2020 at the age of 103. And that was right in the height of like the COVID stuff. And he jumped out there, and now he's wanting to do it again abroad. He wants to do another skydive, but somebody else, Rut Larson, becomes the world's oldest.
Okay, I can see how somebody named Rut Larson has
to
lived
complete
for a long time.
a tandem jump after skydiving in Sweden. And Kevin, I'm just kind of curious. At 106 years old, Alfred Blaschke did it again.
Not impressed.
104-year-old Dorothy Hoffner did it a long time ago.
Not impressed.
What?
Not impressed at all. Because when you go skydiving as a younger person, your chute might not open. Now, sure, Peggy Hill survived from that, but most of the time, if your chute doesn't open, you're going to die.
Right.
If you're 104 or 106, is that fear level that high?
I don't know.
Or
They
you're
want
like,
to keep
man, I
living.
lived. It was a whole nother century.
I feel like you've gotten to 106. You're still kind of like, you know what? I want to keep going. I want to see how far I can go with this thing. Let's see how far I
Wouldn't
can
you
do
want to
this.
just wrap it up?
I don't know.
At 106,
Dude looks like he can walk. So I mean, if you can still walk, then I feel like you're doing okay.
That's a great point.
He's
Is
out-
that your baseline for wanting to survive?
Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying at what age?
You
can
have Noah level expectations for this man.
At what age do you, yes, that's exactly where I have it. At 106, I feel like walking is a big thing. At what age do you get to
46 right now?
Yeah, exactly.
My
where
knee hurts.
I feel like 80. I'm probably about ready to be
I
done.
don't want to skydive ever.
there's nothing cool that you can do with your life after 80.
I didn't say that, but I think all the baggage and the aches that come along with it, I'd be like, I'm good.
Outweighs gravity, basically, is what you're saying. Is
Do
weighing
you
you
want
down?
to skydive?
I don't. I'm terrified of skydiving.
Yeah, does Reggie?
Nah, not at this moment.
Yeah, my
So
my
0 for 4.
my middle son Carter wants to skydive so bad, and he's like, "Dad, I need to go to." He's told me a country that he wants to go to because they allow underage people to skydive there, and I was like, "I guess they're just regular age people." But he wants to skydive bad. And
I don't know
want
your
him to.
son well, but I feel like he sets you up for a lot of things that he actually doesn't want to do to then get you to say yes to something that you probably would say no to.
That actually sounds exactly like what Carter would do. He's
like,
has
I
the
want to
pro-
go to this country and skydive, knowing that he doesn't want that,
So
and
what
you
I'm
would
gonna
never
do-
say yes to. But then he says, Dad, I want to do this, and you're like, well, I said no to the skydiving in a foreign country.
He's an evil mastermind.
You might actually have a really good point there. So that's the C block, everybody.
Man, we went so many places. And coming up next, we're going to get a whole different place. Smashing Pumpkins lead singer and NWA owner Billy Corgan joins the show next on The Fan.
Commercial free.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Crockett Cup coming to town this weekend. Smashing Pumpkins in September. So we bring to you the Smashing Pumpkins lead singer and NWA owner and the man who Corey calls by his full name every single time. It is Billy Corgan. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, fellas. Good to talk to you.
I'm excited to have you on the show. My co-host is off the charts excited, and I think a little nervous that he's going to mess up this interview.
A little bit.
No, I have full confidence in him.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to start? Do I start?
I believe he just said he has full confidence in you. You go.
Okay. This is where my first question is. December 96, you guys play Reunion Arena in Dallas, an awesome show. It was pretty cool. And I really loved it a lot. But seriously,
that's not a question.
The question part of it is whenever for us, that arena has lots of memories, lots of history, Mavs, stars, and everything. And you're a big sports fan. I was kind of curious when you're looking at venues to go play, do you say, oh my gosh, Ryan Sandberg turned double plays right here and I'm playing at this spot? Is there something historic you're looking for with venues sometimes?
Always, yeah. I mean, it's one of the great honors of our life to play these historic venues, and we're not lacking in the consciousness that when we're standing at the United Center in Chicago, we're standing under those 6 banners that Michael hung, with those great teams. And certainly anytime we come into an arena, we're very mindful of the fact of the great history that goes there. And it's cool. It's hard to explain. I'm at a loss for words, but one time we played the Maple Leaf Gardens, when the old building, and I'm telling you, when you were in that building, you know what I mean? You're standing there with that history. And I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but I was in awe. We played the old Boston Celtic venue.
With no air conditioning?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the Boston ones. The Boston one's the one that had literally no air conditioning at all, right?
I'm almost positive we played it before they went to is it the TD Garden now or something?
Yeah.
But we played it way back in the day. We played the original building. So yeah, it's always a cool thing. And certainly Dallas, incredible sports history.
And now y'all are bringing the wrestling history to the DFW Metroplex. Forney on Saturday, the Crockett Cup. And for people who don't know wrestling, I'll give you a pass. But for people who do, Crockett Cup's been rocking since 1986. What does this event mean? And can you tell us anything else about the show?
Well, it was originally run by the Crockett family, which was one of the NWA territories in the Carolinas. And it went on for a couple years. The Road Warriors won one year, and I can't think who else won the other year. And then the company went out of business. It was bought by the McMahons and WWF. And it eventually, or Ted Turner maybe, and then became WCW. So they stopped running the Crockett. So when I bought the NWA, let's bring back the Crockett Cup itself, which is the most prestigious tag tournament in the history of all of professional wrestling. So imagine tag teams going at it for a single prize, the Crockett Cup. And I'm telling you, it means a lot to the talent to win the Crockett Cup. So it's a big, big deal. Now, all the history is, of course, on the the southeast coast. But the idea to bring it to a former NWA stronghold, of course, with the Von Erichs and the great shows down there, we thought it'd be cool to bring Crockett Cup in the new NWA to Dallas.
Do you think it could be like the Stanley Cup at all, where you get to spend some time with the Crockett Cup,
recording in progress,
drink out of it, maybe have fun shenanigans and everything with it?
We've had some boys drink some beers out of the cup. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a thing. I actually own the original Crockett Cup. We have a new version of the Crockett Cup, but it's very much like the Stanley Cup. The history that it represents, going back to the '80s with those great teams. It was Nikita Koloff, I think, another one of the ones. It just came back to me somewhere in my brain. Yeah, but the great thing about the NWA is it's great. It's 75 plus years of history, right? We're almost at 76. Continuous history with the belts. But the cool thing is I get to pick the tradition back up, maybe things that have lapsed away, and sort of bring it back. So bringing that cup to Dallas on Saturday night for the show, it's going to be really awesome. I'm flying on Friday, And I always love being in Dallas. I've always had a great time going back to our earliest shows, playing down in Deep Ellum. So we really look forward to people coming down and having a good time with us. We put on a great show. If you don't like professional wrestling, we get that, but I can tell you we're very much a family entertainment brand. So if you're only a casual fan or you like the old school NWA, we are definitely for you.
Do you feel like you guys have made a lot of progress in finding your space, finding your, I don't know if niche is the right word or not, because people might automatically think WWE or maybe they think AEW, but do you feel like you guys have found a good spot for what it is that y'all do?
Absolutely. WWE is very much, they do their thing and they do it better than anybody's ever done it. But they have very specific ways of running their product, which is totally fine. I respect it. AEW is certainly the upstart league. It's very focused at what is very much in terms of world culture, a niche culture. You know what I mean? You have to really be into wrestling to really understand what AEW is trying to do. And there's no slight in that. So what we're doing is we're bringing back that very much that mainstream, anybody from a kid to grandma can watch it, totally understand the product. And we are certainly probably the toughest promotion out there physically. Got a lot of big boys and big girls in the back, and we fight hard. So I think that's the niche that we found for ourselves. It may sound a little bit boring in the sense that we're up the middle, but wrestling needs a middle.
Yeah.
It's like saying you don't like classic rock or something. We are the classic rock of wrestling at this point, and I'm very comfortable with that.
Billy Corgan joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I think it's interesting what you're doing with Adventures in Carneyland, kind of showing all the different areas of you and your interests. And like Kevin, our show typically goes in wild directions. We start with sports, but there's a lot of other stuff that goes on with our show, and our Tolos have told us, look, man, I'm here for the ride. You guys, I like you guys. I'm here for the journey of what y'all are doing. And from pumpkins to Swan to being a wrestling promoter, all the things that you've kind of done, do you find pushback on doing different things? And you're just like, well, that's what I want to do. Or do you say, do most of your fans kind of stick with you? And at what point in your career did you see, oh, they're following me wherever I go with this thing?
Sure. My fans, when I first got into wrestling about 10 years ago, they thought I was totally crazy. And there were plenty of memes and lots of making fun of me and lots of fans scratching their head when they were standing in front of me saying, we just don't get it.
Yeah.
10 years later, now owning this great brand and really bringing it back, having 3 television deals behind the brand at this point, and of course, the debut of the new reality show today, Adventures in Carneyland, which really shows my life in wrestling kind of behind the scenes. My fans have sort of they either accept it and they respect it, generally speaking, or they've really grown to love what we're doing, which is cool. The mainstream fan, who it doesn't follow what the Pumpkins do all the time, but let's say they're a 90s fan or something, they're just waking up going, what the hell is he doing? So now I'm starting this process all over again. Why are you in wrestling? And I just say the same thing over and over again. If you achieved as much success as I have in life and you don't do with your life what you want to do, then you really don't have any courage and you don't have any spine. I'm a person who's always tried to do what he wants to do. I'm not trying to make anyone angry. I just want to live my life. And I love professional wrestling, and I found my place in it. And it's a very tough gig. I'm not going to sit here and say it's easy and it's all a bed of roses. It's been a very tough journey for me in professional wrestling, but I'm very proud of what I've accomplished. And that's it. I'm not asking music fans to follow me, and I'm not asking wrestling fans to follow me to the other side. But those that do generally come back and say, we enjoy and we appreciate what you're doing and why you're doing it, even if we're not wrestling fans per se. And that's sort of my argument. We're trying to make a product that everybody can understand and appreciate. I hate when music becomes too kind of indie, insular, hipstery. That bothers me. That's always bothered me. And I feel the same way about wrestling.
Now, on the music front, I remember very specifically, obviously, plethora of hits off the double album, huge album itself. I got Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness for free from a friend because she had broken up with her boyfriend and he loved y'all and she just couldn't bear to have that album around anymore. 2 questions. How happy are you for me that I got that album for free? And also, how cool is it that you can generate that kind of emotion? Like, obviously you'd love it if all the emotion was great and everything, but that you could generate that kind of emotion from people.
It's something I've always seemed to be able to do. When I was a little kid, people always had these volatile reactions to me, good and bad, and that's followed me throughout my life. People think I do it on purpose. I honestly don't. I'm just the way I am. I come from a very strange family. Both my mother and my father were very eccentric people. And my father was a musician. So I grew up in music. And so for me, being different in the world isn't a big deal. But of course, most people are pretty normal. We don't wear khaki in our family, for example. You know what I mean? we pretty much stick to black in terms of our dress code. But it's not a position of trying to be provocative. It's just a position of, hey, we're just doing what we do. But yeah, I'm always surprised how much emotion the music generates, especially when we go to foreign countries where people predominantly don't speak English, and you see the level of emotion that the band engenders. It's always really humbling.
My dad was a carpenter. When he got home, he didn't want to build shelves. And I've always been curious with a musician, do you feel like when you pick a guitar up, I'm working right now, or are you playing something for fun, or are you playing just for yourself? What's that feeling when you grab a guitar now?
I love playing music. My father died a couple years ago, and I had this revelation not too long ago that maybe if I didn't want to impress my father so bad when I was young, I'm not sure I would have ever picked up the guitar. I think I picked up the guitar because I wanted him to notice me. So my relationship with the guitar has always been kind of interesting. I really think of myself first as a songwriter, and then the guitar player in me is sort of in the corner somewhere. But I love playing music. And listen, I'm 57 years old. I've been playing music now for almost 40-something years, 42 years. I'm very, very honestly touched and in awe and humbled by the fact that there's so many people around the world that still love what we do, whether they like the old stuff or the new stuff or both, or it's awesome. And I brought a lot of that love and passion to the NWA, if that makes any sense. It's like I found something else I loved outside of the band that allows me to sort of put other, like the toy tinkerer guy in the attic part of me, into a different spot. And I'm trying to bring that same love to something that I love in wrestling. And it's just always about just living your dream, just try to make your dreams come true. Nothing wrong if you fail. What's the old saying? It's better to have tried and have lost, or loved and lost and never loved at all. Well, that's how I feel about my life. I've always tried. I certainly embarrassed myself plenty of times.
We all have. Yep.
But I mean, that's the point of being an alternative musician, right? I'm not here to be a perfect airbrushed person. I always found that kind of boring. Give me Lemmy or Iggy Pop or David Bowie on cocaine any day of the week. You know what I mean?
Man, that's a fascinating collection of looks among those people. I definitely get what you're saying, for sure.
Billy, my co-host, we met 18 years ago, yes. And he had a young boy back then, and I've watched their relationship grow over time, and wrestling was a big part of it. I literally watched these two go nuts watching wrestling, going to events together. They bonded over it. And now Noah's 1 year old. He has another child at 1 year old, 18 years apart. It's crazy.
It's good thinking by me.
But he's now, Noah will run at him and he'll stick his foot up and he'll take a bump and everything. And they're bonding over wrestling. You bond with your kids over wrestling? Is this something that y'all do together?
My kids are interesting in that they don't necessarily love the wrestlers because they know them personally.
Oh.
So they'll come to the shows and they just want to hang out with the wrestlers. You know what I mean? It's like, and so when they watch wrestling, they don't watch wrestling like I did as a kid. They watch wrestling like, oh, there's my friend Joe. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Awesome.
Why is Joe acting so crazy? And I'm like, honey, Joe's working right now. You know what I mean? No, but why is Joe being so mean?
That's so awesome.
And it's also got to be a wild thing too, to be the kid and just be like, oh yeah, that is my friend, and just kind of know like that, not really have that same mentality as everybody else.
EC3.
Awesome. Well,
no
of course,
big deal.
Everybody knows Tyrus, the former NWA World's Heavyweight Champion, and Tyrus 6'7", about 370, and my son was terrified to meet Tyrus. And I literally just took my son and pushed him forward because I've known Tyrus for about 10 years now. And I pushed him forward and I said, Tyrus, this is Augustus, and Augustus is Tyrus. My son loves Tyrus now. Tyrus is like his favorite person in the world. So it's amazing to watch this behemoth of a man, right, with this little kid. And they're, like buddies, because Tyrus is his buddy. He doesn't see him as the wrestler or the guy on Fox. He sees him as his buddy.
Do you ever get in political conversations with him? Since you mentioned he is on Fox, I was kind of curious. It maybe felt like y'all didn't always see eye to eye on things.
I I've learned my lesson. I try to stay out of politics
Fair.
these days.
Fair. I'll ask you a different question then. I'm sure you get this all the time. A lot of requests for it. They wanted to know if you have a favorite song or a favorite specific Smashing Pumpkins song or anything, especially since y'all are coming into town September 11th, if there's one for you.
That's a tough one, you know. I always say I'm lucky that I've written some songs that I really like, you know. 1979 comes to mind. Tonight is a song that I really love. But I love some of the obscure ones too that fans don't necessarily know. So I think I'm up about 400 songs at this point, having written the years, which is pretty wild and still going. We're just actually finishing right now a new rock record to follow up the last one, which was a triple album. This is straight ahead rock record. So I think old school Pumpkins fans are going to really like the new record we're working on.
Yeah, congratulations on the announcement of the new guitars too. That was that's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, Kiki Wong. We're really going to be have a good time with Kiki. She's a great person.
For whatever it's worth, I always really liked y'all's version of Landslide as well. I know there's a whole bunch of songs that you wrote. I always thought y'all's version of that was quality.
Do you know the story behind that?
I would like to hear it right now.
Okay, the 60-second version of the story. So we were going to play a BBC session, you know, a John Peel type session. So usually, you know, you play 4 songs and you only have a real short amount of time, 4 hours to record 4 songs. And so I was on the phone with Courtney Love and she said, you should pick a cover because they like covers over there at the BBC. So I was digging through my albums. I found this song called Landslide, which was never a hit by Fleetwood Mac. We got to the end of the session. There was only 20 minutes left and they're a union BBC. So it's a hard out. Like when they get to the 4-hour mark, they shut everything off. Like the power goes off. So I go to record the song. The guy goes, you don't have enough time, but with a bad English accent. You don't have enough time, mate. And I said, I can do it. I recorded one take of the guitar. You know, one note, mistakes and all. I just recorded the guitar. I said, roll the tape back to this spot. I recorded the solo. I sang the song twice. I listened to the vocal while the clock was still running. And I said, take the first half of this vocal and the second half of this vocal and put them together. And I walked out the door with like 1 minute remaining. And that's the version.
Wow.
That's a killer story too, man.
That is incredible. We appreciate your time. I know you got a busy schedule. We could talk forever.
I could.
But go to nationalwrestlingalliance.com if you want to check out the schedule. The Crockett Cup will be in Forney on Saturday. And then the Smashing Pumpkins will be back around here September 11th at Globe Life Field, and that will be a big event because I know Green Day is going to be there, Rancid is going to be there, the Linda Lindas, so a lot of stuff happening. You'll be back around the Metroplex quite a bit.
Yeah, I love it. Like I said, I love coming down there. Come see us Saturday. You'll have a lot of fun, I guarantee. Bring the whole family. It's a great event.
Sounds awesome.
There you go. Did that live up to your expectations and your hopes and dreams?
Yes, it did. Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, to quote Corey, good job. Good job, Billy Corgan. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, my friend.
Billy Corgan right here on 105.3 The Fan. Once again, the event on Saturday. Go to nationalwrestlingalliance.com. You can find out more information. You can buy tickets for Saturday in Forney at 7 o'clock. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on your Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, Matt.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I am doing well. I got a question for you guys before we dive into sports. Have any of y'all ever been on a jury? I talked about this at the beginning of the show. I didn't get picked for jury duty. I've never actually gotten picked to be on the jury. Have any of you guys ever been on a jury? And if so, how was it?
Never been selected. Never been selected. Me neither. Never received a summons, actually.
I just got one.
Yeah.
Yeah, once they find out you're in the radio business,
they're going to cut me.
They don't want part of you.
Oh, good. Okay,
They
well,
really
I just
don't.
got my first jury summons.
Yeah,
I don't know what to do.
Once they figure that out, that you can have an opinion this way, one way or another, they want nothing to do with you.
Okay. All right.
That's what I've learned.
That makes sense.
So could Wolchuk just call him and say, "Hey, I'm on the radio. You want nothing
No,
to do with me."
they'll ask you your profession, and you'll say, "I'm a professional broadcaster on the radio," stuff like that, and they'll strike you. They'll absolutely strike you.
Strike me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Strike me down.
Yep.
With a gavel.
Oh.
I've never done it, Kevin. I've only had one time where I said I would do it. I've done it.
You've got
I've
three
got
kids,
three
Corey.
kids.
Don't lie to us.
But I
He's done 3 times.
there was this the one time I was like, I'm gonna go do this. They like called and they're like, hey, by the way, this court case has been thrown out, so don't worry about it. Don't come in today. But every other time I always said, because I was working nights and I took care of the kids during the day, I'm the only daycare that my kids have. And so that's the box I check now, is just I'm still the only daycare that my kids have. So,
Daddy daycare.
Yeah. I mean, civil duty and all that stuff, I should probably do it. But
Hey, do you give your money back to the?
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
I did the
yeah,
same
yeah.
thing. Yeah,
It's $6.
yeah.
The system don't work for me, so I'm not working for the system. They can kiss my ass.
Wow.
Yeah.
I need my time to work. I mean, I got a lot of stuff to do.
Okay. Fair point. And I bet a lot of people feel that way, like what you just said as well, Wolchuk, is I don't think people get excited about that. I keep hoping this is the time, because I want to tell them, like, hey, I'll just let you know, I'll really pay attention. Like your witnesses, your exhibits, your cross-examination, like I'm here for all of it.
It just seems like a pain in the ass.
can see it.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know anybody that's been excited about.
You're
You're,
gonna get,
the
like,
first
I'll tell
one.
you what. You're gonna get like a divorce case where you just have to sit there for 3 days listening on how they're gonna distribute their money, and like you're just like, this is miserable.
I kind of feel like though I would have been good for the OJ trial.
Yeah,
those are probably fun. I mean, this sounds horrible, but if somebody might have murdered somebody, those seem fun. They make documentaries on those.
I watched that every single night on CNN.
Did you?
Every single night, yeah.
Wow.
My mom was on one of those juries a couple years back.
The OJ jury?
Well, no, a daughter had killed mom.
Oh no.
Yeah, with like a fireplace tool.
You could do some damage with the fireplace tool.
Yeah,
maybe not the tong things, but other than that.
Yeah, I don't think the tong
shovel
things
and the poker thing.
Poker thing spray.
Yeah.
Oh, that scene in Just Married. You know, he grabs the poker and he's just waving it around.
Didn't she throw an ashtray at him and hit him in the head with it?
nails him in the head with an ashtray.
Yeah,
that could do some damage too.
Burns.
Well, also,
when you made ashtrays as a kid, you remember that when you were in that shop class, you could make them. They weigh like 15 to 20 pounds.
I'll set this up perfectly for Mike.
Making ashtrays for our parents.
Do you think the Mavericks could shoot better free throws if somebody threw an ashtray at them right before they had to shoot a free throw?
I'd try it.
He's not feeling good today, potentially thinking not only did
the
you
thing
lose the game.
they're only shooting like 10% better in the other games that they shoot
like
free throws.
62%.
They're just pathetic at it.
Reason they were 2 of 6 in the third, that hurt them. I think the third was the reason why you lost that basketball
Did you
game.
feel like you had a chance to like kind of put it away?
No, yeah. Just if you go through each individual possession, which we'll do today, you could see, yeah, they missed 13 shots, made 4, 2 or 6 on free throws in the third. That lost you the game right there.
Yikes. How do you guys feel about the perspective on the series, though?
I'm still holding out faith. I think what you've seen, other than last night with 96 points, and you just can't hit the broadside of a barn. But you've seen the Mavs, I think, outplay the Thunder. I don't think the Thunder are ready to compete at this kind of level. And when the Mavs are playing well, I think they're going to dismantle the Thunder. I think Luka is going to have a huge bounce back game 6. I think his problems right now are more mental than physical. And he rides a teeter-totter of focus. Like, this dude has competitive ADD or something. And in the next game tomorrow night, you're going to see a laser-focused version of Luka that's going to propel them to a blowout victory against the Thunder in their own building.
Wow.
They'll come home to Game 6 and end the series.
What are you doing about Kyrie then? Why has he struggled so badly in this thing?
Guys have bad games.
Bad series?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. You can have bad series. You can have bad matchups. For a guy his size, I've been telling you about it for years, Brian. You don't believe me.
Yeah.
But for smaller guys like this, Damian Lillard, Kyrie Irving, in a lot of these situations, great defensive teams with length can bother them.
Yeah.
And I think, it's happening to Kyrie a little bit. He can get around that. His, poor shooting isn't helping the situation, but I still do have faith the Mavs are okay here against this Thunder team. Thunder aren't ready to win. They came out last night. They look like deer in headlights. They were ready to roll over and die and be like, oh my goodness, we just couldn't handle the playoffs. And you let them off the hook. So now you got to go work hard to get this thing done, but I still do have faith.
You led for 41 minutes in that game last night.
I know.
41 minutes, 6 seconds is what you led.
Because when you gave up the lead, they were like, hey, it was 4-2. But until then,
Unbelievable.
Which you've seen that look. I feel really good about where the Stars are, but the Stars and the Mavericks have not been the most adept at holding leads in the second round, except for last night. The Stars look awesome.
Now, the league did you a favor last night.
You think so?
Yeah. They did you a favor in that hockey. Suspending that guy for they did you a favor.
Look, I'm amazed.
I don't know what stage 3 is. It sounds pretty serious. I hope he's okay one day, but that was the hockey god smiling on you right
absolutely
there.
wild.
For sure. And sometimes I was kind of amazed he was still playing in the NHL anyway because of maybe the stage 1 and 2
overall
that
believe
led us
that
to
guy.
this point.
Can't stand
Dawson asked me, is stage 3 bad? I'm like, I assume so after 1 and 2. I think
got a stage 3 doper on our hands. Just handed us the series.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that one's
Stars would have won it anyway, but yes,
you think
it's definitely now going to be a gentleman's sweep.
Okay, I like it. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Rangers player show at 3:20. Looks like they're efforting Michael Lorenzen, but he wasn't in the clubhouse to confirm, so it might be somebody else.
Maybe it's because he was too busy carrying everybody on his back yesterday.
Like all the starting pitching right now.
No kidding.
Funny thing about his back, though,
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
He wears Vans.
It's good to know.
Are they red?
He has 3 different Vans.
Okay. We'll be back tomorrow.
Like a Scooby-Doo van? Does he have a Scooby-Doo van?
Feels like an off-air conversation.
He knows the maker of Vans.
Oh, that's
specifically
cool.
3 pairs, though, right?
Yeah, he has like 3 different
Like a red
pairs of
pair.
Vans that has
Yeah, the
spikes
red
on
pair,
it.
cool.
He's the only person in the world that has spikes that are Vans. Everybody else just wears them for skateboarding or fashion.
So you better fashion at least one question out of that. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here. Okay, just that sounded odd. We'll be back tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Yes, it is a massive pile of money, but can we just put that aside for a second and appreciate how incredible it is that somebody threw Jared Goff a massive pile of money? He was banished to NFL Siberia. Turns out the Lions are not NFL Siberia, not anymore. I'm Jim Rome.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of 2, and a grandmother of 2. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time.
bleep that guy. Can't
That's right.
stand him.
That's right.
So happy that he's not a part of this series anymore. He was their best player throughout the postseason. Huge loss. Stars took massive advantage of it. There was never a doubt. Otter's been fantastic the last 2 games. The defense has been brilliant. The kids have been out there absolutely balling. I mean, Wyatt, now he's 21. Happy birthday, kiddo. Finally can go there, have a legal drink, but he goes ahead, breaks Mike Modano's record, 10th playoff goal before turning 21.
That's awesome, dude.
Just give him the Hattie. Like, well, what are we doing here? Even Wyatt afterwards is like, dude, I'm right behind you.
It's a give and go situation.
It's my birthday.
Yeah. I thought he was going to get rewarded with that. He did not. But my gosh, he continues to reward us with dominance, consistency. I mean, you can't say enough about this dude. How much he shows up time and time again. That was a dominant victory. That was from start to finish. We're better than you, and we're a team that's ready to go do something super special here. So that was awesome.
Yeah, very deep team.
Yeah.
Very, very deep hockey team, and you can start to see it. And
the fourth line.
Yeah, the wear and tear on Colorado is as they lose players and key players. I mean, hey, the hockey gods were smiling on you for this one, but yeah, you can see now how the depth has taken over, and Jim Neal, the general manager, deserves a lot of credit for the trades that he's made, the drafting he's been able to do. So you find a way to get through this one and then get to the next series and hopefully have a little bit of rest and figure it out from there.
And that penalty kill, right? I think they're 0 for 8 now since that that game 1, which was crazy. So, I mean, to me, I think the penalty kill on defense has been huge. And you're right. The depth for the Stars is really becoming a difference maker.
They're a killer, and we salute them. Now, I'll take the suspension for Nichushkin, but I just think this is BS.
The timing of it is weird. I'm with you on that.
Super weird. I know it's weird, but as a sports fan of the Stars, you're like,
I love
you're
it.
totally okay.
Oh, when I saw it, I was like, the series is over.
It's like when we were in the NFL and there would be guys and always had guys that would say that, oh, I want to see them play against their best. Oh, that's such BS.
Yeah.
If half their team is gone, I was happy.
Yeah.
That I didn't have to deal with, with those players and stuff like that. So yeah, if you're a hockey fan, you're totally okay with what's going on with this one.
I'm always super impressed anyway with the people that can, be dealing with something like a drug addiction
and play at a high level
and still play at a high level.
Yeah.
That's like degree of difficulty is what that is.
Yeah.
And if anything, the guy needs therapy, The guy needs to get clean and have therapy, and he can do that while playing. I just don't get the suspension thing. I think that's like 1990 style sports management. How about you guys?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, it's like, do you want to take this guy?
1990s. Where'd you draw that from?
Well, it's just outdated.
Okay.
Like leagues aren't really doing this anymore. That's why it was such a shock. Like, what?
Yeah.
Somebody suspended for drugs? Yeah. Like, get him in some treatment and get him whatever he needs to play tonight. Okay. Look, the guy has a problem.
How would you describe what Zeke went through that time after his second year? All that stuff that he had to go through. On a weekly basis, you're doing a radio show and you're like, he's in, he's out, he's in, he's out. How would you describe that?
A personal crisis that the team should help him through. Yeah. Not shut you down.
No.
Not take a great player off of TV.
Yeah, his was all Zeke's was all because of the courts and stuff like that, right? His wasn't because of drugs.
Well, yeah, that was different. Yes, yeah. there were actual crimes that were or alleged crimes that were being investigated
that were never proven. The state of Ohio never. Yeah. See, that's what I couldn't.
So
understand.
if your player like commits a crime or is accused of a crime, that's an investigation. That's a possible suspension. Like drug abuse, we're beyond like suspending guys for having a personal.
It
drug
sounds
problem.
like to me they've given him plenty of chances, and this guy still continues on.
But why do the chances have to end? He's still playing at a high level with the drugs.
Oh, no, there's no question he's playing at a high level.
There are people on prescription drugs like hydrocodone and Adderall, which are heroin and speed. Yeah. And just because you have a doctor's prescription and the molecules are a little bit different, it's okay. But this guy who might be doing something.
Are you having a problem with the league suspending him? Is that what you're having a problem with?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
I'm grateful.
Yeah, me too.
I put it down. Too. I'm grateful, but you know what? They're obviously they're trying to get his attention. Nothing else is working.
But he doesn't want your attention. He wants to do drugs and play sports, and you should be allowed to do that.
Yeah, okay. Then the rules need to change in that regard.
I think he was in treatment already, and something happened there. We're like, I don't know if he didn't check in with his guy or his assistant. I don't know. But I think he violated something going on with that. But, I mean, I hear you. You know what? If the drugs are helping
he didn't even do drugs. He just missed a checkup.
Something. Yes. I mean, I don't have all the facts.
Sounds like we're getting reckless on the speculations.
Test. Yeah. Yeah, where are you getting this stuff?
No, I mean, that's what I was reading last night. I was trying to get as much information as possible, and I think that's part of stage 3.
Is that you have to, like a parole officer?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's been getting treatment for whatever his addiction is. Alcohol, drugs, maybe both.
If you miss, then
I think that's part of it.
Then it's an automatic positive?
And he probably doesn't want, if you're going to take my drugs, then take me off the ice too. Like, this is I'm not going to be playing. I'm not going to be playing. Yeah, dude, it's like, you're not getting me unless I'm doing this. Because if I'm going through withdrawals, I'm not going to be myself on the ice. Yeah. So if I can't do my drugs, then just get me off your TV team.
I'm sorry. I hope you get help, but you're a damn good player for them, and I'm glad you're not playing.
Yeah,
that's how
I thought this was storybook for Wolchuk, because I mean, when we were doing club Mavs and Stars in lead up to this series, and it was about Bleep Nichushkin, the entire club was dedicated to Bleep this guy. I do want to kind of give credit to my guy Wolchuk on this.
I might have tipped off the NHL on this. I'm just saying. I'm not saying. But
hashtag do your part, bro.
Wolchuk was doing drugs with him. What?
Don't throw me in on this.
He's a change man. Then Gavin was.
All right, that was last week, Brian. Damn it.
Yeah, he's not the same guy anymore. Somebody quit watchdogging him in the past, okay? He's been clean for about 12 hours now.
Yes.
Why don't you appreciate that?
He's stage 3.
Yeah,
already. I'm on stage 2 right now. The next time it happens, then I'm suspended 6 months.
Well, thanks to the NHL CBA here for
yeah, exactly.
Just, I mean, making it that much easier. They really took control of that series, though, and the Stars do deserve a ton of props this morning for getting the job done and looking like that number 1 seed, that proper number 1 seed once again. Yeah. Most disappointing night of Mavs basketball in a while. Question is, did it cost them the series last night? What do you guys think?
Man, I think there's a real chance it cost them the series. I don't know if Luka's in a situation where he can just sort of turn it on, like you could tell he was trying to do in the final 2 minutes of the game when he realized, oh crap, we might be losing this one. Can he just do that? I don't know. He's been consistently not himself, and you can't be relying on PJ Washington. Like, I love everything he's been able to give you, but when you're relying on that, all of a sudden it happens what happens last night, where, hey, you got 21 points, took 19 shots to get there. That's a win for Oklahoma City. And Kyrie is clearly not I'm going to put the team on my back and go score 1 million points.
Not now.
And part of that is obviously, I guess, just Kyrie not playing all that well, perhaps, when it comes to scoring the basketball. But it's also, I think, credit to Oklahoma City for forcing him to get rid. I mean, you see, it's just 2 guys sharking him immediately when he gets the basketball, and it's similar with Luka. But I mean, I would like to look at Jason Kidd and say, how are we helping him here? How are we helping Kyrie overcome the fact that he's getting 2 guys on him? Are we running anything for him? Because from what I understand, the way they do it with Kyrie, it's just you go out there and dance, bro. We don't draw plays up for you. Well, at some point, hey, especially late in the game when you need a freaking bucket, my gosh, can you find a way to get him open? You know what Oklahoma City's doing to you. Can your coach help you get a bucket, or is it just going to be you, Kyrie, having to beat 2 guys every time? And the assists were awesome, and he's defensively making an impact. But man, who's going to put the scoring onus on themselves and say it's time?
Yeah, with Luka shooting the way that he was, you need Kyrie to be well into the 20s. PJ Washington's going to be there, but last night to end up with 96 points, I just think that was a major disappointment. I feel like they played just as bad as you can be. I think they're going to bounce back in Game 5 and get a win. But, you can't be sure because the Thunder are good. And in Game 1 at home, the Thunder shot the lights out. If they do that again in Game 5 or 7, you're not going to win the series.
No.
So you've given yourself little margin for error now and put yourself back in probably a coin flip situation.
And they got the best player on the court. SGA. Yeah. I mean, he took that game by the balls and said, this is me.
But I mean, it's really like you make your free throws, you win that game. And
for sure.
So for Kyrie not being great offense, I mean, I think
that's why I feel good.
Yeah, I mean, they had 13 blocks. The Mavericks defensively are playing phenomenally well. What Lively was doing last night. I mean, and there comes a point where the role players do need to step up and make open shots. Like, I understand it. I like the point about Jason Kidd. Maybe you can draw something up to help out Kyrie. But when you know what OKC's doing, they want to go ahead and collapse on Luka and Kyrie, and then you're kicking out, you're getting open looks. These guys need to hit them. Now, you benefited. Oklahoma City didn't in the first 3 quarters, or in the first half, really. They didn't hit their open shots, and you were able to build a lead. But again, Mavericks were the better team last night. Hit your damn free throws. It was pathetic. 52% as a team, that's inexcusable.
Yeah.
No, you don't deserve to win that game.
Yeah, but your star players had 8 of your 13 turnovers. You got to stop that. You got to stop.
Well, and Luka had 7 of the 8. That's a Luka problem.
And 4 in the second half. If you want to start that third quarter right there, that was the downfall of the Mavs right there. And it wasn't just the scoring or the lack of, because nobody could hit. They were 2 of 6 on free throws.
The third quarter was horrific. That
was your downfall right there. In the fourth, what do we expect? We expect Kyrie to take the game over. He's done it all year. He's done it every time we've seen him. He hasn't been able to do that now. That's a problem.
Yeah. And I think, for me, like if I could point to any one player, it's Luka, the turnovers, the missed shots, and I don't know what the alternative is, though. It's kind of like the Rangers pitching staff right now, where you're like, wow, these 4 pitchers aren't very good. Who else are you going to go to? Luka's hurt.
Yeah.
You don't have anybody else to go to. But to me, I think it might be more mental than physical with Luka right now. I did not see a focused player. We talk about how the youth of OKC leaves them compromised in the department of having that killer instinct or having the focus, having the confidence to get through games like this. I think it applies to Luka as well. He is not ready as a veteran star to lead his team with the appropriate mindset through playoff games. That's 100% obvious to me right now. Kyrie Irving might not be producing.
Yeah.
You see him absolutely laser focused, reacting to everything. Where, like Luka's too careless. Yeah. And then you go down and you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to try to rally us. It's too late, Luka. You missed the opportunity in the first, second, and third quarter to completely bury a team that showed up ready to go home for Game 5 and have the series be over.
There's no question that Oklahoma City was looking for a place to crawl and die.
Yes.
They were. And as the stars have read the room, the Mavs didn't read the room last night.
No.
They did not read the room as far as like they should have buried this team last night.
Yeah.
There should have been, there were opportunities and they just didn't get it done. And now they're going to pay for it because they could have. We talked about this yesterday. They win this game, they go win in Oklahoma City, and now they buy themselves rest. Maybe they get everybody healthy, reset, and all that. Now you're in for a fight, and a fight that might not end well for you.
Getting some good texts here on the Nichushkin topic. If he's messed up playing, he could be a risk to hurting others. Props to him to playing at that level, but I see the suspension. I would want to see the evidence, that players on drugs. I think a lot of that is probably the brainwashing that comes from places like the DARE program, that you're a dangerous criminal if you do drugs, and there's just not a lot of evidence of it. Like, we have a less violent society now than ever and more drug use than ever. Okay, so there's some actual evidence or some facts to back up my point. There's people on drugs everywhere you look out in the world. America does more drugs than all of the rest of the world combined, and our crime rates and our violent crime rates have been reducing overall in the United States. So I just don't think there's a correlation there. I mean, could you be more violent than like Lou Dort taking a swing at Luka Dončić in the first 10 seconds of the game? I don't think that guy's on drugs, hasn't been suspended for anything. Jamie Benn like pile driving a guy. Like, sports are violent, right? Yeah. I think I'd rather have a guy with a drug problem trying to do violence to me because I know he's frail. I know he is. He's not properly nourished. He's only at about 90% of the strength that he could be if he was, a milk drinking, steak eating son of a gun.
Lawrence Taylor being the one outlier on that one, right?
Shoot,
I want him sober as hell if we got to go toe to toe.
That's the thing.
That crack was a PED for him. I mean, my gosh,
it definitely did not slow him down too much, or maybe it did. And he should.
Wow, that's the other side of it. He barely even scratched the surface on what sober him could have been.
We got to run. Little mixed bag coming up next. Wolchuk, what do you have in mind for us?
Yeah, what are you getting in this VIP Paul Tyson tickets? Would you watch this documentary? And the Badger fans are ticked at Fox. That's next.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute! It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Before selecting an AC company, please take 10 minutes to go read Google reviews. There's an epidemic of salesmen disguised as technicians trying to con people into buying new systems. The reviews are all the same. The tech comes out, disappears for 10 minutes, then says you need a whole new system for 15 grand. Those lucky enough to get a second opinion often report there was nothing wrong with their system in the first place. At Reliant Air Conditioning, our techs don't work on commission and they don't sell new systems. While we're certainly not perfect, I personally get involved with every negative review to make sure we make it right. So choose 2 other companies first, read their reviews, and then read ours, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Right now, you can combine factory and utility rebates to save over $5,000 on a brand new system. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Personal foul on the road? J. Alexander Law is your MVP in court. As the trusted law firm and proud sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, we are committed to fighting for your rights. Whether you're hurt by an 18-wheeler or hurt on the job, call J. Alexander Law and let us guide you towards the justice and compensation you deserve.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the Feedback Nation here on the Fan Segment. It's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Now, here's Wolchuk with that mixed bag.
So we've got on Thursday.
I can't help but just be laughing at the text right now. The text is pure comedy.
Oh, they're fired up.
Dawson coming out of the gates on fire.
You
what
said
a program!
Something provocative there, Gavin.
What a freaking program we are in for.
Just speaking my truth, man. I appreciate everybody listening and their feedback. I love it. I love it.
You know, a couple of guys that know their way around some drugs. Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. They're going to have a press conference Thursday at Texas Live in Arlington. Now,
but we already had one.
They had something going on yesterday, but they've got one Thursday at Texas Live. Heck, we should just go out there, do the show from Texas Live.
That would be fun.
Maybe we can go ahead and get Tyson and Paul on. I think that'd be a blast. We can ask them what their body count is. Man, that kid was wild in yesterday.
Did we ever get an answer to that, by the way? Has anybody?
No,
between the two, no idea.
What about the body counts?
Yeah, Brian,
No.
did you not? The Gang of Seven. I thought
you were on that beat.
Oh no, I was talking about the credential things, man. I've been talking to the Cowboys about that. They've been looking at me like, man, this thing is chaos. He goes, working with boxing people to try and organize credentials and stuff is chaos. But we're keeping after it though.
So you don't have the body count answer.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But if we had the credentials, we might learn the body count. So that's why I'm trying to help us.
All right, we're going to get in there somehow.
Brock's got his finger on the pulse, man.
Yeah.
But Most Valuable Promotions has thrown together a $2 million price package.
$2 million?
Yeah, it's $2 million. It's called the MVP Owners Experience.
Is that more or less expensive than that crazy F1 VIP experience?
It's less by about $3 million, I believe.
Wow.
Okay, so F1's was like a $5 million.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. Like, shout out to MVP for putting this on, and maybe somebody wants this. I would never in a million years pay for this. This is what it includes. And it sounds cool, but for $2 million, you've just got to have money to be thrown away.
I was going to say, you'd never in a million years pay for this because
some people do.
Even in a million years, you wouldn't have $1 million.
Yeah, probably not.
$3 million going one hand.
But if I did, I still don't think I'd want to waste it on, I don't know. 2 ringside apron
sorry,
seats.
Wolchuk, I have to apologize.
For what?
Oh, here we go.
I haven't spoken that honestly on the radio recently.
Yeah.
And I think people might have forgot who the hell I am. Back to you.
Hey. This is what I'm talking about.
That's
the fire.
The vigor. That's way to put him in their
He's
place.
coming with the chutzpah today, baby.
Yes, he
Let's go.
is.
Bleep unit, Chushkin.
He's going SGA, grabbing this show by the balls.
All right, so you got 2 ringside apron seats, 4 first-row floor seats, and 4 second-row floor seats for the event. So you can take, I think, roughly around 10 people here.
Okay,
Is that
all
what
right.
that adds up to?
A little pitch-in situation,
No,
right?
I mean, I got to ask. You know me. I'm not good with numbers, Brian.
2, 4, and 4?
2, 4, and 4.
That would be 10.
That's 10, right?
There we go.
Nailed it. An exclusive stadium arrival experience, security and escort during the night.
Oh.
You get pre-fight locker room photos with Paul and Tyson.
Wow.
Gloves signed by both fighters for all 10 guests. That's pretty sweet.
All 10.
All 10 get your own gloves.
Are we just stamping on the John Hancock? Or are we actually?
I think this is signed. This is real
Tyson's
deal.
putting an X on the glove.
Private green room with top shelf open bar and all-inclusive food menu. Post-fight in-ring photo opportunities for the group. There's a VIP lounge access and front row tickets to all of Fight Week events, and including the opportunity to be on stage with the fighters during the final Friday weigh-in on July 19th. And then you get 2-night luxury hotel and transportation accommodations for all 10 of your guests. Does that sound $2 million?
It sounds pretty
Hey,
pimp.
Faisal, if you're listening to this, we'd be interested in doing this.
Yo, Feis. Hey, you can be one of the 10, Prince.
We even let you sit ringside.
Yeah,
you know?
bro.
I'll sit in that row too if I have to. I think Eric could eat $1 million worth of food alone.
That's
at
right.
This thing.
Those prices for sure.
That food and bevy situation.
Eric would stand there as they're bringing it out and just like picking it off the tray.
I'll just be lathered in buffalo
Hopefully
sauce.
there's a carving station.
Oh, he would love the carving
be.
station.
There better be a damn carving
He'd
station.
jump back there himself and carve.
We've got 2 new documentaries that are coming out. Roger Federer
I
has
would
a
do this,
documentary.
by the way. I do that.
What?
I'd do the $2 million if I had it.
You would?
Heck
Okay.
yes.
Well,
That
hey,
sounds like a
you know
lot
what?
of fun.
Fine.
Sounds like an awesome time.
Let's go. Let's gather up the $2 million and let's do this thing. Somebody else is paying. I'm in. Sign me up. Federer's got a documentary that's coming out on Amazon Prime.
What if we come up with the money and don't invite Wolchuk?
Oh,
Well, then I'd MF you.
We only bring 9 people.
Yeah,
we leave the spot
we
open.
leave a spot open.
That would be so mean.
That'd be too mean.
That'd be mean. But this is the documentary that I'm into. The Chiefsaholic doc.
Oh, the
A
wolf.
wolf in Chiefs clothing will tell the story of the Chiefsaholic, his name is Xavier Babidar.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to be interviewed himself in the doc, and Amazon's picking this one up. So those are 2 sports docs we have to look forward to. The Federer one, I mean, if you're into tennis, it's probably going to be badass. I don't know if I'll watch it. We'll see.
He owes money to people,
But this
right?
sounds damn interesting.
The Wolf owes money to people, right?
The Wolf owes a lot.
He owes
to one
money
specific lady.
like the ladies
The
that
teller.
got robbed, the
teller,
tellers.
yeah.
Yeah. So he needs the money for the doc to pay off bills, right? Does he get that?
Oh,
much?
that's probably true. He's probably really.
Yeah, definitely. He's looking for a book deal.
Yeah, that he can capitalize. No doubt. And then Wisconsin got the date for their home game against Alabama. It's like the best home game they've had in years.
Big noon kickoff.
Yeah, it's big noon kickoff, and they're ticked about it.
Why?
Because they want a night game. They're thinking, they said, gross, one of the biggest home games in years, and it's going to be at 11 a.m. I can't wait to see the student section half full. What a joke. Bring back the days where 11 a.m. was reserved for Minnesota versus Northwestern. I hate Fox so much. It's honestly impressive how bad Fox is at doing everything. The students are ticked. They're rioting in the streets there in Wisconsin.
Madison?
And I don't blame them. This should have been a home night game, and it would have been a great environment there at Wisconsin. They'd have been jumping around, and they'd watch their team get their ass kicked to Alabama.
So do Texas and OU fans... Have they just gotten over the fact that their game starts early every year? Yeah. Don't they think that should be a night game? I don't hear them crying about it every year. And Texas loves to cry about crap.
They would like a 2:30 game.
It used to be
at
2:30.
Yeah.
And then they moved it to 11.
It turned into too much of a bleep show with the packed crowds around the fairgrounds,
Well,
right?
I think too, trying to get both teams home after the game.
Right.
Was another thing why they do it at 11 a.m.
I mean, I accidentally was caught at the fair once when that game was letting out, and it was insane.
If you're trying to go, upstream, it's
getting out of there was.
I think you need people as sober as possible in that moment.
Yeah, it's not. I'm sorry, Texas and OU fans, but it's not a good scene. I'd never go back to that.
That's the one place where maybe you shouldn't be doing the drugs.
I'll never go back to that.
I'm not going back. Well, I did the hockey game was the same way. They have got to figure something out at Fair Park, getting people in and out of that stadium. It does not work.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Did you lay out on me there, bro?
Yeah, I'm laying out.
Were you worried about us not taking
back of the day?
I'm sorry.
I didn't know if you were done talking.
Well, no, I didn't know if you were worried about us not taking you to the boxing match.
No, you've upset me over here. My feelings are hurt.
Here's Lucius in the pimp cup. What did you
Fish telling out the parking lot, leaving magic. Love that song, man. Fish telling out the parking lot, leaving magic. Woo! Hey, Dawson, have you know, United States and New Zealand are the only two countries allowed to advertise prescription drugs.
No way.
Yep, that's right. We live in a drug culture. We sure do.
Yeah, massive drug culture. And alcohol.
Whether we want to admit it. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Alcohol is not a problem. People aren't acting erratic with alcohol.
Yeah.
It's the drugs that will turn you into an instant violent felon.
Christmas brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beer.
Yeah, Christmas is a good night to get hammered.
Yeah, exactly, bro. All right. Our winner right here so far, I don't know how many days this is for this young man, but he is former radio host at WFAN up there in New York, Joe B. Joe B had himself some technical difficulties while doing his podcast. He kicked his two cats out the room. He had his old lady trying to help him out. She didn't know really what was going on. It's interesting audio right here. Pay attention. That's the wrong button.
Just a tremendous job.
I just did.
This thing, of course this would happen now. Come on, baby. Come on. Gotta come up. Let's go.
He's hustling her up.
That's Iggy, not Dante.
That's Iggy. Dante's by the window. Let me guess.
God.
Dante's by the window.
And then stop recording.
Come here, Bubby.
Why does this thing pop up like that? Where it covers the whole screen.
I don't know. Sometimes we get these pop-ups. Come on, Bubby. Come on.
There's no reason for it. I can't take it.
Me either, bro.
Unbelievable. I got to do this again?
Health issues.
All right, hold on. Cancel. All right, it's going.
All right, we're back. All right, we had a little glitch here, so we want to apologize for everybody. But Ingo, the Yoda Pain podcast. So let's get back to where we were. we're talking about Embiid and how overrated he is.
No, it's still funny. It's still funny. It's still funny at the end.
Embiid.
And how overrated he is. All right.
I imagine this guy agreed to do a podcast, but only if he could have somebody turn on the computer and he just looks into the mic and talks.
That's all he needs.
yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much all he can do. Let's go to the XFL right here. DC Defenders defensive coordinator Greg Williams.
Oh, no, Greg.
Is this the same Greg Williams that said you got to cut the head off the snake?
That's him.
That's my guy.
Bounty. He's a bounty guy.
Yeah, this is bounty guy.
You can eat in that locker room. Coach, you see that sack?
Greg's one of your guys,
You
Gavin.
said 250 per sack, Coach. I got 2.
Snort anything you want. Just make sure you make a tackle.
Yeah. Well, he's had enough to miss tackles. You talking about that? He's had enough to miss tackles.
Craig Williams, a big 4th and 1 stop. You went to a bare front. Why did you go that, Coach?
Well, the bare front, Buddy Ryan a long time ago, and that's what we've always done. We've been able to load the box, make the lineman block, and then also I was looking for a bear to make a tackle. A few more missed tackles, and I'm going to put a bare foot up somebody's ass.
And I believe him.
I do too.
I 100% believe him.
Someone Rex Ryan perked up. Oh, barefoot?
Mike Zimmer from that same avenue of coaching.
Oh, Mike's pretty intense. Yeah.
More intense than that?
Not that intense. Okay. Mike's intense, but I don't know if he's Greg Williams like intense. Yeah.
Okay. I like a good intense coach.
Yeah.
Cursing, spitting at you and everything. I love that. Shake your helmet every once in a while when you're not focused. Yeah. Let you fight. I remember the tailback on our team threw the damn football at my head. Like after we were just messing up, he just threw the football at my head. Coach sat back and watched. Here they go, they're about to fight. He just sat back and watched. Here they go. I seen him tell the other coach, I'll sit back.
I've seen coaches let him fight and move the drill.
Yeah.
He just moved the drill over about 5 yards.
Yeah.
The guys are fighting, just killing each other over there, and then just move the drill over.
Yeah, he showed us. He let us fight.
Yep.
We sure did fight.
Get tired fighting, don't you, Lucy?
We got hella tired.
Yeah.
Sat next to each other at lunch too.
Exactly. Exactly.
Wasn't no more seats.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. All right, what we got? Oh yeah, the influencer kid from the Jake Paul and Tyson press conference.
Oh
no. K.O. Martin is his name. K.O. Martin. 100K on the Instagram this kid has, and he disrupted this press conference with his little foul ass.
Got a young boy right over here, so you're up first, my man.
Yo, I'm K.O. Martin, and I'm a big fan of both of y'all. You guys are both legends, and I just want to
Where's your mother at?
My mother. who do you think's got a higher body count? What's your body count, Jake? What's your body count?
I
You got a higher body.
No.
Where's this kid's mother?
First time Mike's
Jake, you think yours is higher? Tight. We outside. Gaga. Boom, bitch.
Well done, little man.
I love you guys, motherfucker.
Okay, all right.
I love you guys.
Well done. Holy smokes.
Kid's got a future.
All he did is cuss.
All he did is cuss.
He just cuss. Yeah, that's what we are though as a society. You can just, be a foul, nasty kid and go up.
Just be bold.
Just go up. Let's see what else we got before we get out of here. Oh, this is not one, but I think it's funny. Thunder Radio.
Oh.
That Chet Holmgren shot 3-pointer. That's when I packed it up. I started knowing. I was like, okay, it's not going to happen.
Kicks corner right, Holmgren up with a 3, unguarded. Cha-ching! A Thunder money ball. Thunder by 3, 89-86. 3:20 left.
What do you say?
Thunder
Kicks
money
corner
ball?
right, Holmgren up with a 3, unguarded. Cha-ching! A Thunder money ball.
Yeah. Kind of started sounding like Nicki Minaj in there for a second.
Guarded. Cha-ching! A Thunder money ball.
Wow. Well, at least we're quite sure we have better play-by-play guys.
Yes.
Yeah. The rest of the series might be a coin flip now, thanks to some absolute bleepery last night to end that game. Is it our champ? Probably 3 times looking for 4, Joe B. with Iggy and Dante. Is it the XFL DC Defenders coach, Greg Williams, looking for somebody who can make a tackle? Influencer kid, K.O. Martin.
I would say Tyson probably has a higher body count.
Yeah,
he had the longevity. He had a hell of a run in the 80s and 90s. I'm talking about a hell of a run.
Yeah.
So much of a run, they had to sit his ass down.
Yeah, for a couple.
Give me 5 to 10 real quick, buddy. You're doing too much out here.
or is it Thunder Radio? I'm going to go with Greg Williams there.
I'm going to rock with the champ.
Lucius?
Yes, the champ is here.
Wolchuk?
No, I'm going with the kid. The foul-mouthed kid. Excuse me.
Okay.
Foul-mouthed kid.
We're still tied at 1. Wolchuk?
Football guy. I got to go with the football coach.
Brian?
I'm going to let the audience decide this one. Joe B.
Okay, we're tied at 2. Jump onto @GBagNation's X account, @GBagNation. We will create an Insta poll here after I do this live spot, and then you'll be able to vote who is the G-Bag of the day. Then we're heading for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are we going with that?
Yeah, where did the Mavs lose this last night? We'll discuss that next.
Alrighty, I want to talk.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
today.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius, and thanks to everybody who is voting in the G-Bag of the day. Currently, Greg Williams is winning 52-48. This could change.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I knew it would be close.
In the meantime, it's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Couple of things, too. Bobby and I are recording Love of the Star tonight, so if you want to tweet at a question at myself or Bobby, hopefully we'll get it answered for you.
It's final. Greg wins.
Yeah. Oh, wait, final? It's over?
Yep.
Greg wins. Okay.
It's over. He's done it.
Joe B had a nice little run, though.
Sure did.
Yeah, he did, man. That was well played by him.
A lot of stuff happening with Greg Williams lately.
Yeah, a lot of things happening with Greg. But but we got Love of the Star tonight.
What are we talking about?
What's going on with Greg?
Oh, the Hammer? Grego?
Grego.
Yeah, he was going to do a podcast.
Yeah.
We were just talking about it before the show.
That's right.
That's Grego's
right.
last name, too.
I was, very
Where's
confused
Grego?
for a second?
Where's Grego?
Where's Waldo?
Where is he?
I have an update on that.
Might have an update. But so we got that podcast going off tonight. If you want to fire a question at us on Twitter, we'll sure try and get that done. And then tomorrow we got schedule release, and we're on the road tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Southern Leisure.
Flomo.
So, it's my responsibility to try and get the schedule. So I'm working on that right now.
Thank you, sir.
I'll do my
Good.
best.
Yeah, you come get the exclusive from Broadus on the schedule.
Yeah, come by. We got T-shirts,
Free
and all kinds
tees,
of
free
stuff.
T-shirts.
Yeah.
This is a big event for
It's
us.
a huge event.
Buy a spot.
People are super nice over there too, by the way.
Best.
They are really good. So we got those couple of things working. And before we get into this Mavericks meltdown, basketball Brian here. How about that, Dawson? Basketball
bring it, buddy.
Yeah, talking about.
Bring it.
But I want to, Pro Football Focus, that's my new kind of toy because I paid for the service to see what it's all about.
What a waste of money.
You think so?
I mean, some of the stuff can be fun.
Okay, well, let's see if you think this is a waste of money then, because they ask who is the individual player on each team that is the most underrated.
Ooh, okay.
So they got every team has an underrated player. And I was going to ask you guys for the Cowboys. This is who they have for the Cowboys. Would anybody like to just venture a guess? Would you just like to throw an underrated player out there and see if it matches up with Pro Football Focus?
For the Cowboys?
For the Cowboys.
Jake Ferguson.
That's where I was going to go.
Yeah, I wonder if that was kind of the name that came to mind as well.
Him or Osa?
An underrated player on the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because a lot of them are overrated a little bit.
I don't know, Brian. I got nothing for you.
Okay. Glad you started the show with fire and just it kind of like just flamed out.
It's all been downhill since then.
You can't read those texts, man. Those people will hurt you.
Oh, I'm kicking their ass.
Are you really?
But
he emptied the tank in the first quarter.
That's what I'm saying.
Let him reply. We'll deal with the underrated people.
So you guys, it was Jake. It was
Ferguson's
Ferguson.
the only name that really even comes to mind, dude.
Trey Lance.
Are you looking at the roster?
Cooper Rush is underrated.
Okay.
He went 4-1.
You are a
certified
Cooper Rush
winner.
fan.
Yeah.
I hope Deuce Vaughn is underrated and he can be a good player.
This one's going to surprise you guys.
Josh Ball.
Is it an offensive player or
defense?
Okay.
A defensive player who's underrated.
Still on the roster.
Still on the roster.
It's not going to be Deron Bland.
No.
Damone Clark?
No. Sam Williams.
Okay.
Pro Football Focus feels that Sam Williams is their most underrated player of the 30.
Yeah, because he made a lot of impact per snap his rookie year. So the numbers probably say, wow, if you just give this guy like 40 snaps, this is 15 sacks a year.
Yeah.
No. I mean, we know the truth about Sam, that the numbers will not tell Pro Football Focus.
Right, like we were underwhelmed by Sam Williams. We had high expectations for him.
Yeah.
We thought he would be better.
Right.
Really, fantastic measurables.
Yeah.
Should be an excellent NFL rusher.
Yeah. This is what they said. Williams continued to flash potential in his second NFL season as a situational pass rusher for the Cowboys. He generated pressures on 14.1% of his pass plays during the regular season, which ranked 36th among edge defenders in the NFL. His Pro Football Focus pass rushing grade also ranked 41st at the position in 2023. They graded him at a 6.8.
Okay.
Is what they graded him.
Well, going into year 3, Cowboys need him. I mean, I hope he steps up to like what we were hoping last year, because he does show flashes where it's like, man, you are a rare talent, physically gifted. I mean, the dude's out there as a gunner in special teams. Should have had that block. I think, what was it, the Buffalo game? If he had a sell down on that.
Yeah.
So like the playmaking ability's there. It's just being more consistent with him that you really want to see.
Yeah, and he's also the brain fart jumping off sides guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he was one of those penalized players in all of football last year.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, all the things that you said, it's there. I mean, it's as physically impressive a person in that locker room. Like what a specimen this dude is.
Yeah.
But he just hasn't been put it all together with the consistency.
Can we rely on him this year?
No. I mean, at this point, you haven't proven to be able to rely on him.
I hope so, and they're kind of needing to rely on him. But yeah, we can't say that we can't.
Jury's still out for my boy, man.
I'm hoping this is my Terrence Steele. And
That'd be nice.
I say this where I didn't feel like that Terrence Steele could really help you.
Then he takes that leap.
Yeah,
you think this is the Sam Williams leap year?
I'm just.
You're hoping for it.
That's my hope.
I think it absolutely could happen. I don't think you can count on it. You can't depend on him. He's a wild card. I think we knew that from like the first 30 seconds he sat down with us before his rookie year. Like, okay, got a live one on our hands.
Yeah.
Who knows? You know, this is the guy that keeps GMs up at night wondering where the dude is, right?
Yeah.
So, but the potential is insane, you know? And if he has a great offseason,
yeah,
it's there for the taking. Like, what's his ceiling just on talent alone? 13, 14 sacks a year is what his body's.
Ole Miss, he's capable of that. He is. But you guys are absolutely right. The reliability factor is it's a sack, a tackle for loss, a lineup offsides, a punt, roughing the punter,
and then getting hooked and not setting the edge, and you give up 20 yards.
Then he like picks up and scoop slams a 230-pound running back, and you're like, nobody else on the team can do this.
Yeah,
absolutely right.
He's David Irving all over again.
Dave, that's my guy.
He can literally Hulk smash you. This guy.
He might take over that Fowler role like that Irving had last year.
Exactly. Last night, where did you think the Mavs lost this game? Did you have a particular point where you felt like the Mavs lost this game?
Just in bad shooting. You know, how many times was Luka within 6 to 10 feet and it's clanging off? And I know he's trying to make adjustments with the way he's going up to take pressure off of his knees so it can be a little bit more consistent. But, yeah, I just think it's missed shots, and that goes to missed free throws as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was just that fourth quarter. I mean, the entire second half offensively, it was like really, really tough sledding. And you'd go 3 minutes, 4 minutes at a time where you like can't even get a bucket.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah, that third quarter they put up 15 points.
That's where I'm going right there, because listen to, and I went through and looked at the play-by-play for that third. Here's how it started. Gafford, miss. Washington, miss. Gafford, miss. Luka, miss. Jones make. That was 8:32 in the third.
Your first bucket.
First bucket, 8:32 in the third.
Yeah.
Jones miss. Lively miss. Irvin miss. Washington make. 5:21 in the third. Washington another make at 4:39. Luka miss. Green miss. Gafford miss. Washington miss. Irving make. 1:19 in the third. Hardaway miss. Green miss.
That's bad.
For that quarter, you had 13 misses, 4 makes, and you were 2 of 6 shooting free throws in that quarter.
And OKC still couldn't close the gap. They weren't playing great. You were just playing horribly.
Yeah.
And you still had a chance to beat them.
Yeah.
Because they played great defense, man, for a lot of that game. They played dang good defense.
They were leading that game for 41 minutes and 6 seconds.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
That's how dominant they were playing at that point in time. But that third, I just look at the third. I went through and looked at every one of Luka's plays. 4 of his 7 turnovers were in the second half.
Wow.
You know? So, you know, you're looking at, but they kind of got the alley-oop game going a little bit with Luka.
Nice.
He couldn't hit a shot, but he could alley-oop the ball. They made 3 of those baskets.
Mm-hmm.
mean, the Thunder 23 of 24 at the free throw line.
Yeah.
They made less shots than you did from the floor.
Yeah.
And you figure out a way to lose it.
Yeah.
That was one of the most tragic playoff losses I've ever seen.
I just felt like, though, when that third, I was expecting Dallas to really just hammer down in that third.
Yeah.
And they just
should have blown their doors
off.
And
they just didn't get it done. To me, that's where they lost this basketball game.
I think your dead ball's on, Brian.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Another edition of Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant is in the books. Thank you, sir. Okay, when we come back, Nation, it's time for the NFL news of the day. We'll check what's cooking today.
Yeah, we've got Kirk Cousins, who's talking about the Michael Penix Jr. beef, the latest schedule updates, and Keon Coleman. How's he going to deal with the snow there in Buffalo? That's next.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Michael Lorenzen confirmed, the Rangers pitcher, coming up at 3:20, coming off a good start. It's time now for Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Here's the Wooly Bully.
All right, we got some new games that have been released as the NFL schedule will come out fully tomorrow night. I believe 6, 7 o'clock, somewhere around there, depending on the East Coast time. I think it's 7 o'clock East Coast time, so 6 o'clock our time, hopefully, is what it'll be. I know Brian will be trying to get that earlier than that, so we'll have it for you here on 105.3 The Fan with Dallas Cowboys football. We have Jets and 49ers to open the season, Monday Night Football. Jets opened it last year on Monday Night Football. It took how many plays for Aaron Rodgers to be out for the season? Maybe 3 against Buffalo.
2?
Yeah, and now he's going to go to San Fran, where he has not played well over the course of his career. Here comes Nick Bosa and company, and the team that is probably the favorites to win the NFC, maybe even the Super Bowl in the 49ers. So, great comeback game there for Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
That's pretty amazing. Is this in New York or is this in
San
Frisco?
It's in San Francisco.
Yeah, he's 0-4 against them in the playoffs, I believe.
And he was, he grew up a California kid. Yeah. Thought he was going to go number 1 overall to the 49ers. Then they took Alex Smith. So he's always kind of had, I want revenge. I want to get back at you. And he hasn't been able to do so.
Never been able to do it. Oh, my gosh. So they're trying to just give themselves a mulligan for Monday Night Football. Well, because last year we didn't really get it. It's Monday Night Football. It's Aaron Rodgers.
Rodgers plays the full game this time. Then week 2, this will be the start of the Thursday Night Football that nobody really wants, but we have anyway. And maybe there are people out there that are Thursday Night Football junkies. I think we need to get rid of it. It's not good for the sport. Bills, Dolphins. That will be your first Thursday Night Football game from Hard Rock Stadium. That should be fun. Now, those games are usually interesting, and that'll be a hot one there in Miami.
Well, it's a night game, so I think you've seen, there was, I guess, a couple of years ago, they started, Buffalo had to go into Miami, and it was
ran 90-something plays.
It hurt them bad. The NFL has saved him, I think, the last 2 times or 3 times now they've had to go to Miami. It's been either late in the year or a night game. We're not going to make you guys melt again like you did that one day.
I hope it's just the hottest night ever in Miami, and we get to see Josh Allen melt like the Wicked Witch of the West. Cincinnati and Kansas City, which, to me, is the ideal game in the AFC if you have Burrow and Mahomes. That's going to be week 2. So I think the NFL is hoping, all right, this is an AFC game, 3:25 kickoff, CBS.
Burrow should still be healthy.
That's what I'm kind of thinking, that maybe they're feeling like that if they can get it early enough that they can have a healthy Joe Burrow playing.
Yeah. I think that's smart. And Burrow's looking good so far. We've seen some practice clips. Looks like everything's good with that elbow. Yeah. He's slinging the ball well.
What about his training camp injury, though? Shouldn't they target week 5 to 8? Something in there?
It's not a bad idea.
There's going to be a hamstring. No, you're right about that.
The hamstring pops up.
Calf.
Yeah, the calf
it was
last
the calf
year.
last year.
Yeah, the calf's a problem.
That's true. But maybe that's why they didn't go week 1. They went with week 2.
I see.
So maybe he misses week 1. And he's back. He makes his debut week 2. Just please, Joe, be there for that game.
Just be there.
We all want it, man. And if you missed it, yes, Cowboys are opening up in Cleveland. It'll be Brady's broadcasting debut on Fox. That'll be at 3:25 week 1. Kirk Cousins was ticked. He, of course, didn't know that the Falcons were going to take Michael Penix Jr. They did. They called him night of the draft, said, we're doing this. He went on the Green Light podcast, talking with Busting with the Boys, talking with Taylor Lewan, and they asked him, what's up with this beef between you and Penix Jr.?
Talk about draft night, Kirk Cousins, the Atlanta Falcons picking Michael Penix.
Yeah, I think you're reminded again that there are things you control, and there's a lot of things you don't control. And so let's deal in reality, and recognize that fact, and then be a steward, not an owner. So I just believe that I got to steward what comes my way and control what I can control, which is what a steward does. But a steward doesn't worry about that which they can't control.
Yeah.
An owner does. My point is this isn't like a foreign concept. There's an awareness that this is the NFL. Anything can happen. Do kind of what I've always done as a player and let the chips fall where they may.
So it's fair to say, Kirk Cousins, the Falcons, there's no beef involved.
No, and I don't think there can be. I don't think it's helpful. We're trying to win a Super Bowl, and it's hard enough. You know what I mean? It's hard enough. So let's all be on the same page, and let's try to go win a Super Bowl.
That's exactly kind of how I felt Kirk Cousins would handle this, right? He is the nice guy that always is going to say the right thing. Deep down, he probably is fuming, and he probably is thinking, bleep this dude, but he's going to handle it like a company man. He's going to say and do all the right things, and he's going to be a professional about it.
Yeah, it's also smart. You know, a lot of people can't do that. To me, that's real mental toughness. You know, because I don't think a lot of people could compartmentalize it like that. You know, and they bring some sort of toxicity in. So that actually makes me respect Kirk Cousins a lot. I don't think it's being a company man or being the nice guy. I think it's understanding exactly what you're looking at, and you're only going to make life more difficult on yourself if you stew about it.
Yeah, it's not going to do any good for him or the team in that regard.
No. You know, and they're depending on you now to be the veteran. And that, you know, that's what veteran leadership looks like. We're putting the team first, guys. So, you know, for me, I think his much bigger concern at this point is not, you know, what the Falcons did, but it's how good he can be.
Yeah.
Because he's got a very talented young man behind him. And I you know, if I'm Cousins, I'm thinking I'm going to do my best. Maybe he busts, maybe he gets hurt. But within a couple of years, they're going to be looking to move on. So I want to look as good as possible to my next team. You know, that's my main goal right now. Yeah. Atlanta showed me their hand. They don't believe in me that much. They wanted to go with Penix with the 8th pick that really could have helped my team. They have just revealed their truth to me, right? They gave me a lot of money, so I can appreciate that. But we need to get going here. I can't be traded now. So, you know, talking about being traded would prematurely detonate my entire situation.
Right.
You know, so he's just going to play it like a smart vet, mental tough vet, and make the most out of it. Now, I think, you know, everybody should look to do the same in whatever walk of life they're in.
Hope Kirk has a good year for Atlanta.
He's dealt with this before, right? When you look at his start of his career in Washington, he's dealt with a high-profile quarterback with.
Yeah, he was a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, so he understands. I mean, you know, there's sometimes you can tell that guy's got deep faith. You know, the stewardship's part of the faith and all that, and so you could tell that. Yeah, sure, it probably bothers him. He goes home and, you know, talks to his wife about it, but, you know, he's going to show up every day and do the best he can. So,
especially the wife's family was the big Falcons fans. Yeah. They're the ones that have like season tickets.
He'll be fine.
Like, oh, hell
they were secretly like, hell yeah, we got a real quarterback here when they drafted Peanut.
And
they saw what we saw. Kirk's not that good. Ex-Chiefs wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, he's signing with the Buffalo Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. They lose Stephon Diggs. They lose Gabe Davis. Here you go. Curtis Samuel, Mac Hollins, MVS, and Keon Coleman.
Keon Coleman better be everything that he's cracked up to be.
I said it on BetQL. If there is a non-quarterback that you want to take a flyer on for Rookie of the Year, the 2 receivers, Keon Coleman and Ladd McConkey. Man, those guys are going to get high volume because there's not a whole lot else there on those offenses. And they're playing with 2 pretty good quarterbacks in Herbert and Allen.
Yeah. I think the thing with Coleman, it was so impressive. I know his 40 was in the 4.5s, whatever, but it just reminds me so much of Anquan Bolden, you know, and he's big-bodied and Florida State guy, and you're watching him, and he can't run out of sight, but then all of a sudden you're watching the tape. This guy plays like a 4.5 guy in pads. He might not run it in, you know, a T-shirt and shorts, but he plays fast. You watch him punt return. You watch him go up and get footballs. He is going to be a special player.
I'm excited to watch him in that offense. I think he's going to emerge as the number 1 receiver. And personality-wise, we know he's awesome. He went on Adam Schefter's podcast.
You know, he started his career at Michigan State, so he understands playing in cold weather.
Okay, so he does.
And playing in cold weather.
And he's been in the snow.
Yeah.
And obviously Buffalo, we know, like they bring out the snow plows. They've got the fans that are going and picking up the players to try and get them to the stadium and all of this. So when it comes to a snowmobile, Keon, how do you feel about that? Are you going to go buy yourself a snowmobile?
You mentioned a snowmobile in Buffalo when you got there. Are you going to be getting a snowmobile now that you're moving to Buffalo?
I don't know, man. I ain't. That's a little dangerous. I like wheels. If it ain't got wheels, I ain't really trying to ride. You know, wheels. That's a lot of machinery. If anything, I get a snowplow before a snowmobile. I ain't trying to go out there and play in no snow, no snowmobile. They don't have no mountains or nothing out here. Like if this was like somewhere like up in Denver or somewhere, you can go up on a slope or something. I get it, but I ain't trying to drive a snowmobile. That was a joke. People got snowmobiles out here?
People will be driving on the freeway.
On the freeway? Why not a four-wheeler?
They have those too.
Yeah, four-wheeler for sure. Snowmobiles, if it had wheels, I'd definitely get it, but I ain't dealing with it.
I think he's onto something there. Like, can you trust it without the wheels?
Well, he's probably that Jeremy Renner story from last year. Probably hitting a little too close to home for him on that with his snowmobile. snowmobile accident.
Almost killed himself.
Yeah. I mean, that's how the overnight gal got, in a wheelchair as well.
Amy Lawrence?
Amy Lawrence, yeah.
Oh, she's wheelchair bound?
Yeah. Maybe it's not her. Maybe it's a different one.
I think I saw Amy Lawrence walking around.
No, it was a different one. It was a different overnight.
That's
gal.
only because she watched a Patriots wide receiver, Javon Baker, play football.
Yeah, she saw Javon Baker at UCF.
And she stood right up out of that wheelchair.
Here we are. Let's go.
I would love to see a snowmobile with 4 or 5 wheels on it, though. That'd be kind of cool.
It would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
That is a cool way to get around, though. I've seen people do it in Wisconsin, go from bar to bar on the snowmobile.
It's just a jet ski, but on snow.
Yeah, with tracks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty awesome.
Have you ever driven one?
I've been on one, yeah. I've never driven one. I've been on one. But the problem is when you're going from bar to bar, you got to be careful going through fields because sometimes you hit barbed wire. They have a few of those.
Oh, no.
A few accidents. People going through barbed wire fences.
Wait, so at one point, somebody maybe in the late 90s could have been cruising down a street in Wisconsin and seen you hugging one of your buddies from the back.
Yeah, grabbing, real close, tightly hugging a guy. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
In a G-string.
It's a hell of a visual, man. Was it Ron Wolf?
No.
Was it Andy Reid?
No, it wasn't Andy. That would be funny.
Dude, Andy would be hilarious on
that would be great.
Was it you and Mooch?
Me and Mooch.
Oh, Mooch.
I'll tell you what we did one time. Mooch, though, he had we were at Iron Mountain, Michigan. They had drunk ski jumping at the town. Like the locals would they had a ski jumping contest, and everybody would be all
specifically drunken.
They would all be liquored
That's
up.
how it was advertised?
Oh my gosh, we took a picture one time in front of the ski jump thing, and the next guy basically you see the old Wide World of Sports, the guy flipping down the ski.
X Games.
Yeah, this was like a townie. A townie.
Man, those townies.
He was falling.
And they just move him to the side, keep jumping.
Keep going.
Just keep going.
All right, it happened again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are being flooded with text. It was a snowmobile for Jeremy, or snowplow, not a snowmobile for Jeremy Renner. Tomato.
It was a snow plow got it.
It was a plow, not the mobile.
Yeah.
Then I'd like to apologize.
It was the plow.
Plow got
snowplow, man.
Yeah.
That guy.
I saw one of our coaches hit a snow plow at Lambeau.
A plow sounds more violent.
Oh, no, it just wrecked his truck. Like he was coming over the hill to go down to the practice facility.
Oh, no.
Snow plow coming up, and with the big front end, it just ruined his truck.
That'll take you out.
Just crushed it.
Yeah. One receiver I didn't mention there with the Bills, he's going to be taking Stephon Diggs' number at 14. Chase Claypool, who got a 1-year offer from Buffalo. So he lucked out. In Buffalo, basically Canada, but he was looking at options playing in Canada. The Bills called and said, we need a receiver. So Chase Claypool, they signed him, and he's going to don 14, which is, of course, what Stephon Diggs wore. And Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is going to be wearing his dad's number there in Philadelphia, 54.
54.
Going to have to
Look
live
at
up to Popsish.
Yeah, good for him. I'm sure his dad is super happy about that.
I bet he's pumped.
Oh, my gosh.
What's the best 54 ever, Brian?
Randy White?
Damn right.
That's what I'm talking about.
There we go. Yeah. Love that. Shout out to Randy the Manster. Trey Hendrickson said he wanted to trade from Cincinnati. Even said, hey, I might even retire. He's changing his tune. I don't know what happened, but he is complete opposite now.
They called his bluff is what happened.
He said, I want to be a Bengal for life. I want to bring a Super Bowl to Cincinnati. So what a difference a couple of weeks makes.
Yeah. After his agent tells him nobody's interested in him.
They're like, look, dude, Cincinnati's not letting you go.
No.
And maybe nobody else in the league is interested in you. Yeah. So you're sticking around here in Cincy. And we finally have more.
Player.
He is a great player. Very good. We have more information on the reality show that Travis Kelce's going to be hosting. So it's not Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? It's a spinoff. It's going to be 20 episodes. Are You Smarter Than a Celebrity is what Travis Kelce's going to host.
Oh.
And I wonder if that's actually going to be easier than a fifth grader. I don't know. But contestants are going to try to win $100,000 by answering 11 questions on a range of subjects pulled from an elementary school curriculum. So there's going to be a classroom full of celebrities who can help the contestants, but toward the end of the game, only one of them will be able to help answer the final question, which will come from a 6th grade curriculum.
Dude, 6th grade is when a lot changed.
A lot changed.
Mathematically,
I was done.
I know Lucius always keys us into those late night, the Jimmies. You ever watch some of the interview where they take the mic on the street and ask people questions about history and stuff?
Yes.
Are we really that stupid?
Yeah.
Stupid. I mean, I think I'd be stupid too. I'm not saying that I'm smarter than those people, but
just randomly, here's a microphone and here's a geographical question for
they ask
you, and
about
you're
a
like,
state or something, and you just have no idea where it's located.
Oh,
You're close.
Like Mexico's overseas.
Yeah.
Some people believe that.
Some people think Milwaukee's a state. You
Some
know,
do.
I mean, there's dumbasses all over the place.
You know, a rectum's in the front side.
My favorite is when they get them
On
to
males only.
agree to things that aren't true. Like, oh, yeah, I totally know about that. What do you think I am, stupid?
Yes. Last thing here, NFL news today, the Bills are hiring former NFL referee John Perry as an officiating liaison. I believe this is the first of its kind. I don't know if I've heard about
Wait,
this.
who's hiring him?
The Bills.
The Bills?
Bills are dominating NFL news of the day today.
I think
mean, it's
John
all
Perry.
Buffalo news.
Okay, what that's telling me is John Perry just got fired at ESPN.
Yeah, he was with ESPN.
Okay,
and-
so he's one of those rules analysts that actually sucked quite a bit.
Yeah, John
59
Perry
years
was
old.
John Perry was a Pac-12 official, and then he became an NFL official, and then he retired to be on ESPN. And like all these other officials, that with the exception of my guy Gene, you know, he's the only one that seems to know the rules.
And Pereira.
Yeah, Pereira's
Pereira's good.
pretty good.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, John Perry was not good.
I don't know. I mean, is this something that is smart on the? How would this really help them? to
If he's
have
sitting in
an
a box,
officiating liaison?
if he's sitting in a box with a headset on,
tell them like challenge this. Okay.
yeah. Or maybe he could tell them, give them a little bit more clarification. But you didn't have a lot of time. But if he's not any good at his ESPN job, how's he going to be good on the, you have to make a decision within like 8 seconds.
Well, because now he doesn't have to feel like he's caping for his fellow referee man.
Yeah.
He can say that's a crap call, throw the flag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he could also be way wrong, and then John Perry will be out of another job because he's
Yeah.
not getting it right.
That's more likely.
I wonder if the Bills were a team that struggled with calls and challenges.
I think they struggled with a lot.
They didn't that day versus the Cowboys.
Everything
They
was
definitely
going
did.
right.
No.
And after that one halftime speech, or maybe it was a pregame speech.
It was the Hoffman pregame speech.
Yeah.
Our next guest should have given his lineup a speech last night. Anything else, Wolchuk?
No, that's it, my man.
Okay. 7 innings of one hit shutout ball yesterday. Not enough to get the dub for Michael Lorenzen. He joins us for the Rangers Player Show next in the Fan.
Hey, if you want to get a real dub, though, you go get your brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. That's right, Gilchrist Automotive, Platinum Ford store. It's in Terrell.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We're going to be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. Stop by for your chance to win, and let's make it a party.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show here on your home of the champs. Segments brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? Well, we've been benefiting from Michael Lorenzen starts. 6 of them so far, sub-4 ERA. 7 innings last night. We were thinking no for a while.
Yeah.
Ends up with a no decision as Michael Lorenzen joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm doing good.
Right on.
Doing good.
Freaking dialed last night. How'd that feel to you?
It felt good. It wasn't as clean as I'd like it to be, but there's still ways to improve, and we're going to be doing that leading up to the next start.
Hey, Michael, you had the no-hitter last year in Philadelphia, though, and you mentioned about the cleanness of it. When you're standing there, do you realize that you do have a no-hitter, or are you just so locked into just trying to manage the game?
No, I think you realize it after about 4 that they haven't gotten a hit yet.
Sure.
And so like what I did last year was whatever I'm doing now is working to get me to this point. So just keep doing that and trust it.
I think we're all waiting. We know that there's so much talent on this Rangers lineup. Eventually, the bats are going to erupt. But in a night like last night, with your history as a two-way player, do you ever think about going up to Boch and say, "Hey, just let me DH, man. I can drive this line."
I mean, just doesn't matter what team I'm on. I want to hit, and our team could be scoring 20 runs a night, and I'll want at bats. But yeah, I think like you said, we have so much talent on this team. The guys are gonna click, and the fact that we are where we're at now, we're in a good spot, and when they do click, it's gonna be pretty special.
Does that go back to the days with you and your brothers out there playing in the yard? How competitive were those baseball games? I'm sure you guys were having to get separated from each other some of those days.
Oh yeah, playing wiffle ball in the back.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was the youngest of 4 boys, so the oldest brother's 10 years older than me, so there's a pretty big gap. And oh yeah, I took it seriously. And we loved it. So every day we were out there playing.
But you're from a baseball family, right? I mean, your brothers, everybody kind of, you had brother played professionally as well, and then college brothers that played?
Yeah. So we lived and breathed baseball, and it's funny because all the teams that my brothers grew up playing and my dad coached were the Texas Rangers. So we have a bunch of Texas Rangers gear back at home, and but yeah, we're a baseball family. My oldest brother was drafted by the Dodgers in 2000 as a pitcher out of high school, and then I have another brother who played at just local junior colleges. Was a really good infielder, and then the next brother ended up just playing in high school. And then for me, man, growing up and seeing my oldest brother, having scouts coming over to the house and kind of doing interviews and asking him questions, and I'm going off to Little League practice, and I'm like, wow, the Texas Rangers scout is at my house right now. Yeah. It really gave me the confidence that I'd be able to accomplish, the dream of being a Major League Baseball player one day.
Michael, you mentioned your father was a baseball coach. How was it for scouts coming over when your dad, scouts couldn't pull anything over on your dad, right? Dad sitting there. I'm sure mom was like really nice and pleasant and welcoming in the home. Dad a little bit more skeptical, sitting over in the easy boy recliner, just kind of like when those scouts stay and stuff.
You know how some of the dads are.
They're,
super proud of their son, and they are not good at hiding it. I would say my dad probably fell in that category. So he loved it, just as much as my oldest brother loved it.
Now, playing 2-on-2 in the backyard there, you guys play with ghost runners?
Oh yeah, ghost runners, absolutely. So I said we played in the back, but we'd actually play in the front, and if you hit the ball across the street onto the house, that was a home run.
There you go.
So yeah, so we'd have our things where if you hit it, across the street onto the sidewalk, that's a double. If you hit it past the pitcher, it's a single, and all that good stuff. We just tape up some tissue paper with duct tape, and that would be our ball. And we'd use the thin yellow wiffle ball bats and make sure to tape the barrel up to make it hard enough, and we'd be good to go.
It's Michael Lorenzen here with you, Texas Rangers pitcher on 105.3 The Fan, home of the champs. What do you think is next for the Lorenzen baseball family? Are you going to coach? Are you going to raise? We got one daughter now. Maybe she's going to be a softball player. What do you think is next for the Lorenzens?
Yeah, Lord willing, me and my wife would love to have more kids and eventually have a boy, and definitely going to be a baseball coach. Hopefully he wants to play, but I think, ultimately my dad taught me to love the game of baseball. So I just want to teach my, if we have a boy one day, teach him to love the game of baseball first, because then once they fall in love with it, and even my daughter, just teach her to love whatever it is she's into, because once they fall in love with it, then they're willing to do anything for it, really. And that's kind of what happened to me. I was obsessed with baseball. I loved it. I loved watching baseball. I would sit there and squeeze a tennis ball because I heard Rafael Palmeiro used to squeeze tennis balls when he was a kid to strengthen his forearm. So I'd watch baseball games, and I'm, in 5th grade, and I'm squeezing tennis balls, watching the game, and doing anything I could to get better just because, I was taught to love the game. And so I think ultimately that'll be the next step, is just, teach my kids, to love whatever it is that they're doing.
So with this tie to the Rangers, did you grow up in California as a Rangers fan, and did it play any role in your decision to come to Texas this summer?
I grew up an Angels fan, and I got to play for the Angels in 2022, which was awesome. I lived at home, and they won the World Series when I was 10 years old, so it was pretty cool. With that team, I can name that whole roster, and but it's pretty cool. Nolan Ryan was, is obviously the absolute legend, and there's a picture of him in our bullpen, in the room in our bullpen, and he's wearing this Rangers jacket, and I went in there for the first time. I'm like, hey, I have like 5 of those that exact Rangers jacket at home. I got to get them sent to the stadium. So that's pretty cool.
So it's like the silk bullpen jacket,
yes,
with the
exactly.
stitching.
Oh, that's
awesome. Man. See,
Fire.
they need to bring that back, and the bullpen car needs to come back too. The baseball bullpen car.
Yeah, I've ridden the car. They had one in Arizona for a couple of years, and I rode that in. I couldn't pass up the opportunity.
Yeah. When you mentioned how tough was it? You're an Anaheim kid. How was it? Was there a lot of pressure on you, Michael, for that? Because I went as a scout for the Dallas Cowboys and from Dallas, and it was like you feel pressure, when you're working for your hometown team. But was there pressure on you when you were with the Angels?
I wouldn't say pressure. It was more excitement, and I play this game. God has kind of given me the outlook of playing this game to glorify Him and to be a light. And so to be able to do that in my hometown, and to be able to do that to, there's local little leagues and people in Orange County that are growing up, and, to be able to say that, hey, I'm from your area, and if I can do it, you can do it too. And that's kind of what my brother did for me. And also, just be a good member of the community and show what it's like, what it means to be a pro and what it means to be, a Christian and try and glorify God in everything that you do. I think it was more exciting than I would say pressure.
Michael Lorenzen with us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. So the Rangers had an incredible clubhouse last year. Big reason why they won the World Series. A lot of carryover this year. I wonder, how has it been for you compared to some of your other stops? We mentioned the Angels, Tigers, Reds. I know you had to, unfortunately, play for the Phillies last year. I don't know how that was for you.
Yeah, I would say this clubhouse is extremely pro. And so it's something that, I feel like it just follows Bochy around. I think that was kind of, when I was playing against the Giants, when I was with Cincinnati and Bochy was in San Francisco, that's what it felt like when you were playing the Giants, it was just that they were pro. And that's what I feel like this clubhouse reminds me of. It's everyone's a professional. Everyone does their work. Everyone shows up to play hard and win a baseball game and do it the right way. There's not a lot of look at me, in this clubhouse, and that can get a little distracting. It's more so, let my play speak for me, and I really respect it. So I respect each and every one of these guys in this clubhouse just because of the way they go about it.
Tougher city to live in, Detroit or filthy?
Or man, I really loved my time in Detroit. I thought it was incredible. It's beautiful there. And then Philly, obviously, just the baseball games themselves, it was nothing like it. That playoff environment, there was nothing like it. And those guys on that team, they eat it up. So it's like the perfect guys for that city. They play for that city. So it's a match made in heaven over there in Philly. And, I'm happy for, what they're able to do this year so far. They're off to a hot start.
You mentioned the tennis balls for the forearms. What the hell are you doing for those biceps?
Well, I was a position player growing up. I played center field. I was drafted as a center fielder out of high school. I played center field all through college and just pitched as I had a good arm, so I would come in and close. In the ninth, I'd run in from center field and close games, and I just pick up my leg as high as I could and throw the ball as hard as I could. So I didn't train like a pitcher, up until I was, drafted as a pitcher. So up until I was 21, I was doing the Arnold Schwarzenegger lifts, and I didn't have to worry about how my shoulder felt or anything like that. I just had to make a good throw from center field. And now I think that's just kind of stuck with me because I don't really do any bicep stuff. A lot of arm care, a lot of mobility, a lot of explosive stuff and speed stuff. But I just think the biceps kind of have stuck with me.
Eric's jealous right now. He's so jealous of you.
Extremely, very, very impressive. I'm thinking you and Bombi it's every day's arm day, for you and Adolis.
Man, if I was doing arm day, I wouldn't be able to throw a baseball. That's for sure.
Are you the strongest pitcher on the staff, though?
Man, you know what? I've always heard crazy stories about Uvalde. Mm-hmm. Every time I play against him, there's always a guy on our team that's played with him and like, oh, this guy's a freak, and he definitely lives up to it. He is a freak. I'm definitely a lot stronger than Scherzer or DeGrom, that's for sure. But no, I think me and Uvalde could have a lift off, and because he is a freak. Yeah,
DeGrom seems like more of a Pilates guy, to be honest with you, Michael.
He's more of he's a freak in his own way. I'm constantly picking his brain. I'm trying to just steal miles per hour from his arm. Each and every day I'm sitting next to him trying to ask him how he throws so hard. And man, whatever he's doing, it's working.
Well, whatever you're doing, man, we love it. Rangers lucked out getting you. We're happy to have you. Hope everything goes amazing for the rest of the year and for the future for you. Very impressive stuff. Michael Lorenzen, a shining light in the Rangers rotation. Thank you so much, buddy. Give him help. We'll be pulling for you.
Right on. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. God bless.
There he goes. Brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary?
Yeah, and for being on with us today, we're going to give Michael a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. There's 8 of those locations in the DFW area, so excited to do that and really happy to have him on and hear his story.
Yeah, very generous of you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Hodgepodge coming up at 4. Let's talk hoop, though. What's next, Chief?
Well, we got to crank open a rim sesh featuring the Mavs collapse and LeBron stirring the pot. That's next here in the nation.
Coming up on your Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, Matt Pittman joins the show at 8 o'clock. Jordan Schultz will go around the NFL with him at 9:20. And, of course, we will preview a pair of Game 5s in DFW. It's a Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Tomorrow morning at 105 through the Fan.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Why do some AC companies pay their service techs on commission? ABC News did a sting on AC companies. They rigged a house with a simple broken wire, and 6 different companies tried to sell a woman hundreds of dollars of phony repairs. Why does this happen? Well, when they're getting a 15% commission on the total bill, it just breeds dishonesty and huge repair bills. At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. Our techs don't work on commission.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
including advanced technology revealing key health risks, along with our dedicated advocacy teams, helping new moms get the right care at the right time. As communities, we're only as strong as our most vulnerable, and with each promising newborn, a promise for a healthier tomorrow also needs to be delivered. Fortunately, at Blue Cross, being there from the beginning will always be our reason for being. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an awesome day. Sports Hodgepodge coming up at 4. Salute to Michael Lorenzen for joining us. That was a fun conversation there with the Rangers starter. It's time now for a rim session. Let's talk some hoop, G.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Rain dance! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavs suffer a collapse that is historical. First playoff game in NBA history where each team attempted at least 20 free throws. One team shot 95% or higher, while the other shot 55% or lower on those free throw attempts. So a historical meltdown, and this dude, SGA, took the game by the balls in quarter 4.
Gilgeous-Alexander, chance to tie or take the lead depending on shot selection. SGA takes it at Hardaway. Oh, that's ridiculous! Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in his bag!
That was the one where it is
oh yeah, faux shiz.
the angle of this shot is basically he's out of bounds and he's shooting it over the backboard and in. And it was like, oh, okay. And he felt like he could not miss last night on those mid-range jumpers and fadeaways and whatnot, and he creates enough space and it's just automatic for him. And he had to adjust because the rim protection defensively there with Gafford and Lively, it was too much. It was like, dude, you're not going to get to the rack. So he's like, okay, I'll just pick my spots here in the mid-range, and he was dialed. He took the game over. It was a perfect opportunity for the Mavericks to just stomp on their throat. OKC came out sluggish and ready to just say, we're done here. Our run is over. But SGA had other plans in quarter number 4, and we know the free throw issues, a total disaster, but just one of those gut-wrenching sort of losses, and you wonder how the team responds after.
Yeah, they've been a resilient bunch for the most part, dealing with a lot all season. And now you've got Luka fighting through the mental grind of this and the physical grind of this. I think the Mavericks were clearly the better team last night for the majority of the game, and 13 blocks is the second most in the history of the franchise in the postseason game. There was no excuse for losing that thing. So I'm not in panic mode. I still think Mavs in 6. I think they bounce back.
Still got Mavs in 6.
Yep.
Good for you. I respect the confidence there. The better basketball team, but you couldn't hit your free throws, and there was a lot about the game that was ugly for the Mavs. But if you just hit your free throws, and none of those things matter,
you win.
You're good enough to win.
I saw a video of Derek Lively. First thing he did when he got to practice, he's working on those free throws. So hopefully everybody else is too, including you, Luka. The hell.
Oh, that Luka missed free throw.
Granted. We really did. Anytime Dirk went to the free throw line, it's like you got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Last night when Luka missed that, I'm thinking to myself, oh dear God, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was huge. That you're able to tie the game if you nail both of those. You missed the first of them, and now the math changes, and you have a much more difficult situation in front of you now to try to win this thing. Just really, really difficult. Really sucks. PJ Washington did what all that he could do, really. I mean, he was able to give you another game where he scores 20-plus points. It just wasn't quite the same efficiency, and ultimately that was going to pay off for the Thunder with the way that they're attacking the Mavericks offensively, forcing the ball out of Luka and Kyrie's hands. Somebody else beat you. Well, PJ Washington's been able to do that for 2 games in a row. Yesterday, just not quite enough, though again, it would have been. Despite that he's 7 of 19 from the field. Yep. That would have been enough if you just could hit your free throws. And unfortunately, you shoot like under 55%. That's just crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. And I'm looking at Jason Kidd to some extent like, hey, let's do something here. We know what the game plan is for Oklahoma City. Can we find ways can we create easy opportunities for Kyrie or Luka, or are you just going to make them create all by themselves and please just go be better than the two guys that are guarding you every time? I don't know.
It's a fair point. I think their system has been, let's flow, let's let our guys create, let's run pick and roll, let's run motion offense. But coming out of timeouts, that is especially something that happens more and more as you get late in games. That's what separates the good coaches from the great coaches. And if you want to give your team an advantage, I think it's coming out of timeout is where the top offensive staffs in hoop find 2-3 points, when you most need them. And as that game slows down, you're constantly coming out of timeouts.
A lot of texts coming in about SGA being a push-off guy offensively, and he is. There's no question. That offhand,
but they've shown you several times in slow motion in different games, you can do the chicken wing.
Yeah.
As long as you don't extend. Luka does it all the time. He's trying to throw people with his forearm.
Yeah, put a little shoulder and elbow in there. Just don't fully extend. And SGA's got that move down pat.
I just feel like that he did, as a superstar, he did a better job of adjusting his game than what you saw with Luka and Kyrie. And I mean adjusting. He was 0 for 1 from 3. And it's like, okay, fine. If you're just going to let me take mid-range shots, he adjusted his game, and their game plan going in, we talked about it yesterday, was, hey, make them take some difficult shots. And they took some difficult shots. He just hit them. But I give him credit for adjusting how he was playing that game throughout. Even though them being down, he's like, listen, they're going to let me take shots from 6 to 8 feet all day from the basket.
Yeah.
I don't have to knock down threes. I'll just keep hitting these shots. And I think there's, you talk about Kidd, I think there's some adjusting that the Mavs need to do with their superstar players. What started to work for the Mavs? Luka couldn't hit any shots, but what started to work a little bit later?
Alley-oops.
The alley-oops.
Right.
The
bigs were good last night.
Yeah, the bigs went they went the whole basic second half without fouling anybody.
Yeah.
They stayed out of trouble and they were able to interchange. But if, you got to be able to adapt and adjust. I think the Thunder did a much better job of that than what the Mavs did. And it got down to the point where it's too late. And by that time, the game was over. They're like, oh, wow, we got to try and knock down some shots here. And they weren't falling.
No, they weren't. And
it's the adjustments, man. It's the players have to make adjustments too, to how the game's being called and what you can get to. You know, if they can't defend the alley-oops, or they can't defend the stuff around the rim, go for it.
Hey, Kyrie noted that after the first game, right? It took them a while to adjust to the whistle. I mean, I think Kyrie's way too smart to where he's going to continue to struggle like this offensively. I get it, Wallace.
Man, we've said that now through 4 games.
But he's played great outside of offensively. Like, he is playing phenomenally well.
But you need him to play.
Just the scoring.
But you would assume that it's going to happen going into maybe as soon as Game 5. There's no way he's going to have more than 9 points in 2 games.
And we all expect the Rangers to start hitting sometime
Which
soon.
will.
Too. Yeah. I just, like I said, there comes a point in time where I feel like that, we maybe need to stop thinking that this is a given, with Kyrie and Luka. Luka's too banged up right now to play. And I think Dawson's onto something too. I really do. I think Dawson's onto something that maybe it's more about feelings than it is being banged up.
Yeah, I think he should be toughing it out a lot more through this injury. I think it's his problem last night was much more the fact that he wasn't laser focused on trying to throw a knockout punch. He was in European vacation mode last night. It was tragic because you spoiled a golden chance. OKC actually played well below average for them. You just laid a massive playoff dump all over that court and all over your fans. And if I'm Luka, I can't look at myself in the mirror today. That's how much I let people down. If the shots don't go in, that's fine. Be locked in. You're going to go up there now.
Yeah.
Like the whole time they were thinking, oh, the Thunder don't want to play? Cool. We'll just get to D off all day long. Look at this. I'll be yelling at the refs. It's fine. This is basically like regular season Luka. Oh, but my leg really hurts. Yeah. And then when the Thunder go up, all of a sudden the leg doesn't hurt that much and Luka's serious. That pissed me off so much when he finally got serious at the end.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like once he looked up and was like, "Oh no, this game is actually we're letting it slip away.
Balance, yeah.
Now it's time for me to to take stuff seriously a little bit. Yeah. I mean, that's completely fair. And to miss a free throw, to have all the turnovers that you're having, to still be jacking up. I mean, you mentioned Gil just is like, shoot, I'm just going to take the 1-3 because I'm going to go dominate in the mid-range here.
He's figured out they're not to defend me.
Luke is consistently 1 for 8 from the 3-point line, 2 for 9 like he was last night, and he's been terrible with the 3 ball all postseason long, and he's had a couple game 3 he went away from it. That's awesome, dude. Only 4 of those. Great. You do 9 last night. Just wasted possessions.
Yeah.
Wasted possessions for a guy who's got no legs right now.
Totally careless with the ball. I talked about it in game 3, how late, he could not maintain control because of the lack of flexibility in his knee and his ankle. So you have to protect the ball with your body and your off arm more. There are lots of things that he could do to mitigate the tough effects. I mean, I watched Isaiah Thomas score 16 points in a minute and a half for the Detroit Pistons in 1988 with a fully blown high ankle sprain, right? So don't talk to me about injuries. We've seen plenty of athletes overcome injuries, and even though they're 65% of themselves, they're competing with an intensity and a sport IQ that the others just can't match. That's what the best players do. And Luka is going to grow out of this. This is the final step. As he's approached 25, he's grown out of constantly being obsessed with the refs, but still delves back into that. Now it's, how do I get the killer instinct? How do I put my foot down when we have an opportunity to win a series? Because if they don't get back to the Western Conference Finals this year, and then it's going to take him a while to get back in this good of a situation, his 20s will be haunted by this moment. These are the kind of moments that make 31-year-old All-Pros 10 times better than 25-year-old All-Pros in basketball, even though they're significantly less athletic 6 years later. It's because of the scars that happen in moments like this. Oh, wow. I can't take my foot off the gas. I thought it was going to be easy. That's why in 2011, when the Mavs eliminated the Thunder and they fly back home and all the fans are at Love Field going, please, we love you. They're like, we got business to take care of. We'll talk to you when this thing is done. We ain't celebrating right now. Nothing has ended. Okay, you know what? And we're actively playing defense against the idea that we've accomplished jack squat right now, because we know how poisonous that is and how that's going to take you out of your moment when you need to have the killer instinct. That's what I think we witnessed last night. Not only making this unnecessarily a series, but a pivotal moment in Luka's career.
Yeah, it was a blown opportunity last night.
Oh, it definitely was.
You had a chance to take the number 1 seed out. You really did last night. You didn't do it.
All right, thank you for that rim session, Chief. Very relaxing.
Yes, sir.
Time now for a sports hodgepodge. Where are you taking that?
What's the postseason wear and tear looking like for us here in DFW? 877-881-1053. We got comeback dubs and your streaming news of the day next here in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else. Do you want your edge back? Do you want to be the best version of yourself? Men's T Clinic.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy. Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Rangers going to try to get off the snide tonight. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch as they continue to battle with the Guardians. They'll try to get some runs this evening and go from there. It's time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's Eric.
How are we holding up physically here in the G-Bag Nation? I mean, with the double postseason run going on right now, we staying up a little bit later than usual. How's the body feeling? I mean, I know we're all sort of leaving it all out there, but has it affected you at all? Are you a bit sluggish? Is there any postseason fatigue? Or is it just the competitive spirits flowing through you in a way that doesn't even let you feel pain right now?
I'm dealing with the I love the empty net goals, because once you get the empty net goal, that's the give up. That's the now you can turn it off thing. You know, if your team gets the empty net goal,
that's when it's night time.
That's when it's night.
You're still in the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
though, so,
but
I mean,
then having this, and the Mavs tried to extend that game last night as well as they could.
Maybe overtime. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's been great, actually. I mean, because I'm going to have to be up late night anyway, feeding the baby. And she's keeping
it's getting you out of daddy duty a little bit. Honey, I'm working in here.
That's worked a little bit. Normally, she's got a midnight time where she feeds anyway.
Sugar, I know you see a bunch of Tito's and stuff here, but I'm grinding right now.
Yeah, this is work. This is work right now. So it's been good, but the mornings have been a little bit. I mean, it's tough to juggle
hits
both
a little
games
different,
at
man.
the same time.
Yeah.
So tomorrow will be nice getting a little bit of an earlier Mavs or Stars start.
I was going super late last night because when I clicked over at halftime to watch Stars, it stopped on Hulu. That's how I was watching both of them. It stopped running. So after about 10 minutes or so, I click it back over, and then I went to run to go make something to eat. I come back and sit down, and I didn't realize how much time was left in the third quarter, but I had gotten behind.
Oh, crap.
Probably a total of 20 minutes.
So you think you're watching live,
yes.
but you're not.
Yeah, like 11:10 or something, I get this text from Brian like, well, they just crapped that one away. And I'm like, what are you I was like, oh, no. So I fast forwarded it through. So maybe that was the beginning of the end for me. I don't know if you could tell I'm a little cranky today, but I'm feeling good. My energy levels feel good. I'm just, I got a chip on my shoulder, I think.
Yeah. I'd have felt a lot better if the Mavs would have found a way.
Oh, we'd be like crotch first, the adrenaline flow.
Yeah, I know you're right. That's probably what it is.
Just because I know tomorrow night there's the possibility of knocking both these teams out and getting some rest.
Yeah, I think the Mavs L added to this morning's fatigue a little bit. Lucius, are you going to bed later during this postseason run right now, or are you a night owl yourself in general?
Yeah, that West Coast thing really botched me up right there, bro.
Yeah, dude.
I think it was like a Thursday night. I almost stopped drinking. Because I woke up that Friday and I was like, "Whoa, it's not 8 hours. It's not working."
That's honest. That's fantastic because I definitely feel it, and it's funny that you say that you got the text from Broadus telling you about the game. I was with one of my buddies the other day after it was like probably after I guess game 1 or game 2. Big Stars fan, and I see him in the morning. And I asked, I'm like, what'd you think about the game? And he's like, actually, he had to work late. He's a huge Stars fan. I mean, he's literally wearing his Stars hat when I'm talking to him. And the Stars had won the game. So I guess it was game 2. And he's like, I don't even know what happened. And he was at work at the time. Like I went up, he coaches for high school baseball, so I can go in there and do whatever. And so I'm talking to him. He's like, I don't even know. He was like, I couldn't listen to Sean and RJ on the way here this morning. I won't listen to you guys on the way home today because I'm not going to know what happened in this game until I get home from work tonight. The next day. Wow. I'm like, dude, you actually, and I didn't follow up with him to be like, did that actually work for you? I'm like, no one's going to say anything around you today. There's not going to be anybody. You're wearing your Stars hat. So anybody who sees you is ready to be like, dude, how about the Stars last night? I can't believe somebody is still living in the world right now where they're going to wait the next day to find out and they're just going to tune everything out.
No way that
that's
you can
impossible,
do that.
right?
There's no way. You're going to find out some way.
My brother used to do that to me all the time. Like, don't tell me the score of the soccer game right now. I'm like, why? He's like, well, I got a DVR'd. This was like 20 years ago.
Exactly.
I'm going to watch it
years
tonight.
ago.
Yeah. It's not something we do.
I can't believe he's doing that right now.
We flirted with that, and then I feel like, no, that's a rarity. That's less than 1% of sports fan.
It's the only time I ever had to do that. It was a pain, and I got to watch it in the same day, but it was hell. In 6th grade, we had to do like orchestra, choir, or whatever, band. So
this was musical theater.
I was playing cello. I was in orchestra. We had an orchestra concert during a Cowboy-Panthers game. It was 2003. It was the game after Bill Parcells cried and said you can't call them losers anymore.
Oh, that's the game, yeah.
They got the number 1 seed that day in the NFC. At the time, it was a big game. So I had to record it, VHS style, watched it when I came back home. It's the only time I've ever missed a Cowboy game live.
Well, you're good then because few people had internet. You don't have to worry
I was
about
okay.
it. Yeah.
But in today's world, I can't imagine. Like, my text would have been blowing up with the updates. Like, I'd have seen what would have happened.
Well, I mean, the worst thing that would happen there, and I think the last time I tried something like this, maybe in 2008 or 9, you open up your X or Twitter app, and there's just so much talk about it. And that's like a compulsive thing that people do. They're just like opening social media apps and scrolling and just D'ing around. All of a sudden, you've been exposed to stuff. I just, it's no longer doable.
It's tough, dude. I haven't had to do it in a long time, but I used to have to do it on football Sundays before I could start driving myself to church. With my dad being the pastor, I'm staying for every service. So 2-3 services, whatever. So I'm missing Cowboy kickoffs all the time, and I would go home and just watch it there. But I would have people chirping about, what the score was. We're still at church, and somebody's pulled up, I guess, on their phone or whatever it was. They know the score, and it was just nothing infuriated me more.
You do that anyway because you're in the food line, like you're at the carving station at kickoff. You're loaded.
Yes, but I'm knowing what's going on. I'm going back for the rewatch just to know what happened and talk about it. I'm not
carry
avoiding
on that tradition.
Yeah,
you do. You miss like the first 12 minutes of the game standing there eating prime rib.
877-881-1053. How else would you do it?
Am I telling a lie?
No, you're not telling a lie. Not at all. Those are all facts.
Yeah.
Funny thing is Bobby's doing it too.
469.
Bobby's encouraging him to do it.
Definitely fatigued. They wake up at 5:30 in the morning, so he was actually fearful of overtime last night. 903, staying up and keeping my soda state-of-the-art discipline late at night. That's the other tough thing too. My snacking has just skyrocketed, dude. Like that something happens to your body at like 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and it's like
the cravings and hunger,
like it's not just the chips or the ice cream, it's a combination.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic.
What is different? What is different with you? You eat whatever you want and you're like skinny. You don't put on any weight. Don't act like that.
It's funny you say that. I'm up about 8 pounds.
Well, the face sometimes
I hold it in the face.
That bothers him.
I hold it in the face.
Well, you don't. But you eat like this all the time. I don't know.
No, because generally speaking, I'm by 9:30. I can't keep my eyes open. Generally, so like this has been taxing for me. When it's like, dude, we're sitting maybe at halftime or something. Like this is going to be an 11:30 experience.
My biggest problem is when the game's on at the same time. That's
been a challenge, dude.
It has been a challenge.
Trying to simultaneously watch, and then it's like, which volume am I going to choose here? I'm just like going back and forth with the volume.
Yeah.
Trying to time up the commercials. Like, okay, they're on a commercial. Let me switch the volume. I don't know. It is annoying that they've done this to us. But it's also one of those things that I'll take it.
Yeah.
At least we're here.
Sports paradise. I mean, it might be kind of a win ultimately when the Mavs still win this series. Stars wrap it up tomorrow. At least we get more playoffs locally here because the Mavs have extended the series now. They were doing us a favor, really. They're like, hey, we don't want to win this thing in 5. We want more playoffs for you guys.
I mean, we kind of throw all of our eggs in the Cowboys basket, and the TV networks feast on that. They aren't offering up a feast for the rest of the country with a Dallas Stars or Dallas Mavericks game, unfortunately. And that's our reality. So they're willing to just cancel us out. Like, who cares about the Dallas market? They can't even agree with what teams they're watching other than the Cowboys. So ratings throwaway, even though it's the 5th largest market in the USA.
Annoying. Best damn team in hockey, and you're putting the Stars on late.
Yeah. Just forget about them. They're a throwaway.
It's super annoying. Now, speaking of the TV stuff, though, Bill Simmons is hinting that the NBA... The NBA rights are going to go pretty heavy to NBC.
Yeah,
and and so it looks like we're watching the last of Inside the NBA as we know it.
TNT's gone.
Because TNT is going to be the one that ends up getting boxed out here. So Charles Barkley has already said in his contract, like if TNT doesn't have basketball, he's out.
He's going to live,
but. Okay.
That would be my prediction.
Well, I know Ernie's not going to leave.
Exactly.
No.
Ernie's yeah. Because everybody's like, why don't you just copy and paste the show to a different network?
Yeah,
but loyalties, contracts, I don't know. But this seems like we're looking at the last of the greatest studio show of all time.
Ernie's going to become a public speaker. I think that's what he's going to do. He's going to go speak to corporation. I've seen him speak to the Alabama football team. powerful speech.
Oh, I bet.
This guy is great. He's going to do that. I bet you Chuck ends up on the Live Tour doing golf. They tried to get him the first time to do this. I bet you he circles back on that. They were going to pay him a lot of money for that. Loves golf.
The show had just gotten back to epic status. I thought there were some weird years when Shaq just joined the show, but now Shaq is maybe the best star on the show. His personality as an announcer has developed into being like legendary. And as Kenny and Charles got a little bit older, I think Shaq's just, man, that sucks if that goes away. Hopefully this is just a negotiating ploy to get them what they want, Because you should be like, I love the NBA on NBC. That's my childhood. I want to get Bob Costas back on the studio show. But I don't want to lose TNT. It's not worth it. TNT, that's the best sports show ever.
Right. Right. Yes. I think that's pretty much unanimous, And this is maybe the best sports song ever. Yeah. So
John Tesh, right?
John Tesh, he waiting for this.
Teshi.
He's like, man, I need those royalties. Those residuals went away, brother. I need some help, man. I heard they put this back on air, buddy.
Retirement portfolio just got a big boost there.
Also in streaming news, Netflix, Apple, and Peacock have created a revolutionary concept where you can pay to get all 3 streaming apps in one place for a cheaper price.
So it's Disney plus Hulu and Max are also doing that, which is kind of cool.
They're calling it a bundle thing. I don't know. It just seems like it's groundbreaking. Yeah. No, this is incredible.
I love a good streaming bundle.
I think I saw something. If you wanted to watch all the NFL games, it was going to cost you over $900 this year.
I saw that as well.
With all the platforms that you have to buy to get all the games.
I heard somewhere you could get it for about $21, Brian.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Let me know after the show after that if you could, please.
Okay. I'll let you know if I see the ad again.
Yeah.
What do you think they end up calling the trifecta of Netflix, Apple, and Peacock? You can text in your thoughts
Alphabet.
there. I'm sorry?
Alphabet.
That's Google.
That's Google. Swing and a miss there.
No, I was just throwing it out there because I thought it was unusual. I thought that was an unusual name for Google, Alphabet. I was just throwing it out there.
It is a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But yes, please text in your guesses on what they would call that. Netflix, Apple, and Peacock. What would be worse, doing what PJ Washington did last night from the corner 3 wedgie, or the corner 3 off the backboard, the side? What's worse? Here is Ian Eagle describing last night's PJ Washington wedgie.
Fake corner. Oh, a 3-point wedgie. Yes. You called it a 3-point playoff wedgie, second round wedgie. The aim that's required on a 3-point wedgie. Are you sure it's aim? It is. That takes legitimate skill. Oh, you're right.
Listen to that last night.
By the way,
I was trying to wonder, what is the exact angle? Why doesn't that happen more often? It's got to, I don't know.
The wedgie?
Yeah.
Because like Ian Eagle says, that takes extreme precision and accuracy.
Placement. Right?
Yeah. You have to be perfect in your incompetence to pull a shot off like that.
I feel like you could hit the side of the backboard in a variety of different ways. Hundreds, if not thousands of ways and angles, but the wedgie's got to come in perfect.
Right.
A little bit of a flat trajectory. Right into the corner there, way too low.
I think visually it's more embarrassing to hit the side of the backboard. But with the wedgie, everything stops down.
You're right about that.
And now we're having to live. And there is...
I kind of, when I saw it happen, I'm watching the stars. I see that. I look over, and now I'm focused. I'm like, "Oh,
it's kind of funny. We got a wedgie situation."
But what about the layup that goes on the underside of the backboard, and you think you must have been fouled or blocked?
Yeah.
I was screaming, "Hey, that's a foul!" And then I saw the replay, and I was like, "Oh my dear God, that's what's happening to Luka right now."
When you get ready to jump and do something, and somebody hits the ball out your hand, and you just look ridiculous with your hands up in the air, and you jumped. That one right there looks ridiculous, bro.
And then it goes out on you, and you're like,
I mean, all you can do at that point is say "and one" and look at the ref.
Yeah.
What, dude? You got to be kidding me.
Start a fight at LA Fitness, you say that.
Problem is, in the NBA, they have replay, and everybody on the board is like, "Ooh, want to get away."
P-Flicks, Napplecock, Nettlecock.
I said Napster.
Napster?
Yeah, Napster's been a thing.
That's groundbreaking. No, that's original.
Yeah, about that.
What's next? LimeWire?
Yeah. Napster. Just bring it back.
Applecock Flicks, I think, is the winner from the 817.
Ooh, well done, 817. Well, thank you, Chief. Anything else?
I think that's good, man.
Right on, dude. Okay.
Let's get this list. Let's put the pressure on the bully. How do you feel, scale 1 to 10? What's your confidence meter on your list today?
Is it biscuits?
Yeah, it's about a 10. I mean, I think that everybody loves Southern comfort food.
That's biscuits.
Who doesn't?
Oh,
right?
my gosh, yes.
It's going to be a sexual list.
All right. Sounds good.
Freaking stars horny.
More,
excuse me?
More food chat here.
Wyatt Johnston.
Woo! Wyatt Johnston.
Johnston.
Why didn't he get the hat trick? Damn it. Come on.
I tell you, the best place to go watch hat tricks or 3-point wedgies, whatever it might be. Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge.
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, baby, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10. It happens every afternoon at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consult. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Soda and by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. We want to see you tomorrow at Southern Leisure in Flower Mound. And we have free fan hats and T-shirts exclusive for this event only. And a hot tub and spa special. It's the battle of the brands. Payments as low as $125. Put a new hot tub in your backyard. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10. Your Woolly Bully. Zach with an H.
Let's go. Thank you very much. National Buttermilk Biscuit Day.
There we go.
It's a great day. I've got the top 10 best Southern comfort foods. What's your favorite Southern comfort food?
I'm thinking about on Thursday for the guys doing the steak finger baskets from Dairy Queen.
Sounds like a win.
I'm going to home make them.
That sounds like a win.
So,
Ooh.
I'm going to home make
Put
those
your own
bad-
twist on it.
Yeah.
You making the gravy?
Making it all.
Brought us his own special
Of course he's
gravy.
going to make that special gravy.
Yeah.
Swallow the gravy.
It's one of a kind.
877-881-1053, your favorite Southern comfort food. Now, quick update on our stars. Mike Heika on the morning Pete DeBoer media availability. Rope Hintz, who did leave the game yesterday, did not come back. Having some tests done today. So we'll have more information on Rope tomorrow. Hopefully that is not something serious. But if he can't play, estimation is that Sam Steele moves up the lineup. Roddick Foxa comes in as the fourth line center. Ty DeLandria would be the next man up after that. So we'll have to monitor what's going on with Rope. That would be a big time pain in the butt if he can't play.
Did he get hit in the ankle with a shot?
He did. He got cross-checked.
So when they say lower body injury, we're dealing with an ankle injury here right now.
I think that's a good guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Because he didn't play. I mean, he came back.
Left and did not come back.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Tanev also got banged up, but Pete said good signs on Tanev. Looked like he was fine today when he saw him. I don't think Chris Tanev's in any danger of missing some time. That dude's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, what an acquisition there at the trade deadline for Jim Nils. The Dallas Stars continue their quest for Lord Stanley's Cup, hopefully wrapping up this series tomorrow at the AAC. You know, guys, the real reason why the Mavs lost last night is actually because Carter didn't go to the damn game. Carter didn't do his part. Carter goes to game 2 in OKC, they win. He goes to game 3 at home, they win.
Yeah.
Game 4, Carter Freeman was not there. So we need to make sure we get Carter Freeman to game 6 at the AAC at all costs. And game 5 in OKC. How do we make this happen?
Can he make some free throws?
I think he might have a chance. I know
Crap
it's been
like
working.
that pisses
Actually,
me
we did
off.
see.
We don't even need him to make the free throw. We just need to have his presence in the building.
His body in the building, and all of a sudden they're willed to victory. And I don't think he can make a free throw because we tried to see him hit Brian in the head with an egg, and that failed miserably.
He was he by far the worst of the egg slammers?
It wasn't a good. Yeah, it didn't look good.
Yeah.
I think,
but we were all
Medford,
really impressive though as egg slammers. It was a high bar that we all set. Starting with Medford, who came soaring from the heavens down into your dome.
Yes, I felt really bad. I drew blood, and you took it like a champion.
Yeah. Well, I thought Medford's was the one. Dawson hit me.
Medford's was
Dawson
fantastic.
cut me, I think.
Yeah.
With the egg.
I told you I would.
Yeah.
You know?
He didn't care. He just cut it.
You were stretched up.
Yeah.
You were bruised and beaten.
The hard thing about that whole day was not knowing when the egg, and you tried to sneak on the ground there.
I did. I think I pulled it off. I mean, you saw it as it was but it was over for you at that point.
That you just never knew. Like you'd be sitting at a break and you didn't know if you were going to get hit in the head with an egg.
That was awesome. That was a great payoff.
It was. It was a fun day for all of us.
Yeah.
It was a good
We should
time.
do that again.
We should. We need to bring that back.
The Southern Leisure's where we first did it, right? You did the egg. You did the egg on your own head.
That was the egg roulette.
Yes. Yeah.
That was awesome.
And I
That's
did
when Eric was puking.
I did the straw dog.
I couldn't handle straw dogging.
It was bad.
They love us over there.
They
love us.
Well, the last time I wore the Speedo there, actually.
And you were out on the front of the
went out,
building.
waved our G-bag flag in the streets. Showing off those legs.
Him and his moose knuckle out there.
Sign those flags, by the way, right?
Yeah. All right, got a lot of good texts coming in. My favorite Southern comfort food is actually Southern Comfort whiskey from the 302.
Yeah, that was my first thought.
Cannot drink that.
Homemade chicken and dumplings, beans and cornbread, chicken fried steak with gravy, beef tips with brown gravy.
These
over
are
rice.
all honorable mentions?
Oh, these are all texts that are coming in.
Gosh.
Meatloaf.
Tolo palates
Is
are
meatloaf
strong.
a Southern specific item? I don't know that, but I do love meatloaf. Fried catfish is an honorable mention on this list. Lucius, your favorite Southern comfort food?
I can't define what Southern food is. I don't know what it is, so I can't say what my favorite dishes are.
Okay.
I do eat soul food on Sundays.
And I do know
soul food Sundays looking like Big Mama's, man.
Yeah.
But I don't know anything about Southern food. I don't know what's considered Southern food.
Oxtails.
Well, yeah, that's soul food.
That's soul food right there, man.
I think it would be. I think that might be considered, because chitlins is an honorable mention. Fried catfish, but then you get like a deviled egg is an honorable mention on here. Is deviled egg considered Southern? Maybe it is.
I got a recipe for fried deviled eggs. Even though I hate deviled eggs,
that might be good.
I got a recipe for that. Matt Pittman, Meat Church. He'll be on tomorrow with the boys. He did one. It's actually pretty good. Yeah,
anything
pretty
that
good
he does is fantastic. Peach cobbler.
Oh, geez.
Honorable mention. Hush puppies. God, I do love a good hush puppy.
With the catfish.
Yeah, that's definitely soul food right there. Hush puppies. Look up the origin of hush puppies.
Man, hush puppies are so delicious.
You do them right, just be a meal in itself.
Red beans and rice.
There you go.
Sweet potato casserole. Ooh. Hoppin' John, mixture of black-eyed peas
and corn,
onions, bacon, and about a half a shaker of Lowry seasoned salt. New Year's tradition through the South. I never knew about that.
I thought it was a combination of black-eyed peas and corn.
Maybe some people do corn. That could be. I've never had Hoppin' John. And then pecan pie and gumbo will be your final honorable mentions on the top 10 best Southern comfort foods.
Gumbo.
Gumbo's pretty good. I guess, that's New Orleans, it's South.
Yeah.
Number 10, we got collard greens.
Got to be done right.
Yes, and I've had bad collard greens.
Yeah.
And I almost was like, I'm never going to try them again. And I did.
Got to have that vinegar with them, right,
Much
Lucius?
better the second time I tried them.
What'd you say, sir?
The vinegar with the collard greens?
Yeah, I don't know how they're cooked, but they're amazing when they're cooked right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Number 9, fried green tomatoes.
Those are good with grits.
They are,
yeah,
okay. I can't speak to the fried green tomatoes. I was never a big tomato fan, so I always just wouldn't order them. But people do love fried green tomatoes.
Got to bread them right.
8 is chicken and dumplings.
Homemade dumplings for sure.
Man, chicken and dumplings is delicious.
Yeah.
Shout out to Cracker Barrel. I think Cracker Barrel actually makes pretty good chicken and dumplings.
Dawson, you eat chicken pot pie, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's one of my
okay.
faves,
What
too.
do you do about the vegetables in the pot pie?
Everything but the celery is good.
Okay, so you're in for the carrots and all the other
carrots?
stuff?
Yeah, peas, carrots, yeah.
So if we ever made the chicken pot pies,
We're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was always
If you
worried
do
about
that, let me know.
Dawson's like,
I'll
I
make sure
was
to weigh
like,
it
he's
before.
not going to eat it because it's got vegetables in it.
No, I'll do that. I will do quite a few vegetables, with the right kind
Chicken
of
and dumplings with the vegetables too is really, really good.
You just don't want firm carrots in your pot pie. Am I right, Woolchuck?
Yeah, you don't want them firm. You need a little bit of mush.
No
Little
crunch.
Yeah, no crunch. No
Mushy
crunch at all.
peas with your fish and chips too.
Oh, fish and chips
Costco's
is
got
good.
the best one, by the way, for $20. It's fresh in the deli. It's the best pot pie in the game.
And you're not lying, because as soon as you told me about it, when got it, it's delicious, dude. And it's
crust?
huge. It's big. Yeah, the crust is good. And if you want, you can leave it in the oven a little bit longer, get it to crisp up a little more. But yeah, that's fantastic. 7 is biscuits and gravy on National Buttermilk Biscuit Day.
Let's go.
You can't go wrong with biscuits and gravy.
Oh no.
See, I was
So
thinking
damn good.
of like the spicy chicken fillet in a biscuit.
Yeah, it's
I
really
was thinking
good.
of like my perfect.
Okay.
So if that is a Southern food,
Sure.
yeah.
You going?
Fried
you going?
chicken and biscuits are.
You going honey?
Sure. Yeah. I think Chick-fil-A has captured that probably the best out of all your fast food spots. It's wonderful. It strikes me as like being, because my family's from the Midwest, like Indiana, and they like own diners, and a lot of this is what they would serve up there. It's just a little saltier, and the desserts are a little bit more delightful.
The desserts are delicious. Speaking of desserts, number 6 is banana pudding.
Dude. Yes. Like really cold. They got to have vanilla wafers in there heavy. Got to actually have bananas in there too. Not this like, I don't know. I guess there's like banana pudding in a can or something.
Are you more cobbler or banana pudding?
Oof, that's
tough, dude.
I'll probably go banana pudding, just because I've had some like super out of the park home run experiences with some banana pudding. If you gave me the best of its kind peach cobbler, which I have not experienced, I bet I would just fall all over it.
Man,
but there's some places around here that are.
I was always a cobbler guy. As I've gotten older,
ice cream on it too.
I feel like you gotta have ice cream on there. Awesome stuff right now with banana pudding.
The banana pudding, man.
Anytime
You're
right. It has to be cold.
Cousin's barbecue cold was phenomenal. Shout out to Palmer.
Palmer makes a delicious banana.
Awesome. You're right about that.
6 is a crawfish.
All right.
Crawfish boil.
All right. Here we go.
Number 5, we've got shrimp 4, is shrimp and grits. Best Southern comfort food.
Yeah.
I like getting that the Meddlesome Moth when I lived over there.
3. You're a shrimp and grits guy?
Yeah. Jalapeno gravy on it. Oh,
see, grits, you got to make sure
I've had some
done
bad
right.
grits,
That's
too,
what
that
I'm
also
saying.
scared me off the grits. I never ordered the grits.
Yeah.
I didn't try the cinnamon grits that Corey made. That sounded pretty damn delicious. Number 3 is barbecue pulled pork.
Yeah, I think all barbecue should go as there. Number 2, Texas barbecue.
Yeah.
Just barbecue.
Barbecue in
How
general.
about that? Yeah.
Number 2, we've got chicken fried steak.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely
Pepper
delicious.
gravy. Yeah.
But number 1, best Southern food, and I guess we're claiming this because it is damn good. It's fried chicken.
100%.
Fried chicken.
Yeah, that's the king of them.
Fried chicken.
Yes. Yeah, you got that fried chicken in the buttermilk biscuit with the butter and the honey.
Maybe some waffles.
Oh my gosh.
So, I mean, you're like going to boneless chicken over there then.
Well,
if you're
I'll
doing
just
the biscuit.
like Babes, I'll pull the chicken off the bone sometimes. For some of them, obviously I'm going to go off the bone plenty, but for a couple of those breasts or whatever, I'll just peel the meat off it and make a little slider.
Ooh, the strips are great for that there too. They do have some good honey mustard, I will say.
Good honey mustard at
Babes is doing
Babes?
the honey
Oh, the
mustard.
chicken with the Hawaiian
They put some
rolls.
jalapeno in there.
The Hawaiian rolls.
Oh,
Hello.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Is that a wrap, old Chuck?
There you go, sir.
There it is. A top 10 at 420 is in the books once again. When we return, round and round, you're turning me. We're going around the bases, Wolchuk.
You've done me round.
Okay, let's do it.
baby,
Around the
round.
bases, we've got hot dogs flying through the sky and quarterly grades. That's next.
All right, appreciate that. Also appreciate Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale is going right now. 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years. And an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. That's Window Nation, the window experts. Window Nation is second to none. I mean, the customer service and professionalism that you get from Window Nation, you'll see why I love them. I've had them out to the house, newer home. It is now, I think, 7 years old. But when I moved in, I didn't realize how many places I would like to have windows that weren't in the original blueprint. And I overlooked it, but, thankfully, Window Nation can remedy those kind of situations. Now, more commonly, what you're looking at is your windows have just gotten old. They're outdated. They don't look right. You're trying to put them.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's all gravy, baby. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. General?
Yes, there he is, Lucius Alexander, 15 years running, smoothing out my mistakes. He's done it once again. Thank you, sir. Okay, it is time now, coming up at 5 o'clock for an edition of The Finest right here. Proper Round Tripper with Wolchuk, brought to you by Uber Eats. Here he is.
Shout out to Uber Eats, man. Oh, my goodness. What a crowd already in attendance for tonight's game between the Rangers and the Guardians. It is World Series ring night, and they've got, I believe, 3 of these. So tonight they're giving away a replica World Series ring. Fans reportedly lining up at 7 a.m. I saw Foul Territory post a video. Lines are long. I mean, we just got a text in from the 903. It's 4:45. There's already no chance I'm getting a ring. This place is slammed. So if you wanted to try and get out there early, try and get yourself one of these World Series rings, it seems like everybody else has beaten you to it. I mean, people were camping out for this thing.
Yes, yeah. Like I think I was seeing tweets at like 10 o'clock this morning. I remember Carter was trying to get over to the ballpark weeks ago for the trophy.
Yeah,
the replica World Series trophy.
That looked cool, by the way.
It looked awesome.
But these rings look really, really
yeah.
badass. I mean, I don't blame these people waiting.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
Is
but
it
that
standard size? Is it
one size fits all? It's a good question. Like what everybody's finger. There's no way it fits Walchuk's finger and a normal person's finger.
That's
Let's
fair.
just be real.
I might be bleeped out of luck. It might not be able to be wearable for me.
Panky?
Is that like a 10.5, 11? What's the standard ring size for a human being?
I don't know. It's a good
Is
question.
there one?
I could ask my dad.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I could text him and ask him. I might do that during the break.
So, I mean, like, we always get those T-shirts that are all extra larges, right?
I know. And, like, Brian and I are like, dude, can we get a 2X maybe? A 3X on occasion?
There's 20,000 of them. What do you think the retail value is? What do you think they're going to be selling for on secondary?
I don't know.
I'm going to say
because these are in high demand, clearly.
I think, like, tomorrow morning, 3 digits.
You're going to see these on like
25,
eBay
something like that.
I'm
Probably
gonna,
get you one.
I'm
I think in the hundreds.
125. Yeah, I mean, I think minimum.
I'm going to call between 300 and 500.
You think 500 max?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think somebody would want one of these.
It'll come down to 40, 50.
We might need to be like, hey, Jared, can you grab us a couple of these bad boys if you don't mind? Maybe we sell them on the secondary market, make a little side hustle here out of this. Could be a good play. But shout out
I
if
want
you're
the
going
trophy.
Out to
That's what I
dump
want.
Everything you just
I know
said.
that trophy.
The trophy over the ring, I think. As far
No, I think I want the ring. I want this ring looks awesome. This thing, the replica, you still can take off the top. Like they made it just like it's the actual one the players get.
But does it have like Coca-Cola on it or something like that?
What do you mean?
It's like I think that's the sponsor. Do we have the sponsor on the ring kind of thing?
I saw pictures.
Well, do they have a sponsor on the trophy?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think there were sponsors on either of these.
Okay, well that's good then. I mean, nothing against the sponsors.
Obviously.
But I didn't know.
Yeah, these are going to be worth a lot of money too in 4 years down the road. But starting, I mean, I think that you're right. I think you might be able to get these things looking tomorrow if you're waiting around, and you might be able to buy them online. The scalper's already out there from the 817.
What are they made? Are they made of plastic? What am I looking at exactly?
It's probably, I would guess it's similar to like what you would get as like
zirconium?
Yeah, like cubic zirconium, something like that.
Maybe.
Whatever you would get for graduating like high school.
They look badass though.
So yeah, just from a material.
So are you Jared to tweet out a picture of one?
Are you thinking
I'm sure he will.
It costs them like $50 to make these, or like 40 cents?
I would say closer to 40 cents than $50. Okay. That'd be my guess.
That low?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Is there any real metal in this
They're not any real diamonds.
No. Is there any real metal?
But if it's like a kid's, hey, we won the tournament this weekend deal, that's like what, a $25 ring, $20 ring, somewhere in there.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
When they're giving away, how many did you say? 20,000 of these? There's no way that they're paying $25 for these rings.
No, they're not. No.
$10?
Not for the making of them.
No.
You're talking about like kids buying them when they win. Like that's what they're buying these rings for. But they're being made for probably closer to the 40 cents.
Something we need to figure out how much these rings are costing.
But you got another 20,000 like Bochy rings coming, don't you? Right on July 25th.
You can maybe get all 3. That would be
you got Josh Young ring.
No, collecting all 3 would be really
Evan
cool.
Carter ring. There's like Jonah Heim ring now.
I think this is the Corey Seager one.
There's a Sporzy ring. So I think they've expanded it to 7 or 8 players.
There's a hot demand if you collect them all. I mean, that's also something.
Yeah.
You go ahead and you collect them all. You've got the whole set. Woo! There's a lot here. I got an ALCS one years ago. It was metal from the 817.
Ooh.
So maybe this thing is better quality than we're predicting here. Who knows? We're going to have to ask Jared, get to the bottom of this when we talk with him at 6 o'clock. Lineups out. Now, Evan Grant said that he talked to Evan Carter. He got a cortisone injection today. Seems like Friday might be a realistic return date for Evan Carter. So I think that's actually pretty good news. You never know with backs. Like, that can end up keeping you out for a while.
Tyron Smith.
Come back by the end of this week. I'd be pretty pumped about that on Jack Leiter night tonight. We're hoping to get the best out of Jack Leiter. Josh Young, 6 weeks out from wrist surgery, played catch, took ground balls today. It's a significant step in the right direction. And with Jack Leiter getting recalled and technically called up, you got to make a roster move. So to make room for Leiter on the club's active roster, Owen White optioned to Round Rock today for your Texas Rangers. Look, starting pitching hadn't been an issue. Michael Lorenzen, Jose Urena, Andrew Heaney, and John Gray, they've combined for a 1.82
They're holding it together.
ERA over the last 4 games.
Holding it together, yeah.
And the Rangers are 0-4.
Yeah.
Like, that is just, it's a gut punch right now. The bats really, and I get it, like, you're hurt. You're missing key pieces. There's no Langford. There's no Carter. There's no Young. But somebody's got to find a way. And it's really, to me, at a time like this, you're always looking at Adolis Garcia. Nobody gets this team going quite like El Bombi. He's been in a rut now for the last 3 weeks. This kind of happens with him. I talked to Jared about that. This is Adolis Garcia throughout his career. He's got extreme highs, and then you get some lows. But it's about that time for him to snap out of it and get back to the high. And I think as soon as he does, the rest of the bats come alive with him.
I would take about 4 or 5 nights of 3 for 4 for our shortstop.
Seager?
Yeah.
And it seemed like Seager was starting to get better on the road trip.
Yeah, the ball, the velocity off the bat was much better. But I would take some of those nights of 3 for 4, 4 for 5s, a couple of those. That would be ideal.
We do need some stars to step up and carry this lineup because it's starting to look thin and it's starting to look like a non-playoff team's lineup. I know that's going to change in a significant way when this team gets healthy, but right now, looking at this schedule and how poorly they've played for 5 in a row, I don't think this is a mistake. Bad bullpen, below average lineup, overachieving starters. This is the kind of team that could give away another 5 or 6 games to 500 by the time we get through the next 3 or 4 series. Yeah. This could dig a very serious hole for you. And the good news is you're in this crap division, so you'll probably still get a chance to come back. But you can't tempt that for too long. Even the World Series team was capable of playing poorly in August and September. You absolutely can lose the season right here. So I think these are nervous games. I know it's easy to tune out because you have the Mavs and Stars going on and the Rangers aren't playing well, but these are massive games. They got to start getting some results.
Yeah, you've got to snap the losing streak. You got to find a way to get the positivity back going. Now, the Seattle Mariners, that's a team right now in first place in the division.
Good pitching there, too.
They have some good pitching. Now, I sent this video to Carter, so we'll probably get this up if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. But the M's had hot dogs from heaven over the weekend is what their marketing team dubbed it.
Heavenly dogs?
It was their latest attempt to push the envelope for its in-game promotion. So in the 8th inning, marketing team, as you can see, they had 75 hot dogs fly from the upper deck, and they were on parachutes. They parachuted down. So fans then get to chase them down like foul balls. They're all reaching up, like grabbing the hot dogs out of the air. Maybe you get fights for the hot dogs. Second time Seattle ran a promotion like this season.
Are they wrapped in foil?
Yes. I love this. I think this is awesome.
Just raining wieners. That's a dream that you had for a long time.
It's beautiful. I mean, I don't know how many of these I could have tried to catch, but I'd have been absolutely fighting people to try and grab all of these.
You're using your hands, even though you'd just be going mouth first. You'd be leaping like a canine for a Frisbee.
I probably would grab one with the teeth. Why not? So I get one with the right hand, one with the left. Try and get maybe put the.
I got hit in the wiener with
a cleavage. Catch
go
in
ahead.
the cleavage.
Oh, boom! Catch him in the cleavage. In the moves, you do a little truffle shuffle. Get out of my way, baby. All right,
this is crazy.
These are parachuting hot dogs.
Whose idea was this, guys? Get to the meeting room now.
Who is the highest guy in the promotion team? This is when doing drugs on the job probably paid off.
Parachute dogs.
Here, Dawson.
Hear me out. Parachute dogs.
Been known to happen.
I like the idea.
I think it was creative.
I do too. I think this is incredible.
Visually very appealing.
How do you know this thing's not going to float over into left field, and now my outfielder is, more worried about catching the dog than he is catching the dong?
Bullpen guy's warming up. All of a sudden, now he's just grabbing one of these hot dogs that's falling from the sky. You never know.
That is special. Now, do you go to this game knowing that hot dog wieners are going to be raining down upon you at some point, or was this a surprise to everybody? All of a sudden, you look up and boom, out of the heavens is parachuting hot dogs. Okay.
They did promote it. Now, I don't know if maybe they didn't know.
I wonder
when
if there
it
were
was
any
gonna happen.
fights for a hot dog.
I think there
people
had to be.
fighting.
Do they have the condiments sort of taped around it so that you don't even have to go over to the stand there because you got packets of ketchup or mustard?
That doesn't stop you.
You wouldn't just slam a dry dog?
He would.
I'm not slamming the dry dog. I mean, not that I just wouldn't, but I would for sure. I would be looking at every turn to find where's the mustard.
When I did the hot dog eating contest for July 4th, when we filled in for G-Bag a couple of years back,
yeah,
I don't think did I do condiments? I don't think I did.
I think you were condiment free.
I think I had to be. I think that was part of the rules. I don't know that they do condiments.
They don't.
They do the dip, which is weird. And I did find out that it is effective because that bun is the toughest thing to get down. And when you add, it looks disgusting, but when you moisten it up a little bit,
see the water,
you can eat it quicker.
No,
it's gross. It is gross. Final thing, shout out to Marcus Semien. It happened yesterday. Named AL Player of the Week. So he's one guy that's, still crushing it. Last week, 2 home runs, 2 doubles, 7 RBIs, 8 runs scored in 7 games. So shout out to Marcus. Maybe everybody else can kind of start to figure it out, fall in line with our Texas Rangers. We love you, and I hope Jack Leiter goes out and goes 6 innings of shutout baseball. That'd be nice.
Well, thank you, Will Chuck. We got 3 hours down, 1.5 to go. Sans is going to be on in just over an hour to continue this Rangers preview. Around the Bases every afternoon, brought to you by Uber Eats. An edition of The Finest is up next. Eric, what you got cooking?
A new DAC theory, Micah's new business deal, and perhaps a little GOAT regret next here in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Settle in with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll take you commercial free to the top from there. LA Live at 5:40. A couple of interesting Cowboy stories coming up in the Expressway. In the meantime, it's time for an edition of The Finest. Here's the Chief.
Well, I guess congratulations to Micah Parsons. He has been named president of Bleacher Report's Gridiron section of their website, I guess. And he's going to be, I guess he's the first current pro athlete to hold a leadership title at a sports media company. He's been doing his podcast,
Is he an investor?
The Edge with Micah Parsons podcast with Bleacher Report for, I guess, just the last season, right?
Yeah, last year's the first year he did it.
So now he is graduating from just hosting his own podcast to helping with develop content strategy and launching new shows and creating more original social content. So
setting himself up for life after football.
Yeah, that's what he just tweeted out 15 minutes ago. He says, this opportunity is bigger than me. Bleacher Report Gridiron is allowing me to build a platform where younger athletes can now start building towards their future and be able to use their voice. NFL equals not for long. Don't wait until it's too late. With the lion emoji. So
yeah, it's clear, that he really likes media, from the after the rookie year doing the deal with Skip Bayless and then ultimately not doing that show. But he has really wanted to get involved here, pushing the envelope on his podcast, breaking news, talking about things in a revealing and intimate way that I think a lot of players haven't. You can definitely tell he's massively committed to it and interested in it, maybe more than any Cowboy since Tony Romo. Yeah. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting off this.
Yeah.
He's having a good offseason with that stuff. I mean, Adidas signed him. So Mike is cashing in big time off the field right now.
Doing the sumo wrestling stuff as well.
Might have a future as a sumo wrestler.
Perhaps.
Should we put out there who, it's about time for us to find our the weekly player show?
You think Zach wants to run it back?
Should we put it to a vote? See who the Tolos maybe would like for us to ask about?
Yeah, 877-881-1053.
We can't get rookie guys. We can't get guys that are on their rookie contract.
Yeah, they have to be on their second contract. So we couldn't get a Micah Parsons.
Yeah, we can't get Micah.
CD, we need to get another deal done before the season or else we can't get CD either.
I'd just like to put it out there and see who they would like for us to talk to. Maybe we can ask about it.
All right. Text in the Cowboy you want to hear weekly in the G-Bag Nation at 877-881-1053. I saw this from Nick Wright today of Fox Sports.
Great hair.
Throwing out the idea. Is it?
I think so.
I like Nick Wright and the hair. I think he's pulling it off. It went through an awkward phase, but it's starting to look much better.
It always does, man. It's tough. I guess you can't wear a hat on television. That was the thing that I got by through in college, growing the hair out for a little while. Just hat every day. He had to fight through it. So kudos to him, having the confidence to get on television throughout those awkward phases, you know, and then embracing the long hair despite not having necessarily the prototypical hairline, I think it's admirable. But he's talking about Dak Prescott and Bill Belichick and how they are the package deal that the Giants have been waiting for. He's painting the Bill and Dak connection to the Giants this coming offseason.
I think the Bill thing is very real. I think Bill Belichick has always wanted to coach for the Giants. I mean, I've mentioned this before. When you watch that 2 Bills, the 30 for 30 with him and Parcells, and they both go back to New York and they're walking around, you see in Bill Belichick's eyes, this is where I want to be. That's like football porn for him in that situation. So I believe that. I don't think Dak Prescott's going there, though.
Okay, so you don't think Dak would want to go to another big market state in the division? I mean, you get to have that revenge factor of, watch this, okay, you get to spite Dallas a little bit by saying, all right, then you're going to see me twice a year, and I'm going to go with the GOAT here. You guys want to re-up with Mike McCarthy or something? I'll go with the GOAT of coaches, and we'll go do this thing in your division. And I think that makes plenty of sense.
There was a time,
unless he just wants to get out of being in the big sort of market and wants to go hide a little bit. Maybe
you got to want that because you get to keep your endorsements.
That's what I was thinking.
New York.
How important is all that the off-field hustle for him? Because off-field hustle might take care of his family. They don't have to touch football money. If he wants to take care of his family, that side hustle money that he's making He wants to keep that going. There's a side of me that believed that Bill Belichick was going to coach here. Now I don't believe that's going to happen. If something were to happen to Mike McCarthy.
I mean, it's going to take a really unique situation, and a number of teams had their chance at the GOAT. I don't believe the Cowboys will do it. In New York, could it work?
Yeah.
They don't have a good scouting department, do they? They have not been killing the draft.
They've struggled with that.
You're going to have to turn the offense over to somebody else. I don't think Dak would want to go work for whoever Bill puts in charge offensively.
See, Bill needs to, especially it's one of those old, if it's Josh McDaniels and those kind of guys, I don't know.
No, that's who he would bring.
From the article that came out, the bombshell Belichick article that came out from a few weeks ago,
he said he'd bring Josh?
Yes.
Okay.
He wanted to get the band back together from a coaching staff standpoint. So, and we do know, like the NFC East in general, like it's Philadelphia, it's the Giants, and it's here with Dallas as the three teams that he'd be most interested in.
I know McDaniels isn't that revered, but I think that's the best you could hope for out of Bill. That's as bad as it is.
Yeah. I mean, it is tough to assess how good of an offensive coordinator is Josh McDaniels. He's obviously a terrible head coach, but he had success, and he's the only guy that had anything for Mac Jones. Like, Mac Jones had his one good year. They made the playoffs with him as the OC.
That's a good point. I thought there was a time where Bill Belichick would coach here. I just don't think the front office.
I think the Giants' job is his.
I think the Giants' job
that's what he
would
wants.
be, yeah.
I think he would take the Giants' job, and he'd love that. The Dak stuff, I think there's a lot that still needs to play out. But yeah, certainly if he does hit the open market and he leaves Dallas, I could see that possibly being a landing spot.
Yeah, he's spoken so glowingly about Dak over the years. Like, anytime that the Cowboys have played the Patriots, and maybe that's just some coach speak or whatever, because we know, like, even Tom Brady took a dig at Dak yesterday during the unveiling of what would be the Week 1 Fox Cowboys and Cleveland Browns thing. Yeah, can he finally come through? But if Belichick doesn't want to go anywhere that doesn't have a quarterback, or I guess isn't going to be able to pick one in the top 5 of the draft to feel like you can start building with a premium talent. So nonetheless, I thought that was interesting, and I think that's one of the few teams that you could see, yes, Dak would actually potentially go to, in my mind. Like the Giants, the Raiders, those are two teams that people have talked about if Dak ends up hitting the market next offseason. But Belichick and Dak being the duo in the NFC East, that would be pretty dang juicy.
It'd be a fun storyline. I wonder what the Giants cap situation would look like, because they're screwed with Daniel Jones. So they'd have to move on from him. Maybe they put an out in there after 2 years to where they just don't get slammed with the dead money. But I wonder if they'd be able to afford Dak.
Malik Neighbors and Dak.
That could be fun.
All right, so we were wondering whether or not Tom Brady would regret doing the roast.
He probably is.
Because
his kids,
like we mentioned, yes, the kid
family.
factor, like all of this stuff.
And they're old enough to understand. The kids are old enough now to they understand what just happened.
No surprise he's not able to put the kids first ahead of his career and the $40 million payday or whatever he got.
20, I believe.
I think maybe this is the first time where I'm looking at Giselle and saying, hey, maybe she kind of had a point here.
Yeah.
He says that the Netflix roast affected my kids,
there you go.
And I wouldn't do that again. He tells Variety here. He said, I wouldn't do it again because I've already secured the $20 million, and so there's just no financial reason for me to do it.
Again.
I do
get as good a ratings.
I wonder if the crypto nightmare never took place, maybe he wouldn't feel the need to do I don't know.
Bill Parcells did that to come back into coaching after a divorce. He needed the money.
Sometimes you need the money.
I don't know how much the divorce factor hurts him financially, because she was really the breadwinner, and I don't know what type of prenup they had.
Sometimes when you lose, $15 million or so, that's a little bit of a stinger.
I'm happy as hell he did it. I mean, for us, we all benefited.
Selfishly,
so
those jokes will live forever.
I apologize that your kids are not liking what they heard.
He says it's the hardest part about the bittersweet aspect of when you do something that you think is one way, and then all of a sudden you realize I wouldn't do that again because of the way that it affected actually the people that I care about the most in the world. It makes you in some ways a better parent going through it.
Sure.
He says sometimes you're naive. You don't know. I wanted to do the roast because Jeff Ross became somebody I knew, but you don't see the full picture all the time. I'm going to be a better parent as I go forward because of it.
He says this every time.
At the same time, I'm happy everyone who was there had a lot of fun.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, if you Google Tom Brady deal with FTX, that was signed in June of 2021. The Bitcoin price at that time, guys, was between $31,000 and $35,000. Who knows what it is today?
Oh, are you asking
for a Bitcoin?
I have no idea what it is.
Isn't it like double that?
Yeah.
I would say 70. Yeah.
Oh, gosh. He's doing great. Everybody that did those Bitcoin deals, if they just held, they've 2x their money at least.
So he's doing all right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, how about that for some perspective? I thought that thing. So I guess it was just more of a PR nightmare for him personally than it was a financial nightmare.
Yeah. It was like a PR nightmare because he endorsed something that was ultimately a fraudulent company.
My gut would be that he dumped. That would be my gut. That he didn't want, once it started to go south, he did not want to be part of something that maybe was going to be, drugged through the courts, maybe.
Yeah. If you had sold then in 2022, 2023, you would have taken a significant loss.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably did. That's probably why they made the jokes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, you're going to pay $20 million. I understand why he did it, but there are going to be some lasting effects there. And I guess it was like the two mandates were, for the most part, like no Robert Kraft massage stuff, which Jeff Ross was the one who made the one joke, and then it was like keep the kids out of it. Mm-hmm. And outside of Kevin Hart saying "bleep them kids," Tom, I don't think there was any real mention of the kids.
No, just about him being a bad parent.
Because if there was, they'd be talking about the Tom versus Time, the elongated kiss with his Elvis.
Nikki Glaser said that was one of the jokes that she had that she didn't use, was making fun of him kissing the son.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense why he'd be like, "Hey, let's not do that one." That was one of the weirder documentary moments.
It was a little
strange of the history. Of
the fact that he was like, "Hey, hold on, come back."
It was come back.
Like the first one.
The first one wasn't enough. Just the peck there needed to be a little bit more elongated. It was insane, truly insane. Jason Kelsey's officially with the Monday Night Countdown crew on ESPN, and Robert Griffin III is outski. So
he's going back to college football then, right?
He's good with college football.
Yeah, he does the college football stuff. So I mean, he's still got a healthy spot, I would imagine, in the ESPN family.
I'd like to see his work in like lifestyle sports, like on the McAfee show or something. That's where RG3 needs to go work.
And he does have it. He's got his podcast, so he's probably doing maybe some of that stuff on his podcast. I see some clips of it from time to time. But he will not be doing the Monday Night Countdown stuff any longer because Jason Kelsey is taking over. Walchuk, you mentioned that it's going to be Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. What you got over there, Broadus?
Can I ask, is that a waste?
What?
Is that a waste of a talent?
Jason Kelsey?
Yeah, I mean, waste of just putting him on a pregame show. Shouldn't he be doing a game? I mean, wouldn't you think that Jason Kelsey would be really, really good doing a game?
I think that he would be. I think he had a lot of options, and this is the one that he chose. And it might just be, hey, let me get my feet wet to do this.
Okay.
And then we'll see down the line. I'm sure he's got every avenue at his, whatever he wants to do, he can do.
I feel like that him doing a game, you could get a lot out of that.
There just weren't any lead spots right now available.
But him being on Monday Night Football, it just seems like a kind of a waste of talent.
Okay, Tex is picking me up here. He received $30 million in stock from that company.
Okay.
So that's a dive then, right? That thing went down.
Oh, yeah. Lost 99% of its value one day, 99% of that the next day, and then another 99%. So it was a total bloodbath. But, in the end, that's not him losing $30 million. That's an endorsement check that he got.
Right.
It's not like he was out there investing in crypto. But
shout out to the roast, man. He's making it back.
Definitely appreciate the clarification on that. We've got with the Jets opening Monday Night Football Week 1. It's in San Francisco. Jets fans are rallying around each other saying, like, we just need to not start Aaron Rodgers in that game. That needs to be the Tyrod Taylor game. He's the backup now with the Jets.
I'm cool with
They're
that.
thinking, hey, like what San Francisco can do to a quarterback Monday Night Football, let's just punt on the first game and we'll start the Rodgers era in Week 2. And I don't think it's necessarily a half bad idea. The college football video game that we're also excited about, you are going to spend on just the regular version is going to be $70. Yeah. And if you want the deluxe version, which I don't know necessarily all that the deluxe includes, but that's going to cost you $150. Yeah. So the inflation on the video games, it used to just be a standard $50 situation. And even that, I mean, when it was like a middle school thing, it was like you were pulling teeth to get that. But now $70 for the run of the mill version, and then the deluxe version is going to cost you $150.
My goodness,
it's going up, man.
Something better be damn cool about the deluxe version.
Yeah, what is so
Heisman
deluxe about this?
Is what they're calling it.
The Heisman edition.
The Heisman edition.
Okay. So you get to use Heisman players.
Maybe.
Like Paul Hornung, 1956.
So things are like 3 times more expensive now. My goodness, dude. I can't believe it. I mean, I guess the good news is with video games these days, at least you only play like one main video game, right? It's not like you got to buy 10 of them. You know, you buy one video game, but it seems like every month they're hitting you up for another $20 or $30 these days. Oh, you got to get this downloadable content. You got to get this, that, or the other thing. Even to be able to compete in the game,
right?
You need to buy this gun or this skin, this character, whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's because I think like I was reading an article that they're possibly going to do like the equivalent of Madden Ultimate Team. And that'll only be available on the Heisman edition. But it's not like I've ever really even played Madden Ultimate Team. Not spending money on that.
All righty. Thank you, Chief. An edition of The Finest is in the books. It's time to talk some hockey with you. Okay, we'll talk Stars, we'll talk Cowboys, and we'll talk Mavs. Have they wrapped this thing up? And what are the coordinators saying as the Cowboys offseason workouts are getting underway? That's coming up next year in the nation.
But first, I want to tell you about our friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. If your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth today. Were you aware?